day number 1. The Rip Curl Pro, Bells Beach. Surf has peaked overnight. There is 4 to 6 foot perfect Bells bowl, groomed with a nice offshore wind, which will swing around later on this afternoon, go a little bit onshore, but the morning action is going to be amazing. The morning show starts at 7:30 with men's round 1, I believe, starting at 8 o'clock. George Pitter, North Stane boy, in his first WCT event. How will he go? $7.75 on the tote. Put a cheeky little $10 on the fella. And enjoy the day, everyone. Tune in and stand by for the next report.
The world's best up at Sparrows, as they say around these parts, on dark, in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, preparing for what looks to be like an incredible opening day of competition. Getting the legs loose is Jack Robinson. Lakey, who's an adopted local to these parts, is preparing for 6 to 8 foot Bell's Bowl on opening day. Massive day of competition ahead of us. The World Surf League arrives in Australia for the 4th stop on the 2024 Championship Tour. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. In Portugal, the veteran women answered the youth movement. Joanna Bay is the champion, and title favorites surged.
Gabe Medina, aggressive.
Colapinto into daylight! At Bells, defending champions are in form, poised to repeat and three-peat.
Tyler Wright, 2nd year in a row.
At one of surfing's most iconic venues. For those struggling to find results, the mid-season cut looms near. With 2 events left, pressure is mounting on the rookies to seize their opportunity. A win changes everything. And at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, you've got to win it to ring it. Thanks for watching Dawn Patrol on opening day of competition for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. We are going to focus on Tyler Wright. It's her goal to go 3 in a row. Can she accomplish that feat? It's only been done twice by Carissa Moore and Gail Cooper. We'll also focus on the best on the men's tour. Equal second, Ewing and John. Griffin Colapinto back in yellow for stop number 4. Also looking at the mid-season cut, we gotta focus on it now since we've started the Australian leg. Some big names under pressure to perform at Bells, and then Margaret River to surf an entire season here in 2024 on the Championship Tour. Good morning, everybody. How good is this? The state of Victoria providing, and Bells Beach looking groomed, nice offshore. The swell was pumping yesterday, and every surfer on tour is really warmed up and prepared to compete today. Thanks for being with us. Joe Turpel alongside Felicity Palmatier and Richie Lovett. Gosh, I missed you guys. It's great to see you, Flick. First of all, what time did you wake up this morning? Because I know opening day provides a little bit of excitement for all of us.
My alarm was set for 5, but I woke up at 4, so that was a bit rude. However, we've been greeted with some beautiful conditions this morning. I haven't been here in about 10 years, so it's nice to be back. It's cold this morning, and we've got just some great heats, and also the cut looming, so a lot on the line.
Gosh, this is a big event, Rich. Obviously, we could talk about so many things with you. You've surfed in over 100 CT events. I lost count. But Bells, I mean, does it compare to any other place in the world?
No, it really doesn't. That, you know, the annual pilgrimage down here, it's a special one. You know, you drive around the cliff, you see the amphitheatre, that is Bells Beach, and it's an incredible feeling. There's an energy down here. 10 years, I've been doing it for over 30, which is a little bit scary, but looking forward to calling the action. Stoked to be back.
Oh, it's on. Let's get the official word downstairs. Big good morning to Laura Enever with Renato Hickel.
Yes, good morning, everybody. We are down here on the iconic Bells Beach stairs. Kanoa just getting ready to head out for his heat. The waves are pumping. It's actually pretty empty because every surfer is out there right now. Renato, tell us what we're going to do today.
It is so pumping, it's so firing. Couldn't wish for a better stuff for this iconic event. It's 6 to 8 foot bells, perfect bells, offshore winds. Maybe the odd bigger set. We have the bottom tide right at 8, so we're going to have that the whole morning towards the afternoon, that pushing tide. We hope it's going to even increase the swell, and iconic conditions. So we're going to start with men opening round, then followed by the women's opening round and men's elimination round. A huge schedule today. 30 minutes heats, and we're going to have jet ski assistance to maximize the spectacle for the fans and obviously more opportunities for the surfers.
Wow, you heard it, guys. A huge day. Back to you guys. Let's go.
Massive day today. Thank you, Laura. Thank you, Renato. Renato's seen bells probably more often than most. He's been around this event for many years, a former head judge as well. As you can see, these conditions that are making them so excited to kick things off. Real groomed lines, but let's get more detailed. Bringing up the surf line match. Rick, what are you seeing?
Seeing a lot of energy. Overnight, we had that big south-southwest swell. It peaked. It was big yesterday, sort of 8 to 10 foot, a couple of even bigger ones. So this swell, it's peaked, but it's totally groomed. As we saw, it's going to produce some incredible contestable conditions over the next few days. You can see here 6 to 10 foot faces. In the afternoon, it is going to back off a little bit, and perfectly offshore conditions this morning. It'll go a little side shore this afternoon. There might be a little ripple on the face, but it's going to be a classic day, no doubt.
Classic day for today, and then looking for the next 4 days. Flick, maybe a potential to even look at Winky Pump tomorrow. We'll see.
Yeah, from what we're seeing here, it seems like we're still going to have a little bit of swell left over tomorrow, and potentially running at Winky, which would be cool. Different location, just down the beach there. But then further on the week, you're seeing it starting to drop off a little bit. But we are seeing that swell start to kick more through that Easter weekend, so maybe some potential action then.
Gosh, I just love kicking things off on opening day. And how about a little look at the track this morning? Ewing looking connected. He's looking to go back-to-back this year, Rich.
And you know, he could. The conditions last year, maybe not so favourable. But, you know, Ethan, he's so well-rounded now. He's proven in any condition he's a real threat. And, of course, at 6 to 8 foot bells, you know, definitely one of the favourites. He's got that beautiful, smooth style, that power approach, and certainly one of the favourites in my mind.
Did he just get barreled?
I think he just got a buzzer.
Ethan looks really calm at the press conference. You know, I asked him, hey, is there a more important event for you on the calendar? He said, no, this is it. This is where it's all on the line. It's special to him and his family as he looks to go 2 in a row. Let's now look at the heat draw to see who's in and who is out. Congratulations, Manly Beach.
Yeah, Georgie.
George Pitar winning the Rip Curl Trials. Then you have the local trials, which is a huge tradition at Bells. It's Tully Wiley, once again, the big man, will be dealing with the world's best. More, you know, focusing on Griffin Colapinto, actually, in that heat. Then Ellie Harrison is in the mix, featuring in her first CT debut. She's got Molly Picklum in that matchup. Joao Chianca still looking to recover from his injury at Pipeline. Will bring back a familiar face, number 5 in the world in his rookie debut. Morgan Siblick is back, and he's going to be dealing with Jack Robinson in the opening round. Flick.
Oh, wow. Big heat stacked there. I'm really excited to see Ellie.
Happiness in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and Morgan's not worried about his hair at the moment. He's working on big power cars in the bowl. See him kicking things off on opening day.
Yeah.
Good morning, everybody. We are on opening day, men's opening round, women's opening round, and men's elimination round, all calmed on for this first day as surfers like Kate Madsen are preparing for hopefully a big result. Kanoa Igarashi getting set for the first tee of the morning. They'll also be with Ramsey Boukhiam from Morocco to kick off the event this year. All focus is on Tyler Wright, on her run that she's had beautifully here at Bells Beach. But before we get there, we had an amazing event at Super Tubos. It really tested your grit and surviving some cold conditions and making it into finals day. And we saw a resurgence from the veterans. They kind of changed that whole storyline for a moment with that youth movement owning the Hawaiian leg of the tour. Joanne DeFay went all the way to #2 in the world with that big win. Tyler jumped up to #8, making the final. But when you focus on the semifinals that we had out there, it was some of the greats, the veterans that have put in the time, and they got to send the young guns packing a little bit early out of stop #3.
Yeah, I think maybe that youth movement sort of needs to do a little bit of homework in those sort of beach breaks, those grovelly waves, because the tour is just so diverse these days. You just can't count out that veteran and that experience in waves like that.
The marathon type fashion, surfing the jetty one day, then back at Super Tubos. I mean, that's typically when experience pays off.
Yeah, absolutely. That ability to adapt, you can't discount that. You know, there's a reason these veterans have been here a long time. It's that consistency, that ability to be able to really, adapt to whatever conditions are put in front of them and put their best foot forward on the day, and that's exactly what they did.
And then we look at Bells. There's eras. We're living in the Tyler Wright era now.
Yeah.
And, Steph taking a year off with Carissa, kind of undisclosed about when she might do competitively. Courtney's off tour now. It's just, we got Sally in the draw from back in 2011, 2012. And then Tyler trying to go 3 in a row. Only Gail Cooper and Carissa have done that in the past. Are we seeing anybody that's going to disrupt Tyler's run this season at Bells Beach?
For me, and in my opinion, it's got to be Molly. I mean, she runner-up here last year to Tyler, and I think the most informed female surfer this year on the tour that I've seen so far. She's so committed. She's just come at this year, and I really don't think anyone has got a shoe-in. I even asked earlier on this year who was going to win a world title. I just said it straight away. I just feel like it's Molly's year.
That's a good call, Flick. I mean, she made the final last year. She's back in yellow in Australia just like she was last year as well. Richie?
Well, yeah, I don't disagree with you. I think Molly's in great form. I think we're yet to see her best surfing down here. I'm going to go with Betty Lusakura Johnson. I think she's starting to feel comfortable on the tour now. We've seen her grow. We've seen her experience start to come into play over the last couple of seasons. I think she's surfing better than ever. She's got Ross Williams in her corner, a ton of experience down here as well. And I just feel like she's on a bit of a roll right now.
Great point there. Betty Lou's got a big opening round tee with some local knowledge of India Robinson and also that kind of adopted local of Lakey Peterson, since Lakey husband is a local here to Bells Beach. Big one for Betty Lou as we now focus on the men and that top 3 picture of who's really the most informed. Medina felt like he switched fire at Portugal and he's ready to try to ring his first bell this year. We'll be right back.
We are gathered here at Jarak. Jarak is the traditional name of Bells Beach.
It truly feels like the backbone of surfing. It's been there before any other event on the calendar, and it's still going.
You have an opportunity to go and paint the most amazing picture for the fans on the hill.
There's so much history behind this wave. There's so many great performances, so many, past champions and greats in our sport that have won in this event.
It's the one trophy that's lasted throughout time, that bell. Everyone wants a bell.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
Knowing that every great has come through, it's what everyone fights for, what everyone dreams about. For me, it starts at the stairs. You walk down the stairs and you look at all the names of the people that were lucky enough to ring the bell.
Let's celebrate 50 years with a great partnership with Rip Curl and the World Surf League. It's such a beautiful story, born right here in Torquay. From Doug Claw Warbrick and Brian Singer, the founders of Rip Curl back in 1969, doing so much for the sport of surfing, and they'll be watching every single heat. Oh my goodness, it's pumping. Kanoa Garashi, Ramsey Bukiam, and Kate Madsen will be kicking things off in the opening round of competition. How good is this? Joe Turpel, the Flick, and Richie Lovett here for the Dawn Patrol Report. We've been really excited to see a few different names win the first 3 stops of the season. We've got Baron Mamiya, then Jack Robinson, then Griffin when we look at the first 3 stops of the year. And we focus in on the top 3 in the world. Tied for second is Ewing and John coming into Bells Beach. Ethan with a bell, John with a bell, and Griffin with all this motivation being back in yellow, finding his happy place. Super zenful type approach for Griff. As you can see, their average placings this year. Colapinto getting almost a 10-point ride in the final over Ewing. Loved his heat with Medina in the semifinals, as they said they wanted more at the press conference. So there's some big rivalries coming into stop number 4 this year. But if you could try to pick out one name there, start with you, Rich, of who's looking the most in form out of that crew. Who are you going with?
I'm going with Ethan Ewing. I feel like there's a consistency to his performance at the moment. He's really starting to lean into that. But his performances as a surfer are anything but pedestrian. His consistency at a high level is extraordinary, and he's proven even with his latest result in Portugal there in those smaller beach break conditions, he was on fire, on point, really energetic in those little waves. And then when you get him in stuff like this that you're seeing on the screen, that is right into his wheelhouse. And I feel like this Aussie leg is going to serve him well. Those big open face right-handers here at Bells, and then maybe in the right-handers at Margaret River as well. I think he's going to be really hard to stop here through the Aussie leg.
Gosh, he's evolved too. Where he used to make mistakes, now he's forcing his competitors to make mistakes against him. True vet. Are you going to agree with Rich? Because that's totally fair, Flick.
Look, I don't disagree, but I'm going to go with the other world number 2. We've got John.
Yeah.
I feel that he was surfing really well in Portugal. He got a second, obviously, at the start of the year at Pipe. Went on to Sunset. He got that 5th place. Got a 9th in Peniche there at Portugal. But I just feel like this year, he's looking in really good nick, so to say. He's had a couple of years where he's had a few injuries. They've been niggling. Hasn't finished a couple of seasons. This year, I just feel like there's a different energy. He looks really fired up. There's a different approach, a different sort of mindset that he's taking into this year. And even in his post-heat interviews, I've just noticed this sort of mindset shift, and he just feels really hungry to me. That's what I've been seeing. So yeah, coming here to Bells, obviously you can see with surfing like that big, huge forehand arcing carve. I just feel like it goes part and parcel, hand in hand here.
Gosh, great choices, both of you guys. And I was just looking at John's heat. John Florence, Seth Moniz, Kelly Slater in that opening round heat as we get prepared for a massive day of competition. Quick break here on Dawn Patrol, and we'll be right back. Rip Curl Pro acknowledges we are here at Jirac on Wadawurrung country. We acknowledge Wadawurrung people as the traditional owners of the land and waterways we are on today. We pay our respects to Wadawurrung people, their elders past, present, and emerging, and extend this acknowledgement to First Nation peoples here today. Oh, it was such a beautiful opening ceremony just yesterday morning. A beautiful sunrise happening here live, and pumping conditions on the south-southwest are just greeting the Bells Bowl. A beautiful opening day setting up for us with Kanoa, Ramsey, Cade Madsen kicking things off for us this morning, and Water Patrol starting to clear the lineup for a quick start. One thing that we've been trying to avoid talking about in deep length this year is that mid-season cut. Well, we're here. We're in Australia. It's all going to happen in Margaret River, where the tour goes from 17 women to 10, 34 men to 22. So it's unavoidable now. As we look at where we are in the rankings, there's going to be some surfers that are really going to need to fight away from that pressure and put on a huge performance, starting with the women's side. Flick, who are you going to see make a big charge and get past that mid-season cut line?
Look, there's a lot of good names that I can pick out there. I see a lot of surfers with potential, but for me, I've got my eye on Sally. I feel like, obviously, she's won back-to-back bells out here in 2011 and 12, and she's just got so much experience. She's been coming here for years and years and years since she was a grommy, and I just feel like she's been on a bit of a journey. She's fell off tour. She smashed the Challenger Series. She's back on, and yeah, I've got to go with Sally there.
Yeah, seeing also Sally with her intensity that she brings every single year. She's redefining herself once again. She's got so many laps out here at Bells. That's a great choice there. Richie, did one stand out for you, kind of on the wrong side of the cut line at the moment?
Just under the wrong side was Gabriella Bryan. I feel like her surfing this year has been on point, but the results just haven't converted yet, and it's going to happen any minute. She had that breakout event in Margaret River a couple of seasons ago and really found some form there. And I feel like with this forecast in particular, that big open face power carve that she has is going to come into play. I'd love to see her jump a few spots.
It's gotten more powerful.
Oh, yeah, it has.
That crazy carve, and joined with Richard Dog March for the coaching responsibilities. That's going to be a good one there. On the men's side, we look at the list. Remember, cut is at 22. There's some ties that will be broken at this event. Kind of a traffic jam right there on the cut line. Flick, who's going to make a charge?
Oh, wow. It's just the same thing again. There's so many names I could pick out here, and I feel like the tour is so diverse these days that you just can never really pick, you know, your clear winner. But I've got to go with Callum, just right underneath that cut line. You know, obviously in his rookie year, he had a final out here, which is an amazing, amazing performance. And yeah, I think he's going to be a massive threat out here.
Great call there. Runner up to Felipe Toledo. Callum was that underdog story, as he's already fresh out of the water. A nice little warm-up session for Caltex. But yeah, he's got some heats to win, heading here into stop number 4. Going to you, Rich. Are you going with Callum as well as your focus?
No, I'm actually going to pick Jacob Wilcox, who rookie year, but maybe a veteran wildcard performer. You know, so much experience down here, and I was just expecting a little bit more from Jacob. I feel like his surfing is so suited to the CT format, and we just haven't really seen him click yet, and I feel like he's got to get a move on. But coming into a place where he's super comfortable, obviously here at Bells, and then we're going home to his home break at Margaret River.
As we look at your choice there, Callum Robson, he's got Crosby, Colapinto, Jake Marshall, the Californians that really stepped up and made finals day over there in Europe, and Jacob Wilcox. He had a wild card performance that took him to the final series here in the past. He's going to have Tully Wiley, also world #1 Griffin Colapinto.
Wow.
It's crazy how seeding works once you get to this part. If you're not making heats, you're going to have to deal with, you know, the top 5 story.
Oh, and at the moment, they're just looking all so in form. You've got Ethan Ewing, you've got John there. And I think about Ethan, he's just so incredible out here. Today's going to be jam-packed. Like, I'm really excited.
And you haven't even had a coffee
yet. I know, watch out.
Hey, you know what, Rich? Enjoy the next couple of heats. Grab a cup of tea, and we will wait for the countdown to kick off the opening heat of the morning. Kanoa Garashi, Ramsey Bulkham, and Cade Madsen holding their positions. And we've got about 5 seconds before we kick things off. There it is. Now we're up and early and ready to go. I just got a little bit of spike of adrenaline hearing that sound along with these guys, Kanoa, Ramsey, and Cade, looking to get a jump right into the round of 32. You want to avoid third place position here, so you don't have to deal with the elimination round. Renato Hickel and all officials and surfers are hoping that the elimination round will be out there later on. Well, I should even say this afternoon. It might be tonight. Running from dark to dark today, Flick.
Oh, we arrived in the dark and we won't be leaving until it's dark. I think maybe that last heat goes in the water at 6:30 tonight. So, yeah, really, really big day of action here. And I'm just stoked to see that, yeah, the swell's still hung around and we have got beautiful conditions this morning. It's looking so groomed. And when you drive down the hill here, this is exactly what you want to see. Those corduroy lines wrapping into the bay, and yeah, it's going to be great.
Absolute perfection to kick off this event. All three surfers looking to position themselves as the Southern Ocean is showing its power this morning. Stretched out walls, the corduroy lines out to the horizon, and now heading towards the bowl. The goofy footer is Ramsey. Wakayam from Morocco connects with an aggressive arc off the top. Look at the size of this one. Double overhead bomb, and he lights up that section on his backhand. Great start already, as he'll do a nice setup hook to see if he'll get an inside track here. Perfect trim on the fading cutback. Now Ramsey getting down to the bottom, going square off the lip, and a well-read wave to kick off opening day.
Whoa, I absolutely loved that. Fellow Goofy, well, both fellow Goofies in the booth here. And yeah, what a way to open up the day, and what a way for Ramsey to open up his account. I think that was really, really well surfed. That wave actually had a couple of little lumps and bumps in it, and he dealt with that really, really well. Obviously, Ramsey's surfing so synonymous with those right-hand point breaks coming from Morocco, and he's looking very at home here.
Gosh, he looks incredible. Flick, I'm actually a natural footer, but it's kind of heavy because when I ride waves, people think, oh, he must be going switch.
Really?
As we look at Ramsey on this opening ride.
Okay, we'll get back to that in a second. I'm so confused. Here we go. I mean, that beautiful first turn there, arcing off the top. That turn there was so late. He sort of got a little bit hung up there, but he got around this section here. Wave obviously starts to slow up a bit, and he's really just waiting for this inside section. Doing a little bit of back and forth here, but this section here can be really hard to hit. Timed that really well. Bit of lump and bump as he came down there. They obviously have that backwash right on the inside there. That can be really hard to hit, but yeah, I really loved what I saw from Ramsey here. And sometimes this first wave of the morning can be, you know, you got jitters, first wave of the event, but yeah, Ramsey put this together really well, and it'll be interesting to see where the judges go on this. I'm assuming they might take their time, first wave of the morning, but just look at that technique. It was just so beautifully surfed. For some reason, I just had it in your head that, my head, that you're a Goofy.
I just support the Goofies a lot, yeah.
Okay, sorry, mate.
No, not at all.
I don't know where that came from.
Ramsey looking so sharp, 717 already on the screen. What a way to kick things off. He's still so new to the tour because he missed out on his chance to have a rookie season when he hurt himself the morning of pipe starting. And then he worked himself back into great physical condition. And he's been really smart, making really good veteran choices. The waves have been pumping the last couple of days. I saw him on the stairs. I was like, "You've been out there?" He's like, "You know what? I am so stiff from all the airplane rides. I'm just going to wait, loosen up my body." He kind of knew he could watch all day. At his level, he didn't need to over-surf like a lot of the tour was. He wanted to save it all, really just fine-tune his back and make sure he was nice and loose and prepared, and it looked like it really paid off with that start this morning.
Oh, beautiful start, 717. That's a great wave, great opening wave, and I fully support that. These guys and women have been going since that very first event of the year. We had Pipe, Sunset, then obviously a lot of the surfers went over to Puerto Rico, and then now here, you know, some of these surfers haven't even had a chance to get home yet. So I fully respect just, you know, taking a sort of an easier approach coming here. It is colder in the mornings, not just running straight out there for that surf, and I mean, it's paying off right now. That's a beautiful way to start your account here. I mean, that's definitely, I think, going to go into one of his top 2 waves today. It's a great way to start.
Well done for Ramsey. Straight out of the gates, a 717. We got to see so much support for Ramsey at the last event in Peniche, Portugal. His brother Sam was there, all of his friends that he's known in Europe. As we know, he's from Morocco, but his journey through junior series competition was all over there in Europe. So it was like being at home, and we saw him get all the way into a finals day appearance. He said it's really hard for him to wake up early and get called off. He said when he wakes up at 4 in the morning or 5, he wants to go. So he said the biggest challenge for him in Peniche was getting the off, on. So for him, waking up this morning, knowing it was on, it just worked right into his favor. Wave on the way here, and we're seeing the setup work from Kanoa Igarashi on the Sharp Eye Storm model. Throws down a beautiful wrapping cutback, and now he's starting to just gun for some open face. Another section's going to keep him honest, and now out in front. Just a quick top turn, pushing him down to the bottom of the wave, and sets up a nice, clean, lean back hack there. It's a really familiar looking type of turn for that section. Kanoa has accomplished some big maneuvers on the end section in the past, and now we'll get a comparison to Ramsey's 717.
I think that obviously that wave was a little bit smaller than Ramsey's, but he surfed that really well. He's looking very, very on point, very fast, I think, Kanoa's looking. You could see that he took off. He could see that that wave was really stretched out down the line, so there was that bit of, room where he had to get going, get that speed. But I think another great opening wave. I think it, in my opinion, probably just be under Ramsey's wave. I loved the size that Ramsey had on his wave. I think his turns were a little bit more critical and committed. As you can see, Kanoa here, he just looks really fast, getting a lot of whip out of that first carving maneuver. Right here, he just has to put the pedal to the metal and just get around this section. You can see that wave just as it comes through to this bowly section. Just really didn't stand up the same way that Ramsey's wave did. And I mean, it brings it through to the inside here, gets the finish, and that layback jam there up under the pocket gives a little bit of variety. But yeah, Ramsey's wave was just that clearly better for me, just so much bigger in size and a lot more critical in those, especially in his first maneuver.
Yeah, well done for Kanoa getting that finish. But yeah, that section kind of delayed more maneuvers, but looking sharp this morning. Saw him in the warm-up sessions the last couple of days. He looks real happy, looks loose. And it reminded me that he's been at Bells before wearing yellow. He had that classic heat with Mick Fanning where Mick came back as a wild card, and yeah, Kanoa ended up going down in that matchup, but they were going blow for blow where he was very confident and really switched on that season. Kanoa kind of had that recovery type year last season where he missed out on the final 5, but you kind of have to feel for him. I mean, he was battling with going for the Olympic gold in Tokyo, came close. He had the whole country, almost but hoping that he'd bring it home, and he got silver. He was trying to compete for a world title at the same time, and I think last year was almost that year to regroup and get back to the form that he is in today. Joining forces again with Jake the Snake Patterson. Another clean blast for Ramsey, already on wave number 2. Nice clean carve and looking perfect so far. Nice carve and touches the foam on that JS. Nice smooth backhand surfing from Ramsey, surfing like a veteran as he will just step off. 2 waves ridden, 2 great rides for the Moroccan.
That was really well surfed. The pace that Ramsey had to that wave, it's just so nice to watch. At every turn, he just wasn't over pushing it. He's really waiting for the section. And it's just so evident here that he's just spent a lot of time on right-hand point breaks, right? Like, timing's impeccable, but just not forcing any issue, just really waiting for that section to present itself. And then I think that's just when you get beautiful timing here. That one looked a little bit funky there, but just great decision to get this backup wave right now. He's already knows that he's got this 717. This one here is a little bit smaller. It's obviously an inside wave, but got to echo what you said. I feel like this is sort of veteran surfing that we're seeing here from Ramsey, and yeah, just his backhand surfing on these right-hand point breaks, it's just the timing's impeccable.
Really solid surfing, and I'm sure a lot of the goofy footers on tour are getting really excited to see what Ramsey's doing to the wall here at Bells Beach as we send it down to the stairs with Vaughn Blakey.
G'day, Joey. Yeah, mate, it's absolutely cooking. The excitement is building down here, and Ramsey has absolutely lit up a couple of ways and a couple of big goofs with big dreams at Bells this year. Ryan Callanan, Connor O'Leary, welcome to Bells, boys. How you feeling? We just heard the Akadaka flaring over the loudspeakers. Gets you pumped, doesn't it?
Yeah, definitely. Feels pretty special when you hear that song come on and the waves are this good, so it's always good to be back.
It is good to be back, mate. Now, we've just seen a couple of big backside snaps, but yesterday the surf was cooking, and the Raging Bull, Mark Okalupo, turned up and absolutely sent one. He just KO'd this section. Connor, what does it do for you when you see Oki at Bells flaring that hard?
I actually had with him yesterday afternoon. It was like a real random little solo session, me, him, and like 2 other guys, and I actually said to him, like, got any tips for me, Ock? And he kind of just looked at me and went, you're doing all right, mate. And I was like, well, it's not really what I wanted, but thanks, but give me more.
Classic. Well, what, Italo the last goofy to win, Bells? I think it's time for another one.
Yeah, I reckon. It's about that time.
You can do it. Well, best luck in the comp, boys. Thanks for joining us this morning. Back to you guys.
Yeah, Bono, thank you so much. How cool is that? Connor O'Leary, he's from Cronulla. The great Mark Okalupo from Cronulla as well, and wanting to get some of that backhand magic. Aki still the guy we all compare the great Goofy Foot axe to. You know, we have Italo in the mix for Goofies recently. Matty Wilkinson, of course, who I was chatting with last night, and I know he's watching a special performance that he had when he was wearing the yellow jersey a few years back.
Yeah, it's a funny thing, the Goofies out here. I think obviously we saw Ryan, who was just on screen. He got second out here last year, but you know, the contest moved down to Winky when that happened. I feel Winky's a different type of surfing. I always want to back the Goofies here, and I always want to say, yeah, Goofy's going to win. Obviously we had Italo a few years back, but I don't know, just these natural footers on this right-hand bowl, they just looked so good. And you know, with Griff, Ethan and John up there in those, you know, first and second places on the rankings, I feel like they're just going to be so hard to beat out here. One person, though, who's a Goofy that I think is actually in great form is Gabriel Medina. And I feel like he's sort of a dark horse pick for me, is someone who could go all the way here at Bells.
Wow, Gabriel Medina coming up in Heat 10 today of the opening round. He's got Liam O'Brien and Cole Hauschmidt in this non-elimination format. First and second move to the round of 32 where they're reseeded, and third will go to the elimination round, as it's time to say a big good morning to our friend Kaipo Guerrero out in the water watching these beautiful lines come through.
Oh, bless Jirac, Joe. It's beautiful, Bells. Offshore, long walls. It is beautiful. It's like stunning out here. And get into the conversation. Ramsey playing a very, very smart heat. He in the open priority point at the very beginning of the heat positioned himself, got a keeper score. He's already got that backup. Well played so far from the Moroccan.
Yeah, so many different types of waves coming through as well. As we're, from where we're sitting on the bluff, Kaipo, it's like non-stop action. How are they doing with positioning at the moment out halfway through this heat?
We'll get Kate up and riding right now. And let's see what the rookie can do, Joe.
Good man, Kaipo. Here we go. Cade Madsen, and he looks like he had a bit of a stumble there off the bottom, but recovers out in front. Setup work on the open face, and Cato's looking for a big hammer, big section, drills it with control. So a solid one to finish off on. Kicking out of the next one is Kanoa Igarashi. Igarashi had the 4.83 start. Ramsey 4.67 on his backup, and now the rookie Cade Madsen finally getting his opener in his first appearance here at Bells Beach.
Yeah, he obviously needed to get away. This heat's sort of starting to get away from the guys right now. I mean, we've got 15 minutes or just over 15 minutes on the clock. Sort of seemed like that wave selection sort of let him down a little bit those first two sections. He tried to make it work, got a little bit hung up there, but all the points for Kate are going to come from that last turn. It was super critical, and yeah, he put it all on the line there. But yeah, I've just got to echo what Kaipo was saying. I think Ramsey's putting together a really good and really smart heat right now. Sort of what we were talking about before, very veteran-like. 7.17 and then quickly backed it up with that 4.67. This heat's almost halfway through.
Then back to Cade's wave here, Flick.
Yeah, so this wave here, you can see just that wave selection I was talking about, has sort of had to go to that carving manoeuvre to start there. That wave didn't really stand up. And then just here on that bottom turn of that second turn there, he got a little bit of a bauble there in the face of the wave, and then he then got stuck up on that second turn. So that last section, though, that was a really hard section to hit. A lot of points, like the majority of points will really come from that. But I think he's got a score on the board, which is great. However, I think he's going to have more work to do.
Cade Madsen, such a solid kid. He's a big kid as well, and he's worked so hard to get himself on tour. Crazy back injury that some were suspecting might kind of change his plans for his career, but he knew what he was capable of. Put together a solid year on the Challenger Series, feeding off his friends from San Clemente as we watch Kanoa Igarashi. Beautiful arc, well-timed first turn. Well overhead section in these groomed conditions. He'll just kind of redirect. And now a little wrapping cut back out front. Sets the rail into the pocket again. And now really stretching this one out. End section approaching for Igarashi and hits it off the top and rides away. Kanoa's first turn looked brilliant there. You can tell he's hoping for more as it really stretches out, but staying so full on the face. His turns weren't as big as he was hoping they'd be.
Yeah, for sure. It's funny, you can just tell from body language how he was just hoping for more. You could see that, and he looks really on point here. His timing's impeccable. He's fading to perfection. That first turn there was so crisp, really sharp. You could see that he just wanted to lay into that second section a lot more than what that wave offered. Even this third section here, I mean, if he gets the sort of wave that Ramsey had on his opening wave, I'm really interested to see what Kanoa's going to look like, because for me, he's looking so on point. His feet looks glued to that board. He looks on point. So, I mean, I think obviously it's going to go into his top two, but this first turn here was just so critical. It was just timed really, really beautifully, and just looks so smooth here too. I mean, if he had two sections like this, I mean, timing does not get better than that. I mean, look at that beautiful arc. Look at the technique, that back helm really coming around. He threw so much spray, and in conditions like today where there's not a drop of water out of place, those sort of turns just are so beautiful to watch.
Ramsey still leading the charge in this seed, is going to kick out of his now third wave of the matchup. 4.67's his low score. As we see Kanoa Igarashi getting the lift back. Looks like Lyndon Ringrose driving the Red Bull ski from Phillip Island, and formerly in this event, recently as a wild card, but competed for many years on tour. Kanoa's last wave of 4.07 is keeping him honest there, still chasing a 7.02 to get the lead off the Moroccan. Cade Madsen, his opener, of 4.57 on his first number scored in his career at Bells. David Silva, world number 28, hoping for a big result here at Bells and Margaret River to survive the cut. We'll be right back.
Third priority gets this one out wide. 7.02 to move in first wave. Not very light on the outside, but beautiful turn there. Stand up on the inside. Out, ready for the shore.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League.
You're watching opening day and the opening round of competition. World number 6 digs in again. Kanoa Igarashi representing Japan, looking to get out of the fours as he lights up a section under the lip, hangs on to that layback carve, and there's that perfect top turn that he's got on lock into the inside track for Igarashi, hoping for a 7-0-2 to get Ramsey's lead. So much time to enjoy the styles of the world's best on a wave like this as he'll punch out the roof real quick. And now inside track's looking great. Well-deserved low road here for Igarashi to kick out. And he's hoping not to repeat himself, to get out of the force that he's been getting from the panel this morning. And the man that kicked off the season with a win and wore yellow, North Shore of Oahu zone, Baron Mamiya, preparing for 2 Brazilian goofy foots in the next heat, David Silva and Miguel Pupo.
Yeah, that's a big heat coming up. And like we said, Baron, obviously with that win there at Pipe and the 10 in the final, I mean, does it get any better than that? It's just so amazing. Is this wave here from Kanoa, I think he was in 3rd priority here when he took off. The other 2 guys, I think they actually ducked over this wave. But this 2-turn combo here, where he goes up into the lip, layback hack, I thought he was actually going to lose it there. And then around this section into that beautiful arcing carve. I feel like that was really, really well done. It was a smaller wave though. Took off a little bit wider on the bowl too. And the wave did kind of fatten out here. But I do think, you know, I think it's going to better this 4 for sure. I don't think it's going to challenge Ramsey's 7, that's for sure. But just smart surfing from Kanoa and smart decision to take off that one a little bit wider. The other 2 guys weren't going, thank you, I'll have a crack at this. And I just really want to see him on a bigger wave. I mean, if this is what he's doing on these sort of smaller waves and getting, you know, these 4s and things like that, I just feel like with turns like this one here, I mean, this was very critical, super late, jams it in the lip, really uses that arm sort of as a bar and just gets really hung up there. You can see he almost lost it there, that rail almost sort of getting engulfed by that water, but did really well to regain here. And then, yeah, straight back up into that beautiful arcing carve.
Ah, such a cool read from Kanoa, knowing the bonus section could pay off. And like you thought there, Flick, we did see improvement. Kanoa out of the 4s, 5, 6, 7, still second. As Cade Madsen is 3rd, needing a 5.93. This is our heat leader, Ramsey, seeing something in this wave to improve on his 4, 6, 7 out front. Nice sweep into the pocket. This is all just waiting for a better section to line up on the end section here. Now he's hoping to really unload, standing tall, crushes it, and that's what Ramsey is famous for. Growing up on the rights at Anchor Bay and the rest of them in Morocco, his backhand's always been his most powerful weapon competitively.
That last turn, as we just see Kelly having a little few words to Micro there on the screen.
Yeah, it's been really cool. Kelly and Micro have been chatting actually quite a bit this year. Kelly reached out to him. They were playing golf, and he said, next thing you know, let's try to hang out together at Bells, and flew in a couple of nights ago, and Micro is really happy to work with the GOAT. As Kelly's 52 now, he's seen a lot. He's worked with a lot of people, and it was really cool for him to check in with Micro and break down this wave here at Bells Beach as we look at the replay last of Ramsey.
Yeah, this was a pretty slow, sleepy start to this one. I think Ramsey took off and thought that there was going to be a lot more down the line. Obviously, we watched this wave in live, and right at the end there, he gets that amazing backhand hit. However, I'm not sure. I don't think it's going to actually improve on his situation. I mean, that was beautiful turn there. It just doesn't get any better in terms of a backhand hit. However, just the one and just that one big inside hit, I would be very surprised if he improves on his situation here. If he'd had a couple of big backhand belts like this, well, then now you're talking, I mean, right there, that's textbook. I mean, anyone at home who wants to learn how to do a backhand turn right there, that is it. That is what you want to study. That was just so beautifully done. Yeah, look out if he gets two like that. That's all I'll say.
It's an impressive turn, isn't it? You know, it can gain a lot of points, even on one big section. For his size, he uses his size and power so well, but they're precise turns. There's no wobbles in it. There's no second guessing it. Even when he dislodges the fins, he's in total control. It's one of the best power hacks we have on tour. Ramsey working hard through about a decade to earn his spot on the championship tour. Kind of the surfer where everyone that saw him compete throughout the QS and Challenger Series were like, wait till you see this guy. Everyone was trying to will him to get wild cards. And it finally happened this season. Last score for Ramsey, like you thought, Flick, 3-8-3. But we got to enjoy the hack. It was an absolute hammer, but didn't change his lead out front.
No, but I think the 3-8-3 honestly just came from that one big backhand belt at the end there. And like I said, I mean, look out if he gets two of those. You got to be thinking you're doubling that, if not a little bit more. So I can't wait to see more of Ramsey's surfing. I feel like at this stage with, you know, just under 4 minutes on the clock, he's looking really, really good right now. If we get another opportunity, I'm hoping for one more big set. I mean, Cade at the moment, he's searching for that 5.93. He's lucky for him right now, a really good position for him. He's sitting at the back with priority, so you've got to think if that set's come through, he's going to get another roll of the dice here. And 5.93 with today's conditions, I think, is very doable.
Definitely for Cade. He's had one of the strongest head on his shoulders through his junior series. If he was ever in a position as an amateur where he needed an 8, he could just do it. It didn't matter what the waves looked like. He just had so much confidence, and he'd had this energy where he could take on anything. And right now, you'd just be wondering, okay, after having such a great celebrated Challenger Series year with all of his best friends, all celebrating qualification, and now you're here in Australia where you start really feeling the cut, knowing that you want to extend your trip on the championship tour to continue to hang out with Griff and Cross and the rest of the crew. You'd wonder where that pressure would be, you know, coming from and how he's going to handle it, you know, at Bells and Margaret River.
For sure. I mean, we're coming down to that nitty-gritty sort of moment in the tour right now. We're in Australia, so we can start thinking about the cut. Margaret River obviously being that cut event. I think I've seen moments of brilliance from Kay. Obviously, we saw him smash the Challenger Series, and, you know, with that San Clemente crew, they had a really good vibe going. But I think he's just made a couple of little mistakes. Now that he's been on the World Tour, he's obviously got that crazy wipeout that he had at Pipe, or Backdoor, sorry, at the first event of the year. And then I think it was the heat against Griffin, where Cade was actually winning at sunset, and then the last dying moments of the heat actually ended up giving the wave to Griff, and Griff ended up getting that 9-point ride, that barrel to big turn combo. And I just got to think, I was just like tiny little bit of an error there where, you know, he's probably thinking about those moments now, like, just, you know, but that's, you know, it comes with being a rookie on tour, and I think he's probably learning so much, and obviously hanging out with, you know, Crosby and Griff, learning so much as well while being on here. But yeah, you got to be thinking right now, he's thinking about that cut and probably very, very hungry to stay on, because those San Clemente boys are having a good old time. I'd want to be hanging out with them if I was on tour.
Oh, definitely. They're having the best time ever. They're all there to celebrate Griffin's win in Portugal. I think Griffin's happy that his crew has just doubled, you know, and increased in size. And they spent a lot of time with guys like Jake the Snake Patterson, who's in Cade's corner, or Tommy Whitaker, Snake's best buddy, who's coaching the rest of them. It's a really cool family-type aspect happening on the road. They're not afraid to laugh. They're not afraid to have a good time, but they definitely are putting their head down for some hard work to keep the dream alive. We're entering the final minute here. Cade is the one with priority. Just had that 4.57, and then just a .23 backup. If he stays in third, he'll have to stick around till tonight to surf in the elimination round.
Almost be surfing in the dark this afternoon. I think we'll be finishing right on about almost 6:30, 7 p.m. tonight. So strap on in, folks. It's going to be a big old day today.
Massive day. And if you see our host set here by the Winky Pop Car Park, drop off some coffees, some snacks.
I'd love a coffee.
As we have 30 seconds. Cade's starting to paddle and change his position here. Thinking about putting up one last effort. It's an interesting type of venue, though. It's hard to force big scores. Like you even see with Kanoa's act where he's been ripping. Bells always leads. And the surfer's got to react with the right timing, the right turns, and Ramsey's done that the best in this first matchup of the contest. Ramsey will take the win and be reseeded into the round of 32 along with Kanoa Igarashi. And Cade Manson will be in the elimination round later on today, needing a huge result here at Bells to avoid getting cut off the tour at the halfway mark. But Ramsey looking solid, making quarterfinals in Portugal, moving up to number 16 in the world. Now he's looking at the top 10. If he can keep that back end nice and hot throughout this event. 30-minute heats all day. Scored on their top 2 with the Red Bull skis on the assist. It's going to move very quickly. Baron Mamiya is up next against Miguel Pupo and David Silva. This is how we kicked off the season. Baron Mamiya, a 10-point ride in the final with his longtime hero and friend, John Florence. Baron getting the 10, flexing in front of his friends and family. He called this day the best day of his career, winning at a wave that he loves more than anywhere else on the planet, right at home. And good thanks to Yeti, he's got a 110 Tundra filled with Yeti gear for kicking things off with our first 10-point ride on the men's side. Molly Picklum got a 10 as well. It was a sensational start to the season, Flick.
Oh, that start to the season was absolutely incredible. Yeah, absolutely. Just those 2 10s that went down. I think the real story for me was the women. The women were just absolutely incredible, and this whole year, actually, the start to the year. So, yeah, it's been a cracker of the beginning of the year.
Baron Mamiya also has the highest heat total of the season. That was actually not the final. It came in the semifinal when he beat Connor O'Leary. He had a 9.07, a 9.77, 18.84 combined total. Best heat of 2024, Baron Mamiya. He's got Miguel Pupo and David Silva in the lineup. And traveled with one of his best friends here to Bells, Makana Pang, who you guys have probably seen Makana's clips at Pipeline and all over the North Shore. Hard charging, goofy foot. That was out with Baron yesterday at Winky Pop. Both of them absolutely ripping. Baron was actually trying a couple of new boards, a Rook 15 model that the Australian Channel Islands crew made for him. And he was saying it was feeling pretty good. He wasn't sure if he was going to ride it today, but he was absolutely ripping, really lighting up the conditions at Winky yesterday.
Yeah, it's been kind of an interesting thing with Baron. I was talking to Britt during sunset, and, you know, Baron actually was surfing the same board that he was riding at Pipe at sunset, as we see Baron up and riding again.
Setting up the wrapping turn to kick things off. Nice pace on the roundhouse from Amia. And now just setting up this inside track, his second wave so far in the matchup. Nice tight arcing turn again for the Hawaiian, and he will end up kicking his way out of there on the end section. Barron's so talented, he can ride just about anything. Famous for riding small boards in his early stages of his career, and mixes it up a little bit now. This is his first wave of the matchup, came in at a 4.17.
Yeah, smaller wave here, but I kind of like this approach, because in the last heat we saw the other two guys, you know, Kanoa and Cade. Cade kind of just waiting around for a wave to happen, and that set kind of didn't eventuate. So I think smart decision by Barron to kind of get the ball rolling. He's already got a couple of smaller scores. You know, he's going to have a couple of smaller scores on the board, which are most likely going to be a backup. Now he can just sit and wait and sort of be a little bit more selective and get one of those bigger set waves here. It was sort of a slower wave. You can see that he's kind of just beautiful rail transitions here, but as he moves through to the inside, there's a lot of foam, like that whitewash on the face of this wave here. That turn there was really beautifully done. But you could kind of see here he just baubled a bit and then sort of lost interest. So I think, yeah, that was his second wave there. And yeah, a couple of smaller scores, but I think it's smart, because I think we're going to see a few long lulls today, and that is synonymous with this wave. You know, you can be sort of, you know, sort of in rhythms. You know, you got 20 minutes on, 20 minutes off, it pulses. And I think obviously the surf is going to be in tune with that today, really locking into that rhythm of the ocean.
Now he's trying to stretch this one out quickly. Miguel Pupo has a big wall, really bowling up, and there's that famous backhand float for Pupo where he could almost get inverted and get speed throughout that lip line float. Now big hack there, well-timed finishing move for the veteran.
Whoa, that was really, really well done. That first section that he hit was so hard to do. It makes it look really easy, but technically when you're on a wave, he used that as a transition move to move through to that next section. It was a hard section to hit. It was a bigger, foamier section. It wasn't actually as clean as what it looked to. Like when we have a look at this for the second time, you'll see that was a bigger section. It sort of had a little bit more lump and bump in it. As we look at this section here, you can see really lining this up here. Goes up to hit it, really floats, comes down, and that was a really, really tricky section to read. And then straight up into a foam climb, also another really hard maneuver to do. I think it's severely underrated in my books. And then finishes so strong on the inside there. Just, for me, the word that comes to mind is commitment. I mean, that was just so committed. I loved it. And for best wave of the heat so far, I mean, that right there, does it get any more critical? Coming down there, look, so much air underneath the board, regains control, and then goes straight up into a foam climb. I mean, it was really well done.
I loved that maneuver from Miguel Pupo, then into the climb.
I know, that combo right there, just so beautifully surfed, and then comes through to the inside here. Timing is perfect. He eyes up this inside section and releases the fins there. You can see that his hand almost touches the front of his board there, really to just accentuate that release of the fins. Wow, that's going to be a great score.
So impressed with Miguel Pupo. And Kaipo Guerrero, you had a great view of that big hack from the water there. What'd you see?
I'm loving what I'm seeing from the goofy foots this morning, Joe. The longer radius, you know, the slopier face out here at Bells really give, I feel, the goofy foots some advantage, because they can get more vertical like you saw with Miguel. They can pick their sections, delay that bottom turn. Classic stuff for the surfers with the right foot forward. Good on Miggy on that one.
And also that backhand float, Kaipo, to cover space. We've seen floaters where it's kind of a filler move. That one was pretty radical.
Yeah, floaters, you know, a connective maneuver, but when you do a radical floater, it's a scoring maneuver. You're kind of getting 2 for 1. You're getting the connectivity, you're getting a radical maneuver at the same time. So again, the goofy footers putting on a show so far this morning.
Good man, Kaipo. 6.67 for Miguel Pupo, and sticking with the goofy foot theme, Ramsey took out the opening heat of the day. Ramsey's already on the glass with Laura.
I'm okay.
So what'd you do to warm up? Yes, guys, down here with Ramsey, first heat of the morning, so we'll just have a bit of a chat then. But your first time surfing the Bells Bowl in your first heat, and you've taken it out. Talk us through your morning. You're not working with the coach here. How are you taking on the Bells Bowl this morning?
Well, I got here this morning. I mean, everyone was, we knew it was going to be really good, and I could just see some big lines even in the dark. And yeah, it's pumping, but it's way harder than it looks. It's kind of like, full of water and a little bit fat, but you got to find them. And I guess my first wave, yeah, they had the inside on me actually, and then they gave up and the wave came. So that was pretty lucky for me. And yeah, I tried to do my best on the first one and try to back it up, but hard to find two good waves out there.
And I'm sure you watched this contest for so many years. How incredible is it to be here, feel the energy, be walking down the stairs this morning?
Yeah, no, I've been watching this since I'm a kid. Actually, since a week I'm here. I watch YouTube. I watch Owen Wright's clip here. Every day I'm looking at Owen's clip from Bells and getting psyched. So yeah, I'm really happy we got classic Bells Bowl, I guess. And yeah, let's see. I'm stoked to make the next round, and happy to be here and enjoying Australia.
Amazing. Well, we'll see you into round 3. Congratulations, Ramsey.
Thank you, guys. Thank you. Thanks, Laura.
Thanks so much, Laura. Ramsey looking sharp. And Flick, I think it's something you hear at Bells, maybe more than any other event, where current modern-day surfers on tour are often looking at old vintage footage of their heroes, because the surfers that did well here in the past, it still would be scoring today. It's one of those waves that just doesn't get old, it doesn't get out of date. Oftentimes you'll hear Owen Wright mentioned, but also, the great Mark Occhilupo, for people just rewinding the tape on how to perform on the bowl.
For sure. Well, Bells, it caters to that traditionalist sort of style surfing, that vintage style surfing, the rail surfing, which so many people love. I love to watch it. As we look here, we've got some live action, and we've got a Goofy up and riding again.
Nice setup here for Miguel Pupo, fresh off the 667, off the bottom, squaring up, attacking it this time. Now he's got a race to set up another big whip. Knew he had to get there quickly before it got really full, but he stumbles right after that last maneuver. Checks his board, his fins, looks like they're all there, and he'll regroup. Didn't need much for the leadoff Baron, so we'll see that change with 18:20 to go.
It was a smart decision, and once again, his timing's looking really good until that last little bauble there. I just think, as we have a look at this, those takeoffs like that, they're hard to do. You made that look really easy, but they're really hard, those whitewash takeoffs. Carving maneuver there, but straight up into that second section. You can see he just cut that maneuver a little bit short because he could see that it was running off into the bowl, and beautifully timed third section. But yeah, it's going to be unfortunate that he's going to be a bit annoyed about that, I think. He probably just wanted to milk that one through to the inside, make it really cement it in the judge's mind that, hey, this is my backup wave here. Nonetheless, he's definitely going to obviously go up into that first position. He only needed a 1.07. He had 3 really well-timed maneuvers there, so definitely going up into that lead. But yeah, he's probably wishing that he didn't bauble on that last section there and just got the clean finish.
Last year, Pupo was out in the elimination round, and he's had about a handful of exits in round 2 at Bells. It's been a tricky event for him result-wise. He had 1 quarterfinal back in 2022, but you can tell he's got a great connection on this wave. He's been here a lot. The results haven't really gone his way, except for that one event where he really showed that he could be in the mix on finals day. With the wave of the stumble to follow that final turn, it's a 3-4-3. He gets the lead off Mamiya. David Silva now with priority. He's looking for the roll in with the whitewater. Section landing on his heels, but he's got, he'll just get clipped. Short ride there, and throws away priority when he doesn't have anything on the board yet.
Yeah, I think that's going to be a bit of an error. Definitely an error. We're coming down to the halfway point of this heat. And just with watching how that first heat played out with Cade, kind of, there was about 10 minutes on the clock when there wasn't a set that came through. And now with coming up to halfway in this heat, knowing that, lulls today can be up to 10 minutes, that's scary, especially when you haven't really got a score on the board, not even really a backup. So, yeah, definitely an error there. One thing, I did see David Silva get a warm-up wave yesterday when we came down here and had a look, and wow, he was looking so good. He was looking on fire. So really hope that we see another couple of sets come through. We see that rotation move through with priority. And yeah, because right now, I mean, it's looking like a hard task for David.
Oh, it certainly is. Yeah, I agree with you, though. He's so spring-loaded. He's so powerful. Really strong lower body, and he could actually belt the lip 4 times before he could even blink. He's very fast in transition. Just needs the right type of wave to show it. Here he goes again with third priority. First blast, snap to slide. Fit that in very quickly. And now just busy work on the open face. Now nice entry, mid-face bottom turn, and slaps it shut. So great job having third priority after the error, falling on his wave that he used first priority on. Recovered well.
Yeah, that was a great recovery. He knew right there that, hey, okay, there's only 15 minutes left of this heat. If I don't get a backup wave now, I could be, you know, in that same situation as Cade, looking for a set wave. So this was just really, really smart surfing. You know, a couple of errors straight up into the lip there on that first turn, really well timed. Wave gets a little bit sleepy here. It's obviously a smaller wave because he was on his way back out. But he eyes up this end section, and the timing here for the finish was impeccable. Releases the fins there on that last turn. So that was really great. A couple of errors, but recovered really well.
So David Silva dealing with the mid-season cut. He's been a journeyman on the QS. He's won major events around the world. Remember a double alley-oop wave he had in Manly during the Oz Open Series years back. But also has spent some great time on the CT, almost won an event in Mexico. Showed up on finals day and was absolutely ripping. Ended up being Jack Robinson taking the win that day, but came very close to his first CT win. Fell off tour again, back to the Challenger Series last year, so Silva has earned it year after year, trying to keep his spot on the top 34. 3.4 for the last of Silva. Now needs a 4.34 to take Barron's spot. And still 13:50 on the clock. Pupo leads at the moment as John Florence prepares for Seth Moniz and the GOAT, Kelly Slater, in heat number 3. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to Bells Beach, the Rip Curl Pro presented by Bonsoy, and right now we're going to meet the most important people at this event. It's the Bonsoy board caddies, and a veteran of the craft is Ava. G'day Ava, welcome back to Bells.
Hi.
How you going?
Good. How are you?
Fantastic. So look, being a board caddy, it's so important. I mean, you're literally carrying these weapons of mass destruction down to the water's edge for the surfers. How heavy is that responsibility for you guys?
I guess it's pretty important. They definitely need their boards if they're going to go surfing. But yeah, I thought it was pretty cool when I heard about it. I was messaging Anise and she asked if I was doing board caddying. I was like, oh, what's that?
Yeah, it sounds a little bit trippy, but then also when you get the opportunity to come down here and carry the boards of these elite athletes, it must be a pretty big stoke out.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
And all you guys are from Torquay board riders, and I know that you all shred. Do you dream of actually pulling on the Rashi here one day like India Robinson did?
Yeah. Yeah, definitely.
That's great. And whose board are you the most excited about carrying down these stairs?
Maybe like Isabella Nichols or Molly Picklum.
Molly Picklum or Isabella, what about you?
Brisa or Sophie McCulloch.
Oh, good choices, you guys. All right, well, look, we wish you all the best. I know it's a long staircase, but we back you Bonsoy frothers to get the job done.
Thank you.
No worries. Back to you guys in the booth.
Yeah, Bono, how cool is that? The Bonsoy board caddies ready for the big responsibilities. It's a rare treat to have, you know, for this event. It is a tradition for these young grommets to actually carry the backup boards for their heroes, to be that close in their space when they're focusing, to follow them down the staircase. It's a moment that they'll never forget. And India Robinson did speak to that at the press conference, how she was one of them just a couple of years ago. Now she's in the main event.
Oh, and that is an incredible story. I mean, I personally myself as well, I think back to Margaret River when I was a Grommie and I got to carry Melanie Redmond-Carr's board and Heather Clark's board, and it was like a highlight of my young life. One of the best days of my life. Got to get an autograph from Lane Beachley. Like, these events mean so much to the Grommies.
Oh, it's huge as we see a huge committed hammer from Baron Mamiya. Fell out of the sky, controlled it, and then the lip just took him down. So we'll see where the judges land with him having control on an aggressive finish. It definitely could argue for his best number because he had a bowlier section to work with, put a lot of meat into it as he chases a 5.94 for the lead here, Flick.
Yeah, a bit of a frothy takeoff here, but he was on the money. I mean, this wave was just definitely going to stand up here. Knew what he saw down the line, laid into a couple of big sections, and was that a ride out or was that not a ride out? I don't know. That's going to be definitely touch and go. He also fell on that last one as well, so borderline, it almost didn't look committed enough.
And then right there, just getting clipped. I mean, it's the Dream Tour. It's the Championship Tour. I don't feel like they're going to give it to him.
Oh, unfortunate for Barron because that was a hammer of a move right there. Just really dropped that wallet and kind of looked like it was home and hosed, and he was definitely going to ride out of this. But you could just see there was that tiny little whitewash just exploding from the right there. Hits the side of his board and taken out by that invisible ninja.
Incomplete. Oh, that's hard because he had it too. But at this level, you know, you've got to ride out with control because that's what they're doing. They're making comparisons. If he does another one where he rides away, they want to really reward the commitments and people who can ride away to show that guaranteed completion. Baron Mamiya, though, in a short period of time, 2 major championship tour wins. The first one as a wild card at Sunset. He said that was the best day of his life. Then he won Pipeline. He's like, nah, that trumped it. Pipeline, his favorite wave in the world. And kind of where his reputation began as a young kid, and everyone knew that he'd win that event one day, but to have it a final over John and when it's pumping, you know, he couldn't have scripted it any better for himself.
Honestly, I think the icing on the cake is, you know, you think of the all-time greats at Pipe, and John's name is 100% in there, and to have a final with him and to beat him out there and to get a 10, I mean, does it get any better? I really don't know. I mean, it's going to be hard to top that victory. But I mean, I can think of one event. We're sitting here right now at Bells Beach, and you know, every surfer has a list of events they want to win when they get on tour, and you know, more often than not, that Bell is very high on the list. So I'm sure that's high on Barron's list as well.
Oh, and there's been so many great performances from surfers from Hawaii that have really turned up and took apart Bells. You look at, you know, Sonny Garcia, multiple Bells trophies to his name. Shane Dorian was dangerous out here, ended up winning. Andy Irons was out of control on these walls. Those open ocean type powerful waves that they grow up on. It's really cool to see how, you know, surfers from Hawaii deal with colder conditions and wetsuits and still can take out this trophy more often than not.
So funny you mentioned the colder water and the colder wetsuits. I grew up with Alessa Quizon, and when she was on tour, she'd always make fun of, God, coming to Australia, it's so cold. I hate putting on wetsuits. This sucks. Like, it was just the funniest thing ever. She just hated surfing in a wetsuit. It was just like the most foreign thing to her. So, but yeah, I mean, they've performed well here over the years. I mean, Megan Abubo also got a win out here, rang the bell. So, I mean, they're no stranger to it.
Yeah, definitely. Traveling around the world their whole life, they've had to do it at some stage, but it's cool to see Barron in this part of his career definitely benefiting from the schedule change of pipe first, sunset second. It can, you know, he could put all the hard work into the other events on tour because he's got those on lock. Fun heat still with 6 minutes to go, Kaipo, and Miguel Pupo is still out in front.
Miguel's out in front, but I did want to get into the Hawaiian conversation in that the power out here, right? So that's why we've had so much success in the history at Bells with Hawaiian surfers. The only challenge, you talked about it, is the temperature, is the cold. But luckily, I'm in my Rip Curl Flash Bomb Fusion, so it's nice and warm out here for me, Joe. We got the Fusion seams, watertight, 96% stitch free on this suit, and I got the cozy Flash Bomb lining. So this Hawaiian is nice and cozy out here in the water, thanks to Rip Curl.
Gosh, you do look warm. That is like awesome place to be sitting, and when you're taken care of by Rip Curl, you can last for those long days doing the water reporting. Rip Curl is just the corest of core when it comes to a surf brand, the ultimate surfing company, which actually started with making surfboards with Doug Claw, Warbrick, and Brian Singer. They brought in the wetsuits the following year, and it was, the whole story was about, you know, taking what was already happening in the diving world and making more functional for surfing, you know, back in those early days. And they wanted quality control, so they did it themselves. And look where we are today in 2024. Kelly Slater,
Thank you.
the greatest of all time, and just made that Bonsoy board caddy's day. Ava holding the backup board for the GOAT. Passes Chris Gallagher there. Then to Glenn Micro Hall. They've been talking quite a bit in the lead up to this event. And all morning, almost tripped by his friend Ross Williams. And he passes his own name on the staircase. He's got the record, well, he shares it with Mark Richards and Mick Fanning with 4 bells apiece. So Kelly does have a shot at holding that record. If he could win this event, he'll get a 5th bell. 3:44 to go. We've got David Silva throwing the wrapping cutback. Needs a 4.34 to avoid the elimination round. Nice glassy open face. Quickly, a bit of a 2-for-1 as he goes under the lip to finish.
Jeez, blink and you'll miss it. Oh, that was unbelievable. The transition and just how quickly he went from that second last maneuver to the last. I mean, whoa, that was so fast. I'm super impressed by that. I was a little bit, you know, I won't say underwhelmed, but the wave was a bit small, and I was like, hey, he's looking for a 4.34 here. You know, as we review this one right now, we'll just get to see the start of this here. It's a bit of a sleepier start. And I was wondering, oh, what's he seeing down the line here? But kind of knew what he was doing and just got all this speed, went straight up into that one. Just, he cut that bottom turn short. So he didn't even allow himself to drop straight to the bottom. He just went straight back up into that last maneuver. It's super impressive as we look at this super slow-mo here. It was really, really well done, and really cat-like reflexes and really quick decision-making. You can see that was where he cut that bottom turn really short just to allow himself to get so late and so critical up into the lip there. Sort of drifted the fins on the way down too. 2 quick turns in succession. I think the wave height's probably going to let him down a little bit. Just also the beginning of that wave, just not having that critical aspect, but wow, it was great surfing.
That's right, and his team manager's paddling out next, David Silva, and on the boards from Kelly Slater Surfboards, with Trav Lee and Dylan Slater doing a great job with the program. But he's been loving these boards, getting a nice healthy quiver for Bells Beach. But yeah, those transitions are definitely what stands out for me when he performs, how quick he can get to sections. It's like the updated Travis Logie, how quick that Trav was in between turns. Silva might even be quicker as we see him chasing a 4.34. It's all about surviving the cut for Silva. That last wave, a 3.63. And it might be coming down to the wave selection again, like you mentioned, Flick.
For sure, I think, you know, if the start of that first wave would have given him a little bit more criticalness, if it had a little bit more steepness, a bit more of a bowl, I think he was definitely going to get that score. It was just the start of the wave was a little bit sleepy, it was a little bit horizontal. But yes, it's going to be tough right now. I mean, he's just got out the back. He's heard the score, 3.63 he ended up getting, and still chasing that 4.12 with only a minute on the clock, and knowing that Miguel and Barron both have priority of him, it's going to be a very, very hard ask right now for sure. I think we might see one more roll of the dice here from one of the surfers. Say Miguel's got priority. No one's going that one.
That's right. They're letting it run through. 45 seconds to go. All the pressure on Silva. Cade Madsen in the first heat was stuck in third, so Cade's already in the elimination round. Still planning on running that round later on today. Priority with Pupo, second priority with Baron Mamiya, so a tough spot for Silva to be. Needing a score, and these guys are allowed to play some defense to try to shut it down. Big heat next, John Florence, Seth Moniz, Kelly Slater. Always a big one for Kelly, and all he's given to the tour. Missed out on Portugal because he had some serious hip soreness. But now he's back to compete at Bells, where it all began for him at the CT level back in the early 90s. It will be Pupo and Barron reseeded into the round of 32, and Silva will be back later on this evening to compete in the elimination round. The 6.67 was the difference, and kind of like the first heat with Ramsey having one major score, it's kind of coming down to one banger, and been tough to find a backup in these first two heats of the day. But it has been Goofy Foot dominance, as Pupo's trying to at least match his personal best of a quarterfinal at Bells, as he wants to win this event with big backhand turns like this. John Florence, Seth Moniz, Kelly Slater in heat number 3 will bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and Vaughn Blakey for the call.
Welcome back to the show. Day one of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And we are into it, the opening round. And we have just seen an impressive performance from Miguel Pupo, getting the jump on Baron Mamiya. David Silva is going to be relegated to that elimination round. But pumping conditions here on day one as we get set for the big show. A fantastic heat here. The 11-time world champ, Kelly Slater, here at Bells Beach. Once again, he's taking on John Florence and Seth Moniz, and he throws everything at the section. Still bouncing around in the whitewater here, looking for one of those impossible Kelly Slater-like recoveries. And it did prove impossible. He didn't get back to his feet there. But we are very excited about what's coming our way here in this heat. Kelly Slater, just so many reps here at Bells Beach and looking for a 5th victory up against John Florence and Seth Moniz. Joining me in the booth, is Vaughan Blakey, former editor of the now-defunct Waves magazine. Also Surfing World magazine. Ain't That Swell podcast fame. Vaughno, so good to have you on the team.
Thanks, Rod. Yeah, good to be back. The one-star QSs that I was commentating in wave pools in Southeast Asia have obviously paid off, mate.
Mate, you took the next step. You qualified.
Yeah,
and
feels
yeah,
good.
don't worry. I've been on the regional QS myself.
Yeah, great
so
tour,
it's
by
good to
the way.
be here. But Richie Lovett joins us as well. Many years competing here at Bells. Rich, good to be back.
Great to be back, Ron. It's always a good day when you get to roll down into the Bells car park and see 6 foot, 8 foot groomed lines coming through, and what a heat we have in front of us here.
Oh, this is awesome stuff. Vaughan, for you, this must be a bit of a throwback because your first couple of years coming down here as a journalist, Kelly Slater was making his first appearances, in fact, breaking through for his first CT win.
Yep. I'm pretty fossilised coming down to see Kelly surf his first heats, but I was just a grom myself, and the excitement, the Slater mania that was going on at that time was insane, man. It was such a trippy feeling to sort of walk down the beach just then and see the 11 on the back of Slater's jersey, just about to paddle out. And might be his last Bells, who knows, but yeah, it does seem like a while ago, and far out, he's put in some memorable performances, Eddie.
For sure.
Sorry, I'm a bit puffed. I had to run up to the beach.
You need a
I'm
moment,
struggling
mate.
to take a breath.
Take a moment.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah, Rich, I mean, Kelly Slater, let's have a look at his form. It's been a tough year for him so far, results-wise. But we've seen him free surfing in the lead up to this event, and he's looked like he's clicked back into something.
Yeah, absolutely. I think just for a second, we need to really appreciate that this man is, half a century and then some. So to be out here mixing it up with the youngsters, basically, and still competing at a high level is something that is just absolutely extraordinary. He's lost nothing of that flair and form as we see him hit the lip here. Just over-rotates ever so slightly, and then for 1 second, I just thought, he's going to pull off that Slater magic somehow, cat-like, get back on his feet, but unfortunately just a little bit too much turbulence to deal with for a moment there. Looked like he stuck it, and but just got the better of him.
Well, for a moment there, pretty much there's a little shot there that looks like Kelly Slater 1994. That was his sort of go-to turn, that blowtail. It wasn't really seen a lot before he came along, so pretty cool to see Kelly still busting the fins.
Yeah, definitely. And Kelly is a competitor who's obviously surfed so many events, surfed so many heats. There's certain matchups that get his tail up, and this is one of them. This is an exceptional matchup here, Rich. This is the kind of heat that he's just going to relish.
Well, I think Kelly's probably held John and Seth in his hands as babies, Watching these guys grow up on the North Shore. Certainly we know the history of that famous final a couple of years back with Kelly and Seth at Pipeline, and obviously a lot of history as well. But yeah, Kelly's juices will really be flowing here. John's in absolute world title form at the moment, and has to be one of the favourites out here at Bells given the conditions. So Kelly will be looking to peg him back, and a win here against these two guys would be huge at this point in his career.
It's going to be tough. I think getting that early start is going to be crucial for Kelly. You'd have to say that he's probably let that go a little bit, just taking that wave in the opening stages here and not banking a number. John Florence, highest heat score average of the year so far. He's in incredible form, despite the fact he hasn't had a win yet this season. Vaughno, Kelly Slater, his heat score average, he hasn't broken double digits yet with that. So, he's going to be up against it. I think just going off what Kelly has said, manoeuvres have kind of been the challenge in his recovery from that hip surgery, but did see him drop an absolute vintage Slater carve at Kira in the free surfing in the lead up to this event.
Yeah, I mean, it's funny with Kelly, isn't it? You kind of, I don't know, he goes through these sort of peaks and troughs of popularity and peaks and troughs of what's he going to do? Is he going to stay on tour? Is he not? Personally, I just never get sick of seeing him in a Rashi. I think it's awesome for everyone that he's still competing, like Rich said. It's just extraordinary that he's at this elite level still doing it. I feel like I do understand what he's saying there. If the manoeuvres are really tricky when you get a little bit older and you're recovering from an injury especially. Oh, God knows, I can't.
Well, you can speak to this, Rich. Sorry, Bono, but you can speak to this. The hip injury which required surgery. Actually suffered that injury back in 2022 here at Bells Beach.
Yeah.
But a full labrum reconstruction, had some bone spurs taken off the femoral head. Surgery that you've been through.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Kelly was fortunate enough to not have any bone removed. It was more of a reconstruction. But Warren Kramer, Dr. Warren Kramer, who performed the surgery, dear friend of both Kelly and myself, he got in there and he said it was an absolute mess. They thought it was going to be about a 4-hour surgery. I think it took them upwards of 7 hours in the end. But they cleaned it all up, and the recovery has been good for Kelly. You know, I think he's feeling in good form again. He's feeling in good health again. We just need to see him just unlock that special thing that used to just set him apart from everyone else. And maybe Bells is where it's at. You know, this is a tricky wave. We've said it so many times. She has so many different personalities. And Kelly's dated Bells for so long. You know, so he's wined and dined her. He understands it. And that's maybe the edge that he's going to need to bring here is potentially finding those little diamonds out there.
Yep, 56 wins, 4 of them coming here at Bells Beach. Had a 10 in the final here at Bells, and kind of really reinvented the way surfers approach this wave, Vorno. That was against Mick Fanning in that amazing final.
Oh, one of the all-time great moments of this contest in the history of it, even pre-professional era when you go right back. We were having a great chat actually with some former legends at a Rip Curl celebration night just recently, but yeah, you're right, that did change everything, and we've seen so many more. As John did a massive oop out here just a couple of years ago, and as they're a real go-to after the Kellycopter. But I remember sitting next to, I think it was Matt Wilkinson when he did that, and he said, what do you reckon he'll get for that? And I was just like, oh, well, it can only be one thing really, and it was a 10, and but far out. How good was that final? Because Mick just put together probably the most perfect 3 waves you've ever seen surfed.
Oh, amazing. Yeah, only 2 surfers in the men's draw have had a 10-point ride here at Bells Beach, and they're both in the lineup at the moment. John Florence, he had a 10 in 2014, and it was in a heat, a 3-man heat against Kelly Slater and Gabriel Medina. So hopefully we see some brilliance out of these 3 competitors. John Florence mentioned his form, Rich, at the start of the heat. He has looked so good this year. Yeah, he has. And there's something about John. I feel like you know when he's in it and he's invested in the competition and the world title race. And I feel like 2024, he's in it. I was just down in the competitors area watching the warm-up. And John was serious, man. He looked like he was just man of steel, you know, going through his routine, stretching. Ross Williams was right there as well, obviously leaning into that bank of knowledge that Ross has, having competed here so many times. But he's come to play, no doubt. Yeah, he looks really focused. Of course, John, like Kelly, has had to overcome injuries the last sort of 5 years. But we haven't seen John have a crack at the Rip Curl WSL finals yet, Vaughn.
Seems wild to me that it's been that long since he's been in a fully fit world title campaign. And it must get annoying when you surf that good and you're just watching people sort of get to that finals day and you're not a part of it and you know that you're that good. Like, of course, it's going to sort of get under your skin and just make you start getting itchy for a shot at it. But I agree with Rich. I was just, John walked past us when we were on the stairs, and I felt like I had to step further away than the width of the stairs. I was like, whoa, this guy's coming steaming down here. And yeah, the intent is right there, Rich, this year, I reckon. Just a force field, an aura that you fully sense. Thick aura. But yeah, he is currently sitting in second place, equal second place with Ethan Ewing on the ratings. John Florence. And go to worldsurfleague.com and check those rankings out. They're adjusting live as these surfers progress through heats, so it's a lot of fun to watch, and also a great thing to keep an eye on as we get closer to that impending cut. As we see Slater up, taking a medium-sized ride here. Just transitioning through the first turn to set up this big flare on the tail. Whips it right around. Oh, almost loses control. Can still touch his toes. Impressive stuff. But Slater, not going to bank a huge number on that, but he has just given us so many highlight moves out here, especially in bigger conditions, Rich. Some of the bigger years that we've had here at Bells, Kelly has done, some of the best rail turns that we've seen on the tour. Yeah, and I was just thinking back to your comment, Vorno, that whole tail release era that Kelly sort of introduced and really brought into the fore here on the World Tour. As we watch the replay here, so Kelly just takes a bit of a high line track
this first section and then comes into this bowly bit here and then just hammers it, gets that tail release that we're talking about, drifts that tail all the way round, gets a little off balance as he re-engages those fins, got the thruster set up. We've seen him do quad, we've seen him do 5 fin out here even. Nice deep bottom turn, and that's a perfect setup manoeuvre here. Kelly, great arm extension. Watch how low that back knee gets, right almost touching the deck of the board. Re-engages and then shifts all that momentum back onto the front foot. Just incredible stuff. Flexibility at that age is just, you know, something that we can all aspire to.
Mate, as soon as you release the tail, you're engaging and putting weight on your hips like you cannot believe. Like you could see it there as the fins go backwards. Everything starts to push down into that swivel part of your body, and far out. He doesn't look too sore at all. He doesn't have ginger.
No, let's check in with Kaipo for a Bond University health check. Kipes, what do you got for us?
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, the health check right now is with Kelly Slater. We know he had that work on his hip, had to sit out Portugal. Looking pretty good in this heat so far. Speaking of health, John Florence this year looking healthy and fit and ready to go. When we talk about John with two world titles, question mark, could there have been more world titles for John? He's missed 24 CT events due to injury, but this year's a whole different season, and John coming into Bells healthy, surfing at a very, very high level. Could it be John's year? That's open to you guys to discuss.
Well, Kipes, you've been watching him closely. I mean, since he was a Grom, but he's in rare form at the moment. Like, really looks to be back to his best, doesn't he?
Yeah, he's comfortable. He's matured. He's got the high heat IQ. He's got the hunger. Slater on the paddle here, Ron. Here goes Kelly again.
Let's see what he can do. So, Slater, let's see if he can build here. That last turn that he threw at us was an absolute jam. If he can find a combination with a couple of those moves, he'll bank a decent number. But this wave, it's just been a little sleepy from the outset as he works it over, sticking with that white water. You can get yourself some real credit on that final section, but this wave, it just sort of laid flat the whole way through the ride. Yeah, it can be a little slopey, Bells, at times, and that's one of the hard things to figure out as a surfer. You're looking at it, you're sort of mind surfing in the lead up, and you're going, I'm going to do my maneuvers there, but when you're actually riding the wave and it is slopey like that, it's incredibly hard to go top to bottom. And that's where you were talking about that big open face carve that Kelly has leaned into for so many years now, and we've seen Ethan Ewing do it. John's another one who just has that in the wheelhouse and can draw on it at any time. So much power, and it's a really functional manoeuvre, and the judges eat it up. Slater on the back of the Red Bull ski. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Laura Enova.
Miggy, welcome back to Bells. Everyone has a different way of warming up, getting ready for the event. You surfed for 7 hours yesterday. How are you feeling?
I feel tired, you know, but I had a nice warm bath before going to sleep, so I feel fresh right now. And I was just stoked to see the waves, and I wish I could get more waves in my heat, but it was a lot of wash through, so I was waiting for one of those steep inside ones, but I got just one, and it was enough. Yeah.
Yeah, that first wave, talk us through the start of that heat and picking off the best wave of the heat there that got you through.
Actually, we were pushing each other deep, so I was like the deepest guy, so I was afraid of missing out the first few sets, and I think Baron got the first one, and I guess it wasn't a good wave, and I had to capitalize on that, and I did in the first wave, so I was happy with that for sure.
Amazing. We know you love Bells Beach. Your daughter always, her birthday this time of year. How good is it to be back?
Yeah, it's funny because all my 3 daughters, their birthdays on this event, so it's funny. I just missed out the first one on the 23, and the third is going to be my mid one, and then on the 11, my oldest. So yeah, it's a funny event. I wish I was home, but at the same time, I'm happy to be here competing and doing what I love. Yeah.
Amazing. Well, see you into the next round.
Yeah, thank you. Freezing.
Let's go get you some nachos.
Yeah, for sure.
Warm bath, maybe.
Thank you, Laura. Miguel Pupo, and you can see how happy he is. This is obviously a key event for those surfers who are hanging around that cut line. And even a first round win can help relieve some pressure and really push it back on the surfers who haven't hit the lineup in this opening round just yet. During the interview, we saw John Florence get into the mix, Rich. And it was a good one, Ron. Loved it. Smart. With only 12 minutes to go, he really needed to capitalise on the opportunity, and certainly did.
That big open face wrap, that power carve that we've been so used to seeing from John over the last couple of years. He just put it on show here. This one stood up, out the back. Beautiful carve off the opening manoeuvre there. Timing, so important. Can't stress that enough here at Bells. John gets the big roundhouse cutback. He gets to this section, up and through it, drives off the bottom again. Another roping turn, just cutting that wave in half, and then does a little work through this inside section and doesn't quite convert on the last turn, but some really aggressive carves on the outside, and that's where all the points will be banked.
Yeah, it turns into 6.67, and you'd think he's probably left maybe a point out there without the finish. But Vaughan, this first term, he just got the quill out and just drew this beautiful big line, didn't he?
Oh, just the feelings you get when you see this guy take off and engage the rail. It like all of a sudden, you know, the pure surfer in you just starts to get excited. You're like, wow, this is just such epic surfing. Look at this. Off the bottom and just full extension, drives through it. Ah, thing of magnificent beauty.
What's it feel like, Rich?
Honestly, that feeling of carving and holding a rail, to me, almost is equal with, you know, getting a tube or, you know, doing a nice air. But for me, the rail game, I can't help but move with him in my chair as he's going through the motions here. This one was a bit more spectacular as he hit the lip, harder to control. He sort of disconnected there, but perfectly came down, re-engaged that inside rail, but so balanced. Look at the arm movement. Just brings that back arm around, helps that pendulum swing, brings the board around under him again. This is just a thing of beauty to watch.
Well, we've got 10 minutes remaining in this heat. We're yet to see the Hawaiian Seth Moniz take his first ride. More action coming your way. Day one of the event window here at the 61st running of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, and Seth Moniz coming to life here on a good-sized wave. Big hit in the pocket there as he flexes on the tail. And now going to some carving turns, mixing things up. Wants to really show that full repertoire, show the flow, and a nice little layback jam to finish. Right behind him, we've got Kelly Slater up. Beautiful looking wall to work with. Banks on the rail off the bottom. Little sticky on the top here, but he'll drop into the bowl now and see what kind of work he can get done. Oh, and rips one under the lip. So a nice exchange there, and good to see Seth get in on the mix. Kalani puts her hands together. And loving her time just watching this one unfold, because Kelly is currently sitting in second position with a decent number on the way. Seth getting in the mix too. Let's have a look at some replays. Vaughan, the young Hawaiian, getting started here.
Yeah, well, he waited and waited, and he got rewarded. This is a nice tall wave for Seth, one of the biggest sets we've seen in this heat so far, and unfortunately it didn't really get very steep for him, so there was lots of cutbacks. He came through onto the inside, big end section, and he gets a pretty decent snap in, but never really got to unleash the full fireworks on that one.
came through at a 5-point ride for Seth. And Slater, he's just dropped his best number on this one, Rich.
Yeah, nice big wrapping calves to start things off for Kelly. You can see just not 100% sure-footed at this moment, but nice hack under the lip there, drives that long bottom turn. Again, that big slopey face. So Kelly just has to do a little mid-face work, but really all the points coming at this final moment here. And on a day like today, it really have to pick that moment and capitalise on those sections when they do stand up. This is John.
Well, Slater dropped a 5.57. Florence had a 6.67. Looking for his backup number now. This wave's starting to steepen. He's been super patient so far in this heat with his options to attack the sections. You can see he's just waiting for this wave to steepen down the line. It's not really working out for him at this stage, but he'll stick with it, knowing that with the strongest number of the heat so far, even a minor backup score can help strengthen his position here as he drives through to the inside. Now starts to accelerate, hangs on for the finish here. 5.5 minutes to go. And a nice little golf clap there from Ross Williams.
Yeah, well, he knows that the conversion of that backup ride was incredibly important. He needed to stick that final manoeuvre, and that's going to put pressure on both Seth and Kelly at this point.
Yeah, John's just looked really patient in those in-between moments. Kelly, when the wave steepens, is looking on, but in just linking the flatter sections together, Kelly's had a couple of little trip-ups that he'll want to clean up. But Florence, I think he didn't do much at the start of this ride, Vaughan, but knew that he really didn't need to do a whole lot to back this strong 6.67 up.
Yeah, and like you said, Ron, just a pretty good tactic to get it all the way through and just make sure there was going to be some points on it. I often wonder, you know, when you get these waves to just fatten out, the temptation to just get off it must be so massive. But you get a good little finish on it, and you're going to have a backup score, and that just applies more pressure. Rich, I'd love to know from you, you know, if you pick a dud out here, like, how tempting is it to just pull the ripcord and get the heck out of it?
Yeah, it's a calculated risk, really, because you have to sort of weigh up, do I go to the end, do I try and bank those points, get the ski back out, which is probably a more efficient way of getting out the back, rather than pull off and do the paddle and try and battle for priority in the lineup. So I think John did the right thing, made the right choice. In finishing that wave. We do know that he's actually riding that Pizel Ghost model, the 6.2 that he won here. Exactly the same model that he won here a couple of years ago. So he'll have good memories of that. That board is just so reliable for him in these type of conditions especially. It's what we've seen him just take apart the Margaret River break as well. But certainly working here at the Bells Bowl.
4.17 for that last wave. So the decision to take it through to the inside and bookend the ride nicely with that finishing turn has worked in his favour. Kelly Slater in second spot at the moment. Seth well within striking distance of both second place and the lead at this point in time, only after a 3.58 to get ahead of Kelly. But great water patrol team down here at Bells Beach always. And on the reins of the Steel Pony, making their way back to the takeoff there with John Florence was Dan Ross, a former CT surfer who's living down here these days, and whenever Bells shows its true face, Dan Ross is there to lay some serious rail. But yeah, great to have him involved in the team this year. Just under 3 minutes to go here. What a treat to be able to come here and watch Kelly Slater again perform his 27th Bells. Rip Curl celebrating 50 years. Sponsoring the event here at Bells Beach. Kelly Slater's been here for more than half of them. Amazing.
Yeah, it's kind of the birth of the professional era in Australia. A lot of sort of amateur events all run by the local administration at the time. And, you know, I think it was George Downing and Claw got together for a meeting in Hawaii. Claw got home and went, we're doing it. We're going to put some prize money into this thing. We're going to slap Rip Curl on it. It all came together, and all of a sudden, you know, you had the world's best surfers coming from all over for that huge prize purse of $3,000 at the time. But, you know, that was big money, of course. And you had all the, you know, crew coming down from Queensland. And it started what the Rip Curl Pro is today. That was really the birthplace of it. And it's just so sick. I think Brian Singer mentioned the other day, Ron, that they were only going to sponsor it for 3 years. And here we are 50 years later. So an amazing legacy from the event.
Most definitely. Yeah, only 2 events on the championship tour schedule that adopted the tour. not the other way around. So that's a pretty cool pipe, of course. And this one, the Easter Classic. Now the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Slater up, trying to get rid of a 3 here. Only needs a 5.28 to get himself into the lead. Great rail work, good speed to get started. And he looks more alive on this ride. And with a big finish, could certainly turn in the number he needs to get to the #1 position. Nice floating re-entry there. And Slater looking a lot more sure-footed there. You got to think too, Rich, you know, with a couple of trips here and there, I'm sure there's nerves for Kelly. He wants to put in a good show. He wants to bag a big result here.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, you know, Kelly would be thinking about his performances over the last couple of years, and he would know that it hasn't been up to scratch for his standards. A smart decision to take this wave. You could see this one hitting the bowl, and as it stands up, Kelly, big roundhouse cutback to start things off, and another one. You can see there's more intent with this wave. There's a bit more energy into the effort. Again, beautiful roundhouse, Vorno.
I just love the fact that he sort of moved away from coming deep around the foam ball and up into the lip and punching through it, those tail slides, and went more to the rail, sort of took it a little bit further into the bowl, started leaning on that rail, and that turns just looked dynamic. He looked more in sync with the wave, and yeah, just watching, you know, big sheets of spray fly off his rails. That's the Slater I like to watch.
Yeah, 20 seconds to go here, and Kelly's going to drop a good score. Might even get himself into the #1 position. He does, a 6.1. So with just over 10 seconds to go, Slater might be getting his first big heat win of the year. Solid stuff, and the crowd loves it. He's still the Pied Piper, and it doesn't matter who he's up against. One of the current title contenders. When Slater's in a heat, people turn up to the beach, they follow him down those stairs, and that was a solid performance, and he really did piece it together on that final ride. Rich is here wiping tears out of his eyes.
Well, it's pretty special. You know, we haven't seen Kelly get too many heat wins in the last you know, little period, so it's great to see him get the win. This is a huge thing for his confidence. You know, Kelly's always got different boards in his car. Everyone's wondering what he's going to do. He keeps us all guessing. Smart competing there. He didn't oversurf that wave. He upped the ante a little bit and then got it done.
Really solid stuff. Cleaned it up on the final ride. We're going to take a quick break here, and we've got another big clash for you here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach right after this. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Surf Coast Shire. Head to surfcoastevents.com.au to find out what's on. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. And by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia. Welcome back to the show. Ronnie, Richie and Vaughn here as we dive into Heat 4. the opening round here on day one of the competition, the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Another great lineup as we see Jack Robinson hitting the lineup here in the red jersey, well situated on the rankings at the moment in 4th position. Rio Waida, he is going to be out there in the blue jersey, the first Indonesian to qualify for the championship tour. And the return of Morgan Sibley, getting the call up to compete in the event with Zhao Chianca still recovering from his injury. Sending all our best to Zhao. But Morgan Sibley, a real danger man in this contest. He's all teeth, and when they're on show and he's got that confidence rolling, he can really take down some big names, Vaughan.
Oh, I totally agree. The best Morgie is when he's cocky, when he's flexing, when he's got a bit about him. He gets out there, and, you know, that year that he just blitzed was all about the front. Like, he was walking down the beach. He didn't care who he had to surf against. He couldn't believe he was there, and he just went so mad. He was an instant cult favourite with surfers, not just in Australia, but all over the world. And this is the Morgs I want to see out here at Bells today.
Yeah. And he was already a cult hit after he featured in the movie that you directed, Postcards from Morgs.
Yeah, we had a great time hanging out with Morgs. It was classic because he was still such an unknown quantity. You know, he had qualified for the CT, and no one even knew really how to pronounce his last name at that stage. And next thing you know, he's turning up on this search trip. And yeah, the idea was to sort of get to know him a little bit. And no joke, mate, he was hilarious. He's just such a character, and really shown through in that film. But the thing that I loved more than anything was just how hard he went at the lip. Like, he's really from an old school sort of 90s mentality. And I think you'd recall Potts telling a yarn about the first compliment he ever gave Kelly Slater, or Kelly tells the story maybe, where he goes, you know what I like about you? You whack the lip. And whacking the lip was this huge, I don't know, massive compliment from your peers at that stage when power surfing was, you know, right at the fore. So Morgie got the big tick of approval from a lot of old school crew.
Yeah, absolutely. That crazy run that he went on, you know, it was really unrestricted, wasn't he? He had no pressure on him. He was surfing just pressure free, and well, he took down so many big names and upset the whole tour at that point.
And got a shot at the WSL finals, finished 5th in the world. John Florence, he is going to skip that elimination round. He looks strong.
That was a difficult heat. It was inconsistent, not many sets, and I don't think John really made too many mistakes, really. He'd be coming in going, I'm not too sure what happened.
Was there a couple good ones in this? Really good. Yeah,
they're just so far out.
They're so far out. I got impatient in the end.
No, you did the right thing.
Yeah. I was like, took off on that wave and right off the bottom. I was like, oh.
I know.
There's no wall.
But it made the difference. I think it solidified your bounce.
Yeah.
Ross Williams there just validating John's decision-making in the later stages of the heat. And, yeah, it was, you know, the right move to back up that score and not wait too long. Yes, he could have bettered his position, but there would have been a bit of pressure that came with executing had he not taken that backup number. Interesting to note, though, Kelly Slater, busy at the start of the heat, didn't get too concerned about that priority, and in the end, the rhythm worked in his favour. And I think with the repetitions, it really worked in Kelly's favour. He ironed things out. His approach got smoother with each ride.
He built through it, didn't he?
What about this guy, Jack Robinson? He has been on fire. 6 career CT wins. It's pretty remarkable when you think about it. Kaipo touched on it before. John Florence, you know, has missed a lot of events due to injury, but Jack's only been on tour 4 years, and he has already had 6 wins. He's, you know, really chasing John down for CT victories here, and he's won at some of the favoured stops on the championship tour. We'll see how he goes here at Bells Beach. How do you like his chances, Rich?
I like them a lot, actually. We were talking about it last night at dinner. There's an unpredictability, a rawness to Jack's style of surfing. He's competent, certainly in the bigger stuff. He's done a lot of work in the smaller conditions, and I don't think there's any chinks in his armour anymore. You know, he's a threat in any type of conditions. When it gets big and hollow, I'd say he goes straight to the top of the pack, along with John and a few others, where he becomes a real favourite. I've heard through the rumour mill, though, he's not 100%. Might be a little bit suffering a flu or a bit of a cold, so let's see how he performs.
Yeah, it'll be interesting. But, Vaughan, what
Good question. We call him the Vortex Shaman because he has an understanding of just heavy water that few others do. I feel like he actually does sort of meditate and go to other places when he's in big, thumping, heavy cones. And but yeah, as Rich touched on, his whole approach is about being as good as he can be, not just as a surfer, but as a competitor. And we've seen that, come to light many times over the past few years. Had an interview with him earlier on this year, and we were talking about it, and he goes, I just love being backed into a corner. He loves it. He thrives on the challenge of, dying heats in the dying seconds and needing a big score and needing a big performance. And what he's got, which he can really lean on because he backs himself so hard, is that X factor. So we saw it at Margaret's against John, I think, was that the final, where he just throws this gigantic air to win the comp. And so he will just go, I will do whatever it takes to get it done. And you know that he backs himself.
Great dinner last night, by the way.
Nice.
Fantastic restaurants around the area. Victoria's got it all. But we were talking a lot about the competitors on the tour and what we like as spectators. And we touched on that one thing, conviction. And Jack Robinson just has it in spades. There's no one on tour he doesn't believe he can beat, even when they're at their best. And that's a rare quality, and it doesn't feel like he's just saying it for the benefit of the audience. He truly believes it. And I don't think everyone on tour does.
Yeah, that's a fair call for sure.
Yeah, look, I can only talk for a bit of experience here. I was scared stiff of my other competitors. There was only, a few on tour where I'd paddle out and I'd go, yeah, I've got this. And a lot of the time when I was competing against the more favoured surfers or the higher rated guys, I was sort of beaten before I even went out there. And I think that's a real knife in your confidence and your. Jack clearly doesn't have the issue that I had. He knows that he can win any heat, as does that man. He's done it for so many years on the tour where he knew he was going to win every single heat that he paddled out in.
Okay. How painful is it sitting there for so long? Oh, man. I couldn't believe it. Like 10 minutes, are you kidding me? At 15, I was like, okay, now they'll move in and just try to get something started. But then sets kind of started coming. And then that one set, my second wave, I just kind of went, I'll just get one and see if I can get a score. And you guys got cleaned, huh? Or did it go wide? No, yeah. There's one big set. I was inside. It was just kind of like a burger. Oh, there was like, but I think there was like 5 waves in it that were like big ones. We started like 8 minute mark. Yeah. Beginning of the heat, like after my first wave. Yeah, we got caught. Yeah, all got caught. I don't know if any of those are any good. There's a couple in the on the wide part. They looked okay, but they were so wide, like they were like over there. Now we got caught. Yeah. All right. Good luck later, bud. Yeah. Thanks, man. See? I know. Popping out. Thanks, man. Thanks.
They got a lot to celebrate at the moment. Kelly and Kalani, big congratulations to them. Expecting, and Kelly also expecting a place in that third round now with a really solid performance in that opening heat. Had a bit of everything, didn't he? A couple of big, deep bottom turns to a vertical approach, some nice open face carves. Right now, though, we are seeing Morgan up. Let's see what he can throw at these full-time campaigners on the CT. Beautiful carve. Has spent a lot of time down here. A Rip Curl team rider with a whole lot of CT experience. And he's going to be campaigning on the Challenger Series again this year as he works this one over. Just looking for extras now. What kind of finish can he put on this ride? Oh, just got a little ugly there, a few bumps. But Morgan's been so close to getting himself back onto the CT the past 2 seasons. Last year finished 16th. The year before that, 12th place, just 2 spots off. It's probably a couple of heat wins. So we'll be watching him closely as he attacks the Challenger Series this year. But that was a decent ride. But on the outside, some bigger wall here for Jack Robinson to work with. Nice carve to get started. In transition now, just waiting for the wall to steepen up again. Here it comes, and he'll start to accelerate through the lip here and gets a solid finish. So a good start here for Jack with 17.5 minutes remaining.
Yeah, 2 good rides there. And I think the word is patience. Both of those surfers just timing those sections to perfection. We talked about that tricky bowl section as it comes off the reef. You got to hit it.
Yeah, you got to hit it bang on. You heard Ramsey saying it this morning in the first heat. He was like, it looks like it's pumping. You walk down the hill, you're so frothing, then you take off, and you've got a bottom turn for like an extra 2 seconds sometimes. He was just like, I was just coming off the bottom. I had to really draw out that turn, and then you only get that one little section where the lip kicks up. On that particular wave, those insiders, sometimes they'll give you 1 or 2. But he, you know, on that occasion, you saw Morg sort of unleash a couple and then get stuck on a couple.
Yeah, well, Rich touched on it earlier. It's got many different faces, plenty of characteristics out there. The best at Bells Beach have always had amazing management of speed and power off the bottom and the ability to hang on a long bottom turn and size up each section. And when the wave's not presenting these steep parts of the wall, then they do a mid-face bottom turn almost and reef the calves through, as Morgan has a couple of times on this ride.
Epic combo to get going, and that angle really showed you just how committed to the rail Morgs was. High speed too. I really love that Morgs was really pushing through the rail, through the turn, and it sort of, yeah, flattened out a little bit, as you say, Ron. A little bit of shatter on the face there that sort of prevented a clean finish. But these first 2 turns are so crispy.
Oh, just so critical as he hits that top section of the wave.
Oh, that's nice.
I feel like he's on a slightly longer board than normal, and I think it's served him well out here. Helps to hold that rail line a little bit longer. And again, that upper and lower body moving in unison there. Gets nice and low in that transition, gets the board back under his feet. Jack also had a beautiful wave stand up in front of him. Nice carve to start things off, wraps it back around. There's that patience, just stands there waiting for the wave to bowl up again. And at this point, the wave has just come off that bowl section of the reef. There's a little sleepy section through here. Now it hits the inside. Critical moment here. Jack just gets a little weightless off that final hit, and great completion.
Yeah, solid stuff. Back to live action now. Let's see what Rio can do. Nice little hook off the top. Again, attacking it. Not going for the full-length steamer, just liking some freedom out here. The water not too cold down here at the moment. And Rio, a couple of nice turns on the outside. No massive numbers locked in for his rivals just yet. Just a couple of 5-point rides. And Rio gets a solid finish there, which will see him match his opponents and get himself right in this heat. It's going to be a close one.
Yeah, this is going to be a great heat. All surfers dropping what we think is going to be a mid-range score. We've got a 5-5 for Jack and a flat 5 for Morgan. I feel like Rio's is going to be right there as well. Great variety of manoeuvres on that wave.
Yeah, maybe even a little bit more flair on that end section. We'll see if he turns in a better score. But right now, we want to hear from the GOAT. He's with Laura.
Yes, guys. Fixing Kelly's hair down here. First event back here, sorry. Not first event back here, but first heat of the morning, heat of the event.
Yep.
Wow, getting your first heat win of the year.
Yeah.
Coming back, we missed you at Portugal, but wow, you're really turning it on here this morning. Talk us through that magic board.
Feeling pretty good. A little time off for me, and I actually worked on boards, and this is the board I was kind of working on. It's the same one I wrote at Kira. You might have seen a couple waves I got.
Yeah.
We were talking about that before, but it's a Mike Wu design, and my buddy Trinko in Hawaii finished it off for me, and then Steve Eichner glassed it up in a couple days for me. So just last second I was able to get him before flying to Australia, and it feels good. Pretty good start. You know, I started deeper than than John and Seth, and kind of played that game. And I was hoping maybe a deep one off Rincon would line up because there's some west in the swell. And I did get the first wave. It didn't really weigh into the scores, but it put me in the right sort of flow, right sync to get the good waves. And yeah.
Amazing, and you have just announced that you guys are expecting some amazing news. How's that feeling? Obviously, you guys have kept that hidden for quite some time.
Yeah.
But amazing to hear. We're all so absolutely stoked for you guys.
Yeah. I'm super happy. Having my second child, Kalani's first, obviously. Having a little boy, and this summer, well, winter, Australia. And I think we're going to have him in Hawaii, and really looking forward to it. And we've been super excited. It's been really fun. It was fun to keep it a secret from everybody for a long time. Even we kept it secret from family for months, and then one by one we're telling friends and kind of filming their reactions and stuff. And it's just been a fun time.
Wow, and you know, back here in Bells Beach, you absolutely love this place. 27th event, you got 4 bells. How good would it be to just bring in another bell?
Yeah, 30 years since my first win here.
Wow.
32 years since my first event here. My first heat I ever had here was with Tom Curran and Todd Holland, and we were surfing high tide rink on like 1 foot. And it's good to be back. You know, it would be, you know, a real dream for me to bookend it and try to win here again 30 years later. But for now, I'm just trying to enjoy the event, enjoy the people, and the family. I stay with Alan Green, who started Quicksilver, and his wife Barb. We've been staying with them. I've been staying with them now since '96. And good vibes down here, you know. We have dinners at home with the family, and I got a dog there and everything. So, no, but fun. Good way to start the day. Just get the jitters out. And, you know, I don't always win heats, but when I do, I try to beat John.
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. That was a stacked first heat. Go enjoy the rest of the day and enjoy this amazing time in your life.
All right. Thanks, guys.
One more, Kelly.
Kelly Slater just seems super cool and relaxed. And you heard him say that he had to get the jitters out. Well, he certainly did it on that last wave, and that board is looking sharp. So it's going to be fun to watch him compete once again here at Bells, Rich.
Oh, it's special. And, you know, he was talking about bookends. So is that a little insight into maybe not coming back to Bells again? We don't know. He'll keep us guessing. But, yeah, you know, again, let's appreciate the fact that the GOAT is here, and let's lap it up.
Also, Vaughan, just interesting to hear him break down heats, just how much data is in that melon. It's unbelievable.
It was funny when he got the hustle on in the start of that heat. I was like, wow, look at him go. He's just hunting around for everything. It's worked for him. A final against Bede Durbidge where he was just going from the bowl over to Rincon, then back, and he stole a win famously. I think that was 2008. And then it worked against him where he had that final against Mick, and he put together a video part when you look at all the waves put together, but Mick just had the 2 waves that mattered. So, yeah, the hustle working for Kelly on this occasion, and I think he really did build into some really good momentum. And I did like when he sort of went back out just slightly further out into the pocket and just got that rail work, and you could see the full power of Kelly on show.
You sure could. Well, we've got 10 minutes remaining here at the moment. Morgan Siblick has the lead over Rio Waida and Jack Robinson. Day 1 of the event window, and we are a go here as Ethan Ewing makes his way down the steps. He's coming up in the next heat, looking to go back-to-back here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And he passes all those incredible names on the list, including his mum, Helen Lambert. And this event, we heard Joe Tapel say it on the morning show this morning after talking to Ethan at the press conference. This is the event that matters.
No use in sitting too deep in what we talked about.
To Ethan, this is the one that he wants to win. And he's done it once already, as we see on the outside. Morgan looking to get rid of a 5 here. He's had some good moments already in this heat. Some big turns, and there's another one. Hammers the section. Will he dump the 5 and increase his lead here, Rich?
I think he might. 3 big turns on that substantial set wave. And I think we're going to see a fairly decent number. A couple of critical moments on that wave. He looks good, doesn't he? His timing looks perfect.
He looks unreal. He's got plenty of mongrel as he's flying off the bottom. He's in attack mode, and Jack Robinson on the wave behind. Big open face calves. He just looks so classy, doesn't he? He does unrushed. And he, oh my goodness, missed that one. Big Larry into the bowl end section. And a nice finish.
Yeah, he liked the feel of it too.
I did. Yeah, I think he liked it. I liked it. Did you guys like it?
Sure
I
did.
loved it. Rio's out there just wanting the situation. He's going to have to wait a sec. Still got scores coming through for Morgan and Jack here. Rio Aida, Rich, he's just such a talent. He's had some big moments. He's going to be representing Indonesia again at the Olympics this year, but he wants to maintain his place at the moment in the top 22, sitting in 21st position, equal 21st position on the ratings at the moment. This is a big heat for him.
Yeah, this is a huge event for him, and we'll just get back to that in a sec. Here goes Morgan. So gets around this first section, and just watch how he cut that one a little short because he had to get around this huge section, drives around it. Big wrapping cut back, and then the wave stood up again. Morgs just does that big layback hammer. Perfect timing there. And you can just tell by the body language, he likes it as well. Similar wave here for Jack.
Yeah, such a nice carve. Again, just cuts it short a little bit, doesn't engage all the way back into the whitewash, but backs it up with another smooth turn. And then this thing, just a huge Larry under the lip. And he just looks composed. And the other thing is about Jack, you know, he matches the energy ocean every time. If it's small and twitchy, he'll fire up into that mode. When he's got a bit more wall to work with, he's just in a perfect tempo here.
Oh, this final manoeuvre here, you can see just leaning back. That back arm acts as a pivot point. Jack just all pressure on the back foot there. Now he, moves everything forward, accelerates out of that section. But you sort of looking at the replay, comparing the two, I feel like Jack's opening carve was maybe a little bit more on rail, a little bit deeper.
Oh, this will be good. This will be good. Both these guys love getting in a little bit of a tussle here, but Jack, well, what's happened here? They've taken the.
Well, Morgan got second.
There you go.
Morgan got it, and as is often the case in those paddle battles, once the exchange is played out, it'll often go to the surfer who was on that first ride. They were shoulder to shoulder there. It's like a pug and a French bulldog going at it.
Good scores.
6.1 there for Morgan Siblick. Jack Robinson, 6.83, just edging ahead. Look at the numbers, are so close for these competitors, but it's Rio who's got work to do, and he's also got that pressure of sitting at the back end of the ratings at the moment, looking to maintain a position in that top 22. And, you know, even though, you know, no one's going to lose in this opening round, you can avoid the elimination round, take a lot of pressure off yourself, and just get the edge. Transfer that pressure on to those surfers who are below that cut line at the moment.
It's a really good feeling getting that first heat win. You get to skip that round and instantly it sort of gets the momentum of your event up and running. Transfers good energy, you start building your confidence. And we were talking about Jack and his moments, you know, critical situations and pressure moments. Well, it's shifted onto Rio right now. Let's see if the young Indonesian can perform with 3.5 minutes to go. Looks like he's going to have a multitude of waves to choose from here. And needing that score. I think the judges have got this spot on at the moment. That last exchange, the 6.83 for Jack and the 6.1, that spread perfect, I think. Jack's wave was just a little bit better than Morgan's.
Well, here we go on the outside, having a look at it, but we'll have to surrender that to the surfer with priority. Rio opting for this one. He's got to make up some ground here. Really flares out of the lip there, finds the open face. Cutting back now. He is after a 5.67, and he's going to have to surf out of his skin here. You've got to look at the size of this wave and compare it to what Jack and Morgan had on that last exchange. Really clean surfing. I just wonder if there's enough size in that wave.
No, there wasn't enough done out on the back section. I just feel like he lacked that big open face carve, that big initial section to hit, put some points on the board. Big set starting to roll through the lineup.
Well, it was the big sell too from the current front runners. Morgan and Jack both just went, okay, we're looking at this one. It was a medium-sized wave. And when you take those ones, Vaughan, you have to just surf outside of yourself. You've got to really throw everything at it. First term was pretty solid.
Oh, it was sick, but even still, you know, going through the lip here is so high risk. And if you're not throwing big plumes of spray, like Occy when he hits the lip, for example, which very few people do, but that's the example of someone who can push their board vertically up through the lip, throw a huge rooster tail. And often, you know, if you attack it, even though it's so tricky and treacherous and high risk, it doesn't look that great sometimes. You don't get that big moment where you're just blown off your feet, and it can look a little sticky. Like Kelly at the start of his heat had a similar thing going on, big blowtails, but just looked a bit sort of stuck and out of rhythm with it. And then, you know, I don't know, it sort of just looked a little bit like that with Rio's wave then.
Yeah, it's the difference between sort of climbing up and drifting with the lip and coming down, or just totally severing it into pieces.
That's right, yeah.
And, you know, one looks really good and banks points, and the other one, the judges kind of go, yeah, not so good.
Yeah, at a 4.17, so the requirement remains the same for Rio. He's after a 5.67, and it's a stressful one. Kaipo's out there watching this one play out. Kaipo, Rio just sold on that last wave.
Yeah, I mean, well, there's a contrast going on right now, right? You have the patient surfing in the broad canvas with Morgan Siblick as well as Jack Robinson. Real surfing looking a bit more rushed, you know, and fanatic when he's on the wave. And so there's a certain pace I feel out here, and I feel that you want to be patient in your turn placement and really kind of draw things out. So there is a contrast between real surfing and that we are seeing from Morgan Siblick as well as Jack Robinson.
Still 30 seconds to go here. How do you like Morgan's chances in causing some upsets through this draw, Kipes?
This wave fits his style, right, Ron? I think Morgan Siblick coming in here, pressure-free, already has that CT experience, and the fundamentals that really help Morgan, you know, ascend to number 5 in the world on his rookie year. That fundamental surfing is really what's on the menu for success here at Bells.
Yeah, well, I think too, his back end is what got him his big results in 2021 on his run to that 5th place finish. But he's from Merriweather, also spends a lot of time up at Angari, 2 great right-handers. Merriweather can have, you know, similar conditions to this at times, and he's just read it beautifully here for a 2nd place finish, but taking out the heat. And if he is a little under the weather, Rich, you wouldn't have picked it with that performance. Jack Robinson strong.
Yeah, he looked really strong on the wave, and you know, that's the power of someone with that experience and that shaman type effect where he can just block everything out. They always say beware the wounded athlete, and you know, can sometimes just focus your energy into exactly what you need to do. There's Leandro and Matty Bemrose in the corner of Jack Robinson.
We're going to take a quick break here. We got more coming your way from the opening day competition here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy.
Opening day continues here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Jack Robinson getting the win, 12.33 combined total. And Morgan Siblick was competitive, was exciting. 12-point plus total as well to take the top 2 spots into the round of 32. Remember, these results in the opening round are incentive-based. If you're getting wins, you can move up in your seeding bracket. Morgan Siblick, being a low seed, will be happy to skip the elimination round. And Jack looking like another great season already, winning at Sunset Beach, putting himself in a great position in the final 5.
I know.
And already enjoying the fans here on the beach after a successful heat victory. Remember, he's had some tough ones here at Bells. The injury was the hardest to watch in recent memories because he was in yellow at the time and that sidelined him. Injuries kept coming his way. But this is a new Jack Robinson, a dad nowadays, and ready for battle in the round of 32. Brand new heat getting started. Ethan Ewing looking to go back-to-back this year with his Bells trophies, taking on Matthew McGillivray from South Africa, and a wild card named George Pitar, representing Australia and Manly Beach, and excited to be in a big CT event here at stop number 4 of the season. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier for the call. Ethan Ewing's really been the focus this season for a true shot for Australia to bring home a world title. You put him in conditions like this at Bells, man, is he going to be hard to beat?
Oh, incredibly hard. I think for me, I think about Bells Beach and sort of that type of surfing that suits here. And I mean, Ethan Ewing goes hand in hand. He's just got that real traditionalist sort of style. His rail game is on point. We saw it in finals last year in September, just the variety he's able to get out of his carving maneuvers. I honestly think today, when it's so groomed, it's so perfect, it's in the bowl, it's going to be a hard task for these 2 other surfers.
And you look at Matthew McGillivray, raised at Jeffreys Bay, one of the best right-handers on the planet. He's proved that he's got depth, though, in big hollow conditions. Even going backside is a serious weapon for him. But when you look at the calendar of the CT events on tour, you'd pick Bells to be a strength for Matty.
For sure. I mean, obviously coming from another right-hand point break, spending a lot of time on waves like this, and surfing a point break, it's a different style of surfing. It's a different pace to your surfing. You've got to have a really good read on the wave, and you've got to know when to actually just wait for the wave, because I feel like sometimes you come here and you see a lot of surfers sort of over surfing it, or people that haven't come from those sort of point breaks, and it sort of feels like they're forcing turns. So you've got to think that Matty's going to have a good connection to this wave, obviously coming from J-Bay, but yeah, we know that he loves a bit of adrenaline, Matt, as we know. Loves a bit of cliff diving, a bit of skydiving, fan of base jumping, you name it. He's all over it. So yeah, waves of consequence, big aerial maneuvers. He's really well-rounded, Matty. He's a really well-rounded surfer.
So true. As we'll put George Pitar in the mix. He came out of the Rip Curl trials. So a couple different ways to earn your wild card in this event. They have the local trials and then the Rip Curl trials as well. And George coming on top of that one. We will get things started. Throwing a slice on the open face, and pushing down the line is McGillivray. Looking for a big section to throw the tail to the sky. Had connection with his board for a moment through the turbulence, but ends up incomplete. Kind of has that surprise element with his airs because he doesn't force them all the time. And when he pulls them out, you're always like, oh yeah, he's good in the air as well.
Oh, he's great in the air. He's got a great body awareness. Obviously, we were just sort of mentioning it before, but Matty's a fan of, those sort of sports where you're jumping off things and spending a lot of time in the air. So just having that body awareness, yeah, he's great, as we saw him take to the air on that last section there. For a split second, I thought he actually was going to ride out of it. We saw him sort of reappear through that foam, but sort of just getting the best of him.
So McGillivray working his way back into the lineup. Conditions flawless this morning. Nice offshore conditions. It's, forecast to maybe go onshore this afternoon. But the water's really warm, especially when you're wearing Rip Curl wetsuits. I wore a 3-2 last couple days, and with all the paddling that you're doing out there, I think you could probably get away with, a short arm full. And saw some spring suits out there at Winky Pop, and then the The hardcore Victorians, a couple
Board
out
shorts.
there in board shorts as well as we look at Maddie start again, Flick.
Yeah, a bit of a smaller wave here, but opens up that account. You can just see he had that second turn there was a bit funky, lines up this end section, goes for a lofty air there. Just see he sort of reappeared, but yeah, just getting gobbled up in that foam there. But yeah, I think I saw a photo of Kayo Warren the other day in board shorts out there. And this is before I came here. I was like thinking about, okay, what wetsuits do I bring if I was to surf? And I was like, surely a steamer. And then I was scrolling on social media. I saw Kayo in board shorts. I was like, excuse me? That's what you get with those hardcore Victorians.
You're going to hear about Kayo quite a few times throughout this event. He's been in the event as a wild card. He coaches not just the local crew, but a lot of the traveling surfers. He was actually the coach for Ethan Ewing through his win last year and his semifinal before that. Ethan now with Jake Patterson in 2024. But Ethan learning a lot from the local knowledge of Kayo Bell Warren as he's in a position to try to go back-to-back with his Bell's trophies. Last year, it was all about Winky Pop and smaller conditions in an all-Australian final, beating Ryan Callanan last year.
Yeah, and I think obviously Ethan getting the win was incredible. But when you think about Ethan surfing, traditionally I think about Ethan going hand in hand with the bowls. So when we moved to Winky Pop last year, it was quite small and more challenging conditions. I think maybe not as suited to sort of Ethan's style of surfing. So it was very cool to see him get the win there. But today, I really can't wait to watch him open his account here. This is almost, you know, it's getting close to as good as it gets here at the bowl. It's big, it's open face, and I just can't wait to see that silky smooth trademark Ethan Ewing.
Yeah, his rhythm is just uncanny. The timing he has is brilliant in beach breaks and point breaks. A true world title threat this season. Falling off tour as a rookie a few years back and learned so much. Studied the game. One of the more focused athletes that I've ever met on tour. Still waiting for his first to come through. Maddie's opener at 2.33. And George Pitar, interesting story with this guy, representing Manly Beach, but the first 10 years of his life were spent on Vanuatu, a remote island. And I think most people there, they learn how to surf on maybe a nice, comfortable, soft wave, and they learn to get to their feet. And, you know, the difference for George, he was learning to surf on a perfect right-hander that you dream of surfing as an adult. And he just learned to surf world-class waves kind of first, and then moved to Manly and worked everything else out to be a really well-rounded competitor.
Sometimes that can be a really hard thing to do. You know, you come from a place with such good waves, and I can sort of speak to this. You get used to the power on tap and just how good they can be. And then having to, you know, obviously we've got the qualifying series and then the Challenger series. And Challenger series, there's some few good waves on there, but the qualifying series, you know, really having to battle it out in some trickier conditions. So it can be really hard when you come from a place with such good waves to sort of be like, okay, now I've got to improve on that small wave game, you know?
Last heat was won by a man from the West, Jack Robinson, and joined Bells this morning. He's hanging out with Laura.
Yes, Jack. Great start to the heat. You were saying that you were feeling a bit under the weather during the week. Didn't look like it out there. Paddle battle with Morgan. You were pretty stoked to get the win with that.
Yeah, I got him too. I was like, even though they didn't call a priority, I was like, just going for it, trying to get my energy back. So yeah, it was fun. I only caught 2 waves. It was all I needed. But yeah, I thought actually we were going to get a bunch of big sets, and then the ocean just went for a sleep. So
yeah, talk about coming into the event and feeling a bit crap, but having to, you know, mentally pull together and get the job done. You know, you surf so amazing out here. What have you been doing in the lead up to just really get back to today to do your work?
For sure, yeah, just trying to build the energy again, spend time with the family at home, enjoy this place, and yeah, back at Bells. So I'm always happy to be here, and yeah, enjoy this place a lot.
Amazing. Well, into round 3, we'll see you not today, but hopefully tomorrow.
Oh, perfect. See you tomorrow, eh?
Thanks, Laura. Well done for Jack. You can tell he's still recovering. He was a bit under the weather last few days. As we see a nice snap to little rooftop climb. George Pitar trying to light up that first section on his opening wave here as a wild card at Bells. But yeah, a few surfers have been battling with some illness after just a crazy run of events and traveling. I saw Seth in the water the other day, and his first surf after Portugal was just a couple days ago. And he had some time at home, but it was all about just trying to recover from his illness, as he'll be really fighting for some key heat wins since the mid-season cut is approaching quickly.
Oh, it is. And really have a look here, Surfer, just having a look at that wave. But yeah, it's been a massive start to the year. I mean, we were speaking about it in the first couple of heats of the day, but these guys and women, they haven't stopped really. You know, Pipe, Sunset, a few of them went over to Puerto Rico. As we break down this first opening ride of George, he really put it all on the line here. It was a really critical turn. Sort of went to be a snap up in the lip, then to a fin throw, then to a bit of like a floater. So just coming unstuck there at the end, maybe getting up there a little bit late, maybe. But I like the commitment. I like that he's going for it. I mean, he's coming up against Ethan Ewing and Matty McGillivray, so he's got to put it all on the line if he wants to get through this heat.
Yeah, it's been fun watching George in the last couple of years, especially on the Challenger Series, as we look at Ethan Ewing preparing for his opener, as he's looking to defend his bell. Big whip there, right into his second turn. Great flow once again. Driving into a third maneuver, belts it off the lip, and the man from Stratty's on a roll already. Recovers that wrap as he completely disappeared in the whitewater. And he'll just keep that tempo and flow way down to the inside. You have the advantage of the Red Bull skis picking you up, so you might as well dry dock these waves. But Ewing's looking strong like he has been for the last couple of seasons on the World Tour. Runner-up in the world last year to Felipe Toledo. And that first title match might have been one of my favorites that I've seen at lower. So, you know, that venue's been at the regular season level for a long time. But the back and forth from Toledo to Ethan was incredible. Back to this one, Flick.
Yeah, beautiful pace on this wave and an amazing read. This was a smaller wave, but great wave selection. You could see that this wave just kept standing up. It had a really nice steepness to it the whole way through. Smaller wave, but just surfed it really beautifully. I was just really looking forward to seeing him open up his account. And yeah, just that silky, smooth, vintage, traditionalist type of surfing that we love to watch at the Bells Bowl.
What a glorious day here on the first day of competition. All surfers that got down here were greeted to beautiful waves here from Winky Pop to Bells Beach. Some events you never know what you have, and sometimes your best waves are happening in your heat. You don't get to warm up and figure out your boards, but this last few days were just perfect to pick out the right equipment as we go to a special place on the stairs. Helen Lambert, Ethan's mom, passed away when he was really young. He had Herb Bell's trophy by his bed his entire life, and his dream was to bring another bell home for the family. He did that last season, and it was a pretty emotional celebration on the podium last year.
Oh, it's such a special, special victory, and what a special story. And just to be able to do that too. I mean, it's easy to dream about something like that, but to really go out and do it is another thing. And to keep progressing through heats. And, you know, as that event kept progressing, people were talking about it, and to kind of just block all that head noise out and actually go and do it and let your surfing do the talking is so hard to do. So yeah, it was a super special win for Ethan last year. And
you can tell he wants more as we lock in with Matty McGillivray, his second wave of this matchup. Trying to find some lines to work with. A lot of foam on the face there as he trims it. Setting up a bottom turn. A little more of a wall to work with that off the top. Carving through on the open face. End section approaching, and McGillivray heading that direction. Hits it hard, and the South African rides away. Next wave setting up for Ewing. World number 2 with a speed turn. Almost getting taken down by the whitewater. Now looking to just fade, find his pace again. Nice clean arc for Ewing. And now heading for a big end section maneuver, hits it off the top and rides away. Not the easiest run from start to finish, but managed to find his feet. And Snake likes it.
Snake does like it. I think if you're taking off on a wave today, obviously they've got the jet ski assist. You kind of want to see it to the end. You never know what kind of points could be on that inside section. Ethan, that whole wave, was kind of just playing with it. That first cutback that he went for, he actually, I think he wanted to hit it pretty high, and then he identified that, hang on a sec, this wave isn't actually giving me that opportunity. I'm just going to change this halfway through and hit that first roundhouse a little bit lower. So that was cool to see, that little redirect. He kind of then baubled a little bit, almost fell off, but yeah, it was a good read, good finish to the wave. I know that Jake would like that, his, you know, solid finish. And yeah, just backing up that 4.83.
One more look here at that last exchange. McGillivray getting his best number so far.
Yeah, this wave here had that little bit of texture on the face, quite a bit of foam to deal with. It makes that board really, really kind of bauble-y on the face of the wave. You can sort of see it here. Starts to steepen up through this inside section. That was a better turn there. And kind of, you just see this whole wave, you just didn't really have that real nice one clean face moment. But with 12 minutes on the clock, I mean, not a bad score. It's probably going to be thinking it's going to be one of his backups. Here we have a look at Ethan. You just see, just pulled that roundhouse a bit short there into that second one. I just love his style there. The way that he's able to just open up his arms, it just looks so beautiful to watch. And just sort of waiting for this inside section. He knows he hasn't had a steep section yet, and he knows that a lot of points are going to come from probably this last section. This was really well timed. That last section there can be very, very difficult to hit. Sometimes you got a little bit of backwash to contend with, so well done for Ethan then. All surfers knowing that no one's really got a score of magnitude yet, so if you're taking off on a wave, you want to be finishing it.
Kaipo Guerrero, we've got Ethan Ewing in motion, trying to build on his lead at the moment. You got some insight for us on his surfboards.
Well, first of all, the outside carves from the water perspective look smooth. It looked like an F1 racer going through the turns, pulling some G's on that. But yeah, Ethan's on a new model with DHD. It's called the Juliet. The Juliet, a romantic model, actually, for Ethan Ewing. And that board actually won a blind taste test in the Stab in the Dark competition that actually happened with Chloe Andino picking that board out of a array of surfboards as his favorite, and obviously it's Ethan's favorite too. So looking sharp. I like the DHD under the feet of Ethan Ewing, and just the control that you see throughout his turns is very impressive.
Very impressive. Thanks, Kaipo. Yeah, big congrats to Darren Hanley. It's really amazing series. We love it that Stab Magazine puts out. It's called Stab in the Dark, where they pick a world-class surfer. None of the shapers know who the surfer is. They know their height and weight, you know, and so they work out their dimensions and they try to create a model that'll win. And Kalohe had no idea which shaper was which. He's trying to guess, and next thing you know, it came down to Darren Hanley with a new model release, that Juliet that Ethan's on right now. As we look at world number 1 preparing, Griffin talking to his coach Tommy Whitaker. He's taking on Jacob Wilcox and local wildcard Tully Wiley coming up next. Griff Colapinto preparing for Jacob Wilcox and Tully Wiley as he runs down the stairs, wearing bright yellow now for the second time in his career. He's wearing it earlier than last time. He got it towards the end of the season in the past after El Salvador, and now he's in bright yellow here at Bells Beach. His parents just showed up, just talked to his mom, Camille. She's so proud of both of her boys representing on the Dream Tour. How rare is that to have both your kids, world-class athletes, both traveling around the world. She said they were playing a really silly game this morning. Kind of sounds like the brothers. They have a lot of laughs. They don't mind being goofy, and I think they make people crack up more than anyone else. And it's working for them, keeping things light behind the scenes and having fun. Griffin, #1 in the world. Coming up next, 7:43 on the clock, and Ethan looking. Can afford to look a little longer when you have last priority. Kind of look over the edge. You can even glide in a bit if you want. You know there won't be a priority switch since you're at the bottom. But his last wave, 5:07, was enough to get the lead. McGillivray, that second wave he caught, 4.9. And the wild card with priority, George, needs a 6.43. And the good reminder that we've seen Maddie for a bit now. 32nd appearance at the CT level.
It's funny because I still feel like he's sort of like, you know, he's not a veteran on tour yet, but that's a lot of events clocked up already. And he's young. He's a young guy. One thing I wanted to note, I feel like the ocean is getting a little bit sleepy. We heard it, Jack Robinson say it in the post-heat interview with Laura, but he's like, yeah, I thought we were going to get sets, and I thought it was going to pulse, and then the ocean just went to sleep. Kind of seems a little bit sleepy. Looks like there might be a couple of lines coming, but we've only got 6.5 minutes left in this heat, and very minimal scores on the board, so it's still wide open.
You kind of hear that a lot after, you know, in post-heat interviews, you know, of like you're trying to forecast so much in this sport, from what the waves might be like to how many sets you're going to get, and then you have to trust your instincts and react. I mean, Ramsey said, oh, it's a lot harder than it looks, even though we're like, wow, he's ripping. And then you kind of clean the slate, look at what's in front of you, and see who can adapt the best into these conditions. 6 minutes on the clock, still wide open. George Pitar, the wild card from Manly Beach, getting this one going. Driving off the bottom, nice wrapping turn to start. Needs a 6.43 to move into the top two. Another whip in the pocket there from George. Staying connected. And now winding up off the bottom and absolutely ripping that section off the top. Good timing with a lot of speed and power for George to finish.
Yeah, that was a really, really well surfed wave from George. It was a smaller wave, and I think he surfed it to the best that he could. However, I don't think it's going to be that 6.43. I just think back to waves earlier today. I think to Miguel, I think to Ramsey, they were dropping 6s and 7s. I mean, as we reflect here, he surfed this wave really well. Beautiful arcing turn there. Really well timed. Goes straight up into this roundhouse carve. You can just see this wave here, just this height sort of lacking, and just that steepness to this wave. Brings it through to the inside. Finishes it really well, but I don't think it's going to be that 6.47. He's obviously only got a 0.8, so it's a wave, it's a start, but he's still going to need another wave after this one. I think, you know, you got to be thinking that Matt and Ethan are probably going to get another roll of the dice here as well. And yeah, another set coming through. Might move up into that second place, but yeah, I think he's not safe.
So George throwing down his best wave so far. Had a look before at a 0.8. And now enjoying the luxuries of being on the Dream Tour. Getting the assist on the Red Bull ski, and the sets are pouring through. One of our favorite parts of Bells, being up on top of this bluff. You just look at the stacks of the horizon, especially with these clean conditions, and you're just wondering which one is going to really refract into the bowl and be the ones the world's best want to take apart, going 100 miles an hour and laying that rail over. It will be Ethan Ewing scrapping into this one. Just a brief moment for Eth to go up and out. Didn't like the rest of it. Matthew still holding priority with 3:55 to go. Really interesting when you focus on George, and we're all getting to know this guy the last couple of years. He got interviewed when he started getting some good results through the QS, qualified for the Challenger Series, and they're like, okay, what's your dream heat? This was a couple of years ago. He's like, okay, I'd be at Bells, it'd be offshore, it'd be Easter Sunday, the bluff would be packed, and I'd be in the final with Kelly. And it's such a rad prediction of, hey, it might end up being able to happen this year as we enjoy this Melbourne flight cam. And really get to know how big this playing field really is at Bells Beach.
Oh, it is. It's honestly like a football stadium. It's like it's a big stadium here, and the lineup's so big. The area, the playing field's so big. Knowing where to sit. Even we touched on it earlier today, but this is a wave where experience pays a lot, and to have the right people in your corner is also really imperative. I think, who you have as your coach here is also really important. I was actually really interested to hear that Ramsey didn't have anyone in his corner this morning, and he seemed to put together a really good heat. So that was really impressive. But yeah, a wave out here, just surfing, putting together a heat out here can be really tricky, especially with a wave like Bells where you get really long lulls, trying to make a decision on, as those corduroy lines wrap into the bay, what one do you want to choose? What one's going to stand up in the bowl?
As we see Maddie picking this one. Sat with priority for a bit. Needs a 5-0-1 for the win. Nice, cool connection with that hack off the lip. Now he'll flow into the open face again and just do some busy work, hoping that he gets an inside track. Only needing that mid-range number. He's going to kick out and hope that turn out the back was enough. George Pitar now whipping it back into the pocket. Had a 4.53 on his previous. So that wave for Maddie was important because George was only chasing a 2.71 before McGillivray took off. Now rushing this inside section. The 21-year-old will slide out and just miss that final section. But he's definitely improving on his top two. And Snake with a sneaky little orange shirt there.
What do we think that means?
Don't see him do that all the time. Is he trying to throw us off, maybe?
There's different little codes mean different things, and maybe Seth's approaching. I'm not sure. It looks like there's a couple of lines on the screen at the moment.
Wow.
Orange Rashi. There we go.
We're
it's
on
code
you,
for something.
Snake. We're coming down there to find out more details on that. Keep an eye on that orange shirt. Minute 10 on the clock. Maybe it means it's also go time for Ewing. With a minute to go, Ewing will use his priority to try to keep his lead. Nice whip on that DHD Juliet model. Nice snap off the lip again. Now a big vertical to set up the fade in transition. Solid approach there from world number 2 and last year's Bells champ. Will fall in the finish. Jake wasn't happy with that. One of his famous saying is not at this level. He tells that to all of his athletes. Definitely was hoping for Ewing to finish, but did some great work until he got to that point.
For sure. I mean, it would have been nice if he could just finish that one off, but it's kind of rare, actually, to see Ethan fall. So, yeah, it wasn't very much like Ethan, but yeah, 15 seconds on the clock, and Matty obviously improved on his situation with his last wave, so keeping George out of the conversation.
Ethan's always so efficient with managing his energy. Doesn't really take off on unnecessary waves. He can be very selective, and like you said, he doesn't fall, so he could really rely on that approach, especially knowing how most of these events, but especially Bells, can be a bit of a marathon to end up in the final. So we stand by for the numbers from the last few waves coming through. It looks like Ethan Ewing is able to hang on to that win. McGillivray hanging on to second, and George Pitar will be sent to the elimination round, which is scheduled for later on today.
Tonight
on dark. Massive day ahead of us, just getting started. Ewing looking for a second bell to go back-to-back and build on his legacy here in Victoria. Up next, world number 1 hits the lineup. Colapinto taking on Wilcox and wildcard Tully Wiley. Be right back. It's time for the Pulse. We'll get you caught up with the major highlights of the day so far. Things got started off in a great way for Ramsey and the event. His opening wave this morning, first wave ridden of the contest, a 7.17. The Moroccan feeling solid. Kano Igarashi had a good pace and tempo on these stretched out walls at Bells, and his best score 5.67, enough to hang on to second to advance. Cade will go to the elimination round. Then we saw Slater. This is where it all started for him back in the early 90s, his first CT victory. So many great memories. He's going to be a dad once again, as he's expecting. There's a lot to catch up with, the GOAT. You know, the 52-year-old, though, had a big heat, Seth Moniz and John, and he won it. A big win for Kelly, as he's still hoping on breaking that record he shares with Fanning and Mark Richards here at Bells. Action continued. Siblick's back with a wild card opportunity, and he battled with Robinson, both with 12-plus totals. They left out Rio Waida, so the Indonesian will be in the elimination round later on today, but Jack's looking comfortable, especially knowing that he's been under the weather the last few days. Turned in a nice victory. Reseeded into the round of 32. Jack's got the rest of the day off to relax and recover and build his energy levels as we get started here in heat number 6. Jacob Wilcox, used to saying that he's a wild card, but this is a full-time rookie on tour these days. He did have a quarterfinal out here when he was a wild card. Now he's really trying to make it count to feel more comfortable with that midseason cut approaching. Happy to be back in Oz, obviously from the West, but living on the Goldie these days. He hopped over there after Portugal, came down here to Bells Beach. He's been busy, but active in the water as well. He participated in the Rising Star Awards here locally here in Torquay and handed off some amazing trophies to some local kids, and then finished that, went right back into the water at Bells to try some equipment. So this will be a big event for Wilcox.
For sure. I think this is going to be a really big event for him. He's, I think right now, sitting just above that cut line, right on the bubble. And it's a scary place to be. But if anyone's going to do it, I mean, right now we'll get back to that point because Griff's up and riding.
He's got a nice flow state right now, Griff. Cool, look at arc to cover some ground. Throws down a nice wrapping cutback. Another quick fade for world number 1. And now rushing that end section, he slams it and stays on his feet. Colapinto on the board. Always enjoying this kid's approach. He's had some interesting moments at Bells because he's had to try to surf through injuries. Hurt his meniscus in the early part of his career. So I think he's really looking forward to this year at Bells. Has a nice, obviously, rhythm being number 1 with heat wins, but also just feeling 100% as we look at his opening ride again.
Yeah, there's nothing worse than coming into an event and carrying an injury. So nice to see. He's just silky smooth, carrying that yellow jersey and looking like he's in form, really. His feet looks like they're really in the wax, looking connected. And, yeah, coming through to the inside there. Solid finish. And by today's standards, I mean, we've seen some pretty slower heats in the last couple. So I think this was a good move, just bringing this one through to the inside, finishing off. Probably going to be that mid-range sort of score and good backup already.
Love how much wall you have out here, Flick. And what's the secret to success on a wave like this?
I think it's tempo and I think it's pace. I think it's the moments between the turns that really make the wave look really good. It's I guess the moments between the turn, that's style, right? And you think about the surfers that are your favourite to watch out here. I mean, I look back in time and Joel comes to mind as one of my favourites, and I think it is his style. It's the way he approaches the wave. It's those little moments between the turns that just make everything so silky smooth. I think back to Ethan in that last heat. I mean, he's quickly one of my favourites at waves like this as well.
Griffin already off and running, looking really smooth on his opening ride, Kaipo.
Yeah, looking smooth, Joe, and you know the talent's there for Griffin. It's what he's doing, also framing a heat and mentally where he's coming through is where I feel like the strength is with Griffin this year. He's already got freakish talent, but even the way he prepared at the beginning of the heat, Joe, most of the surfers are paddling out Rincon and kind of backdooring the bowl. Griffin paddled wide through the channel, took a good look at the wall, good look at the playing field to set himself up. It's those little nuances in preparation, I feel, that actually end up with results. And so Griffin playing the game really well.
Thank you, Kaipo. Griffin, such a great headspace. Kicks things off with a 5.5 and the lead on the opening exchange. Wilcox 4.67, Tully Wiley 2.17. Yeah, it's all those things that you start learning when you've been on tour for a bit. It was interesting for Colapinto when he was a rookie on tour. Success was just kind of heading his way. It was kind of started actually before his rookie debut at Snapper, where he got the 10 at Kira. He won the Triple Crown. You don't want to say on accident because he was trying, but his goal was actually just to learn everything from Kolohe, and ends up being the first Californian to win a Triple Crown. He got a cover of Surfing Magazine, got a 10 in his rookie debut, and this magic kept happening, but it kind of led him to trying to understand how he can develop an attitude, a demeanor, just that inner voice that will help him succeed, because it happened so quickly, so fast. And then when the injuries came, he was trying to figure out how to get it back.
I think there's two things there. I think it's age. I think it's, you know, a coming of age story, sort of growing up, finding yourself, finding your voice, starting to feel really comfortable with who you are and how you show up to an event and how you like to compete. And then also dealing with injuries and just what that teaches you, right? And what that gives you. And it gives you perspective. Sort of get to sit there, you get to be like, okay, wow, like this is really what I want to do. Maybe you have a different way that you want to, you know, approach events, sort of a different way to evaluate things. But I really think it's an age thing, you know. Every year we just see Griff come back and he's refined his approach more and more.
Here comes Tully Wiley, local boy, in his second start as a wild card, representing everybody at Bells. Big whip there, 87 kilos, about 191 pounds of strength for the backhander. Now Tully will light up this end section and get everybody on their feet, especially the Rip Curl crew. His father's worked for Rip Curl for about 2 decades as a general manager. And that's what makes this event so fun. The wild card stories, the local crew that own this wave, and every free surf year-round get to compare their surfing to the best in the world.
For sure. I mean, my favourite story about that is Adam Robbo. I just think back to the year when he made it all the way through to that final. That was so incredible to watch. Really like Tully's style. It's really unique, and it's something we don't really get to see too much of these days. Lots of people end up looking very similar, but he's got that really unique sort of arm throw on his backhand when he goes up to hit the lip. You really get to see it here on that end section. It's a nice wave from Tully. Got a good finish on there. Probably sort of going to be around that 4 range, in my opinion, I think. Got a score on the board now, and look, 20 minutes left on the clock. You've got to be thinking, it's a good move. He's got a finish, didn't fall, but he's going to be wanting more, especially coming up against, obviously, world #1 Griff, but then Jacob as well, who's had a ton of experience out here. I mean, even before he qualified for the tour, I think he'd surfed in something like 12 or 13 World Tour events as wildcards, which is actually insane. It's almost like he'd surfed a full year on tour. I mean, over a full year on tour with 12 or 13 events, which is, it's incredible.
It's you always like second guessing yourself when you're calling him a rookie with all that experience as Ethan walks up the stairs.
Did well though, as we talked about, solid surfing, got it done, but the start fucked you. 2 sick waves at the start, you guys went way over. Well done. Yeah, you doggy. Good job, Ethan. Thank you.
Gotta love a bit of brutal honesty.
That's what they're there for. At this level of the game, you know, it's Ethan wants to hear it straight. He wants to know how he can pick up and be even better in the round of 32. There's all those just little mistakes that are hard to recover from at this level. I was at the Swell Cafe the other morning, and everyone working there is so invested in this event. They have a lot of the tour has coffees there after surfs and breakfasts, and they're just, one of the conversations we were having is at this level, just the littlest mistakes can cost you your entire year or the cut or a world title. Just to your momentum in the event. And for Ethan, he wants to make sure that Bells is his on tour. It's his time to create a legacy in an era here as he looks to go back to back.
For sure, and I think at this level, you want to be dotting all the I's, you want to be crossing all the T's, and I think even in the last couple of years, the tour is so diverse now. Everyone is so good. I mean, we saw it happen on the women's side. You know, we saw obviously that youth movement run away with it at the beginning of the year at Pipe and Sunset, but then the veterans just fought back at Portugal. Like, experience pays. Like, you just can't pick a winner at these events. And you know, you look at heats. I feel like a few years ago, especially on the women's side of the tour, you had those few breakaway women. You had your Carissa, your Steph, your Tyler. They were always, you know, going to be in that sort of finals day conversation. But now everyone is just so good, and the same's to be said on the men's side. You just can't be affording to, you know, falling on those last turns or baubbling there or making those mistakes at the start of the heat. And I feel like at Bells especially, I mean, it was interesting to hear what Kayo said, that Griff actually chose to paddle out through the channel as opposed to the other two paddling out, you know, down at Rincon, because they're two very different approaches. If you paddle up the reef, you know, you're coming into the back of the wave, you're trying to dominate that inside position. It's very different as what Griffin chose to do is paddle out looking at the wave and really evaluating it. So it's interesting to hear.
Yeah, I love the insights there as we see 17 minutes on the clock. Tully Wiley's last 5.73 has taken the lead, as we'll now get a chance to hear from Ethan Ewing on the glass with Von Blakey.
Yeah, well, here we are with the defending champion, Ethan Ewing, who, mate, I swear you would have come down this morning, looked at it and just gone, this is unreal, been licking your lips, and you said you found it a little tricky out there.
Yeah, it was, I think that's always Bells. It looks so good from land, but once you get out there, it's such a big playing field. It's I think we missed a few at the start, we're out of position, and yeah, it was kind of a pretty tricky heat.
Tricky heat, but get the job done?
Yeah, it feels good to get the win. Scale's really low, so we didn't get huge scores, but yeah, getting the win and through that next round feels good.
Mate, number 2 in the world, we talked about the other night at the Trilogy premiere. It sort of just feels like you're idling, like you haven't even put the foot to the floor yet. Where do you feel like you're at the moment this year?
Yeah, I definitely feel like I've got a lot more to give, which is kind of a good feeling. It's what I'm working towards, and but yeah, being up at the top end of the rankings is at this stage of the year feels pretty good, and yeah, keen to keep it going.
And Bill's obviously a favourite wave of yours. Sentimental meeting is huge here, but you know, the fact that we've come down here and day one is cooking, it must get you really ramped up to get a good result here.
For sure, yeah. This is I love coming down here and competing in Australia's the highlight for my year, and yeah, just happy to be back down here with my dad, and got some friends here with me too, so yeah, all's good.
The Stratty crew, they're going to send it again, aren't they?
For sure, yeah.
Mate, just before you go, I did cop Trilogy the other night. Far out, it is a masterpiece. You might have been frothing. Congratulations on that.
Yeah, thank you. It was an honour to do a movie like that, and it's been a while to bring it out, but I'm really happy to have it out now, and yeah, keen to see what people's thoughts are. Hope they like it.
Oh, they're going to love it, mate. It's incredible. Thanks again for your time, mate, and a great result to get your campaign going this year.
Perfect. Thanks, Vaughn.
See you.
Yeah, Vaughn. Thanks, Heath. Ethan looking comfortable, calm, noting that the scale's low at the moment as he won that with a 9-9 total. He'll take that and move on into the round of 32. But kind of a scary sign if he's equal second on the rankings and he still feels like he's idling. I mean, that's an incredible start if you know that you have a lot more in the tank.
Wow, it's scary for everyone else in the field. It's scary for anyone else that wants to jump up into that top 5 seed position, because, I mean, I kind of get where he's coming from, though. I mean, I even watched that last seed, and I just see, wow, he's got a lot more to give. And I think just watching him at finals last year was incredible, and knowing the variety that he can give on those carving manoeuvres. You know, his forehand is razor sharp and just goes hand in hand with right-handers. So yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of Ethan.
I'm really impressed with Ethan in a lot of ways, but one thing I picked up on, well, we'll get back to this because we had an important ride here for Jacob Wilcox during the interview.
Yeah, this was a good wave too. This wave stood up. Really good little read on that section there. That's a really difficult section to turn on. Kind of helps being on your backhand there. He had the ability to really pivot super tight in the pocket. Sort of sticking with this one, knowing he's only got that one wave on the board, he needs to get a finish here at the end, and he doesn't want to fall. So he gets like a nice tight turn there. Wave's still giving him a little bit more there. That section was super tricky to deal with, but got the finish. And with this little time left on the clock, he couldn't fall there. He couldn't afford to fall. And I guess that's sort of echoing what Ethan was talking, you know, even Jake saying, oh, you know, you can't be falling on those end sections. Jacob really just cementing that there on that last wave.
Yeah, I was just thinking about Ethan walking away from, you know, some finals that he hasn't closed out in the last couple of years, going to J-Bay last year with Felipe Toledo, even going to the final he just had with Griff. He can move on so quickly and respect the result. I've seen him congratulate Toledo on the podium, and it was really meaningful. It wasn't like he was like, oh, I went all that way and didn't win. He didn't need to hide in a corner, and he was really respectful to Felipe. He gave a great speech to Griffin at the dinner table after Portugal, and it was really mean. You could tell he knows where good surfing is. He knows if he got second, he's got more to give, and I think it's just such a great headspace. He doesn't wear his losses. It reminds me a lot of Mick Fanning when he was on tour.
I think also that's a real big testament to his character and just the way he's been brought up, because, you know, in those moments where you could be just feeling absolutely shattered, you know, you first lose it, you got second, you know, and he has come in and had that ability to, you know, be so sportsmanlike and really, you know, note that, and sort of, obviously I'm sure behind closed doors there's emotion, but to really not let that show and just think about this, okay, logically, like, let's be a good human first, and then the athlete second, and yeah, that really shines through for Ethan. He's also pretty softly spoken, very humble guy. Yeah, I really like that about him, just really letting his surfing do the talking. He is.
As we need to get caught up, Flick, on the Rookie of the Year race. I think we were all at Pipeline, and there was so many great stories and Rookie of the Year picks going to Cole Houshman for good reason, because of how Cole surfs. Obviously a champion of the Challenger Series, which is a huge accomplishment. And I think you kept wanting to remind people of WA and this guy with experience, Jacob Wilcox. Right now, though, he's in a crazy tie-break situation with Federico Moraes, Matthew McGillivray, who did advance to the round of 32 earlier. Pupo got a win, Miguel, earlier this morning as well. So that tie will be broken, but he's in a hot spot. I mean, he's right there on the cut, and he really needs to make sure he's getting wins here at Bells and Margaret River. How would you kind of break down his year so far heading into stop number 4?
I don't think Jacob's year has anything to do about his surfing. I just feel like it's been a few sliding doors moments. I feel like Jacob's surfing is right there, and I know I'm a West Aussie, and I'm not just saying it because I'm, you know, West Aussie proud, but I think Jacob's surfing's been at the level of the World Tour for a long time. We talk about how well-rounded he is too, coming from Western Australia, and just we were talking about it on the Challenger Series, just how well-suited he's going to be to the tour, you know, feeling so comfortable at home in these waves of consequence. Going into Pipe, I was like, wow, he's a sure bet. I kind of thought, okay, he's going to smash this. But, yeah, just not really getting the results that he probably thought he wanted. And coming home now to Australian soil, got to be thinking that he's feeling comfortable. And then the next event is his backyard. So, you know, he's got all the tools there to make it happen. It's just if maybe the ocean's going to cooperate.
You're starting to just hold your breath for these guys that are battling with his mid-season cut. At the moment, though, it is the rookie Jacob Wilcox leading over Tully Wiley and world number 1, Griffin Colapinto. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break and be right back. You're watching the opening round of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Bright yellow jersey of world number 1, Griffin Colapinto, setting up his first turn. Nice tracking, down carve, smooth in transition into another wrapping cutback. And now Griff sets the rail. That surfboard shaped by Matt Biolis to now stretch out this inside section off the bottom and off the top. He'll create some space to kick out. Well-read wade for Griff, who only needed a 2.41 to move into the top 2. It's just so fun to enjoy him on a wave for this long, enjoying his style, his pace.
This was a great wave and very important at this time in the heat. He was obviously sitting down there in third. He only needed a 2.4. He's definitely done that. But yeah, great pace to the wave, great read. You can really see that he's slowed his surfing down. He's really waiting for that section to present itself, and finishes so strong there. He didn't want to fall. I reckon it's going to be the best wave of the heat so far. Just really well surfed, and for me it was all about the pace. I could just see that he's slowing his surfing down here. It was just really noticeable, and yeah, just not over surfing it and just making sure that he put that nail in the coffin.
So smooth with all of his power turns. And I think the judges always recognize that complete flow from start to finish. They don't really enjoy when you have to chase sections or you pick up your rail. It's always nice when it's just one fluid transition.
For sure, there wasn't a lot of barbling going on there.
Yeah, enjoyed it. 5-5 now to a 6-5. Griff goes from third to first. Wilcox drops to second. And Tully Wiley, the local wild card, has priority chasing a 4.67 now. Griffin already growing on tour in front of our eyes. 52 now, CT starts. And gosh, he's accomplished so much, picking up big wins around the world from waves like El Salvador, picking up a couple of wins now in Portugal in his career, pushing the world title race last season on his home court, which was the big goal, and going through heartbreak as well, missing out on a spot the season before, and really diving deep into his headspace to believe in his ability to be a world champion this year.
For sure. I think what's going to be interesting here at the end of the heat is Jacob's not safe right now. You know, Tully's sitting out there. He's got priority, and there's 5.5 minutes left on the clock. He only needs a 4.67. And look, Tully's highest wave, that 5.73, so he doesn't have to do actually better than that. He just has to do that, and he's going to better that. He's going to get up into that advancing position, into that second. So a bit of pressure right now, and you know, obviously not having the experience as to what Jacob does, and you got to be thinking what his mindset's like right now. Is he nervous when this set starts to roll through? I mean, you can see those waves coming from a long way away. You know, the dead giveaway is you just look up the point you look up the right to the point at Rincon, and you see those lines starting to come through. Maybe looks like something smaller coming through the lineup, so we'll see if they maybe start having a look for it.
4:30 on the clock, priority with Tully Wiley. The whole local contingent down here trying to root him on into a big finish like we saw years ago, like Flick mentioned, from Adam Robertson going all the way to a final against Joel Parkinson. That was one of the favorite memories for the locals, having Robbo almost go all the way. Adam Robertson now in charge of things at Surfing Victoria, and even the following years after that final, Robbo could have done it again and again, and he actually started giving up his spot in the trials. He's like, I've had my fun, and he wanted the next generation to get their shot to represent the local area. I thought that was so cool, and he loves giving back as a coach and insight for the best surfers in the world that come down here. He's famous for helping world champs like Carissa Moore in the past. Tully Wiley was right next to Cale Bell Warren before this heat started. And a couple other friends started showing up, and I was looking at their wristbands. I was like, wait, where'd those come from? They're just trying to get all their mates down here on the stairs. I think there was one from 2 years ago that they tried to make work, and they just didn't want to miss this heat for the world.
Oh, yeah, I just feel like waves like Bells, I mean, you get wild cards at every event, obviously, but Bells is very specific, right? There's so much that goes into it. I mean, so much experience, and I feel like these are the events your specific events like this one, where experience pays off, that you can get those wildcard hero stories where they do go all the way to the final. I mean, happens a bit at Margaret River. We've seen it when Margaret River's moved over to the box as a second location. We've seen surfers like Jack Robbo do really well before he was on tour there, out at the box. But so you see Adam Robbo on screen now. There he is.
Absolute legend. I think he gets more out of the next generation now and getting his kids in the ocean. But always fun to talk surf, talk bells, still rips, charges. 2:30 on the clock, rolling into this one. Off the bottom, Tully Wiley getting a little bit stuck. Can he recover? Section, he'll throw that vert climb to transition into an open wall. Picks up the rail again as he's looking for another big major, winds up and hits the lip again. Tully makes it. Robbo likes the finish. And then Griffin kicks out, so Tully putting up a few different turns. You can see his flow was disrupted a bit, but didn't need a whole lot, down to 2 minutes on the clock.
It's going to be interesting. There was a couple of baubles there. I definitely saw that as well. Get to break it down right now. Goes up into this first turn. You can see that he just had to sort of two-stage that there. He couldn't keep that rail all on board. It almost looked like, I was like, okay, he's two-staged the first turn. Is this going to, you know, generally if you don't get that first turn right, the pace of the rest of the wave doesn't quite flow, but he ended up pulling it off. And they were two cleaner backhand hits after that first one. So only needing a 4, 6, 7, I think it's going to be close.
And they have a direct comparison because Wilcox already has a 4.67 that they can compare it to. Here comes Jacob now, the rookie on tour from WA. 22nd in the world, sitting right on the cut. Wants to avoid the elimination round. And he definitely would have heard some hoots from everyone on the stairs back in the local wild card as Wilcox winds up, hacks the finish and steps off. So looking nice and aggressive at the tail end of that wave.
Jacob's got to improve on a 4.67, and Tully needs a 4.67.
I just like how, you know, you've got video replay if you need it. You know, at Bells, you have definitely some time in between sets to bring up previous scores.
This is going to be really, really interesting. Jacob didn't get a lot of work done on the outside section of his wave. A lot of the work was done on the inside section. I'm not sure if he's going to improve on that 4.67 because it was quite a smaller wave. I'm not sure. Tully's, on the other hand, I feel like that's going to be touch and go. Just the pace was ever so slightly off because of that first turn. He had to sort of two-stage that, couldn't keep that board completely on rail. I'm just not sure where the judge is going to go. And
I know what you're thinking with that flick because it was just disconnected. But when he got there, he was turning in some you know, decent turns. But will they look at that disruption of flow and getting a bit sticky there? Will that keep that score down? Remember, Ethan acknowledged how low the scale is today. So 4.67, you actually have to do quite a lot as we look at Wilcox on this last one.
Yeah, so this is that last wave. Okay, I didn't actually see the beginning of that, so he did get a couple of turns in. Look, it's going to be touch and go. This wave here went super sleepy through this inside section. He's sticking with it. He knows that he's got to make some sort of magic happen on the inside if he wants to improve on that 4.67. You know what? After rewatching this, I'm thinking maybe he might. I think he's improved on that 4.67.
It was just so much more connected.
Yeah. Yep.
As we look at Tully, see, having to pick up the rail again, judges aren't going to like that.
They're not, and you know what? A bigger wave, but just wasn't looking connected, and just that flow wasn't there where, yeah, when you compare it to Jacobs, sort of a little bit night and day, in my opinion.
So Tully making the most of the sections he had and got stuck at different times. Almost looked like he had some uphill battles, but he got there. Tully chasing down a 4.67. And it comes in at a 4.60, so not enough. Wilcox, last wave, a 4 didn't even factor in, but he's safe in second, moving to the round of 32, and world number 1, Griffin Colapinto, flexes that yellow jersey, 6.5 and a 5.5. Nice pace performance from the Californian to be reseeded well into the round of 32. Solid effort there. Jordy Smith's coming up against Kayo. That was a final in the past at Bells. Now it's in the opening round. They'll throw in Ian Gentile. as we bring in Ronnie Blakey, Richie Lovett, and two-time world champ, Bells champion Tommy Carroll's in the house. We'll be right back.
The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Mophie, the official portable power bank partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Mophie, stay powerful. Welcome back to the show. Day one of the event window here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And stepping back into the booth, Ronnie Blakey, joined by Richie Lovett, and a special guest here. We've got the 86 Bells champion, Tom Carroll, with us. How are you, Tom?
Oh, it's great to be here, Ronnie.
Mate,
yeah, Rich.
Yeah, Tom.
Mate, you said to me before we got on camera, I don't know what the hell I'm talking about.
Just don't know.
Mate, none of us do. So let's just run with it. But great to see you as always. And I know you love coming back here to Bells each year. This place, it's got that energy about it, doesn't it? So much history.
Yeah, well, so yeah, I gravitated down here on that history back in '76 and surfed in the Quicksilver Trials and got smoked. I didn't know. There was just mud down the. It was just mud from top to bottom. There was no sealed, sort of nice sealed car park. So every time you went for a surf here at Bells, you had to try and wash the soapy mud off your feet. Otherwise, you're just slipping off in every section. You know, it was a different world.
Mate, you figured it out eventually. That year was a special one, 86. Amazing semis, obviously, and then the battle of the two Toms, and you got the job done over the reigning world champion.
Well, Tom was on fire. He was at his prime, and man, beating Tom at his prime was really, really hard. And I saw him in that semi. I watched that semi really close between him and Ock, which was one of those just mind-bending semis. And I must admit, I was just going, okay, I've got to drop everything here and just find whatever I can and get on top of Tom quick in the heat. And it had a bit of grunt, so I knew I had a little bit of a chance because I knew that I had something on him in a bit of grunt, in a bit of power. Even though Tom was surfing beautifully, he'd lifted his game in the years previous to that. He was all of a sudden he had strong legs, and he just sort of the power source was coming in, and so it was a really good win. To beat Tom out here, that's for sure.
A famous victory, and we're going to see more history written again here on these long walls as we see Ian Gentile. Wow, really solid. Big, lanky surfer, 6 foot, 1 inch tall, and uses all of that frame in leveraging those big frontside calves. Really positive start for him up against South Africa's Geordie Smith and Brazil's Kayo. And Ian had a really good start to the season. Semi-final finish at Pipe And that is an unbelievably strong start to this heat.
Rock solid. This guy continues to surprise me. He's not one of those guys that is out in the fanfare. Everyone's talking about him, but, you know, he's one of those guys that you actually should put on your fantasy surfer because he has surfing like this. The rail game is exceptional, but he has a bit of spice to it as well. Let's look at the replay here. So starts off strong, gets that first tap, and that sets up this big carve. Sort of a double pump off the bottom. But roping power through the first one and a second one. Really engages that hillside rail all the way through. So 3 very strong turns through the bowl section. Then he gets a little bit of work done here. Throws the layback hack right at the finish. So nice bookend to that wave.
And we had Geordie Smith getting into the mix early on too, a former winner in this event. And Geordie threw some big turns on the outside.
Yeah, Geordie just going through the motions on this one. We caught up with him top of the car park a little earlier. And he was a little slip there, but Geordie was definitely in good spirits. And he's got to be one of the favourites out here again. You know, he's had the win. He's already got a bell on the mantelpiece. Just hit a little bump there in the foot, disengaging with the tail pad, then goes into the goat poke position.
He's in the full goat poke. Oh. I feel for Geordie there. He was really in lovely rhythm with the wave. He found himself a nice scoring ride, and that was just a real uncharacteristic for Geordie. At the moment, he's in form by the look of how he's been moving through the events. Going back to Ian Gentile though, I sense something really strong coming from him here. He's like, he had that blinder of an event over there at J Bay last year, and just started to sort of pick up momentum in his feel for being in a heat with the best surfers in the world.
Yeah, he's semi-final before, and again kicking off this season with a solid finish at one of the toughest events. But certainly looked comfortable on that first ride here. A 6.33 for him. Geordie Smith, a 3.83. Geordie and Kayo out there in the lineup together once again. They have surfed a final against one another here at Bells Beach. And yeah, Geordie got the victory in that exchange back in 2017. Kayo has some serious work to do to get himself above that cut line, sitting in 32nd position. And he hasn't gotten past that third round yet this year. So he is searching for a huge finish here at Bells Beach. And he's got a tough draw here. He hasn't taken a wave just yet. Out there with priority. Potentially some set waves approaching here.
Yeah, Kayo's one of those surfers. He seems to always deliver a really consistent performance in his heat. As you mentioned, Ronnie has had the final up against Geordie. It was macking that final as well. Some solid waves. And Kayo definitely held his own. He's had a couple of years where he started really well, but this one, he's got work to do.
Well, here he goes. Let's see what he can do. Climbs straight up over the lip on that first section. Nice bit of wall here to lean into a nice rail carve. Starting to build some speed down the line. Nice big lip line float there. He'll get back out in front of this one and work it over through to the inside and try and get a strong finishing turn. Just glides over the foam, rebounding now with a nice little cut back. And Kayo Belly is going to get a score on the board here. 21 minutes remaining.
Yeah, a little bit of shake off the nerves, I'd imagine, what he's feeling. You know, it's a very important heat for him, event for him.
Do you feel, I mean, the introduction of the cut, Tom, do you feel that intensity coming into the, the fourth and fifth stop?
Sure do. It's like, I feel for these guys. It really is where the men are really sort of sorted out, and the girls, but it's like, just referring to that aspect of ourselves, we've got to really commit to every turn, like Ian Gentile's doing here right now.
Talk about commitment.
That's pure rail commitment. He's got a beautiful technique. It's almost like faultless technique, and he's a surprise package to me.
Yeah, that was Geordie.
And Ian Gentile behind him, looking for a backup to go with that 6.33. Bit of foam on the face here. But no dramas for the surfer, sitting in 18th position on the rankings coming into this heat. And Ian does well to hang on to a tricky finish there. Plenty of bump on the face.
It's such a tricky finish.
Oh.
Huh? It's like that
and
whole
a
end
crucial
section.
finish, isn't it? It's like it reminds me of Margaret River too. You know, there's a lot of credit in finishing off your rides at this stop and at the next.
It invites you in, that last section of Bells, doesn't it? It lures you, and you got to be patient with it, because if you go too soon, you can butcher it so easily.
You're right.
Timing's got to be on point.
That was lovely by Kayo, showing a nice looseness and freedom in his first wave, which is really lovely to see. Really critical floater, giving him plenty of momentum to get round. And sort of, like I was just mentioning, he was sort of washing off the nerves a bit, perhaps.
Yeah.
And kind of get himself into the groove of the heat.
And impressive to see that, as you said, that looseness and freedom when the pressure is on and you need a huge result. And it starts with getting some momentum in this opening round. Geordie, look at this section.
Geordie,
that was one of the turns of the day so far. Just so critical, that carve. And Geordie understands this wave so well. He's got a great pace to the way he surfs it, and super strong, that rail game. This is Ian Gentile. Spicy off the top. Bit more of a vertical approach here. Now he gets horizontal with the cutback. Just staying with the power source, and then we know the result of this wave. Just does a bit of foam work all the way through. Gets to the finish. But smart move. We've seen a few inconsistent heats in the last few hours, and Ian now banking 2 scores on the board. So he'll potentially go out in front, but Geordie Smith, he's going to drop a good number for that last wave.
Well, Geordie really showed his form.
Looking like a really solid score here, Tom.
Wow, there we go. They're awarded, you know, that classic Geordie rail turn. What do we got there? Like a 817. And he's just finding it this year, I feel.
Yeah,
Geordie, huh?
I was thinking when we were coming into the booth this morning, I was going, the waves are pumping, and we've seen a lot of good waves, but we haven't seen a lot of great waves yet. So nice to see Geordie opening up.
So still got a number to come through for Ian Gentile, as we see Kayo on the outside on the attack. Kayo banked to 5 on his first ride. Geordie well out in front, just looking to get rid of a 3.83 to increase this lead. But Geordie, the second longest serving member on the championship tour now, behind Kelly Slater. This is his 17th year on the tour. 6 victories, all coming on the forehand. And yeah, this event, especially with J-Bay off the schedule now, might be Geordie's best chance to break through for a 7th win this season.
Wow. Well, the way he surfed that last wave, the way he chose the wave, the way he was in position for every turn, he sort of ironed out that little mistake that he made in that first wave, went to the goat boat.
Yeah, that's right, yeah.
See how he just stalled right off the takeoff there? Just hit the brakes, and that set himself up for that nice carve, but all the points are going to come right here. Just that power hack, so committed. A really steep part of the wave too, and as you know, Tom, super hard to keep that rail engaged when that
rib
pocket really starts to cup out, and it did have a couple of ribs through it.
There was a period of time there, Rich, where we came to events like Bells Beach, and you talk favourites, and Geordie Smith was on top of the pile. In this heat, he's certainly the favourite, just based on how strong his forehand is, but it has felt like in recent years there's a whole nother crew of strong flowing rail surfers that are there ready to challenge, and maybe even are more favoured than Geordie coming into this stop.
Yeah, just like the surfing above the lip and the progressive nature of surfing has evolved over the last several years. The rail game and the power game has evolved, and I think about what Ethan's doing, think about what John has been doing at Margaret River over the last couple of years. So Geordie has had to step it up as well. He had that, even 5-10 years ago. He was probably the most powerful rail surfer on the tour. But now he's being matched, and he needs to evolve as well. And is he the second oldest?
Second longest serving.
Yeah.
But for me, Geordie, he needs the stars to kind of align for his forehand to truly come into play. And what he's been trying to do is align them himself, realign them, you could say. He's been training the house down this year. It's paying off. Great start to the season for him. Quarterfinals at Pipe, Sunset a third. And, Yeah, I've always thought, Tom, and give me your thoughts, I've always thought for Geordie to get to the top end of the rankings and give himself a shot at that final 5 where he'd have a great chance at Trestles.
He would.
He has to make the right-hand point breaks on 2 account.
Absolutely. This is a very big one for him. But I can see the different kind of posture with him this year. It's like it's a new Geordie. I haven't seen this sort of element within him. This is a different Geordie we're speaking about today. In competition, the way his posture's been. The 5th pipe's tricky, you know, for him. You know, pipe's like, and he really turned it on. And yeah, and that 3rd place at Sunset, I mean, I thought he was in for a big final showing. Here we go.
Still certainly a keeper result.
Get out of there.
Yeah.
And just, sold a lemon there.
The boldest, yes. The bowl did a thing. Said, oh, yeah, maybe you'll be able to make it. Nah.
Yeah. So 14 minutes to go here. Still plenty of time for Ian Gentile and Kayo Belly to make a strike at the #1 position. But taking out that last heat was the current rankings leader, Griffin Colapinto with Vaughan.
Well, the world #1 is back at Bells. Griffin Colapinto. Gold looks good on you, mate, but one of the dangerous things about wearing that rashy is you come up against these local wildcards who can really throw a spanner in the mix of your campaign.
Oh, for sure, yeah. That was a scary heat. It was so slow, and, you know, I saw a couple of guys earlier get only 1 wave heat, so it's, you know, anything can happen when it's like that, and the boys are all ripping, so yeah, it's a battle.
When you've got locals out there, are you keeping an eye on sort of what interests them, where they move, or have you just got your own game plan?
Yeah, I was staying close to Tuli and Tally. Sorry, it's an American accent. Tally, and yeah, I was kind of like watching the waves he was looking at, and yeah, if he was like, you know, I was kind of paying attention to where he was sitting and what waves he wanted, and I felt like it kind of helped me a little bit. So yeah, I was stoked to have him in the heat.
Mate, it's been a fantastic start to the year. Some good results through Hawaii, but then a big win in Portugal. Tell us a bit how you're feeling in your space with your momentum so far.
Yeah, I feel good. I feel like I'm just kind of focused on bells now, and Portugal's in the past. A little run down, actually, of the Portugal. You know, that whole thing happened the last day, and then it was home, and then here, and straight into swell and surf all day, every day, and now I've got a scratchy throat. I can barely talk, kind of run down. So low energy today, but I guess it worked out that it was a slow heat.
Yeah, look, we won't keep you, mate, but congratulations on a good result here in your first heat.
Thank you, thank you.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Vorno. Griffin Colapinto, not feeling his best, but still very composed, looking all the bit, the rankings leader there, certainly running off a lot of confidence, it feels like.
He just surfs so beautifully within himself, you know, that's his game, you know, and it's a very refined sort of approach to riding the wave. And it's super alive too. He just is not one dead spot.
Yeah, unbelievable. 11.5 minutes remaining here. Geordie Smith got some serious momentum, dropping an excellent score earlier in the heat. Will he be the Mophie Charger on day 1 of the event window here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy? As he makes his way out here on the back of the ski, Dan Ross in control, getting him back to that takeoff zone. Let's have a look at the replay here for Kayo Belly. Went on the attack on the outside.
Yeah, didn't he? He almost did a re-entry manoeuvre as the lip was coming down. That first section gets a big wrapping cutback. And then comes through to the inside section here. So you can see surfing with a little bit more urgency now, Kayo. Starting to string it together and then just went over the handlebars. And Geordie on the outside, wave choice, experience coming into play. Another huge hack. I just love seeing those lines that Geordie lays down on these big open faces of bells here. Comes through to the inside, so the one big turn out the back. Lots of points there. And he gets to the finish as well. Just slams it shut as the wave stood up. So that's going to be another big number. Geordie's going to be way out in front.
On form. That's all I can say.
Well,
I mean, how's that first turn?
Yeah, amazing. Really, really good.
So let's talk about it. The Mophie Power Charger of the day. It's an impressive award that we're going to be giving out each day of the competition. And Geordie, you might have a couple of rides in the running. Impressive stuff here in Heat 7.
Cheese? I don't know.
Welcome back to the show. We have Heat 7 of the opening round underway. And we've got one of the former winners out there in the lineup at the moment, Geordie Smith, looking so sharp. We'll have a look at some of his highlights in just a moment. But right now, we're going to hear from one of our wildcards. Tully Wiley is with Vaughan.
Welcome to the Red Bull Athlete Zone, where the mood in here is actually quite intense, isn't it? It's very quiet. All the athletes getting ready for their first round heats. With me, a guy who put in a great show just there, winner of the trials, Tully Wiley. Mate, how's that experience, your second time here at the Rip Curl Pro?
Yeah, it's epic. I love it here at home, and it's so, epic to be getting an opportunity to be able to surf in the event here. It's always been a dream of every single Grom growing up here, so to get to do it again, it's epic, and definitely feeling a lot kind of stronger and more sort of ready this time around. But unfortunately didn't quite get the score on the last one, but I was close, and I'll keep pushing.
It was so close, mate. I know that you can hear the crowd. You had so much support down here. I was actually sitting in the grandstand, and it was like footy fever. It was absolutely amazing. What does it mean to you, and did you feel your performance lift with every cheer that you got?
Yeah, it's amazing. All my friends and family are down here in the one grandstand, and sometimes I'm coming down from a turn and I can literally hear my dad whistling, and everyone just going crazy, and I got to sort of try and calm down a bit because I can hear them on the wave sometimes. So it's pretty cool to have that, and to represent my hometown and try and do them proud. It's pretty cool.
For sure, mate. And just a little bit about your role this year. You know, you anchored the Torquay Board Riders at the ABB Finals. You won the Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew Medal there for the standout surfer of the event. You come into the trials, and now you're in the Rip Curl Pro. I mean, it is a magic year for you so far. Yeah.
So I've had the last kind of 3 weeks have been crazy, and just kind of been trying to enjoy it all and not let it fly by. But there's something going right for me, so hopefully we'll put on a show this Arvo.
Keep it rolling, mate. We can't wait to see you in the next round.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, Tully, big, powerful, goofy footer, and he could really wreak some havoc in that elimination round if he can connect with some of those big bowl sections. Out there in the lineup at the moment, just over 5.5 minutes to go, and Geordie Smith is putting on a classic performance here. An excellent score, an 8.17. He's backed it up with a 7.67. And at this point, the battle for second place is on.
Yeah, absolutely. Vintage Geordie at the moment. I think we can say that because he's been on the tour for quite a while. And see a tiny shift in the conditions here, Tom. Things are starting to change a little bit. Looks like the wind's starting to come a little bit more round from centre side now. Just breaking up the wave line a little bit, but definitely contestable. Amazing conditions all morning.
Amazing conditions. Just looking at the heat score averages for the CT field here at Bells Beach. Two surfers sort of really lead the way here. John Florence, Geordie Smith, both have a heat score average here, 15 points plus, and Geordie's done it again here in the opening round. It's, you know, it's not a heat score average that's collected necessarily in perfect conditions too, so they are kind of the premier rail surfers on the CT. Obviously, Ethan's kind of building his heat score average as well, but they're just going to be so hard to overcome. There's no backup venue where you're going to be tested on your backhand. You're going to have to beat some of the, I think, most iconic rail surfers of all time to get the win here.
Absolutely. No doubt about it. And it's that kind of canvas, isn't it? You get this sort of raw Southern Ocean power sort of, coming around the corner and just presenting itself on the reef. And it just stands up perfectly and just broadens out the face of the wave. So you can see where Geordie's just like, he's in heaven. You can feel like, oh, this is it. I'm laying back into that heel as vertical. See how John Florence, he does that sort of, starts his turn, initiates it before he even gets into the top arc of the turn, or as he's going towards the lip, he's laying into the rail. Instead of sort of waiting till you get to the top of the wave and then laying the rail in, and so Geordie's starting to sort of put that into his surfing really clearly in this heat.
Yeah, it's awesome, isn't it? Starting that rail turn almost inverted and having the speed to bank and the force to lean into your board in that position and then draw it right down into the bowl. It sets them apart from the rest of the field. 3 minutes remaining here. Kayo Belly, we know he needs a big result, Rich. He's done a number of years on the CT now. He looks so fired up last season at the start of the year, really made his intentions clear, wanted to not waste his opportunities as a championship tour campaigner. But this year's proven so difficult for him.
Yeah, and it's a hard thing mentally to deal with. If you've done all the preparation, you feel like you've trained appropriately and the board's there, everything's feeling right, but the results aren't coming, and that's, as a competitor, the most difficult thing to deal with. You can see there just a throwaway manoeuvre for Kayo there, so perhaps a sign of some desperation in his approach.
Well, let's dive into the recap now with just over 2 minutes to go. And it's been an exciting start to this heat. Everyone had pretty equal rides. Ian Gentile laid one over here, Rich.
Yeah, he certainly did. Some great surfing from Ian, just spicy carves, quite tall stance, and in his approach to the wave. But really, it's been Geordie, who we've seen shades of a much younger Geordie and a mature Geordie now, just taking to these walls of Bell. Some big power hacks, that one in particular. Just so pretty to watch. Just manhandling these conditions here at Bells, not looking phased at all, just sort of ironing out those bumps as if they're not even there.
And like you can see, like Ian Gentile is a little bit, like higher up on his straighter legs. So Geordie's just a little bit more crouched down throughout the whole turn and throughout his whole ride. He's got a little bit more of a squat. He also, his rotation from his feet all the way through to the ends of his hands is really powerful rotation. That's sort of pulling that whole board around in the turn. So Geordie working on his surf, and you can see it's come to fruition right now.
Really refined rail surfing there from Geordie, and probably for the rest of the field that are upcoming in the remaining heats of this round, Tom, the judges really letting them know what they expect to get those excellent scores. Those bigger numbers will come with those bigger turns, and it's not like Geordie went progressive. That was just an old school approach. Sink that rail in deep, but do it with a lot of speed and unload some power.
And just pure big bloke rhythm.
Yeah.
Right?
A bit of grunt. They got a bit of a noise to them, those moves, don't they? What is it? Always a buzz to chat with you, Tom. You managed to get a
Always.
wave out at Winky yourself, mate.
Oh, yeah, I slipped into a couple of beauties this morning, and it was a really cool crowd down there too. So it's lovely. I've been out of the water quite a bit in the last sort of year or 8 months, and so I'm just starting to get back in, and just to get a nice long ride like Winky under the belt today is a really good film. I just love surfing. How good's surfing?
Oh, it's awesome.
It's
and
the best.
riding a local shaper's board.
Yeah, Sharma Buttonshaw, who's a local shaper, brilliant shaper. He actually, went to the lengths of spending time with Pat Rawson, one of my favourite shapers in Hawaii, and he spent time with him. Pat, gave him some of the gold. And then he spent some time with Simon Anderson. I mean, Sharma did his work. And so, when I'm surfing one of his boards, I feel those guys. You feel the richness of his shaping. And it just fits into the line of the wave down here beautifully.
Beautiful, mate. Well, we just seen a magic performance from Geordie Smith. That'll surely make the highlight reel. We'll be seeing more of it throughout the day. But stay with us. We got more big heats coming your way on day one of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Yeti, built for the wild. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia. Well, there he is, Geordie Smith, with one of the greatest performances we've seen on the opening day of competition here. Dropping an excellent score, backing it up with a high range 7 for a heat score total of 15.84. No wonder he's signing autographs down there. As we get back to the lineup now, heat 8 features the Italian Leonardo Fioravanti, who's racing down the line. Oh, almost tripped over there and looks to make up for it with a big end section hit, but just gets a little too laid out up against Imai Kalani DeVault. Eli Hanneman. Should be a good clash, this one. Leo had a solid start to the year, Rich.
Yeah, he's doing really well actually, and I like his approach on the forehand here. It's not as smooth as some, let's just say. Like, he's got a real high energy to the way he approaches the wave. The bottom turns aren't as deep. He doesn't sit on that rail as much, but the turns are really dynamic, and I think the judges buy into that. And Leo, he's been performing well over the last couple of years. He's definitely so involved and so dedicated to it all, always looking to try and improve, working on his equipment.
Yeah, very committed to just evolving his performance each season. He's got to evolve it here at Bells Beach. Four previous events here. Hasn't been past the third round yet. Eli Hanneman, much like Kayo in that last heat, well below the cut line at the moment. He hasn't been past the third round yet this season. So he needs a big result here to take some pressure off heading over to stop number 5 at Margaret River as he whips the tail on the end section. A surfer capable of amazing things, Rich. But Bells, you know, it doesn't always give you that big ramp for the huge air.
Well, you know, exactly. We think of Eli Hanneman, we think of real progressive, above the lip style of surfing, and it's in terms of what the ocean is delivering up this today and what Bells has on offer. It really is all about power rail surfing. So we see the replay here of Eli's first wave, connects with that first section, drives round, but see that 2-stage bottom turn. Instead of sitting on that rail a little bit longer and just sort of taking a smoother line, you get more speed that way. But he gets a couple of nice wraps all the way through, and well, Tom, you'd agree with me. It takes years to figure out this wave.
It does.
The rhythm of it as it comes through that bowl section, and if your timing is out by a millisecond, you kind of toast. You lose that flow.
Like you can wait for that end section for way too long. Like sort of just fiddling around in that fat bit of the wave. You can get a couple of smooth turns in. Like you talked about that 2-stager that Eli did off the bottom, a little check turn. Sort of start to sort of smoothen your surfing out at Bells, and then you start to actually get more out of the wave. It starts to present itself much more clear, that end section, where to hit it and how to hit it.
Tom, is there, I mean, finding a wave that can kind of simulate what you're going to be presented here at Bells, is there anywhere like it really? Is there a training
you ask that, Ronnie. My home break in Newport, where I grew up at, there was this wave at the south end, Newport Pool, we call it. It's really just a bad wave, right? But but when it's low tide and it's just the right kind of swell, it hits just like Bells, and you come from way on the inside, and you can get this very similar wave to Bells. I practice for Bells a lot. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, you got to kind of tap into that and find a different sort of pace off the bottom. And we do see rookies in particular come here, and as you said, Rich, they're kind of trying to work out how to get something out of the top and arrive at the section at the right time without those kind of in-between 2-stage bottom turns.
Yeah, it's a really difficult thing to do, especially when you're sort of in it. You know, it's hard to sort of break your habit of doing that style of bottom turn if you're not used to doing it. I remember, you know, watching Parko and Tom, Curran in particular, and the greats, and on the backhand, you know, Oki even taking influence from there. It's really hard to do, but it does set up the flow of the wave a lot better, and you get more speed, you've got more power off the top. It's one of the riddles that you know, Bells delivers you that you need to figure out.
Yeah. I think Geordie really spoke to that in the last heat. Even though he does a few check turns here and there, he was basically, when he was doing his best, when he was laying down those big calves, getting his higher scores, there was no check turn in there.
It was beautiful to watch. Let's find out a little bit more about Geordie's approach out here. An impressive win, Vorno.
Thanks, Ron. Yeah, the world number 7, he's looking lean, mean. He's got his rail carbon machine out, and he's just far out flaring back at Bells, mate.
Thanks. Yeah, it feels good. It feels good to actually like come here and have a bit of swell for once. I feel like the last 3 years we've kind of had really smaller conditions. We haven't been on the ball, so it just feels really good to be back on the ball.
It's nice, mate. Ronnie mentioned that yourself and John have some really high heat averages out here. You obviously love Bells. You've got such a great connection with the wave. What is it that you think you tap into out here?
For me, it's probably similar to kind of where I've grown up surfing, the style I've kind of like to try and surf like, and then yeah, it really lends itself to that big open face kind of surfing, and that's really what I love. So yeah, it's kind of bread and butter for me.
It is, mate. It is. Number 7 in the world at the moment. It feels to me like you are just in a really good place. Like you mentioned before that you did a bit of training in the off season. You look relaxed, you look really happy, and the results are coming in on the back of that.
Yeah, thanks. I put a lot of hard work in on the off season. Fortunately, we had, and unfortunately, we had like one of the worst seasons for swell in Africa over the off season. So that everything just honed to training. And I guess that's where kind of my biggest percentage was going to come at this stage. And yeah, just in love with competing, traveling. I feel really good. I've had 2 good results. Portugal didn't go my way, but everything else felt great. I felt like I really surfed well, competed well. So yeah, like you said, things are feeling good. Family's great, healthy. Yeah, bro, sun's out, guns out.
Awesome, mate. Well, I know that everyone loves watching you compete here at Bells. Everyone loves you to watch surf here at Bells. Best of luck for the rest of the event.
I appreciate that. Thanks, Morning. Thanks, bro.
Yeah, Geordie Smith, he seems to have tapped into sort of the title contender sort of mindset again. And we mentioned it earlier, he is one of those guys that had a fantastic track record at Trestles when it was a permanent fixture on the old schedule. Now it's that destination for the WSL finals. If he can get into that Final 5 conversation, he'll fire up.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a couple of names who I feel that haven't been there, John and Geordie, if they get the chance to make that Final 5 and Lowers turns it on, they're a real threat. But that, to me, reeks of a man who's confident, who's happy in his life at the moment, who's who's very confident in this style of wave and the style of surfing that it produces here. So look out for Geordie Smith in this event.
Well, let's have a look at some replays now during the interview. Eli Hanneman.
Oh, beautiful.
This medium-sized wave and just went big on it.
Oh, 2 huge turns back-to-back, really critical. And you can tell by the stance at the end of that wave, he felt good about it as well. He goes, Leo, what did you think, Tom?
Oh, I think Leo sort of started to light it up. Couldn't find much more than those first 2 moves. But he had really nice rhythm in those first 2 turns. You can see how he's a great athlete. Leo's got a very, very strong lower part of his body. He can handle heavy hits like that last section of the wave. Beautiful timing in the shore break. Very smart competitor, Leo. Here we go, Imai.
Oh, that was a great wrap to start off for Imai.
Wasn't it?
And just hammer time on that second section there. Gets a nice wrap on the inside. Looking to, gets a little stuck here in the foam. Pats the kitty a little and looks for something down the line here. And I think he just comes unstuck on this final section, but some good signs in that opening moment of that wave.
Beautiful, that first turn. Here we go. Look at that. Sweet timing. Right in the pocket at the top of the wave. Giving him plenty of speed to re-enter into another turn. Nice, powerful. Classic Imai. Kalani DeVault. Really beautiful surfing. Timing of the wave, impeccable.
Yeah, representing Maui beautifully, as is this man. As we see Eli climbing up into the section. Critical wave. It is kind of sectioning off down the line though, making it hard to piece combos together. But he's sticking with it just on the off chance he can get one of his big explosive finishing turns in. Didn't really happen for him on that occasion. But yeah, it is fantastic to see Eli starting to realise his potential in making the championship tour. It's been difficult these first 3 events for him. But he's on the Challenger Series to earn his place on the CT. Imai Kalani too. I'm loving his return to the championship tour. When he was on the CT at the start of 2022, Bells was where he had his best result. It was a 9th in the opening stages of that season. Had a heat win over Kelly Slater that year.
That's right.
But yeah, he kicked off the year in pretty good form. He had a quarterfinal finish at Pipe. So he's one of those guys who's at the moment sitting pretty nicely on the rankings and really with just a couple more heat wins should be completely fine heading into Margaret's. And that probably was a nightmare in the back of his mind, approaching stop 5 just on the cut line again. Would have been hard to overcome.
Hard to perform under that sort of pressure, especially as a rookie, when you're staring down the barrel of being excluded from the tour so quickly after joining it. And this is Eli Hanneman. He was sort of behind for the entirety of this ride and a little frustrated here. Whenever you're coming behind and floating kind of up and through those sections, it never really gets that flow going of being connected right in the pocket there. This was Leo, and got a couple of nice turns out the back, and then I think he just thinks, no, I'm going to need more than that. That wave really laid down, so he gets out.
Rich, you were picking up on just the wind having an effect on the conditions. Definitely has looked a little bit more broken up in the opening stages of this one.
Yeah, it was always forecast to come around a little bit more towards the south, and you know, these are the things that these athletes, these surfers, they need to adapt to, and adaptation is a huge thing in professional surfing. Being able to, you know, before your heat, it might be offshore, and then once you hit the water, things change, and you need to be able to moment to moment just shift that game plan. And adapt to the conditions as they change.
15 minutes remaining here at the moment. Leonardo Fioravanti chasing a score to get himself up into the top 2. We'll be back right after this. It is always a treat to return to Bells Beach each Easter for the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, and we have a great opening day of competition unfolding here at the moment. We've seen some big scores dropping, some great performances so far, and a great lineup out in the surf at the moment. Eli Hanneman leads this heat, in need of desperately in need of a huge result to get himself above the cut line, sitting in 28th spot. The 21-year-old is at the moment, and doing a good job so far, and really getting the job done on medium-sized waves out here at the moment. So making that change, shifting his focus to some of those scoring medium-sized rides, not getting caught up waiting for the big sets here, Rich.
No, well, the big ones can actually go a little wide, flatten out a little bit, but I dare say Eli's feeling anything but safe at the moment, given that, Imai only needs a small score, 3.34, and Leo only needing a 4-pointer. So, you know, there's a lot to go. There's a lot to happen in this heat so far in this next 11 minutes, and Eli's also third in the pecking order in terms of priority. So, you know, we're going to see an exchange go down here.
Yeah, that's very interesting for these guys. I mean, there's some experience of Bells out here, but also Eli's like, this is his first run at sort of understanding the bowl, really. And you can see how it's sort of starting to crumble down. And we've got Imai Kalani DeVault hitting that first section nice and smooth, very confident. Trying to find something to sort of build up into the inside section here.
What do you love about Imai's surfing, Tom?
I think he's got spontaneity in his surfing, which I really love. That's just, you know, and he's really, he got, that was an interesting move. Like, have you ever seen anything like that?
No.
See, that was the inside section of bells. That's that last bit. It got him, right? And with all his creativity and all his kind of spontaneity,
still got it.
Yeah,
still surprised him.
Still surprised him. And he might just get that beautiful natural Hawaiian talent that's just oozing out of him. I always love watching him surf. So that was a real surprise for him.
Yeah, he's got a great style.
Yeah,
it's
beautiful style. And it's real natural. There's nothing contrived at all in it. It's just beautiful.
It sure is. So that one didn't really pan out for him, though. And he, like you said, Rich, didn't need a whole lot to get himself into that #1 position.
Yeah, look, it's not going to be a big score, but certainly enough, I think, to, as we see the Imai and the ski here, just having a little dance on this inside section. Let's check the replay. Let's break it down here. So drives around this first section, comes late, but manages to project through it. Nice swooping cut back there, and this wave lays down. So this was one of those set waves that kind of went wide of the bowl, didn't really stand up. Like normally on a good day, you'll get those 3 sections where you can produce multiple maneuvers through the bowl, and you get some work done through this inside. And this is where that little funky backwash tide coming up, and the backwash off the sand created that wobble. Some good turns out here for Leo on the outside section. Always very difficult to keep that rail and those fins engaged when there's that foam, that disturbance on the face. You can see a little fist pump there. He knew that little 3 maneuver combo, that's going to serve him well, Tom.
Yeah. There's a smart competitor. Very composed. And also flary too. You can see, you know, he can really flare up, and especially those beautiful archy sort of wrap rounds he gets in. And you can see he actually keeps himself down low in the turn, and strong legs, and able to extend even the slowest bit of extension out of that low position. You can actually create a lot of speed, and especially exit speed out of turns. So I think he did a really good job there in Leo on that last wave, I felt.
Got a 3.67 for Imai Kalani to vault to jump up ahead of Eli Hanneman into first position. And Leonardo waiting for his score to drop. Needs a 4.48.
Yeah.
Get himself up in a second.
It's going to be a little leapfrog situation here.
Here we go.
For Eli Hanneman, and there we go. Best wave of the heat so far, 6.73.
Yeah. Like you said, Rich, Eli Hanneman sitting in that #1 position, but
not safe.
You take those medium-sized set waves, you're always going to be vulnerable because they'll only take you so high on the scale unless you do something truly out of body. But Eli now with a score to chase, a 4.51. Vorno is racing around the competitors' area down there. Let's see what he's got into.
Well, there's lots of energy down here in the Red Bull Athlete Zone, and far out. Everyone is so stoked to be back at the Rip Curl Pro, and one punter, just some average fella I bumped into, is Scotty James, the 2-time world champ, 2-time Olympic medalist, 9 times X Games gold medalist. Mate, welcome back to Bells.
Well, my hat, I'm gonna have to adjust my hat after that intro now. Geez, thank you. No, it's good to be here. It's been a couple of years that I've been in Bells, and obviously love surfing myself. Been trying to fine-tune my surfing lingo. It's a little out of touch at the moment. I heard someone say he went for a Larry, and I wasn't sure what that meant. It's a layback, so yeah, good learning things, watching. It's great.
Yeah, mate, don't worry. We have no idea what the snowboarding terms or jargon are, so all good there. Your last trip here, mate, was Mick Fanning's farewell. What do you remember from that trip?
Pretty much nothing, actually. Yeah, no, last time was, when Mick retired that year. So we had a quiet dinner, just a few friends, couple of waters, and that was it. But no, that was the last year that I came down and watched here. So since then, it's obviously been amazing to watch the progression of surfing and the aerials and everything. But it's yeah, nice to be back. I love Bells. Australia always puts on great events for surfing for sure.
It does, mate. And just give us a little window into your career at the moment. You know, everything you've achieved, but obviously a few more goals that you'd love to tick off.
Yeah, we've. I mean, it's been an awesome journey so far, and had some really good feats and accolades I've been able to conquer, which has been awesome on the competitive side, and been able to open up some other opportunities in my career. And yeah, but I think the elephant in the room is the little bit of a sore spot, which is not the Olympic gold yet. So we'll see how we go. We'll keep chipping away at it. We've got the other two in the pool room, the silver and the bronze. So Dad won't let me in the front door till we bring the other one in now. So yeah, we'll see how we go. But regardless, still stoked. It's been fun.
Unreal, mate. Well, it's an Olympic year for surfing. We're going to see a lot of these competitors hitting shapes for the first time in the Olympic Games, but all eyes will be on you at the next Olympics as well, mate. All the best, and Australia will be behind you.
Thanks, guys, and yeah, thanks for having me.
Good on you, Scotty.
Cheers, mate.
Scotty James, just one of the best in the half pipe, and just an incredible athlete. Also a very funny man. Worth a follow on Instagram for sure. Got some classic vids. But yeah, he's chasing down that Olympic gold. You'd back him. He's a super committed athlete. Puts a lot of work in. Awesome to have him here to watch the opening day of competition here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. 4.5 minutes remaining here. Heat is on for Eli Hanneman. A lot of pressure, chasing down a score. Got to make the right choice and not leave the door open for Imai to increase his heat. Improve on a 3.67.
Yeah, this is a big moment for a rookie. You know, in a priority situation where you need the score, 4 minutes on the clock at Bells Beach, where you're probably not that familiar with the ins and outs of this break. And I think back to Geordie's heat, when he had priority, he actually left a couple of waves go by and the other competitors got them, and he just knew exactly which wave to take, and that's through years of experience being down here. So let's see if Eli can unravel the riddle and pick this winning wave.
Must be so hard, Tom, in that situation, because he surfed those medium-sized waves brilliantly, and they've kind of worked to his style, but he's looking for something completely different now, because if he takes one of those medium ones again, and in that last 3 minutes, something bigger comes, it's going to be one turn for Imai Kalani to vault to improve his situation.
Yeah, really, Eli has to really move on a good set wave, even a bit further out from where they're sitting right now, get that chip in from outside, and hopefully that bowl that's at a higher tide now, as the tide fills in, tends to create a little bit of a close and a shutdown, then goes flat in the end section, just like we saw on Imai's last wave. It tends to do that now as the tide fills in. So, you know, Eli needs to get that little chip in from outside and get plenty of moves straight off the bat and start moving and putting some scores on the board straight away. Then open up some canvas on the inside, hopefully, if it backs off. But it's tricky conditions right now. It's going the other way rather than sort of in favour for him, so it's very tricky.
And then jumping into the mindset of Imai there, Rich, you know, you can see what he's looking for. He's looking for those medium-sized ones now where, you know, under priority, he's able to increase.
Yeah, he wants to put more
workload.
pressure. Yeah, absolutely. He's trying to add some numbers and make the requirement for Eli Hanneman just that little bit more difficult. With 2 minutes to go, you'd have to think that it's going to be, you know, he probably won't get back into the top position in the priority order. So he's going to try and make do some special surfing. But it is Eli Hanneman. He's pulled the trigger.
It's a good wave, good-looking wave.
Drives up into the first section, hangs on to that tricky turn. Here's a section that it's going to allow him to go a little harder. And now the wave will start to flatten a little bit, but it's going to steepen up again here. And he gets a solid finishing turn in. But how's it going to measure up to the more solid waves that we've seen ridden in this heat?
Well, I feel like he wasn't convinced, because Eli's normally one of those guys that'll give you a little fist pump. You know, he'll really try and sell it, and he didn't really feel, I didn't feel like there was a confident kind of body language once he'd finished that ride. But
Well, you see, he actually picked the best wave out of the whole set, which is really nice. But he struggled a little bit here. He fought his way through that nasty bit of whitewater and then collected himself beautifully for that turn. You know, bounced off the lip and then returned himself to the power source for that end section. Kind of like he hit it, but it was just, he gave exactly what he needed to do on that wave, but it just didn't allow him to really get on edge on that last part.
It's going to be right there. The 4.51, it will be right there. It's not convinced. Like, I don't have a convincing feeling. Like, yeah, he's definitely got it. I wonder, hindsight, whether he had just highlined that first section instead of going for that first turn to do that big roping turn at that second section rather than being a little bit late to it. So
there's 20 seconds to go, though, and we haven't seen, well, we're about to see Emo on another wave now, but nothing much has come in really since, because Emo would have been on it already. So he's on now. Big combination on the outside here, only looking to improve on a 3.67. Leo up as well. The score's starting to roll through for Eli Hanneman on his last shot at it. It came through a little short, 4.33. So this is Leo Fioravanti finishing off.
Leo looks solid, relaxed, and, you know, threw himself out there in that last wave.
Yeah.
And, you know, he just looked confident to me.
Yeah, it's still waiting on that number to come through for Emi, Rich. He needs a 5.61 to get to first.
Yeah, again, could be right there. We'll no doubt perhaps get a look at the replay.
I love how he just threw himself into it.
He did,
like,
didn't he?
You know, Emi just went, right, I've got to do something extraordinary here.
Well, without knowing what Eli Hanneman did, you know, he could have even thought that he was back down into third position there.
That was a critical move.
Very, very critical. Big highline lip drift.
Beautifully controlled, like, really.
All the way through to the inside, gets that final hit, nice and vertical.
Oh.
So, yeah, I think he is going to actually increase his score there, may even take the lead.
Well, the number just dropped. It was a 4.83, so it wasn't quite enough. But Emo won't mind. He is going to be through.
You got like your score in the end. You got like a nice finish. Well done, huh? Thank you.
But Adriano de Souza, former Bells champ, coaching Leonardo Fioravanti to success in his opening round heat, and he will dodge that dreaded elimination round and power through to round 3. Tom Carroll, mate, thank you so much for joining us.
Such a pleasure.
It turned out you did know what you were talking about too. It all came back to you.
Yeah, you just never know what's going to come out. So, but no, it's just an absolute pleasure being here with you guys. And, you know, watching the guys surf, doing their thing. Looking forward to the women surfing. And they come on and, yeah.
We've got a special afternoon coming everyone's way. Thank you, Tom. Good on you, Rich.
Thanks, mate.
And we'll see you in just a moment. We'll bring in Joe and Felicity for the call.
I've been going to the Surf Coast since my teen years and get to go back every year now on the CT. It's really special. I love the tranquility of the Surf Coast and just the beauty of that whole drive is just spectacular. It feels very peaceful. The waves are really fun. Everyone's very welcoming when Bells is on. It's so iconic. It feels like a good reset, so I love it down there.
Thanks for being with us. It's opening day of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. You just heard from Ryan Callanan on how much this means to him to be back here at Bells, fresh off a final from last year, had a semifinal before. He loves this wave. He loves goofy footers, and speaking of goofies, I'm surrounded by him today. Felicity Palmatier and one of the greatest, maybe the greatest goof of all time, Mark Akalupo. Aki.
Good morning, Joey.
Thanks
Felicity.
for joining us.
Oh, it's not a problem at all. Thanks for having me. It's just so good to be back at Bells.
I love talking surf with you. First off, the year so far on tours, so many highlights. So what's really standing out for you?
Pipeline, yeah, and that turn that Molly done at Sunset. You know, we spoke in Hawaii, and Pipe just did not disappoint, you know, and, you know, that big day that they didn't run, that was, you know, debatable and everything, but, you know, all in all, Hawaii was an epic 2 events, and Portugal was great too. You know, it was hard for me to watch at night time, but I pretty much watched it all.
Oh, I love it, Ak. And then just here, all I'm hearing about is your sessions that you've been putting on at the bowl. Everyone's saying that you're winning the heat. Tell us about the waves you've been getting the last couple of days.
Well, yesterday I did have a couple surfs, one long surf, and Jake Patterson came up. He said, "You made me come out." He said, "You got a 9.5," and I'm like, coming from Jake, that's, you know, big, because he doesn't really lie. And I feel good when that, you know, I get that compliment, because, you know, I still feel like I'm surfing good, like most of the time, like maybe as good as I did. You know, the body feels, that's only when the body's feeling good, you know, it's most of the time. It's not all the time now, but to get an acculation, is it?
Maybe a...
what's the word?
Acknowledgement?
Acknowledgement. I can't bust out big words. Sorry about that.
I got lost in the story too. Well,
no, let's say I was elated with the compliment. Does that make sense?
It wasn't. I think it wasn't even a compliment. It was a fair score, 9.5. Connor and Ryan are on the stairs. They said, "We can't do that." That was another great compliment to your performance last couple days. Thanks for joining us, Ryan, Connor, also Sammy Pupo, as we get started with Callanan stretching this one out, catching this wave during the break. Flick?
Yeah, this was a nice opener from Ryan. Really loved the type of surfing I've seen from him this year. He had some amazing moments at Sunset earlier on, second stop on the tour, with turns like this, dropping major scores at Sunset. So I think he's on his way to a bloody good score here.
Gosh, his coil up on his backhand, he's been almost maxing out the scale at certain venues. When he's got a heavy wall, he can really wind up and attack it. We've seen him do that here at Bells. We've seen him do that at Main Break Margaret River. How would you kind of break down his backhand approach, Ak?
It's different. That's why I like it. You know, he's really powerful, and he'll just always draw some kind of different line and do an extra kind of jag to a turn and just make it look, you know, like, you know, difficult, you know, and make it, and that's what the judges love, and that's, I'm a big, you know, I love him, and Connor too, you know, because Connor's from Cronulla, and Connor came up to me yesterday and said, "Come on, give me some tips." And I said, you're surfing just fine. That's what I said.
He said you didn't give him anything.
No, well, I know, I heard that this morning. He said, "You're doing all right," and it was way better than that. I said, "You're surfing just fine," because he's been ripping. He's so powerful. And you know, I love them both. And
he was ready
I'm
for
excited
some Cronulla to Cronulla, just magic,
oh, really?
secret weapon.
I don't give much away. I mean, I don't know why, but you know, there's a few things, because I was watching today, you know, and you see the guys in between sets, like, stand up on their boards, look for sets. I mean, that's really important. That's what I've always done here. I don't really stand on my board, but every time I go over the top of a wave, I look at the set, just decipher if it's a big set, a medium set, or a small set, and position myself, you know, accordingly. That's important here, you know, to sit. I like to sit back deep. That's really important, but sometimes you know, if you can't be there. And it's bigger. The wide part's good too because you can get a big wide takeoff and get a big end section. But it's kind of one of the two. That's, you know, some little secrets right there.
Yeah, just let us in a little bit there, Ak. It always seemed like the way the stories go from your relationship with this wave that it was very a natural thing. But was there more homework that you were actually doing of actually studying the place to get your relationship going?
It's mainly with the quiver, you know, because every time I come back, it always takes a good surf to get used to it and maybe going through my whole quiver to find the board that I'm actually going to ride that event, you know. And it mightn't be, you know, that you step up. You know, sometimes you step up, one year doesn't feel that good and you'll go to your magic small board and that's fine. It just depends. But every year over all those years I competed here, I always took a surf at least, and then just to find that right board in the quiver to surf. Yeah,
that's what it's all about. And I was surprised to find out you didn't get that 9.5 yesterday on a channel bottom. That was not a channel bottom.
No, it was a flat bottom. The only reason I wasn't riding my channel bottom is I couldn't find a fin key. Because it's the old FCS system, because you can't put the new plugs in the channels. They're too, the angle's too severe. Anyway.
I love it. Gosh, I'm just thinking of boards. 6.5 Dahlberg channel bottom. Was that ridden? Was that like the skins event?
That was the skins event. Yeah. Okay. So that was the board with set fins, really deep channels that everyone talks about that sesh. Yeah.
It seemed so that era. Let's go. So we had the pro event right before the skins. That would have been Matt Hoy probably winning right before.
Definitely, it was Matt Hoy. Yeah, that year he won in 1998, and then the skins was like a week later. So we got to party with Matt, had a big party. We ended up at Wayne Lynch's teepee down near Lawn somewhere, and it was a massive party.
What's that teepee like?
It's a huge
Really?
teepee, one of those big ones, and everyone was playing music. It was a huge night, and we got a couple of days to recover, and then that swell came through for the skins. Best swell I've ever seen at Bells. Yeah, it was, and the grandstands were all still here, but pretty much empty because, you know, Bells was over, Easter was over. We didn't have big crowds. Maybe on the weekend there was a bit more, but, you know, just to be in the VIP stands and all the stands with no one in it, you know, it was stretching, dancing around. It was pretty cool.
You would have sung some songs that night.
At Wayne Lynch's TP?
For sure.
Definitely.
Definitely. And then you won the skins, $50-something thousand, but then a car that came with it.
Yeah. I will just take a look at this quick wave here from Ryan.
Ryan Callanan throwing up his first turn through the white water. Had the 6.5 on the opener. He'll sink on that effort in transition in the pocket there. So the 6.5 will stand as the biggest score we've got so far. Our Cal finding a backup quickly there, Flick.
Yeah, and I think that's smart for today. I mean, we've seen a lot of guys get, you know, there's been slower periods in these heats go through, and we'll get back to that in a sec. Looks like Sammy was having a look at that one, but there's been slow periods in this heat. It's really easy to get caught up being like, it's pumping today, it's big, it's consistent, but when you actually look back at the heat totals and the heat scores, there's kind of only that one really good wave. I mean, the Geordie heat was a bit of an exception. He found 2, but I just feel like there's only been that one really good wave come through, and then it's sort of been that, you know, 4s, 5s, that's that second wave the guys are getting. So, yeah, I think Ryan's smart and trying to get the ball rolling quickly, and obviously fell on that second turn, but I'm liking what I'm seeing from him already.
It's interesting, Flick, that you're saying that too, because it's a common theme at Bells when you're on the cliff and you see stacks out the back on the Southern Ocean, and you're thinking you're going to see rapid fire surfing, and sometimes the pace slows down quite a bit. Here's Connor O'Leary representing Cronulla, representing Japan on tour. Big whip, great connection there. Extended slide, but he ends up losing it. A tough one to fall on because that was a massive backside hanger attempt there, Ak.
It was, and it was a little bit bigger than Ryan's turn, but on those particular waves, you've got that one, it's not a big wave, so you've got to jam it, you've got to go as hard as you can on that, because they're in the bowl there, and after that it's going to go flat, so they got to go big on a particular wave like that, otherwise there's not going to be a score. So I'm not surprised on what they did, and it's not crucial at this time of the heat that they do that.
Connor O'Leary celebrating the best start of his career. Finals day at Pipeline, semi-final finish, when ended up losing to Baron Mamiya, then an equal 9th at Sunset. Then he's kind of falling down a little bit, but he's still in the top 10 really still enjoying that big start at Pipe Flick.
For sure. I love, he will just break down this one more time. This was that big backhand belt from Connor, and you could just see he released the fins there. That front arm really came down onto the front of his board, really to just maximise that fin drift, but sort of overcooked it a little bit. But got to echo what you were saying, Och, he just kind of had to go for it because it was that one bigger, steeper section to just put it all on the line. But yeah, I loved watching Connor at the beginning of the year. I think he had a really strong start at Pipe and Sunset. Pipe especially, and even backdoor on that finals day. I mean, it was as good as it gets, right? And I remember even Connor before he paddled, I was like, oh, it's a bit scary out there, but it was big and it was throaty. And Connor, I remember pulled into this one on his backhand, just got this amazing tube in one of those first early heats of the morning. So great start to the year in Hawaii. You know, 17th in Portugal, but he's come home here. He's in Australia, home court advantage. He's looking pretty good for Connor.
Oh, looking great. I remember that backdoor pit against Ethan Ewing in the morning heat. That was massive for Connor. At the moment, just a 2. Ryan out front. 17:15 on the clock. Let's catch up with Leonardo Fioravanti with Vano.
Well, the world number 9 has just racked up an impressive victory in the opening round. Leo, congratulations, but you're saying it's a bit tricky out there.
Thank you. Yeah, it's always, I think Bells is always tricky. This morning was definitely some pumping heats. Still really, really fun, but the ball is never easy.
Yeah, it was a dangerous heat. Eli and Imai, we know what they can bring. You've got Adriano in your corner, a former Bells champion. What does he bring to your strategy and heat prep?
Yeah, it's been a couple of years working with Adriano, thanks to the Italian Federation, who got in touch with him a couple of years ago, and it's been amazing. I mean, he's got so much knowledge. Most of the stops we go to, he's won at, so he has so much experience. Heats that he's won, but also heats that he's lost, and sharing some of that knowledge, but also some of the mistakes that he made, so that I don't make the same mistakes. And I am very lucky to have him in my corner.
For sure, mate. And what about your year so far? Entrenched in that top 10 at the moment. It's been a good start.
Yeah, last year I had the best year of my career. But I think it's even harder backing up a good year. And going into the season, I wanted to make sure that step back down, be humble and just know that the level is so high that it's not because I finished top 10 that it's going to be the same thing again. Just been telling myself that I got to fight, that I got to try to make no mistakes, surf hard, keep improving, and so far I'm really happy with the start of my season.
Well, it's cool, man. It was great to see you surf so well in that opening round. I know it just shakes everything off and gets you into some momentum.
Yeah, excited for the next few rounds. I don't know if it'll be Winky, Bell's Bowl, whatever it is, we're ready.
Good stuff. Congrats. See you next round.
Thank you. Happy birthday, Jimmy!
How good is that? Leo in a good spot. 12-point total, getting the heat win. There's something a little bit extra about Leo this year. He's matured a lot, and he's gone through his injuries. He's had to fall off and requalify. I truly feel like this is Leo's year to turn in his best performance on tour, Flick.
Yeah, I think it was pretty telling in that post-heat interview with Vaughan when he said, obviously I had my best year last year, but that doesn't mean that I'm just kind of sitting on that and I'm stoked with that. Like, I'm just reevaluating. Just because I finished in the top 10 last year doesn't mean it's going to happen this year. Everyone is so good. The tour is so diverse. You can't just rock up to an event and think, yeah, I've got this home and hose. And I just feel like he's fired up. He's going from strength to strength, and the last heat was definitely something to show for that.
Pretty fun start with the world title race. You've got Griffin now back in yellow, world number 1. You've got a tie now with Ethan Ewing and John Florence. Kind of got Medina catching fire. Aquin, while we were speaking on the phone at the start of the season, we both were talking about the fitness and kind of the beast mode kind of appearance of Medina, which was kind of dampened by those early losses at Pipe and Sunset, but he truly feels like he's going to be emerging into the top 10 maybe after this event.
Yeah, well, I'd like to think so. I talked to him in the surf this morning, and I just complimented him on Portugal because he found some form there. He didn't win, but I think he made the semis, right? Yeah, and some of those heats were amazing, like the Gabriel of old, maybe even better. So that was really good to see. So yeah, I mean, that final 5, Felipe's not going to be there now. So, it's already shaping up. And if John can be in there, it's going to be fantastic. But I'd love to see a Talo Ferreira in there too.
So many great topics to discuss with Mark Occhilupo as we see Sammy Pupo trying to put a little bit of everything into that first turn as he ends up incomplete. Just a moment ago on the stairs, you saw Gabe's stepdad, Charlie, who was always around back in the day. His younger sister has also been shadowing him at this event. She was in the trials just a few days ago as well. And then Andy King, his coach, speaking of Cronulla, seeing some just a cool family kind of vibe now once again for the Medina crew. Great to see, Flick.
For sure, and I think I'm just echoing what Ox says. I think he's coming into some fine form. If we even just think back, obviously Pipe and Sunset probably didn't get the result he was hoping for, but I don't think that has to speak for the way he's surfing. I mean, we saw him go to Puerto Rico and win there, carry that incredible momentum, and he had to serve a lot of heats there to get to that final, and then take that to Portugal, and it just feels like he's on a heater at the moment. He looks strong, he looks composed. Last year obviously was that comeback year after that year off, and I've got a good feeling about him, and especially you mentioned that Felipe not obviously competing this year. There's a spot open up there in that Final 5 conversation.
Great call, Flick. Big hammer on the backhand of Ryan Callanan. Now a nice, clean little wrap back into the pocket. There's the lip again, and he's able to connect our Cal out in front into some clean water, throwing a little bit of water off the top, belting that section, and climbs the finish. Our Cal will be able to ditch a 2.5, and now it's Connor's turn. Two good friends, both coached by Richard Dogmarsh. Speaking of Cronulla, as we see another wrap into the pocket. And now a blitzing the lip again, well-timed. Stretched out bottom turn to follow. Into the pocket again and throwing down a big hammer, but another fall for Connor on back-to-back waves, Zuck.
Yeah, well, he surfed. It was a pity he fell off at the end because timing was great. You know, like that first turn was really good, and and then he hit the flat bit, and it's all about, when you hit that flat bit, the turn's never going to look that good, but you have to do the turn, and make it look as good as possible to get to that final turn, and he knew that that was that flat period there, and went extra, and just didn't need to because that was going to be a good score, guys.
Gosh, when he whips it off the top and falls, his wipeouts are aggressive on backside turns. Have you noticed how quickly he's getting whiplashed down to the bottom? He puts so much into it. We'll start with Ryan's here, Flick.
Yeah, I mean, I thought Ryan's wave was really well surfed too. It was a smaller wave, good timing. But yeah, I think this section here, he allows him to go back up into the lip there, so that was nice. Gets around this section. Wave gets a little bit slower here. Ryan gets the finish on the inside, so good little finish for Ryan. Just a little bit awkward. It's kind of like maybe instead of fitting those 2 turns in at the end, he should have just waited a little bit longer, waited for that lip to present itself and just go for the 1.
Yeah.
Kind of feel like he was just rushing it a little bit. But yeah, back to Connor. If you go to his socials, he posted something the other day. It was pretty hilarious. He went up, I think it was just a couple of surfs ago here at the bowl. He goes up to hit this one section, and I think the caption's Bell's Bowl 1, Connor 0, and the board just absolutely karates him in the face. It looks bad, but I mean, it also looks funny. It's quite funny.
Gosh, he's so committed. I feel like he has a lot of crazy wipeouts when you're least expecting it, when he's just going straight up and vertical, as we see him now on the wave behind Ryan, Zock.
Yeah, so this first turn here, really light on his feet, and I love that because it's an important turn to do on the bowl if it's no lip. It's steep, so you got to climb the whitewash, and that turn there was really spicy. And this one just went flat, so you had to kind of maintain it and then just thought I'd go extra. So that was maybe going to match Ryan's score there if he made that, but it'll probably be a bit less, I guess, after the fall. And yeah, so probably not as good a score. What do you think, Felicity?
Yeah, I don't think it's going to be as good. I think maybe just under. Well, I think he was on his way to a really, really good number.
Yeah.
His timing and pace was perfect. I don't know what happened on that last section. He kind of hit like a little bit of a wobble as he was coming down.
Yeah, well, you thought that he'd really get all of that turn, but I know that section. You think you're going to get a steep part, and you don't.
Yeah.
You try and make up for it on that last turn, like I keep saying. But here we go. Who's this?
Sammy Pupo getting started. His first completion in the matchup with 8:30 to go. Throws down a wrapping cutback. Lays it down again on the open face. Pupo Number 28 in the world needs a big result here and at Margaret River, so he can avoid getting cut halfway through the season like what happened last year. He'll find a final section to work with, but looked like he was really trying to force that end section. Now a little bit more flow and connectivity to Connor's start. Another wrap back into the pocket for O'Leary, now winding up for the oncoming section. He'll tag it, and this time stays on his feet.
That was nice. That was really, really well done, and probably the finish he was looking for on that previous wave for sure. I liked it. What do you think, Ock?
I liked it a lot. You know, it's always dangerous, you know, because these two guys stay together, right? Connor and Ryan, and do a lot. So when I used to draw heats like that, and I knew that, it was always dangerous because they feel so comfortable. They do so many heats together. They surf every day together, 3 times a day. So for them, it's just another free surf. So it's always dangerous for the other competitor.
So true. Back to Connor's start flick. What'd you see there?
Oh, just great timing. And this wave, I feel like it's just good to be on your backhand right now. It's allowing him to sort of pivot in the pocket a little bit tighter. And now that wind's sort of wafting around too, it's kind of giving him that little bit of coping just to go up and hit, which I think is actually easier on your backhand when it kind of gets that little feather. You kind of can spot it. You can pivot tight in the pocket, as we see Richard Dogmaster on the screen there, looking pretty happy after that wave of Connors.
Looking really happy in Medina with his family, with his coach Andy King, preparing for Liam O'Brien and Cole Hauschman coming up at heat number 10. Just about to hit the 5-minute mark here in heat number 9. Ryan Callanan, Connor O'Leary, 2 big goofy footers that are really good friends, coached by a goofy footer named Richard Dog Marsh. Dog, a 17-year-old finalist back in the day. Nicky Wood won that day. He was 16, still the record for the youngest to ever ring the bell. Very young final. They've got a great coach, and Ryan's out in front. Remember, we had a couple of great waves ridden from Ryan and Connor. It was a 5.83 for O'Leary as he's in second. Callanan 7.17 to extend his lead out front, putting more pressure on Samuel Pupo. As you can see the positioning from the Melbourne flight cam. Big playing field, but always want to be right on the ball. Ock, pretty easy to find your position at a wave like this?
You've got to keep looking in for sure. I mean, the steps are a great lineup, you know, because, you know, if it's kind of big and maybe, you know, high tide, it's kind of good to sit right in line with the steps, but the tide goes out a bit, you can get further back. But yeah, those steps that you walk down is a great marker, but you always got to be looking in, you know, where you are.
Interesting seeing Sammy Pupo starting to inch a little bit closer towards Rincon. And we just caught up with the guy who's made you a lot of beautiful boards, Jason Stevenson at JS Industries. And he's like, it's so interesting for Sammy going to pipe, going to sunset, super tubos, really high impact closeout type barrel sections on a real shallow sandbank. Sammy's not breaking any boards all year, and then he comes to Bells and he's broken 3 boards in the last couple days.
Really?
So
That's surprising.
JS was running down this morning with about a 4-pack of brand new JSs just to give Sammy some more backup.
Interesting. He must just be pushing really hard here or something. Because, I mean, you know, you look at the tour and you think, okay, yeah, you're going to break boards in Hawaii, pipe, sunset. I mean, it's really powerful. Don't get me wrong, it's still powerful here, but you've just, yeah, that's really interesting. I'm shocked by that.
Yeah, I think he was surprised as well. But JS well prepared as we see Connor O'Leary. Was he repositioning there, Ock?
Well, maybe that was the heat next, because it might be a move from Gabriel. I can't tell who that was.
I think you're right. Yeah, that was Gabriel Medina. Okay.
Yeah.
So he was just kind of getting out of the way. Connor still got his position there in the red jersey. Needing a 7.84 to catch up with Ryan Callanan. Sammy Pupo, 7.33. Interesting, though, just focusing on Samuel. His first call-up to the CT was a wild card performance at Bells. Back in 2017, he lost to Joel Parkinson. He had a stellar rookie season. Won Rookie of the Year, finaled in Rio with Felipe Toledo, and we started learning a bit more about Sammy. Remember, he was looking at the crowd and hitting his chest and feeding off the energy of all the Brazilians that day, as we see his big bro Miggy watching. But you almost feel like he needs to channel energy from the beach at different events around the world, because it definitely works in his favor when he competes at home.
Yeah, that's an interesting topic, because I feel every surfer is so different, you know, and what they talk about to getting in the flow or getting in that moment before they need to go out in a heat. And I think the majority of surfers will probably say they want to be pretty cruisy, maybe a bit more on the, you know, the low-key side, but you've definitely got the surfers out there. I can think of another one. Italo comes to mind, really loves to channel that energy of the crowd, really loves to get involved. You've got claims, and you know what? It's personality, and I really like it. I feel like sometimes we lack those characters, those big personalities, and yeah, I love it when they're interacting with the crowd. It just makes it really fun.
Did you ever feel the crowd change your performance? I mean, especially here at Bells, the classic heats with you and Curran. Did you feel like it brought you to another level?
Yeah, for sure. I really did like surfing in front of big crowds and hearing the crowd roar after a good wave. It did help. Other sportsmen say the same thing, and it's true. Like, you feel it in your bones. Here we go. Ryan leading the heat.
Coming off a big first turn and just a little slingshot wrap into the pocket again. Great transitions between maneuvers for Arcal. And the man from Meriwether Beach still with some room to move. Starting to run after the whitewater again. Little redirect, and now looking to find a finishing move. Ryan Callanan winds up and shuts it down. Looking to improve on a 6.5 with 20 seconds to go.
Great surfing again, and I think the best thing about his wave selection, but that's also allowed him to have minimal transition between his turns. The only barbling he did was just before that last section, where he kind of just waited for it, as we see Connor.
Connor taking off with 5 seconds on the clock. Trying to protect second. Top two will move to the round of 32. And he's looking back, seeing Sammy not finding a wave, so Connor celebrates, taking the top 2 spots. Coach loves it. Gabby Bryan, Frederica Moraes. It's a part of their job, but they love it. They want to come down, watch each other's heats, create some good, positive winning energy. So Dog happy with that one. Arcal getting a solid win. We brought Ryan into the booth in Portugal after he lost in the elimination round. And he said he was still trying to digest that loss. He said that was pretty hard to move on from. So he was probably so happy to get the jersey back on. Couldn't wait for this heat. This could fire him up to go to another finals day.
Perfect result for Dog. Both his guys getting through to, they don't have to do the elimination round. So couldn't have worked out better for Dog. So that's a perfect heat for him.
Well done. We're going to take a quick break. We're still going to hang out with Mark Akalupo. We're going to find his secrets to longevity and ripping as you grow up. Medina, Liam O'Brien, Cole Hausman in the water coming up next. It's time for the Pulse. We'll get you caught up with the major highlights of the opening round of competition. Slater comes out charging. Wins for the first time this year in the opening round, getting a big heat win. John Florence also advancing, and this was just great to see. A 4-time Bells champ, the greatest of all time. His girlfriend Kalani. They're expecting their baby boy to come in a few months. That was one to celebrate. Then we saw the defending Bells champ Ethan Ewing set the pace. He noticed it was kind of a low scale, 9.9 combined total. Getting the win, advancing on with Matty McGillivray, but he's looking solid in his Bells defense. And number 2 in the world. Ewing passing his mom's name on the Bells staircase. And how about just vintage Jordy Smith? Former Bells champ, but this is always one of my favorite events on the calendar for Jordy. Those big turns are looking incredible. His flow, he looks more inspired than ever. I mean, overnight he became the second oldest guy on tour, just next to Kelly. We've seen a lot from him from those early years on tour, but he looks more focused than ever to fight for a world title this season. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and Mark Occhilupo here for the call on heat number 10. Medina's out there with Liam O'Brien and Cole Houshman. I was talking to Flick earlier, Ock, about Cole Houshman and all the great energy he had from winning the Challenger Series. He basically got to carry that through the offseason, and everyone was just counting the days for him to compete. He's in a tough spot now for the midseason cut. Before we get there, though, Liam already got a wave, Ock.
Yeah, I love this whole heat, you know, because I really like the way Cole surfs, and obviously I'm a fan of Gabrielle, but Liam has been ripping, you know, like what he was doing in Hawaii, like surfing, you know, Waimea, surfed that big day at Pipe when they didn't have it. I didn't realise, I mean, I've been on the same team as Liam for a while now. Obviously he's changed to Whistler, but, you know, he's really impressed me. So if he can win this heat, you know, with what I feel, you know, goofy footers, you know, kind of have the advantage here on the bowl. I believe that anyway, but so I think it's a massive heat. If Liam can win this, he's going to take some huge confidence out of it.
You're a special breed, Ock. You know, a lot of goofies say the opposite.
Do they?
You see this wave in a different light. Here comes Gabriel Medina, stretched out, float, covering some ground. Now going off the bottom and drills it off the top. Great combination, holding the bottom turn and smashing the lip again. Great read, throwing some variety. The 3-time world champ now fades. Got a lot of zip off that surfboard shaped by Johnny Cabianca, and there's that belt to finish. Great start, very impressive from Medina.
Wow, it's my favorite wave of the day so far, I think.
Right there.
Beautifully surfed. We got variation, we got power, speed, flow. What did you think, Hawk?
I loved it. I really did. I mean, when we get the replay, I'll kind of try and get technical for you guys, and just the way he approaches it. And I mean, I kind of surf it, you know, like I think I surf similar. I mean, maybe not as good, but you just notice that he like transitions the weight in between his 2 feet, so he's kind of pushing back feet but using his front foot at the same time. So when you get in that position, you've got a lot of like variation you can do, you know. So he's got his feet wider, so when he gets that hook off the bottom, he can just slide it, and just by using similar weight with the feet, you can get further and do more than rather than surfing the traditional way. I mean, people, it's really technical, and people will be like, what is he talking about? But I mean, good surfers know what I'm kind of talking about, and it's a way to surf bells. It really works.
I like that breakdown. It made sense, that neutral stance.
Yeah, yeah.
It really looks solid, especially with how he transitioned right here, Hawk.
And it's a wider stance too. I mean, the rock and roll floater is just perfect for him to get here, and then he'll just wade off the bottom, just really wade. The bottom turns perfect, and just the wide stance. He can just jag that right there, just with his wide stance, and just do whatever he kind of wants, you know, because, you know, that lip's going to really do different things, you know, at the last minute, but he's just adjusting to it perfectly.
For sure. I think, just to echo what you're saying, that wide stance, when he's coming down from those turns, it just gives him that better center of gravity. You see Liam O'Brien go straight into the lip.
Attacking there, now setting the rail back into the pocket. He's got that wave kind of growing a bit, throws the tail out, and has a little surprise for us. Mixing it up well with variety is Liam O'Brien from Burley Heads, and he'll just flow through the last bit of this wave. Kind of that down carve check, and there's that end section attacking the lip that breathes on him. Liam ends up going down on the finish. But a lot of creativity in the lines that he chose to lay down, Ock.
That's how he's going to, you know, beat these guys, is doing something like that layback, you know, just really radical. Get the judge's attention, get out of, you know, almost out of control and make it. Even though it's not going to be a great score, it's just this one move here that, you know, that is great. But there wasn't a whole lot. So, I mean, you know, it's not all about winning today. You know, as long as you get second, you know, you win right, you get that better kind of seed. I noticed John didn't win, so it'll be interesting to see who he'll draw next round. These guys do think about that a lot, right? They're seeding for the next round.
It's such a good point, Ock, because I think some people watch the opening round, you kind of think, okay, they're warming up, but it's incentive-based by first or second, by your bracket. Your matchups could be really
totally
tough
different.
if you're losing your heats. If you're in the elimination round, you can have some scary matchups as early as the round of 32. Which has kind of been happening to a lot of the rookies, and guys like Cole Hauschman, who needs a huge result, Kaipo.
Yeah, Joe. So in that exchange right there with the open priority, I feel like the rookie, Cole Hauschman, gave a lot of respect to Gabe Medina. He didn't really contest him for that wave. And what happened? Gabe just posted an 8-point ride. So that kind of, you know, rookie mistake, I don't know if that's going to come back and bite Cole Hauschman in the rest of this heat. Your guys' thoughts?
Yeah, it's interesting, Kaipo. Good read there. Gabriel seems to be able to catch waves where other people won't catch waves. You know, when you watch him in free surfs, he uses a lot of the lineup, and his positioning is really incredible. Where I was with Jake Marshall in the water in a warm-up session. He was just watching Gabe going, how is he catching a wave over there, then over there? It's like it's not breaking, and he'll create magic for himself. I feel like Gabe's positioning was solid there.
It was. Cole was too deep. I mean, it's hard to tell from where Kaipo is on the ski from that angle, but yeah, Cole was too deep for that wave, and he knew it. Gabriel was in a perfect spot. Gabriel can read the ocean so well.
Now looking at an opportunity right out front. Cole Hauschman getting his first wave of the matchup. Deep on this one. And just an out of position moment for Cole. A throwaway score. Liam out front, Gabe in second. Let's hear from our Cal with Von Blakey.
Yeah, thanks, Joey. Great to have Ocky in the commentary box, and he's fired up the goofy footers because Medina's going mad out there, and a guy who absolutely kaboomed that last heat, Ryan Callanan. Well done, Cal.
Thank you.
Made a runner-up last year here, a Little Bill. How was that greeted when you got back to Newcastle by Matt Hoy, a former winner?
Probably not enough, but yeah, I mean, everyone was so stoked to have, you know, just to make finals anywhere. Obviously, everyone wants to win, but just to, you know, to get that far in an event and to surf against someone like Ethan and to be able to take that home and, you know, ride it. I mean, even still feel like I'm riding it this year coming back. I just, you know, almost feel at home here, so it's very special.
It was a good start to the year. Sunset in particular, you know, we really got to see what your backhand surfing can do in some juice. But then you got to Portugal and things went pretty awry there. Like, do you sometimes go, oh my God, what is this surfing caper? It sucks.
Absolutely, yeah. It was definitely, I don't know why, some nerves in Portugal. I had some nerves in that heat. I think just, you know, maybe like you get a good result and then you feel like maybe the pressure goes up in a way because you want to keep getting them and you know, not the ends in sight, but that top 5 and everything, it's like it's right there. So I guess just I didn't manage it very well in Portugal, but yeah, I'm feeling better. I'm like I said, I'm really happy to be back here, and I guess just working through the nerves and hopefully can free myself up a bit.
Mate, didn't look too nervous out there just then. A couple of really nice backside hits. Congratulations on that opening round win.
Thank you very much.
Back to you guys.
Thanks, Vaughn. Thanks, Ryan. You could tell Ryan was just about to burst into big laughs. He's just waiting for Blakey to throw a little surprise for him there the whole time. They've known each other for years, and Ryan happy to be back at Bells. A lot of great success. Last year, the final day was at Winky Pop, but he's made a semifinal in big pumping Bells Bowl. He could go the distance in this one, Ock.
I'd like to see it again, yeah, for sure. That was epic to see those two guys in the final, Ethan and Ryan last year. But get back to this heat, guys. Like, that was a 7.5 for Liam. So the other if I was the other surfers, I'd take note of that, because that was the first wild, radical turn we've seen so far. And it was the only real big one he got. He got a 7.5 for it. It was bigger than I thought.
That's big, and I'm thinking the judges probably saw the risk going for a maneuver like that when you still have so much wave left. You know, a score will get just squashed if you just leave points going, especially at Bells Beach.
For sure. I think that turn was a very fine line between getting crucified because it was too out of control, or deemed, yeah, okay, he's got complete control there, because he was able to go straight into that next maneuver. I think that's what got him over the line here. It's a replay of Gabby's second wave, and he's just a bit out of sorts here. See, this one had a lot of lump and bump in it, and just that timing was just a little bit off on that one. But I loved what I've seen from that first wave. It just looks like he's carrying that sort of form from Portugal to Bells, and look out if he gets another clean face wave, I'd say.
Yeah, that wave looked really hard to surf.
Did lots of lumps.
Yeah, there was lots of lumps and moguls in that. No matter how good your timing is, I don't think that was makeable, that last turn. But he went for it. But yeah, I would love to see him on another groomed, nice, clean one. I mean, the wind has come up a bit, and the tide's quite high. So these are difficult conditions, no doubt. Excuse me. I surfed yesterday. It was a lot bigger yesterday, and when the tide went out in the late afternoon, it got pretty good. Today's probably going to get better because it's a better size. So today, this size low tide bowl is going to be epic this afternoon.
Anyone really impress you yesterday in the free surfs?
Yeah, you know what? Actually, David Silver was ripping, and it was quite big. You know. Also, Miguel was surfing really well. They were out there together. Connor was surfing great, and he was out there with Ryan. But yeah, I didn't get to see John yesterday. You know, John tends to surf other places, doesn't he? You know, he doesn't really like to free surf the comp areas. From what I've kind of got, but everyone impressed me. You know, yeah, everyone's ripping.
Tour's in a great place right
Tour
now.
is
Really
in a
exciting.
great place. You know, like you were talking about Cole Hausman. He's one of my favourite surfers, and you know, and just these guys that need results and that, you know, just because he looked unstoppable, you know, and now he's kind of hit a brick wall. So, you know, let's see what happens. I mean, I always kind of feel for those guys that get on tour and bounce off and get back on, because they're always in such a hard seed, you know, like you just can't get out of that. You're just back on tour, you're drawing the best guys, you don't get the results, you're back on that tour, you're ping-ponging back and forth. But if you just get that breakthrough and get a middle seed and a bit higher, and then you get your groove and you can stay on tour. And it's one or the other.
It's so true. It's like if you get just crushed in the early rounds, your seed is so low, you're going to be against guys like Medina all the time. Here comes Cole trying to really show off this backhand. Couple of nice moves to cover some ground. Now out in front, he's forced to go a bit horizontal there. He probably wanted to get there a little bit earlier, but doing a lot of hard work, and then he buries the rail. Liam O'Brien on the next wave. Quick whip, and he's down, so his lead stays the same with a 7.5 and a 6.5. Cole's really the one feeling the fall, as he might be headed for the elimination round if he can't get back in this heat. Cole's been working with Luke Egan. Luke's been really enjoying the time with Cole and passing on all of his knowledge. But as a rookie, you're trying to pick up everything so fast. Cole's saying, though, he's enjoying the challenge. He's enjoying just absorbing it from a guy like Luke. Luke famous for coaching Joel Parkinson in that world title year back in 2012.
Yep. Luke's a great coach. He subconsciously coached me when we done the tour together for years, and this is before coaches, and we used to kind of coach each other and caddy for each other certain spots. So Luke helped me a lot when I won my world title, traveling together that year. And yeah, he's a great coach. Coached Joel to a world title, coached Caroline to a world title. He's got a good strike rate.
He's doing pretty well. Louis was emotional last year in September at Lowers with Caroline winning, all the hard work that they put in, as we see a little breakdown with KL Bell Warren, the local boy who's been in this event in the past, working with Callum Robson. Callum really popped out on the rankings this morning on Dawn Patrol Flick when we're seeing him just one spot on the wrong side of the cut. Does have a final here in the past, so he's got some positives to lean on.
For sure. I think another positive for Callum is that he's on home soil. He's come back to Australia. You know, you're drinking your coffees here that are really good. You've got your Vegemite on your toast, your avocado, your fancy brekkies. So he's probably feeling right at home.
Marmite?
I had Vegemite on toast this morning.
Oh, you did?
I did, actually. And in South Africa, I have Marmite on toast. But
maybe that's where I'm remembering it.
At home, it's Promite. Yeah. I like the sweet sour. Promite.
Promite?
You haven't tried Promite,
I haven't.
though?
No, I will never veer from the Vegemite.
Promite is all time.
So how do you set it up? A piece of toast and then butter?
Piece of toast, butter, and Promite, and that's it. Or Vegemite, that's it.
Wow.
Oh, you can, no, but, avocado on top, yes. Yeah. But this morning I didn't have avocado. It didn't matter. Still good. Here we go. Look at this wave.
Snap
oh, my goodness.
To slide, big wall for Medina. Crushing it every section. More of a transition move off the top there, but just setting up a big tail blow. It looks like he was trying to ring an imaginary bell there. Stepdad Charlie back here by his side. Famously jumping in the ocean with his clothes on for big moments in Medina's career. Remember that?
Yeah, I do. There's been some crazy moments. So good. So much passion. So much passion. But that was fantastic. That was my second favourite wave of the day.
Second?
Well, maybe my first favourite.
I don't know, man. I think this is the high score of the day.
You reckon first?
Yeah, I think this is going to go 9. Yeah.
It's amazing.
Yeah, for sure. Like, it was the best looking wave I've seen today. Just surfed it perfectly. Big, long turns. And this last turn that he had to get up quick and then got that.
Yeah, you're on the money.
Yeah,
you're on the money.
Yeah, it's got to be a 9.
It was beautiful.
It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Even just this... Just so perfectly timed. And here, that was like really hard to surf. He almost lost it on the nose, but just, I don't know, just something about him right now. He's looking so strong. Those legs look like they're made of steel at the moment. Nothing's going to bobble him. And I think back to what you were saying, it's that wide stance that's really helping him transition through those sort of fatter sections.
Yeah, Felicity, like, I do it a lot when, even though this wave's perfect, but if I'm kind of struggling, look at his board pop out there off the bottom.
Little grab rail.
But when that stuff's happening, it's better to have a wider, lower stance. Often, if I'm having a bad surf or the conditions are testing, I'll widen my stance and go lower. And it works. It really does work. And this guy is amazing.
Are you kidding me? That finishing manoeuvre, and even just those 2 little grab rail bottom turns that he did on those last 2 sections. You were on it.
Look at that.
933.
Spot on, Ock. 933 to go with an 8-point ride. A monstrous performance, and there's still 10:20 to go. 17.33 combined total. Really impressed with him putting the whole wave together from start to finish. And he was at the press conference. There's his stepdad Charlie celebrating. But he was at the press conference, and it was like, Bells hasn't been easy for Gabe in his career. Got wild cards from Rip Curl when he was about 16. He's 30 now. He kind of had a laugh about that. But I was like, what do you remember about those wild cards? And he's like, yeah, getting smoked by Mick Fanning. And he's in good spirits just looking back at those days. One thing I've noticed, though, with these waves that gave him trouble results-wise, he's learned how to win. He's still studying the game. He won Margaret River last year, another wave that was really tough for him when it turned into a CT in 2014. He won J-Bay, years after struggling in the early rounds, and maybe Bells is next. And with this kind of form, his time might be now.
So he hasn't won Bells?
He hasn't won Bells.
You're kidding me.
He hasn't.
That really, I mean, I didn't realize that. I thought, that amazes me. It really does. Here we go.
See Cole, the rookie from San Clemente, won the Challenger Series, still struggling.
Yeah, well, you mentioned Mick Fanning. I just want to, softly touch on. There's been some really sad news. Mick's brother Ed passed away, and I texted with Mick this morning. Ed was living in Madagascar, and Mick said he was finally really happy over there. He's been struggling a bit, and it's really sad news. His poor mum Liz. There's been 3 brothers now. Yeah, so it's just really sad. I can't wait to go and give her a big kiss, but sad news today for Ed.
All our hearts.
Ed was a great guy, man. He was so good. He was a really good surfer back in the day too, so sad news.
Yeah, always loved running into Ed, and
are just our hearts, our thoughts, our prayers with the entire Fanning family and everyone close to that whole crew. They've been through so much. They've given us so much love, and we're thinking about you throughout this entire event and beyond. Let us know if there's anything we can do as we transition to Gabriel Medina with a wall to work with. Throwing down that snap off the top, pushing hard off the bottom and forced to kick out as he has been stellar here in heat number 10, 9.33 and an 8-point ride. Remember, we're looking for that Mophie Hardest Charging Award. Potentially could be featured from Medina's performance here in the opening round, letting the fins fly free. Bonsoy brew break time, and back for more of Heat 10 right after this. Six minutes to go in heat number 10. The fans are just glued to the action because Medina has a 9.33 and an 8, putting together a super heat here at Bells Beach. Laura is always the one that's having the most fun. Let's see where she's at upstairs.
All right, guys, we're down here at the place to be, the Oakberry truck. People come here for the best post-surf snack. Ethan Ewing and Morgan Sibley have already got their post-heat win snacks. And Lenny, how many Oakberries have you had today?
I've had about 3.
What's your favourite topping?
Granola.
Oh, all right, I'm in. Let's go get one. Absolutely amazing. I'm going to have purple teeth by the end of the week, 100%.
Well deserved, Laura, having a blast over there. It's easy to go by there, that little truck, and the Oakberry people are so kind. Look, Laura didn't even have to wait in line. They'll just keep throwing these acais at you, and they are incredible. They're really, really good.
That was Lenny. That was Jack Perry's son right there. So
that was Lenny Perry.
That was Lenny. And I believe he's had 3, but Lenny's ripping now. Jack's taking him surfing so much, and I stay with the Perry family, so Joe, and Gidge and Bianca, so I've been staying with that family for a long time.
And I think everyone remembers when Jack Perry was a wild card in this event.
Yeah, he was.
Ago.
And Steve Perry, we miss him. Yeah, he was all-time.
Absolute legend.
A legend.
Especially in this part of the world. As we look at the recap, the back end of Medina really has been lights out.
Oh, this heat's been incredible. It's been my favourite heat to watch so far. I mean, we've had Gabby just absolutely light it up on his backhand. We had this one moment from Liam that was just insane. It was sort of touch and go whether he was going to come out of that layback hack. And Liam with the 6.5 and the 7.5, but it's been the Gabby show. Dropped that 8-point ride on his opening wave, but it was this one right here that got us all sitting up on our seats. 9.33 and really impressive surfing. I feel like the start was beautiful, but the way he finished that was so much mess.
The start and the finish I like, because that first slow motion slide, I just loved. And then just to get up and jam that last one. Yeah, I loved it. Yeah, 9.33 was well deserving.
The way he set up that last bit of the wall where it felt like a transition snap, but he was seeing the opportunity to blow the tail on the finish. Just so much in that 933. A glorious ride for Medina.
Yeah, well, I mean, so many people ask me, like, how to surf this wave, and, you know, Gabriel does it perfectly. You know, it's almost is slow motion, you know what I mean? You kind of, because the wave is slopey and it doesn't move fast like other waves, but so you kind of adapt to that, you know. But when you're surfing it feels like you're going really fast, and it looks like you're going fast. So it's all about gliding with it and then surfing slow with it. But when you do it like Gabrielle, it just looks so good.
I've got to agree with that. I think you just can't rush it. You know, there's some people that are just trying to oversurf it. So we look to Cole here now.
Big blast there for Hausman. He's comboed, so he needs to get out of it very quickly with 2:30 to go. I felt like he had a bit of a sense of urgency there, but another fall for Hausman. In a tough position on the rankings. And you can see there's the frustration arc.
Yeah, well, I mean, he's got a massive heat next heat. The elimination round's going to be this afternoon, and his nerves are going to be high tide, because if he doesn't make that, he's looking like he's back on the Challenger, right?
Yeah, it's crazy how fast it can happen. And we've had some brilliant success stories from people that have been cut in the past. You know, Molly Picklum screams out to me, Joao Chianca, his turnaround to compete for a world title the year after he fell off tour. Leo Fioravanti won the Challenger Series and all of a sudden had his best year to date last season. There are those real positive comeback stories, which are great, but there's also the ones where you're like, maybe we'll never see this surfer again. You never know how, gosh, it goes on the Challengers. There's so many good surfers these days.
Oh, yeah, it's so tough. And now that we've come to Australia, I mean, we're talking about it now at Bells. There's only a couple of events left. We've got here, then we go to Margaret River. And it's really do or die. And it's unfortunate because everyone is so good these days. You don't want to see people getting cut. But it also brings the level of surfing so high from the very beginning of the year, because you just can't slack. You have to bring your A game from the beginning.
Minute 10 on the clock. Liam O'Brien, one of the best styles in the game, really tries to throw down the gouge to start. Lips kind of moving around a bit with the backwash, but he's still ironing things out with that DHD. He'll wind up for the bit of a lean back finishing move for Liam to try to better a 6.5 with 50 seconds to go. A little bit of movement on that last wave, Hawk.
Yeah, look nice for sure. He's just totally secured. He's well, he probably won't better a score, but he's sweet. He's into that round of 32, just where he wants to be. I wonder who he's going to get. You know, he might get John. That'd be a good heat.
That would be a crazy heat. Back to Liam here on his last couple of moments here. Final turn flick.
Yeah, interesting. Is it going to improve on that 6.5? I don't think it's not going to be his highest wave score. I think it's going to be pretty similar, maybe just under, in my opinion. Not quite sure, but the hero for me in this heat, obviously, is just Gabby. Just seeing that form continued from Portugal was just beautiful to watch and put on a clinic and demonstration of how to do it on your backhand.
Running out of time for Cole Hausman. He'll have to deal with a high-pressure situation tonight, this evening, in the elimination round, along with a couple of his friends. Eli Hanneman's there, but you've got to applaud that performance. Charlie happy with Gabe's performance. His little sister there enjoying the action as he put together a dream heat. The best we've seen today.
Absolutely.
9.33 and an 8.0. Liam O'Brien will move on in second into the round of 32 as things will continue in the lineup with Jake Marshall, Crosby Colapinto, who's leading the Rookie of the Year charge, and Callum Robson, a former finalist who's looking for a big result to make it past the midseason cut. Hawk, it's always a treat to hang out with you, my friend.
No worries, Joe. Felicity, everyone, thanks. You know, that was fun, and I'm off tomorrow. Maybe I could come and do a heat in the morning if you want.
That'd be great.
I'll have an early surf, but these guys are doing a fantastic job. The whole broadcast these days is just next level. I love it.
You're my hero, Hawk. Hey, you know what? This is a long day, so I'm going to send you a text.
Okay. Well, yeah, you
Unless
might
you got
get
a
me
pack or
later.
something. But
I'm
yeah.
going to be watching every single heat, but you never know. You could get me.
Get you back in.
You could get me. You never know.
All right, we'll take a quick break. Action continues in the lineup now. Jake Marshall, Crosby Colapinto taking on Callum Robson. We'll be right back. Welcome to opening day. Gabriel Medina turning in one of his best heats in his career at Bells Beach, a 9.33. Looking lethal on his backhand, looking for his first win of 2024. Looking to compete in the WSL Final 5 as he's trying to equal Mark Richards with a 4th world title this year. What a glorious day to kick things off. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier, and also joining us in the booth, Laura Enever. Laura, thanks for hanging out with us for this matchup.
Oh, so good. These are some comfy couches. You guys got the best seat in the house. I mean, I've had an awesome day today. Oh, couldn't speak to Kelly in his post-seat interview, but
that's great.
His eyes were just dazzling. Couldn't talk.
He does that to people, doesn't he?
No,
Still got it.
What an absolute cracker of a day to start this event off. Gabby, obviously, in that last heat, in such amazing form, and I'm just so stoked that Bells Beach has delivered, and we just have such incredible waves here today. So.
Thanks for joining us for the call. You've competed here for so many years yourself, but also for the reporting responsibilities. It's a pretty awesome place to be on the steps.
Oh, on the steps is just, it's such a vibe. It's like nothing else. And I think when you're down there this morning, you know, the Bells Beach song starts playing, and it's just, yeah, it's really, really cool and iconic, those stairs.
Yeah, it's great too. It's just a great place to watch because you can just take a higher level. Everyone's got a great view of the bowl. You kind of can play Remember When you look at all the big names that you're walking past. There's Tom Carroll. We had him in the booth. We just passed Aki's name. There's Lisa Anderson, Lane Beachley, Megan Abubo, Mick Fanning, 4 titles there. Parco, remember the Parco Mick final? Or I think Parco got a 10 even after falling, but he deserved it. That was so many great moments. And then leading up to what we saw last season with Ethan Ewing, you can really feel that beautiful energy at this event, Flick.
Oh, it's absolutely iconic. And I just always, you know, growing up surfing, and I remember when I first started surfing, watching this event, my dad was obsessed with this event. He spent a lot of time here and just always saying, you know, Floss, this is one of the best events on tour. And I remember the first time I came here as a grommie for the Rip Curl National Grom Search Final or something. I think we were there at the same time. And just how cool it is to be up close and personal with the pros. It's an iconic event.
As we see how this one got started, Jake Marshall got this wave during the break, Laura.
Yeah, frothy wave to start here, but he got a really nice score on it. He just got to connect with a few of these turns. He's looking so good, so flowy here, and just finishes well. A lot of bump to negotiate, but he holds on, and that was a 6.33, so nice start for Jake Marshall out there.
I was out there in the water with him a couple days ago in the afternoon. There was like no one out for some reason. You know how you time those things right at comps where you're going, oh, there's going to be everyone out. And it was like, whoa, there's nobody here. You don't want to get out of the water. And Jake's going, oh, shoot, I've got to like manage my energy. He's like, what do I do? And he was thinking about it to himself. And he's like, you know what? I'm just going to send it. He's like, the waves look too good. I'm just going to surf as much as I can. Just let the real surfer in him kind of come out. He said that might just feel more natural because that's what I'd be doing anyway. So.
Totally. And I know Miguel Pupo, I was speaking to him after his post-heat, and he was like, I'm actually tired because I surfed so much yesterday. I had a 2-hour session in the morning and a 5-hour session in the afternoon. He's like, I just couldn't come in. And so everyone the last few days has just been getting a lot of waves and a lot of practice in. I know Kelly was out there yesterday. You could tell he was just so in love with that board he was on, and he was just looked so beautiful out there at the bowl.
And he got barreled yesterday.
What?
Yeah.
Of course he did.
Photos pop up with a goat. Really impressed when you find a nice hollow cave to pull in. It's pretty rare at a venue like this, but it does happen. Marshall with a 6.33 start as we'll get some insight from Kaipo.
Well, you know what? It was interesting at the start of this heat. Crosby Colapinto took a page of older brother Griffin's playbook, and Crosby paddled out wide. So he's approaching Bells from the front so he can study the waves. The other two surfers, Callum and Jake, paddled up from Rincon from behind. Right now, it looks like we got Jake up and riding. He's off to a quick start, Joe.
That's right, Kaipo. Already into a foam climb to back up the 6.33, and he'll end up throwing it away. Jake feeling really strong. He said he's riding a Sharp Eye surfboard known as the Storm model. He said he just loves how the flow is on a wave where you're going to be on it for a long time. In between turns, you can just get into that flow state really well. Long, drawn-out point break. He said he almost didn't bring any other models with him because he knew exactly what he wanted to ride. Said he's always making little tweaks, though. Like, throughout a season, he's just ordering the same model, but, like, with little adjustments to the tail or to the nose or the thickness. He said you're always just trying to find maybe a little edge. You never want your surfing to get stale or flat. You're just always looking for an extra feeling. And so he said it's kind of constant. You get really addicted to that feeling of trial and error. Even if it's a model that you know you can trust at Bells, he said it'll always be just making little tweaks and working on finding maybe something a little extra special in the future.
I think that's the funny thing about surfboard design. You know, you think you're on an absolute banger of a board. You're like, yep, let's keep this one on ice. It's going amazing. But, you know, then all of a sudden a different shaper starts to run off with a few event wins and you're like, hang on a second, what's going on there? Like, and everyone's taking little bits and pieces from each other and refining the quiver. I don't think you ever... No surfer's fully ever just satisfied, especially if you're surfing at this level, you know, and you're always just wanting to get that little bit extra out of your craft. But back to Jake Marshall, I had the chance to watch him at Portugal last year at Iracira, which was sort of a similar looking wave to here. And I feel like his surfing's pretty conducive to these right-hand point breaks. He just looks like he flows really well out here.
He really does, and someone that did incredibly well. One of my favorite heats of Medina at Bells, Vano. That was insane to watch.
Mate, Gabriel Medina, a 9.33 and an 8. Are you kidding me, bro? That was a demolition out there. How good did it feel?
Feels amazing. Yeah, I knew we were gonna have a good start, you know, with a lot of waves. This morning was pumping, and yeah, I was lucky to catch 2 waves before the contest. And yeah, my board feels amazing. It's good to pick the right waves and just go with the flow. And yeah, I'm happy with my performance. I've been doing this all week, you know. It's good to put everything together in a heat.
It is, mate. Start of the year, probably not what you were expecting, but really caught fire at the ISA and then just turned in some amazing performances in Portugal. Do you feel like you're building momentum as your world title campaign fires up?
Yeah, feels like I'm in a good mood, I would say. And it happens sometimes in a athlete's life, you know. You gotta enjoy when you have the moment, because it goes and goes away. So it's a roller coaster. So yeah, right now I feel really good and I'm happy with my performance. My boards, Johnny, thank you so much. I've been getting some good boards, so I'm really happy with that. And yeah, just happy to be surfing, really. The water is amazing. It's so good. So Portugal is so cold and this is good, so I'm trying to enjoy it the most.
That's awesome, man. Yeah, well, you look happy, your energy is happy, but in the water you are just absolutely devastating. Bells is an event that's eluded you in the past. Seems almost impossible to leave. Oki was in the commentary box. He couldn't believe you haven't won here. So, I mean, you look so determined.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of these events that I haven't win yet. Yeah, I'm looking for it. To win an event like this. Just too much history, you know. All my heroes won here before, and yeah, I just want it so bad, you know. So I just want to surf, enjoy my moment there, and try to have the most fun. The waves are just incredible, so hopefully keep going like that, and we have a great contest.
Outstanding round one performance, mate. A shout out to all the crew at home.
Olha para mim, abraço pro Homem Pedra. Tamo junto. E obrigado a todos do Brasil que estão torcendo. Agora é tarde lá, mas obrigado pela torcida, pela vibe. E é isso, vamos pro próximo round. Tamo junto.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you, guys.
It's one of my favorite sayings in Portuguese, tamo junto. You hear it specifically in Brazil more often than not. Lately, you know, it's we're all in this together, where they feel each other. It's a really special phrase that's kind of, I feel like, popped up in the last couple of years. Medina's happy. He looks great. He looks dangerous. I was just thinking about his performances here. In 2018, he did get a third, so that's his best so far. A couple quarterfinals, and then kind of every other result under the sun throughout his longevity that he's enjoyed. I mean, this guy has been around for a long time now, and it's given us a lot of entertainment. We've seen him go through some lows and some highs, so it's cool to see him kind of at that maturity, looking back and knowing, hey, I've got to really enjoy every minute of this, and it's great to see him in this kind of form.
For sure. I think as we'll just have a look here, this is Crosby up and riding on his opening wave. So just jamming it in the pocket there. Nice layback to start. Hits the lip there for a second turn, so it's looking pretty good. Gets a little bit of a fin throw there, coming through to the inside. This wave's shaping up to be a really nice one for Crosby's opening wave. If he can get this finish here on this inside and make it nice and clean, I think he's on his way to a pretty nice opener. And does he get it? He does. So that's a nice wave. But I think back to what you were saying about Gabby, and he mentioned it before. He's like, yeah, I'm in a good mood. I'm in a good mood at the moment. And sometimes when you're on that moment, you've got the momentum. In Australia, we kind of call it a purple patch. You know, you're in the purple patch. You kind of just got to keep that ball rolling, because it's not often that, you know, you've got your all-time greats that just continue on that roll. But sometimes now with the level and the caliber of surfing that's on tour, when you get that ball rolling and that momentum, you kind of want to stay in it.
That's so true. And looks like Jake Marshall just made a board change after his last wave. So a 6.33 and then his last wave a 2.0. And we'll find out why he made the switch. But Jake got a healthy quiver from Sharp Ice. So back for more. Still being coached by Chris Gallagher at this event. Those two are best friends. They've known each other for a very long time. And Gally's a great shaper as well. So when Jake and his brothers were going through those growth spurts as really good amateur surfers from Southern California, you're always trying to update your quiver with your with your growth and your weight and your body changing. And gosh, I remember looking in their garage years ago, and there was like every dimension from 3'11" all the way to like 5 feet for all the brothers to share. As we look at Callum Robson, former finalist at this event, 23rd in the world, just pacing his way down the line. Now just waiting for this end section, see how full it is on the face, but he knows a little carve into the pocket could set up some gold here for him. Tough section to time with the backwash, but he did well to hang on to that one, Laura.
Yeah, I love watching Cal here. You know, that huge final he had, his rookie year, it just seems like he wants more. He's down in 26 on the rankings right now, so this is where he's going to have to do some work to really climb up the rankings and try and make that cut.
As we look at how Callum scrapped into this one, hard one to catch there, Flick.
Yeah, it was. He almost didn't get it, but Callum, this morning, we spoke about him in the morning show. He was actually one of my picks earlier. I mean, he's, you know, sitting below that cut line. He needs a result here, and obviously he got that win on his rookie year. It's you know, 14 minutes on the clock, and already Crosby and Jake have both got, you know, sixes, which, you know, is a great backup score for today, or even, you know, great score already in their scoreline. So it's going to be a little bit tough for Callum here. I feel like that score isn't going to come to, I think it's going to be just under a 6. You know, it's not really going to quite cut that mustard there. So 13 and a half minutes on the clock. See the score sort of coming through now.
Callum Robson, 4.67. Crosby Colapinto opened with a 6.0. That board looks magic, but Richie Lovett, man, Rick loves talking about surfboards, and he's on the steps finding the backup for Cros. What'd you see there, Rick?
Yeah, I do like talking about surfboards, Joe. Thank you. I have found Crosby's backup board here, and I can tell you it is a 6.4, shaped by Matt Biolis. It is their Whiplash model, which is their go-to model for when the waves are a little bit bigger. A couple of things I want to point out here. One is the narrowness of that tail. A really pulled in, rounded pin, and what that does is it gives you that ability to knife into these waves, really sit on that rail for a long, long time, and have all that confidence coming off the bottom and driving through the lip and doing those big open face carves. He's actually got the John Pizel fins, which are a really big bassy fin, but a super narrow tip to it. So again, this is all geared to all that drive, all that speed off the bottom turn, and then allow that that agility and that maneuverability off the top. Slight single to double concave, super thin tail as well. Again, this is all about getting that sensitivity and that control when these guys are going through these maneuvers. So this is the 6.4 backup. Cros is on an identical model to this, but an inch shorter, the 6.3. So the boys are on the steps here. We got Tommy Witt, Griffin's obviously watching on, his dad Mitch. The whole camp is down here to cheer him on. He started pretty well.
Yeah, he certainly has. Thanks for the insight, Richie Lovett, longtime competitor on the championship tour. One lower trestles, one Haleiwa. What a legend. And he loves surfboards. Still does a lot of designing in the shaping room himself. He's been through a lot. There's a book about him written by Sean Doherty called The Big C. I feel like they should add a few more chapters because he's got more of a story to tell. But for Cros, yeah, he's noticing the support crew on the stairs, the Colapintos. His parents are in town now as we see a chip in. How about that from Callum Robson? Attacking that big first section. Unfortunately, he's going to have to step off. But how did he get into that thing?
Wow, that was almost a really cool move for him. Unfortunately, that wave's shutting down, and looks like Crosby right behind him, also slightly too deep. But yeah, Cal just got the chip in from way further outside his two competitors and sort of weaved through them, just making sure, hey, do you want it? Making sure you don't want it. You guys with priority. And then would have been cool if that was able to turn into something special.
And now Jake up and out, and it just kind of brings up a nice, easy topic of wave selection, Laura. You know, from competing out here for so many years, did you find it really difficult to pick the right wave on a day like today, or did you kind of have a nice, easy recipe to follow?
I feel like, you know, Bells, especially today, you see these lines coming through, and there's a lot of, you know, it looks really good from far, but then speaking to the competitors today, they're just saying that it is really hard to pick the wave that's going to really hit the reef correctly today. And I think that has a lot to do with the short period swell. Speaking to Kayo Belwarren, just saying, yeah, what is it about today? Why is it not hitting the bowl every wave and just being, you know, sort of that easy classic Bells to select good waves? But so these guys have to really like search around and find the waves that are going to give them that connection.
It's interesting because this event specifically seems to have a ton of like local knowledge that people try to lean on, like Kayo Belwarren, like Adam Robertson, you know, kind of like surfing in Hawaii as well. But this one definitely, it seems like demands you calling up someone that's surfed this wave their whole life.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, yeah, you can see all the coaches down on the coaches' corner. There's Team Griff and Crosby right there. I love the stairs. It's in the morning. All the coaches, just the banter is classic. They're all just yelling across down the stairs.
It's like just good vibes with that crew. If those guys pulled up in a van and said, hey, jump in, you're jumping in, right? You're coming with them. Where are we going?
You're having a good time. Guaranteed fun if you're getting in that van.
Like, you're never going to say, I'll drive separate. You're going, I'm coming.
No way.
We're going to ride this thing out. We've got 9:30 on the clock. Jake leading so far with a 6.33 as his high mark. We'll take a quick break and we'll finish up opening round heat number 11 right after this. Jake Marshall still in the lead. Callum Robson second. Crosby Colapinto holding priority. Let's get some insight from Kaipo in the water. Kaipo, what are you noticing right now?
I'm just noticing that these waves are fairly difficult to paddle into right now. Callum did get that chip shot on those, but also, Joe, you can see these sections rearing up. The higher tide, it's just pushing everything further out into the channel. The guys are pushed back deep. There's this one section happening right here that it seems difficult to get around because the waves are hard to paddle into, but once you're up and riding, the sections come down very quickly. So that's the challenge right now that's going on in this heat.
Thank you, Kaipo, for the insight. And also with the tide still on the rise, I think for another 20 minutes or so till we get to the high. As we look at Jake Marshall rolling into this wall, looking to better a 2 under the lip hook. Wow, surviving that first turn. Laying low to go the distance out in the open face. Got himself there. And now setting up a nice off the top. Chasing another section. Hard wave to surf, but did well to stay on his feet flick.
Yeah, and I think he's got that 2-point ride as his backup, and knowing with only 6 minutes basically on the clock, he kind of was like, okay, I'm stood up. Let's milk this wave right to the end because I've got to replace that too.
Yeah, well, all of the guys in this heat looked at that wave, and Jake Marshall had second priority at the time, and he swung and looked a bit foamy at the start. It was an absolute journey, this wave. It had a bit of backwash in it, but look at this first snap. That was huge. Disconnected from the board. Did so amazing to get around this section, and then was like, you know what? That's already got a better as 2 that turn, so let's just try to finish this thing off, see what it does through the inside, and he did well. Into another nice loop line, but I think he'll be stoked with that little tail release at the end there. So that'll for sure better his 2-point ride. So I think that was an awesome move there for him. Look at this. This was crazy. It was like a big backwashy section.
Fully his back foot almost fell off the board.
Disconnected from the board, so upright, and then just had to compress there to really land that. Also just being able to get your footing back in the right position, and yeah, that was a job well done there by Jake.
Jake's been here a couple of times in the past, had a 17th and then a 33rd, but I think what I'm noticing is feeding off a lot of confidence from his performance in Portugal, making finals day. Ended up losing to Crosby Colapinto that day, but he's known Crosby and the whole California crew his whole life, so he stuck around, wanted to make sure he was there to show his support. You know, he could have booked flights and snuck out of there, but he wanted to hang in for finals day, went to the dinners, and was there to just share some speeches. You know, I think Jake Patterson, Tommy Whitaker forced everybody to give a speech, and Jake's was just awesome. Really proud of everyone that he grew up with, and I just think he came to Australia feeling different. You know, he's been on tour, he's been off tour, he's learned a lot along the way, and I think he knows he's got a great shot at making finals day at Bells.
For sure. I think it's something to be said about hanging around and really just embracing the rest of that contest. And I mean, he didn't need to do that, and he did. But I mean, he's looking really good here. Just exactly what you said, Laura. He's definitely going to replace that too. He dropped to 4.57, so improved his situation in this heat. Out in the lead now, which is pretty good because there's only 4 minutes left on this clock. And I mean, Crosby's got that 6 locked in. He's down in third, but he's sitting out there with priority. So looks like there's sets on the horizon too. Yeah, Crosby only needs a 0.97, so that's basically to his feet and a little wiggle, and 3.5 to go. But back to Jake. You know, he's in 8th on the rankings, best year of his life on tour, and you know, you say, you know, what different sort of shifts and changes that you can make, and what works, and just seems like being more relaxed and enjoying these places on the road. It's once you get into that, you know, that moment, then you can just really enjoy it, and the results show. Look at these big wash-throughs coming through. Gosh, that's just Bells for you, isn't it? It just goes quiet for a while. You might be thinking things are calming down, and then just the set of the day comes and washes everybody out of the lineup. Crazy right now because everyone's getting this wash through. I mean, there's 3 minutes on the clock. You've got to be thinking that Crosby is going to get another opportunity, but they all just copped that last set on the head, and he's got priorities. Having a look here, yeah, he's going to go. Crosby doesn't need much, just a completed turn, and he's going to move into the top 2. Throwing down the carve, it's not making it easy for him. A little bit of movement on the face, fades again. He should be solid for the top 2, and now he's looking for more. He has to hit that section early to make sure he rides away. So really smart surfing for Cros, trying to make sure that he was guaranteed to move into the top 2. Yeah, wow, we just had to hang on to that, only needing such a small score. But that was such a hard wave to ride. But he, you know, 2.5 to go. I think just knowing that there can be these lulls out here, he wouldn't want to not go this wave. It had so much foam and froth in the face, being the 3rd or 4th wave of that set. So he knew it was just going to be frothy that whole way through. But only needing a 1-point ride, he's obviously got it. Did such an amazing job to hold on to this last turn. Oh, that was just so hard to hit, so hard to negotiate. Just like riding a bucking bull right there. Hold on, Crosby. Just really smart surfing. Getting there early, making sure he had control of the finish. And he'll be putting Callum Robson into a tough situation. Callum, remember, the surfer that's 23rd in the world. 1 spot behind the midseason cut. Wants to avoid any chance of losing in this event. If he stays in 3rd, he's in the elimination round this evening, Laura. So that would be a lot of pressure on the man from Evans Head. Yeah, it would be. I mean, it's going to be a huge day. I mean, whoever's going to be down here in the elimination round, they've got obviously women's opening round coming up next. So they'll have a bit of time, but yeah, they'll be surfing this afternoon and really having to compose themselves. And I mean, I'm sure all these guys in the lead up to this event the last few days have been surfing at all times of the day to just really see how their boards go, because when that lump and bump gets into it in the afternoon, you know, you need to make those switches with your equipment and know what to expect in all different, you know, conditions. Crosby jumping off the Red Bull ski. He'll be in the top 2, but he still doesn't know what he has yet. Waiting for the judges to put in the score. Priority is with Callum Robson. Callum's probably trying to feel his way through the situation, probably realizing he's going to need to do some work. Scores it now for Cros. He'll go all the way to 1st with a 5.33. Callum paddling into this wave needs a 6.24 to avoid the elimination round. Robson trying to cover some ground here. Kind of a miss hit on the whitewater section. Carving onto a real soft shoulder, but he's still committed. Hugging the pocket a bit, and still nothing major yet. And now chasing maybe an aggressive finish. If he could do something really massive, misses the punt section, and Callum will be in the elimination round.
Jake Marshall fitting in a final wave. Trying to get his lead back off his friend Crosby. Big wall section there. Nice clean snap off the top. Into another foam climb, and looks like Jake shut it down way down the beach. His coach, Chris Gallagher, is going to be proud of that performance. And the Californians will be in the top 2, moving on to the round of 32, Flick.
Yeah, that's a tough loss for Callum. As we were talking about before, he really needed to advance through that. Obviously, he's got the elimination round coming up basically tonight. Don't go anywhere, everyone. We're in for a very, very big day.
Oh, we love it. First day of the comp, running all day. It'll be a tough day for Callum. He's going to reset. He'll have some time to think about that heat and what he's going to have to do later on today to put himself in a better position before we get to Margaret River. That's when the tour goes from 34 men to 22 for the rest of the season. Then we focus on the WSL Final 5. We do have Italo Ferreira, Iago Dora, and Frederico Moraes as that last heat of the opening round for the men. Then we get into the opening round for the women. Italo, a past champ. Iago Dora looking for some momentum this year. And Frederico Moraes is always really, really fun to watch on a wall like this on his forehand. Really impressed, though, with Jake Marshall on his last wave. Looking like he still put a lot into this one to try to get the lead off Crosby. And scores coming in at enough for Jake Marshall. 6.93 on the buzzer to take first off of Cros.
Yeah, it's got to feel good too, knowing that he's going to get into that next round. It's going to help his seeding a little bit more. So yeah, getting the win over his mate on that last wave.
Huge one there for Jake Marshall. That'll carry him into the round of 32. He's been looking strong in his free surfs, even stronger with his competitive performance today as you get the official numbers. Marshall, Colapinto into the round of 32. And Robson, another big name in the elimination round later on today. Opening round heat number 12 coming up next. Very special time to be watching the event. The Queen, 8-time world champ, 4-time Bells champ, Stephanie Gilmore joins Ronnie and Rich for the call. We'll be right back.
Oh, yeah.
Well, Rip Curl recently announced an 8-year, multi-million-dollar deal with 8-time world surfing champion Stephanie Gilmore. This deal comes at a pivotal moment in Stephanie's career as she embarks on a year-long sabbatical from professional competition to embark on the search. Traveling the world to feel that freedom, to discover the most exceptional waves, adventures and experiences. The duration and scale of the agreement underscore the magnitude of Stephanie's influence in the sport and the confidence Rip Curl has in her in continuing to build on this legacy. Gilmore's relationship with Rip Curl began in 2000 when she first signed with the brand at 12 years of age. She then went on to win 4 world championships in 2007, Rookie of the Tour that year, 2008, 2009 and 2010. Welcome back to Rip Curl. Stephanie Gilmore, and welcome to the booth. Your shout for dinner. Congratulations. That's
My shout
huge.
for the next 8 years, right?
Oh, you bet. You bet. Congratulations. Incredible timing with you taking that time off from the championship tour. Where's your first trip? Tell us about the location. Reveal all right here.
Oh my gosh, okay, yeah, pull out the map. No, I've been doing a lot of Google Earthing just to see where we can go, what we can do, but yeah, this is a really amazing opportunity for me at this stage in my career to partner with a brand like Rip Curl, who they really, you know, they have such a passion for surfing, and for me, at the end of the day, I love winning world titles, I love competition, like it really is a wonderful stage, but the true heart of my love for surfing is adventuring around and getting good waves, as I'm sure every surfer, you know, if you can take off on an adventure and find yourself in a new destination, maybe find an undiscovered wave, and I don't know, just all those sorts of things, they get me excited. So I'm really happy to be here and to launch a search again with Rip Curl.
So much fun.
Awesome stuff. I want to know, on the first trip, are you even going to take a high-performance shortboard?
Well, I was packing my board bag to come down here, and I was like, oh, this is weird. I guess I can take the small board bag. And I put in a shortboard, and then I had a twin fin, and then I had like a asymmetrical Ryan Birch pickle fork thing, and then I took a few out because I got weird about it, and then I added some other things in. And anyway, I figured that the cool part about what people know about me and that I love surfing different boards is that everywhere I go, I have a lot of people reaching out saying, hey, I got a cool board, you want to try it? So it seems like I won't even have to take anything. They'll be there. I'll find them. And maybe a skimboard. Maybe I'll be able to try a little Tom Curran skimboard somewhere.
Oh, yes. Well, that sounds fun.
Forward to
that sounds like a lot of fun. So does this last heat of the opening round for the men. Let's have a look at the lineup. 2019 world champ and a former winner here at Bells Beach. Italo Ferreira will take on Iago Dora, another Brazilian, and Frederico Moraes, who's made his return to the championship tour this year after a brief hiatus. And it was Italo getting things started early here, Rich. This is where he won his first CT. It was an emotional victory. He'd love to tap into that winning feeling again.
Oh, absolutely. And he did it in conditions not too dissimilar to what is on offer here today. And Italo took this wave miles up the point, almost up at the Rincon section. You can see here driving all the way through. Frothy wave to deal with. A little bit of action outside as well, but we'll focus our energy on Italo. Gets that final finish tricky as the high tide continues to come in. This is Iago Dora. Hasn't this guy really improved and impressed over the last couple of seasons? One to really watch, and almost feel like it's only moments until we'll see him in a world title race at some point.
Yeah, he keeps climbing those ranks. Certainly got everything required to go to the top end of the rankings. Frederico Moraes chasing a huge result, sitting right on the cut line at the moment in 22nd position. And you could see when he cracked the code on the Challenger Series last year just how bad he wanted to be back here. He's had some big finishes on the CT before, as high as 10th place in 2021, 14th as well, another high finish for him on the ratings. But yeah, he's up against it and needs a big finish in this contest. But Steph, back to equipment. I mean, we've already seen you on some pretty fun looking boards. The east coast of Australia has been lighting up in the new year.
Yeah, we have been very spoiled up there on the east coast. Around Coolangatta, Snapper Rocks has been on fire. Kira has been back to its old beautiful ways. And Duramba, I mean, everywhere. I've been surfing Byron Bay, down at the pass, and Lennox. There's just, everywhere you look, there's been a consistent east swell that just seems like it doesn't want to stop, and the water's warm. And I definitely thought to myself, well, I don't really need to travel too far. I'm on a surf holiday right here at home.
That's awesome. I can't wait to pick your brain throughout these next couple of heats. But we do have some people that we want to have a chat to as well. 22.5 minutes remaining here. Scores in for Italo's first ride. Solid start for him. A 6, not too far behind. Iago Dora banks a 5.33. And Frederico, he had himself a 4 to kick things off here. So can't wait to watch this one play out. But pretty impressive in that last heat, Rich. Jake Marshall just continues to kind of upset more fancied opponents. I mean, pretty evenly matched in the last one, you'd have to say. But Jake's just a sneaker. He just kind of, you know, flares up and drops solid scores against people that you expect to do really well at this location.
I think we've seen shades of Jake's best over the last few seasons, but in particular this year, I think he's flicked the switch on something and found it. He seems like he's in career best form at the moment, and I feel like the tussle between Crosby and Callum Robson at the start of that heat, where they were jockeying for position, they were messing around up on the inside, trying to get the inside track, and it sort of gave Jake free rein of the lineup for half the heat, and he took full advantage of that, got the lead early, and that was enough. He maintained.
We'll try and have a chat to him in the not too distant future, but out there at the moment, we've got Italo, who's starting to really get back to, I think, that winning form. He's sitting in 13th, but his surfing's been improving. He's got one of the highest heat score averages for someone sitting outside the top 10 at the moment this year. His best result this season, it was a 5th. This is actually his 84th career championship tour event. This is where he had that first win, Steph, and it was an amazing year. It was Mick's last contest as a campaigner. Well, not a campaigner on the championship tour. He took a wild card in that event, but yeah, it meant so much to Italo, didn't it?
Yeah, seeing him win that event, whoa, Iago is insanely talented. He's such a big guy, but he's somehow off like sections with no speed, is able to throw his tail and, you know, boost really high airs. And yeah, it's always fascinating to me watching Iago do his thing. But back to Italo, to see him win and basically shake down the whole contest zone with cheering and being so proud of himself. It was really a special moment to see that go down. And then he just went on to tear. You know, he was world champ not too soon after that. So got the ball rolling, and it was obviously a very important win for him.
Crazy flair from Iago on that last move, waiting on the scores to roll in for that. We'll queue up a replay, no doubt, but there it is, 4.77. Let's have a look at it again.
Yeah, I think at Bells, the judges really love to see you piece together a whole wave, you know, and I think unless it's I mean, that was a fantastic maneuver and really difficult to do, but unless he had some other stuff before it, then it wasn't going to score any higher than that. But yeah, we've seen Iago do it though in conditions that are really tough. It's like, there's not much going on, and then he'll just throw an incredible air and get a 10. And you're like, wait a second. But he did it at J-Bay, got a really high 9 on like just from one maneuver on a point break, which is quite hard to do. But yeah, he seems to do it, and he trusts himself. You can see that he knows he can do it, so that's cool.
Great control for a lanky guy, 6'0", and just compresses beautifully, stays over the top of his board most of the time. Kind of got completely upside down on that last move. Set waves approaching here at the moment. Italo's got that priority on the outside. Richie Lovett and Steph Gilmore here in the booth. And Steph, no one taking this one. Just quickly, what's it like? This is really the first event that you've kind of been at since you've obviously made the decision to take a year off. Mm-hmm. Is it hard to be around an event? Is it enjoyable? Are you relaxed? What's the feeling?
I think I'm pretty relaxed most times, but starting the event in watching Pipeline in Hawaii, there was a lot of lay days. It was sort of rainy, and it looked a bit cold and windy, and I was like, yeah, I'm not missing it. And then the finals day happened, and the girls, you know, Molly and Katie and Betty Lou were just sending it so hard, and I was like, oh, I've blown it. You know, I want to be there. I want to be a part of it. As we see Iago trying to get another little, or I guess a good score, decent score to get started. Oh, he's got a 6, so 5.03. He can back that up with something decent here.
Well, you can see what he's thinking as he stands on the tail now, just waiting for this wave to steepen on the inside. Going to go for something big here. Drives up into the lip. Solid finish. Will probably be better than the 4.77. Just a bit more of a combo through that ride. As Steph said, they want to see you piece those moves together and flow down the line here at Bells. But yeah, that was an amazing way to kick off the year.
It was so good.
The women stole the show, and it just feels like the women's sport's never going to be the same after that.
Totally, yeah. Something really changed, and I mean, to be at home watching it was devastating, because I was like, oh man, I want to be a part of it.
Oh, for sure.
But at the same time, I was so proud of all of the young women who are out there doing it, and I was feeling like that real shift had just happened, and like we've all been saying, give us an opportunity and we'll go for it, and that was the perfect example of that. So as we see Iago smash this inside here. Yeah, that'll be a pretty decent score for him.
Yeah, well, the exciting thing is we get to see that evolution continue after this heat, because we're going to dive into the opening round of the women's event, and it's going to be a really fun narrative to play on now, Rich, because we've seen the young guns steal the show through the first couple of events of the season, and then we saw the veterans fight back over in Portugal, and this is an event that favours the veterans. I mean, Molly did well here last year, but when you look at who isn't in the draw this year.
Exactly.
You've taken a lot of the common finalists, semi-finalists in particular, out of the mix. So, you know, I think it's going to be a very even battle between that younger group of charging competitors and the established guard.
Yeah, and there is a real gap between the two, and obviously with the absence of Steph not in the event, and Carissa, and normally who they take out of the event along the way, it does spell opportunity for all the other women. That cut line is brutal and it's looming, and you know, you look at names like like Sally Fitzgibbons, Isabella Nichols, who was in a really similar position last year. She needs to get moving and secure her spot. This is going to be a real pivotal event on the tour.
It's going to be fun to touch on as we dive into that first round, but we still got this last heat of the opening round for the men unfolding. 15.5 minutes to go here. Iago has the lead at the moment with a couple of mid-range scores. We'll see if he can hang on after we chat with the winner of Heat 11, Jake Marshall with Vaughan.
Well, last year the CT didn't go quite to plan for Jake Marshall, but re-qualified through the Challenger Series. And mate, here you are, number 8 in the world and winning your opening round heat at Bills. What's changed for you?
I don't know. I feel it's definitely a big switch up from last year. I mean, I got a 33rd here last year, so that was pretty rough, and I was definitely in a lot different place mentally, I would say. And now I'm just feeling like I really have gotten better, and I've worked really hard to improve my surfing, and I feel like that in turn has made me a bit more confident, and I'm starting to believe in myself a little bit more, so that's really good. And yeah, I don't know, I just feel like really stoked on how I'm surfing right now, and feel like I'm surfing good heats, so it's coming like naturally for me right now, and it's always good when you feel like you're in that like good competitive state. You know, you kind of just gotta like let it happen while you have it.
Yeah, that's an awesome insight, man. You had the Grom coming at you there. He tried to pinch the lead, Crosby, in the dying stages of that one, but that last wave, you just look so composed, and that board looks really good, especially after you crushed your magic one at the start of the heat.
Yeah, that was brutal. I was like so amped on that other board, and then kind of had to reset. Like I was like a bit pissed getting on the jet ski, like, are you kidding me? Like how? But that's just competing. Sometimes that happens, and I really like this board as well. It's like a ½ inch smaller, and yeah, I was stoked. I ended up kind of getting that last wave just to get a little bit of rhythm on it. Like it was weird after that first wave. It seemed like everyone was kind of a little weird, all maybe like a little out of rhythm, but it didn't seem like there was a ton of really good waves coming in that heat. So it felt good to put one together on that last wave, and wasn't anything crazy, but always nice to get a heat win in the first round for sure.
Yeah, mate. Well, I think everyone's looking at you now, and if they're underestimating you, they're having second thoughts about it, because yeah, you're really having a great start to this year, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round.
Yeah, thanks a lot. Appreciate it.
Good on you, Jake.
Thank you.
Easy to get behind characters like Jake Marshall, who, you know, missed out on qualifying in the early stages of their career by maybe a heat or two, and then went back and worked for Jake. He worked in hospitality to keep funding those campaigns on the qualifying series, broke through, found it difficult for sure, but ultimately now finds himself in the dream position, all the hard work paying off. Love a battler.
Love a battler. Jake's has an amazing wave choice talent.
Yeah, he did so well in Portugal, didn't he? When everyone else was struggling to piece it together. Sunset, he surfs brilliantly.
Yeah.
Here goes Frederico Moraes. He's another guy who's just not ready to give up on his dream to maintain his place on this championship tour. And he is at the moment looking for a 4.34 out of this one. He's had big heat wins against world champions before in world-class conditions. And today he's just having to grind through this one to stay alive for some cleaner wall to rip into, Rich.
Look at Richard Dog Marsh there.
Oh.
So that's Federico Moraes' coach. And clearly not happy, not going to plan. But
it's a cold seat on the stairs today for Richard Dog Marsh.
Can we get a top view of the notebook there? I would love to see what he's just written down.
It's brutal. You know, whatever words of advice and direction Dog gave him, perhaps
he's
it's
just
not
writing
being followed.
expletives in his book at the moment.
But, you know, Federico's such an astute competitor. You know, he's very consistent. You know, we don't often see him break into those kind of 9 and 10 and even 8-point rides, but he's capable of it, you know, and perhaps that's what Dog is just thinking, maybe open up a little bit more, go for it.
We have seen him go there before. Early, you know, I think I mentioned earlier that he's been to some pretty lofty heights on the rankings before. Back in 2017, he was like just all big, full rail calves. I think he was... You know, didn't have the kind of scar tissue of poor seasons at that point. He was young, he was fresh, and he was leaning into those big front side calves and just consistently getting big scores. But they've been a little harder to come by for him in recent times. As Iago again, kind of just chipping away here, seems to have like made a decision to not get overly selective in this lineup. It's definitely been pulled apart a little bit by this wind out there, Steph.
The wind and the high tide, like it's really filled up, and the hard part about Bells is, you know, even on a low tide, it seems like it doesn't have a bottom. You kind of have to do your surfing in the top 2/3 of the wave, and you know, unless you're Mark Occhilupo and you have calf muscles the size of trucks. But yeah, so see how full it is. You can't really get a full bottom turn and to be able to really rip in, and it seems like, yeah, Fred, on your forehand too, it's quite difficult to be able to just hit the lip. You have to stick to your calves, and it added in a bit of onshore wind, and it seems to just hard to control your board and to be able to look like you're doing that really nice clean surfing, which Fred's he's good at. That's his strength. So tough to do, but I'm sure on your backhand you can kind of sneak in under the lip and do those snaps. So being against these two goofy footers for Fred is going to be a tough challenge.
Yeah, I really like the observation there and just the experience of yours in reading this wave off the bottom. You've got to get that deep bottom turn in when the wave steepens, but like you said, it sort of seems cutting it short and carving down off the pocket of this wave can really help you flow some turns together. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break here. Joanne Defay coming off the back of a victory over in Portugal. We'll be out there next. Let's dive into the pulse here. Day one of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. Saw Kelly Slater making his 27th appearance here at Bells Beach with the jersey on, searching for his first victory this season. And he found it in a tough matchup with John Florence and Seth Moniz. Slater was absolutely buzzing. Geordie Smith returned to vintage form. Some of the biggest turns laid down today. Looking fit on a good board. Geordie achieved excellence in this lineup, a very healthy heat score total for him as he powered past the elimination round and into the round of 16. And then what about this guy, Gabriel Medina? He found something in Portugal. He looked deadly. He hasn't had a victory here at Bells before, but this performance suggests that in 2024, he is going to give it a red-hot nudge. He put together the biggest heat score total of the day, busted the fins on the end section, and looked every bit the three-time world champion. Very relaxed, very happy, and ready to do damage in this draw. Back into the final heat of the opening round for the men. 6.5 minutes to go, and Yago Dora's just been chipping away at his rivals in this heat. Hasn't established a massive lead, but is in a pretty decent position as he looks to improve that heat score total with a strong start, driving back into the pocket. Solid work on those first two sections, but this wave breaks in half, and he's going to ditch it. So Italo has been ultra patient out there and just looking for his second score, but I think maybe during the break he took a wave that's not going to really eventuate into much of a number. That's going to leave the door open for this man, the pride of Portugal, Frederico Moraes, after a really low number to get himself up into the top two here. Couple of nice carves. We'll try and put a smile on Richard Dogmarsh's face with this one. As he just chips away at it, waiting for that steep section on the shore break. It really is a test for these competitors, especially with the tricky tide, and he times it beautifully. He gets the nod from Steph Gilmore.
Great
Steph,
finish.
Talk to us about the challenges in riding through all that dead water and then finding the momentum for a solid finishing turn.
Yeah, the other thing I keep noticing is the foam on the face. You know, at Bells, it's one of those things you just don't want to take off on those waves that are after a set. There's a lot of white water on the face, and it just makes it extra difficult to get your rail in, set your fins, all that kind of stuff. But, you know, so when he took off on that wave there, I thought, that's probably not a good choice. But it seemed like after this first manoeuvre, things cleaned up and he was able to really get to work. So that was actually a really good choice of wave for him. That second car was awesome, nice and strong, and came through here. The wave flattened up, but he didn't look too uninterested, you know, he really kept busy, and then he's come through the inside here, and this finishing maneuver was awesome. Lots of power. So he got another maneuver in here and then smashes it right here. Yeah, it was great. Really good score for him.
You could tell it meant something to him. He knew it was his best yet, and the pressure was on. He's also made Italo pay for a fall here, Rich, by the looks of things.
Yeah, Italo just getting stuck behind the section here. You can see how much warble and bump was on the face of that wave and through the lip as well. So this high tide, we talk about it, high tide and wind at Bells like oil and water. They just do not go together. And unfortunately, has a long way to ride for Italo to bank a 2-point ride. So behind the 8 ball here and under pressure, he is back out the back with priority. So he will have an opportunity with just under 4 to go. Needs to find that open face.
Steph, you've won all over the world, 33 incredible CT victories, obviously a handful of them here, more than a handful, but Bells Beach, how does it stack up against some of your other victories? There's so much history here and so many of your surfing heroes on that trophy.
Yeah, it really is one of those places that has an extra feeling to it when you win. You get this iconic bell, you get to give it a ring. I think all the names of the past winners and the history there is really what makes it extra special. Yeah, as we see Italo trying to get one last chance at backing his 6-point ride up. He's got 2 okay turns here. He's just getting stuck behind the white water, and this wave, I'm sure he'll do the little dead water dance and then move into the inside and try and finish it off. It's not doing too much for him, but it's a nice snap there. He's so strong, you never know what he's going to do. That's my favourite part about watching Italo. There's always some kind of surprise, but oh, onto the dry sand. Surely that's an extra point.
It's spectator sport when you're watching Italo, isn't it? You just don't know what he's going to do. Never turn away.
But yeah, winning here at Bells is just fantastic. It gives me chills thinking about it. I think 2008 was my first win here. and I just fell in love with it. Getting chaired up the beach, going up the stairs, the whole lot, all of it was one of my favourite.
Did you take a while to get used to this wave and figure it out, or was it something that came pretty naturally quite quick?
I think it took you about, what, 3 events, Steph, and then you...
It took me, it definitely took me a few events.
Didn't you win 2007?
Did I? I don't know. I can't remember.
Was that one of the
I
4?
don't think I did. Or maybe I did.
Yeah, I think you won pretty
You'll
early
have
in
to
the
look
piece.
that up. Okay. But I just felt comfortable here because it was a right-hand point break. I've grown up surfing this wave, coming down here for pro junior events, and my style of surfing seems to suit this wave.
Well, we got the GWM 2-minute warning here, and Italo's going to be really hanging on, you know, where this score falls. He's after a 3.33. Probably be enough to get him back up there. But, you know what? I think Rich Italo just sort of in a lot of situations these past couple of years hasn't sort of made world champion-like decisions in heats. It's almost like he took that wave and took himself out of that lineup then, and even if he turns the heat, Frederico's really going to have a great shot at getting back in front.
Yeah, well, he has. He's just actually jumped up into the 2nd position now. But I get what you're saying. In his reign, the world title years, and even around those years, he seemed so dominant, and he always seemed to drop big numbers. All the decisions he was making were the right ones, and his surfing was just so strong. And normally you'd expect him to be way out in front of a heat like this, you know, be miles ahead. But you know, he's right in the mix here, and he's under pressure.
Steph, you can speak to it after winning a world title. You know, you have an expectation of where you should get to in events, and sometimes just desperation kind of creeps in a little bit.
Yeah, defending a world title is really difficult. As we see Iago go absolutely ham. 2 really strong manoeuvres. And, yeah, just dealing with this foamy white water here. But he'll come through to the inside. This is going to be a pretty good score for Iago.
So, yeah, Italo could prove me wrong here, and this could be the decision to go that wave. Might get him through this heat, or maybe Frederico's on one on the outside.
But it is that thing, you know, you're really trying to defend your title, and you're sort of holding on to this feeling like, yo, I've got to be the best, I've got to do everything right. And you sort of don't surf like you're on the attack. You seem to be defending, and you start stressing with decisions, and it's tough to do. I feel like you can kind of see it in a few of the defending champs' sort of decision making. But yeah, Italo, he's so strong. He'll definitely come back.
Oh, let's have a look. So this was Frederico's opportunity to perhaps get himself into the top 2, but not really looking like the number, is it?
Nope. No way.
Needed a 4.68.
Needed a 4.68. We know that that's not going to go there. So unfortunately,
so Italo was spot on with his decision making there. Yeah. Absolutely nailed it.
Yeah.
And Iago Dora signing autographs there. He got busy in that heat, and it paid off for him. So he's going to be powering through to the round of 16, and we'll see Frederico Moraes in the elimination round. We are waiting on some numbers to drop still. Iago dropped a 4.9 on that last wave, which only strengthened his position. We're going to take a quick break here. When we return, we are going to kick off the opening round of the women's event here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Rip Curl, the ultimate surfing company. By Visit Victoria, Melbourne, every bit different. By Eventbrite, proud sponsor of women's surfing on the WSL Championship Tour. By Oakberry, fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. And by Shiseido, official sunscreen partner of the World Surf League. Well, the opening round of the men's event is a wrap. The elimination round matchups are set, and they are heavy. Now we're going to dive into the women's event with the opening heat featuring the winner from Portugal, Joanne de Fey. She'll be out there in the red jersey. Luana Silva will be in the blue, representing Brazil. And Alyssa Spencer from Encinitas, California. She is going to be out there in the white jersey. Should be a fantastic clash. Richie Lovett alongside me, and the 8-time world champion, Steph Gilmore. Great to have your company, Steph.
Thank you.
Joanne de Fey, you must have loved watching her return to the top of the podium over there in Portugal. I think 6 championship tour wins that she's had now. She can get it done.
Yeah, Joanne's surfing seems to be getting better and better, and she is a fitness fanatic. So, you know, she's always training extremely hard, and her body shape and stuff, she's just so solid on her feet, and she goes for those like really strong end hammer maneuvers, and she seems to ride out of them all the time, and the judges love it. So I'm really excited to see her get that win over there. And I think I just saw her in the car park. She was feeling very confident, and we'll see what happens here, but she's getting the first opening ride here. She's got a couple of nice turns. Try and move into the inside here. No, it's just filled up too much, so I'm sure she won't be counting that wave.
Big jump up those ratings too. Into second position, right there behind Molly, and it's been an impressive start. But quarterfinals are, you know, they're kind of fool's gold almost on the Women's Championship Tour. You know, you don't need to sort of surf a lot of heats to get to those quarters, and we've seen people before get in that quarterfinal trend. You included, and find yourself around this time going, hang on a second.
I'm on the bubble.
I've been in quarters at every event, and I'm like on the cusp of getting bumped off the tour here. So, you know, Joanne made her move at the perfect time to relieve pressure, and now she can just focus on finishing the year in the final 5 again.
Yeah, for the last few years, I was starting to look at the quarters like they were around 3, you know, and just trying to be like, okay, yeah, quarters, cool, that's nice and all, but the word final, it shouldn't even be on next to the word quarter. No. Just keep going. As you see Luana here, that was a nice carve from her. It's awesome to see these young girls getting an opportunity to surf the bowl, because, you know, sometimes the conditions have been difficult, but yeah, to see them open up here in the bowl is a really nice time. Probably the first for a few of them to have a heat out here, because I think they surfed Winky the last couple of years and didn't even get a chance to surf on this side. So an okay start, but yeah, you have to be in the semis and the finals. You just have to.
Quarters is just quarter of the way there.
Exactly. There you go.
But Joanne de Fey, 8 previous events, performances here at Bells, and she is consistent,
very consistent,
but hasn't been out of the quarters at this venue yet. So with a bit of space in the draw, would you have pegged her as one of the ones to watch out for this year?
Coming off a win and at Portugal, I actually thought, you know, I think Joanne would just have a real confidence where she's going to be out there making really strong decisions, and she's got the experience out here. She's also, even looking at the back end of the year, she's got experience in the final 5 too. So if she is to get there again, she's been there. And for me, that was a huge thing, having experienced it once and then going into it again, and knowing what to expect, and it just helped me a lot. So yeah, we'll see what Joanne can come up with, but she's obviously very strong in left waves. So I'm very excited to see her in somewhere like Fiji.
Oh yeah, that's going to be huge.
We'll focus on Bells for now.
Yeah, I like it. Luana Silva, Rich, you were mentioning on the Dawn Patrol show this morning, Gabriella Bryan, you're liking her chances. Luana's another surfer with a big forehand wrap, a lot of power. She'll be fun to watch in this comp.
Yeah, absolutely. And Steph, as you said, you know, the experience, the more you come down here, the more you get comfortable with this wave, and you start to understand the moods of Bells Beach and be able to adapt quickly is super important. Luana's sort of, I guess, You know, she's been at college for a few years now. She's starting to figure it out. But yeah, she does have that beautiful front hand attack, and you know, I just don't feel like she's had that big breakthrough performance yet where she's gone, okay, I've arrived. So perhaps this is going to be the event.
And like Joanne Defay, she's got a couple of quarterfinals, so there's a foundation she can build on there, but a crucial event in relieving pressure, but also, you know, getting the lion tamer's chair out and just sort of fending off those just below the cut line, trying to get ahead of you on the ladder, heading into that 5th stop before the cut. So Luana, every heat just so important for her at the moment, and just avoiding the elimination round here will really set her up nicely. Alyssa Spencer's one of those surfers below the cut line at the moment, in equal 13th position, and she's had a run of 9th place finishes through the first 3 events. She has found herself up against, you know, the title campaigners this year in Molly Picklum, Caroline Marks and Tyler Wright. They're the ones that have bumped her out of the draw at each of those first 3 stops. But the 21-year-old, you know, she lost a big heat over in Portugal, just surfing so well. It's in her to bank a couple of big results in these next 2 events, but it's the confidence in coming up against form surfers that you've got to get past.
Yeah, it's a difficult one, and Steph, I don't know whether you agree, but you know, if you go through a string of nights, then all of a sudden that 9th round becomes a bigger hurdle than it normally is, and you start going, my gosh, it's the pressure of getting through this round that keeps stumping me. So if she can break through that, I think she needs to take a lot of confidence in that. Some of her heat scores and her wave scores have been really good. She's actually been doing some really great surfing in the Jersey. So if she can take that and sort of eliminate the cut pressure and just free herself up to perform, then, you know, perhaps she can do some really special things down here at Bells.
Here are the rankings for you, and you can see that cut line. It looks all pretty in yellow. It should be red. Brutal.
Yeah, exactly.
But Gabriella Bryan, she's actually, along with Isabella Nichols, you know, they're in a pretty good position if they drop a good result here at Bells to make a solid skip up the rankings. You know, obviously you're relying on people ahead of you to trip up a little bit, but when you look at the heats, the rankings totals, they're not that far off the pace. It's, you know, it's a heat win basically. You're behind the people ahead of you.
It's the difference between a quarter and a semi.
Exactly.
But yeah, it's a funky place to be in when you're just trying to be confident enough to think that I'm in the top 10, I'm sweet, let's just keep pushing, let's focus on the next few events and don't worry about the cut. But like you said, like a 9th place, when you're just consistently in that zone, you're like, I just need to break through it, and that becomes the biggest hurdle in the end. It's just like making that one heat, and then you're taking away your focus from thinking about winning an event, you know, and aiming higher and sort of expecting more from yourself. But yeah, these girls, they're all learning, and they're all fantastic surfers, very talented. So I'm sure just, that experience and not letting those moments be overwhelming, that's kind of the key. Being able to let go of those losses to be like, okay, new event, let's start fresh and keep moving forward.
Did you change your mindset when you were actually facing the cut and go, okay, I need to approach this a little different, or did you just go, okay, I've done this a zillion times before, I'm just going to keep going at it?
It was... it's a weird place to be in and not comfortable at all. Heading into Margaret River, I was on the cut, and I just knew I had to stay on the attack mode.
Yeah.
That was really important. And just, not trying to sit back and defend, and not expecting others to, or waiting for them to trip up, but focusing on what you can do, and that's all you can really control, and just paddling out there and be like, all right, I need to get to work, I need to get the damage done myself, and get the result.
Hard to do your best surfing when you're surfing defensively, right?
Very much so, yeah. That's seems to be when you start stressing and making weird decisions and not capitalizing on those opportunities when they arise. But it's all about the frame of mind. It's like you can go out there and just be so confident and and it seems like the ocean sends you the right waves and you're just on a roll and you're thinking about, okay, I just want to do really good surfing. I'm on the attack. This is it. Or you can sort of be out there and hoping that the other girls are falling off, or thinking about the girl in the next heat who might be ahead of you in the rankings. And there's so much going on in your head, and you seem to just trip up on yourself. So
thinking about how the ocean hates you.
Exactly.
Just under 19 minutes remaining here, and making the most of that last heat in the men's opening round was Yago Dora. And Laura, big flare up on the backhand, kicking that tail out the way we love.
Absolutely. Ronnie just saying he loves it when you kick your tail out. You know, last heat of the men's round today, you were out there bright and early this morning. How did you approach it? You know, the winds come up, you've seen conditions change. What were you doing out there?
Yeah, it changed a lot from this morning, but I was already expecting that. I knew the swell was going to drop a lot, so I actually went out this morning with my regular shortboard. It was still pretty solid. I could probably have rode a step up, but I chose to ride my shortboard because I knew I was probably going to ride that in my heat. So I was just prepared, like ready for anything. And that was a tricky heat. The waves were really flat and really hard to find a good wall out there. So I just stayed busy and tried to get a lot of waves and building like a couple points. Like it was really hard, but I'm glad to get through.
Yeah, you got the job done. You're looking really sharp, Yago. And talk to us about the start of this year. It's been a huge one. You know, you said you went to Hawaii January 10th and you just went home for 5 days. How good was it to get that little reset and obviously be back here very quickly?
Yeah, it's been a mission. I went to Hawaii on January 10th and went from there straight to Puerto Rico and then straight to Portugal, and then got to go home for 5 days before coming to Australia. So that was a good little reset. And yeah, I'm ready for this Australian leg. I'm really excited about it and can't wait to make some more heats.
Amazing. Well, we see you into the round 3.
Yeah, thanks.
And anything you want to say back to your family and friends in Brazil?
Yeah, obrigado, galera de casa, galera do Brasil que está assistindo. Vamos continuar na torcida. Mar deu uma piorada, mas ainda está rolando, então vamos embora que amanhã tem mais.
Obrigada.
Thank you, Laura. Yago Dora, he's happy with that. Avoiding the elimination round is the ultimate goal for the surfers in the opening round. And out there in the lineup now, we're seeing that first heat of the women's event unfolding. We are loving being back here at Bells or Jirac. It is more commonly known as in these parts, and we want to give our respects to the people of the Wadawurrung country. Thanks for having us. We love and appreciate this zone. It's beautiful. And we plan on keeping it that way as we see Alyssa Spencer on the replay here, Rich.
Yeah, Alyssa got a nice first turn off, and then the wave just goes a little bit sleepy in here, and I feel like the timing coming into that inside section was a little bit off. There was an opportunity there to hit that closeout section. She got up a little bit too early, and unfortunately she left some points on that wave. But yeah, she'll need to get going, although no one has really dropped a big score. No one's just run away with this one. Still plenty of time on the clock.
I think for Alyssa, just to get her feet in the wax, you know, first heat at Bells and well, no, I'm sure she's done a trials event and stuff here, but to be in the main event and to, you know, it's like you're nervous, you're a grom, but she's a fantastic surfer. I've actually lost a few heats to her in the ISA events. She's always made yeah, she just makes smart decisions in heats, and has that really low center of gravity on her backhand, and yeah, she has a great style. So I've always come up against her in some competitions and been very worried because she's a really strong surfer. So I'm pretty excited to see her get that chance to open up in the bowl. I think she's going to do some great surfing. She has a bit of Caroline in her surfing.
She squares up.
Yeah,
she really aims up vertically. So hopefully, yeah, you're right. She finds that steep section out there to
should be dangerous.
Let go of one of those big verts. But here we go. 14 minutes, 45 seconds to go. Luana Silva just having a sort of a tough time out there, getting herself in position at the moment. It's even a little more sectiony with that onshore flow coming up a little bit, Rich.
Yeah, this is what Bells does. You know, this wind a little bit more out of the south, and it's creating a difficult moment there. So the Oakberry surf conditions, swell 6 to 10 feet. It was well and truly in the 10-foot zone overnight and early this morning. Temperature 66 degrees Fahrenheit. Wind 18 miles per hour out of the south. Ultimately, we want a little bit more west in it, which we saw this morning. It gives us those beautiful groomed conditions. But as you said, this was expected to come through this afternoon, and just adding to the challenge that is Bells Beach.
You're rarely going to get it, Steph, the conditions that you crave at any location, really. So being able to adapt is the key to success, and you did it a number of times in all kinds of conditions out here. Who else are some of the best surfers, in your opinion, that could surf Bells in all its different faces?
Yeah, I mean, as Iago said, you know what's coming with the forecasting now, so you pretty much have it in your mind, even in your free surfs. Like, okay, the waves are pumping now, but later it's going to be different. As we see Alyssa there just get bumped off. And most of the time, unless you have an early morning, low tide heat, you're probably going to be surfing something pretty lumpy and bumpy. But I actually enjoy Bells when it has this light onshore, because you want it to come around more straight onshore, because it gives you these little pockets that you're able to really open up on, or actually go up and hit the lip on your forehand, which when it's a light, beautiful offshore, you find yourself babying your maneuvers a little bit more, because I've found that I'm like, oh, just holding on, I don't want to slip out. But when it's onshore, you seem to be able to find these moments that you can actually push as hard as you want, and the wave pushes back to you. So, yeah, as we see Luana here, she's got a little frothy one on the inside. That was a nice maneuver there. She might get another one to really... Nope, that was it.
Yeah,
but
I think when I think of the greats out here, I think of yourself and Carissa. Obviously, both of you had that ability to kind of pivot and throw a variety of forehand snaps into the pocket when conditions got a little more sectiony and there was that coping on the wave. But when it was that groomed condition, you had room to let go of a full committed rail turn that was drawn out from the top of that big tall bowl right down to the trough of the wave. And it's much the same on the men's side. Occy had incredible variety on his backhand, Rich, and was able to hit the pocket, but could lay down a big carve backside as well.
Mick as well. Yeah, I was going to say Mick Fanning.
Mick Fanning, one of the best.
Yeah. He really was able to make it work in all conditions. And for the first part of my career, the women were mostly at Rincon. You know, when it was small and high tide, they'd put the women out at Rincon, which I really love that wave. It's super fun.
So do I.
Much more fun on a little twin fin, but yeah, just being able to get going and on those waves, and you're doing like 25 maneuvers, it felt like you get to the end and your legs were dead. But sort of looking at that and then being ready for maybe the bowl at some point, that's what I love about surfing. Is like you get all these different conditions and you never really feel like you've mastered them all, but there's always something to learn, and that's pretty cool.
There is. Just over 11 minutes to go. One of the other unique things about Bells is just so many familiar faces turn up to watch this event unfold. Who are some of the surfing heroes or well-known industry icons that you've bumped into in your time down here this week already?
I mean, I just love seeing Gail Cooper. I see her around. She's here from sun up to sundown, and she is such a fan of surfing and such a supporter of the women, and, you know, to win Bells 10 times is phenomenal. Probably never, ever to happen again, but I love just how much passion she has for it all. And then, of course, Occy. I did the Swellians with Occy the other night, and he's a character. But I don't know. Of course, I mean, Ronnie Blakely. Ronnie Blakely. And Rich, of course. There's so many great people around, and it's a real surf community at these contests. And a huge part of me, when I said, I'm going to take the year off, I've really missed my friends. It's like it really is a second family, and everywhere we go around the world, we get to, of course, we're competing against each other, but I just have loved seeing all the girls in the car park, and everyone's like, oh, we miss you. And yeah, it's a warm feeling to get to see everyone again.
That's nice. Even when the Rebel skis pick up the competitors on the inside, they're like, oh, T-Ray. Oh, Glendon. Rossi, how are you?
Exactly.
All former CT surfers. Something standing up on the outside here for Joanne DeFay. Low scoring heat so far, but that might change in just a moment as Joanne loads up some speed. Can she find the open face? On this one, she doesn't. She's going to get out of there just on 9.5 minutes remaining here. Still plenty of time for Alyssa Spencer to get herself into a qualifying position. We're going to take a quick break. You're watching the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, day one of competition. Welcome back to the show. Surfers just holding their positions on the outside at the moment. This is the opening heat of the women's event. Joanne Defay up against Luana Silva and Alyssa Spencer, who's scrambling to the inside, just trying to find some space here. Needs a very low number to get herself up into the top 2 in what is so far been a pretty grindy heat, Rich.
Yeah, pretty scrappy affair. And interestingly enough, Luana Silva has actually got the highest scoring wave in the heat so far with that foamy one where she took off and got a few nice manoeuvres down the line. So she's kind of in the box seat at the moment with only that 2 as a backup. With a decent second ride, she'll go straight to the top score.
Well, let's see what she can do here. She's just taking a chance on some of these insiders, Steph. It's interesting you get a heat like this. You know, conditions are obviously proving a little difficult for the 3 competitors at the moment, but it doesn't make the heat any less important. It's still like you're chasing that big result.
Yeah, it seems like the conditions right now, you don't really want the big sets because they seem to be going out quite wide and they're not giving you much opportunity to do big manoeuvres. But the inside, when it's a bit fuller like this, it tends to come inside and wide on the reef. When you think on a high tide you could go deeper and up the point. But it seems like the girls haven't quite figured that out because they keep getting caught behind on these waves that normally would stay open. So we'll see what this set does here. But yeah, I mean, right now it's just a matter of getting that one clean section to get one really good manoeuvre and just finishing it off. And whoever can do that will probably jump into the lead. It's
interesting at the moment with Alyssa on the inside. I can see what she's doing, but she's not playing any part in selling or putting any fear into the competitors with priority over her at the moment. So both of them got a free look at that wave and were able to size it up and see that there wasn't anything in it. Whereas if Alyssa was pushing them on the outside section of the wave, she might have forced one of them into one of those crappier waves.
Yep. Yeah.
Here we go. Luana's up at the moment. And this is a good-looking section. Banks into that pocket. And it's standing up again. She's got her timing pretty nice on this one. And just misses the end section. But it had a lot of bumps into that wave, and she was hitting it in all the right places. Just couldn't execute on the final move. Joanne Defay. She's sizing up a big finish here, trying to get rid of a 3.67. Bit of chop on the face, read it nicely. And Alyssa might get her opportunity on the outside with priority now.
Yeah, it seems like the first wave of the set's a little bit too full and bumpy and fat, and then the ones after it just don't, you know, they should be cleaner, but they're not. They're a little bit too foamy. So, yeah, the conditions are tough. But here we have Alyssa. She's got out the back, she's got the takeoff to herself, and maybe they could be, I don't know, Bells does weird things. It's like there'll be a set and then there'll be like another set behind it really quickly. And sometimes when it's like this, it'll be that clean water from the previous set, but it won't be too foamy and you can kind of sneak in a good score, as we see Alyssa now. Oh, this looks like a much steeper wave, and maybe she can line something up here. That was an okay turn. She's sort of coming through to the inside, and she's trying to take her time and not do too much hopping, but yeah, maybe she'll get one big hit here on the inside.
Oh, no, she just caught her edge.
It felt like she was doing such a good job of kind of setting up the start of that ride without, you know, double pumping her bottom turns, and she was trying to link it together. It just never gave her that nice steep section to lay into.
I think she's actually got one of the best bottom turns in the whole of the women's field.
Yeah.
Especially on a backhand. She just sits on that heel side rail and she can hang on there for as long as she wants, sort of Oki-ish, you know, in how he does it. But unfortunately, you know, she's just not finding that steeper section where she can just drive off the bottom and hook it off the top. This was Joanne's wave, just a little slopey out on the face, but nice and controlled. You can see here, even in this foamy section, she's able to just keep that board moving side to side, gets that little flick right at the end of that turn. Just puts a little bit more of expression in here. And this one, you're just going, hang on a minute, why is she taking off on this? But then it starts to steepen up. Gets a nice hook to start things up. Nice and composed here, hits the lip. Straight back down again. Cleaner water for this third turn. Belts it again, and I'm just thinking if she'd just got that final manoeuvre off, she could have almost put this heat to bed. Here's Alyssa, just does that big sort of fade, and you can see there how long she hung on the bottom turn. It was even on that flatter section. She was able to get some speed in the carve off the top. And again, just a wobbly little section here. She drives all the way through to the inside. Plenty of bump on the face, and just lost her edge. Fins just skidded out, and unfortunately couldn't get that last turn.
You can see the board just flicking across the face of the wave there. But Luana Silva dropped the best number of the heat, 5.83. So the 19-year-old has jumped up into first place. Joanne Defay after a 6.4 to track her down at the moment. And Alyssa's requirement, still not huge, but it's gotten a little bit bigger, 4.14. You can see they're just really paying attention to any opportunity that's in this lineup at the moment, wondering if some of these insiders are maybe going to be a little smoother. Luana gets herself back in a position here to dump the 4.9 and increase her lead. Works her way through that carve, just a set-up turn really. This one a bit more committed, holds the rail through the turn. The wave flattens out, but she's been rail to rail so far. We'll see if she can finish this one off. Gets on that front foot, gathers some momentum and does well to hang on for a finish here. That should better the 4.9. Even if it's by just the slightest increment, it all helps in holding a position in the top two.
Yeah, it's still anyone's heat right now. I mean, Joanne to get a 6.4 and Alyssa a 4 is, you know, that's not a big score at all. So there we go, 6.5 for Luana.
Yeah, they liked it. I mean, she did time these first few turns beautifully, Rich.
She really did, and this steeper section here, beautiful carve. Staying right in that power source, and again, staying with it. And then she knew at this point, she's like, I've got points. I can finish this. If I just get to the end section, complete this maneuver, which she does really well with that backwashy section to make that one.
Yeah, I think that's been the difference in this heat. Luana seems to be holding her line and her rail all the way back into the power source, and the other girls, I feel like, are, and you see a lot of people do it, they get hesitant with holding their line too long because they're thinking about the last section. They're thinking about the closeout. They've got to get there and sort of, yeah, just hold on, and they get ahead of themselves instead of just staying really close in the pocket. But yeah, Luana surfed really well then, so stoked for her, and can't wait to see the other girls. They get another shot in the next round.
Yeah, Alyssa Spencer, she'll be looking to fight her way out of that elimination round. Joanne Defay, still some promising signs for her. Steph Gilmore, it was an absolute pleasure to have you in the booth with us.
Thanks for having me.
Can we get you back in here at some stage? You're going to hang around for a couple of days?
I'm around. I'm enjoying the show as a spectator, and you'll catch me actually out at Winky for most part.
Okay.
I had a great session this morning, so yeah, I'll be around. Please come say hi.
Twin fin, right?
Nah.
No?
No. Just ripping on my DHD.
There you go. Well, congratulations again on the new deal with Rip Curl. It's going to be fun watching you attack the search.
Thank you so much. I'm really excited about it. Thanks for having me.
Beautiful. We're going to take a quick break. More to come from the opening round of the women's event here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Surf Coast Shire. Head to surfcoastevents.com.au to find out what's on. By Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. And by Hydrolite, official oral rehydration partner of WSL Australia.
You're watching the opening round of competition. This is heat number 2, and what a glorious afternoon. This whole area is actually protected. A surfing reserve. So happy to check it all out from the Melbourne flight cam. As you can see, some cars parked there. They can hike down this trail and watch all the action. There's a lot of different waves that you can walk by if you actually come all the way from Janjuk and check out all the different setups. A lot of right-handers to enjoy. Getting past Winky Pop and then right here to the Bells Bowl. Higher tide, so a bit tricky. But we've got Sophie McCulloch coming down with a nice, clean finishing move to start building her way in a big heat. We've got Gabby Bryan out there representing the island of Kauai. Super powerful surfer that's getting some reps around the world these days. And then also the reigning world champion, Caroline Marks. Joe Turpel, Felicity Palmatier for the call. A big wave charger, a CT standout as well. Starting with Caroline Marks, you know, in her world title defense, she's looking like really comfortable, really confident as well. It doesn't feel like she's surfing with something to lose, even though she's, you know, outside of the yellow jersey. I feel like Caroline's in a really good position coming into stop number 4.
For sure. She's had a great start to the year already. Hasn't missed a finals day yet. A 5th at Pipe, a 3rd at Sunset, and backed it up with another 5th at Portugal. I mean, that is some consistency right there. Queen of consistency is the call, I think. She's just, yeah, gone from strength to strength. You know what? I still feel like she has a lot left in the tank yet. I feel like we haven't seen her at 100% yet at any of these events, and she's still managing to get these results. She had one really amazing heat with Sawyer in Portugal where they were going blow for blow, where I was like, okay, this is Marksy, you know, in her true form. But I just feel like we really haven't seen it yet. And to be putting through such good results this early in the year, scary for what's to come. She's got more left in the tank.
What a big day she had last year in September at Lower Trestles. Coming in as the number 3 seed, getting past Tyler Wright, getting past Carissa Moore in back-to-back heats. Her backhand was on fire, and it reminds you of her early nickname, Caralupo. Oculine, I think was another one that came up there. That was on a surf trip with the Hobgoods and Frankie D'Andrea. They saw something in that backhand approach that was compared to the all-time great Aki, who joined us earlier for the call. He loves that that's her nickname. She loves that she's being connected to one of the great goofs of all time as we check out the replay from Sophie's start.
Yeah, I was interested to see if she got anything done before those couple of carving maneuvers, but it kind of looks like here she's got that one sort of carve back to the source, and then she just waited here for that inside section, lined it up, and that score came through to 4.33, so sort of a higher number than where I thought it would go. This is Gabby Bryan. She's someone who's really impressed me. I feel like she's just getting, I mean, she fell here, but in my opinion, I feel like she's probably one of the most powerful surfers on the tour at the moment.
I'm with you. We should have a power off. Just see who can throw the most water with the most precision. As you see Gabby Bryan in motion now. A kind soul, but very committed. Wanted to beat everybody on the tour. Working with Richard Dog Marsh. As she's stalling, waiting. And then throwing in a beautiful arc in the pocket. Really had to earn it there. As you can see, that face is really filled up on this higher tide. I saw Dog just a second ago walking up the steps. And I was like, what are you looking at? He was just looking at the challenge of the conditions at the moment. He said there's nothing really to go look at up at Rincon. We've got to stick to the bowl. And Gabby Bryan made some sense out of this last wave.
She did. This was a really tricky wave to surf. I mean, you just look at the face of this wave. There was a lot of lump, a lot of bump. And she had a good read on it. It was a tricky wave, though. I don't see it going too high, obviously, here on the score going too high. Obviously, here on the inside, just things gotten pretty slow. And you sort of see a little bit of disinterest there from Gabby. She's going to kick out of there. definitely wanting something a bit bigger and a bit better, I'd say, as we see Caroline maybe a quick up and down from her. She tries to work her way through this whitewash here, so we'll get to see what happens. She had a paddle. And she starts moving down the line here. First little snap off the top. Just hits that wobbly little backwash. So yeah, conditions right now are looking tricky.
They really are. So you look at the positioning of Caroline through the inside, working her way out the back. Way out there, Sophie McCulloch opened up with a 4.33. And she'll use her priority on this wave. Sophie from the Sunshine Coast, way up north, is now setting up a nice bottom turn, attacking that whitewater section really well. Gets out in front, but there's nothing waiting for her, so she's just got to reset on that Pizell. And going the distance, nice connection there. She'll get that little redirect, slingshot left, go back right, fill in a finish. So she had to get a bit creative with picking her turning points there, but did well to now back up the 4.33.
For sure. It just feels like the pace has changed a little bit. I think maybe that tide, it just feels a bit full at the moment, a lot of lump and bump. But yeah, I mean, she's got a Crown Open, second wave for Soph, and she's going to be out in the lead.
Solid victory there in the opening round for Lulu. Luana Silva's hanging out with Laura.
Yes, Lulu, you've been so convincing and strong this year on the World Tour. You know, just fell short in the quarterfinals over in Portugal, but you're surfing amazing, and here a heat win at Bells Beach. How was it out there?
Yeah, it was pretty tricky at the start. I think that was a pretty scrappy heat for me in the beginning, and then I kind of put it together at the end. This morning looked absolutely dreamy for the guys, and I thought the conditions would hold up for us as well, but that's all right. It's Mother Nature, so yeah, we just have to adapt and adjust, and really grateful to make this.
And it's been a long year for you so far with your campaign, and you know, back here at Bells, you're in 9th place on the rankings. So how have you been approaching coming into this event, and what have you been focusing on?
Yeah, I think I'm just trying to just take it heat by heat and just staying in the moment, staying present at each event, enjoying my time with family, friends, everyone that we travel with, the crew that I travel with. So yeah, I'm trying not to focus on that cut, because that cut really sucks. But yeah, just staying present.
Amazing. Well, looking strong. We'll see you into the next round. And a shout out to your friends back in Brazil.
Yeah, queria agradecer a todo mundo que está assistindo lá, que está acordada de madrugada. E queria dar beijão para minha mãe, meu pai, meu irmão, minha avó lá em casa. E obrigada pela torcida. Vamos nessa. Thank you.
Thank you, babe.
Great job to Lulu. Thank you, Laura, as we catch up with the finish and the cannonball kick out from Gabriella Bryan, then to Caroline Marks. She's got that patient stance, emerging out front, set up slash there. Gathering some speed once again on that last turn and just kind of fading. Really looking for a lip to hit. She finds it there. So nice patience from the reigning world champion, as a few scores are starting to come through. Yeah, fun world title race kicking off in a much different way this season. Caroline looking to go back-to-back, representing Florida, but living in San Clemente, California for a while now. But it's fun to talk about her battle with now Molly Picklum, who's got the yellow here at stop number 4. We'll catch up to this wave, though, the last replay of Gabriella Bryan.
Yeah, I loved what I saw here from Gabby. This happened during that post-heat interview with Lulu, and it was a bigger wave. She connected to that second section really well. That timing was just there. And right now, I just got to say it again, but it's tricky out there. There's so much lump and bump, and she negotiated that pretty well, had a really good read on that wave. I'd say it's, in my opinion, probably going to be the best wave of the heat. This is what Caroline got done out the back. We didn't get to see this. So I was really interested to see what it looked like, and okay, wow. Maybe this one could trump Gabby's wave for the best one of the heat so far. There were 2 beautiful backhand hits from Caroline. Sort of just waiting for this wave to stand up here on this inside. She's got a nice read on it, and as we know, she gets the finish here, so that's a great wave for the current world champ. Beautifully surfed.
Gosh, really well done. Caroline just addicted to pro surfing. She said she's obsessed with it. That was her word that she uses, of just preparing is one of her favorite things, even in the off season when she was going on TV shows and handling all these interviews. She said she absolutely loved it. But at one point, she was just like, all right, time to prepare. I want to go back to work. She didn't want to celebrate for too long. She really wanted to get back into just focusing on another world title year. And it happened, she said, pretty early. She actually didn't want to have too much time off. And that's when you just are in love with your job. You're in love with surfing, everything that comes with it. You could tell she's got that forever grommet type spirit.
For sure, I was just about to say, I mean, that's what youth gets you. Just still really, really excited about everything, you know. I mean, she's got such a long career ahead of her. She's still so young and already with a world title. It's so incredible. And it just speaks volumes to her work ethic and, yeah, just wanting to put her head down and really put in the work. And we're seeing numbers drop through for both of these women on their last waves. And, yeah, I liked what I saw. Waiting for a couple more judges to lock them in.
As Aki was saying earlier, he was like, okay, with the goofy footers having an advantage here. And we had to stop him because a lot of goofies would actually disagree. And one comparison to Caroline, she might actually see that as well, because Bells was kind of instantly one of her favorites, as she had a semifinal here in her rookie season. As we go to Sophie McCulloch now, a little bit late to that section, and she'll go straight down. Her wave before, though, was a 4.4. So she's holding second. Last wave for Caralupo, the 6.67. So Caroline Marks turning in a solid number. The best number of the heat, though, Gabriella Bryan's last, is 7.33.
Yeah, they were three really well-timed turns. A lot of power. It was a bigger wave as well. And, yeah, I was interested to see where that would go. I personally thought maybe Caroline's wave was a little bit higher, but obviously the judges really rewarding just that precision timing and just those three big turns from Gabriella. And, yeah, got that 7.33. But, yeah, I back to that conversation about the goofy versus regular. I mean, we'll just break down this one again. This is that 7.33. So she goes straight up into the lip on that first turn. And then this one here was really well timed. This was my favorite turn on that wave. Just so much power. It's a really hard section to meet. It was so wobbly, and she matched the power of that wave. Brings it through to the inside here. Gets another finish. So that's the 7.33. Yeah, back to that argument about the goofy regular. I always want to pick a goofy coming here to Bells, because I think back to Oki, who we had in the booth, and that's some of my best memory. Like, just watching that footage of him surfing out here, it's just so amazing. But for some reason, it just hasn't quite converted. And I always want to say, you know, goofies have the ability to get tighter in the pocket, to pivot harder. But yeah, it just doesn't sometimes come to fruition that way. I mean, who knows, maybe this year we could have some goofies. I mean, Gabby was looking so good earlier today in that opening round of the men. He hasn't yet rang a bell. Maybe this could be his year.
Well, it's interesting on your point, going to the women's surfing history at Bells, there's been 51 regular foot or natural foot surfers that have won this, and 2 goofy footers, and it's the same person, Frida Zamba, winning it twice.
Wow.
And that's it.
Isn't that crazy?
That's wild. That could change, especially with Caroline Marks and the form that she's in and how close she's come to getting there. Tati came close as well, runner-up to Steph Gilmore a few years back. Gabby Bryan belting that section, showing her power. Another big rooftop hack for Gabriella. She's going to try to lay low to show the judges she's got control, and she will step off on the sand.
Oh, Caroline out the back.
Caroline with a healthy-looking wave there. A lot of open face to play with. She'll just continue to S back and forth in the pocket. You love those transitions, just rail to rail, not hopping, and then she'll just kind of work her way into a rhythm until she finds a lip to hit. So she's been earning her sections in this heat. She kind of had to manufacture the moment to get a 6.67 on the wave before, just by tracking, staying in the pocket until the lip shows up, and she kind of did a similar type of performance there.
Yeah, she did. I feel like she's maybe got a little bit of a different pace to the usual surfing we're used to seeing from Caroline. It seems like she's really waiting for that section. That was a great wave that we just got. She's obviously going to replace that 1.5. She's done that easily. I think my judging's been a little bit off in this heat. We'll have a look at, break down this one. And she goes straight up into the lip there, sort of a big floater to transition through to this second section. Cuts that cut back a little bit short, and she just keeps weaving back to the power source. really waiting for this last steep section. She gets up into the lip there. So yeah, that 1.5, that's going to disappear. And here is Gabby. It's a bit of a hard take off those ones that are in the white water and you're on your gut sliding around. Trying to push back up is super hard to do. So a bit of time went by until she got to work here. So we'll see if she's going to better this 4.23. It's the score she's got to beat. Gets it through to the inside. I don't know. Touch and go for me. I'm not sure if she's going to improve on that 4.23 with that last one. And I don't know if that last turn was considered a make.
Yeah, it's interesting on those ones where we're watching it finish. And then in surfing, it's interesting where you actually run out of room with the beach coming up. And so
there's not much more she could do.
You try to show the judges you have it, but you don't want to have your board explode on the beach. There's been some wild finishes on the sand in the past. I always think of one when I see the O'Leary family, Connor's wife, contender growing up, competing in the Grom Search. Steph did a crazy finish years ago and actually just body slammed herself right on the sand. I'll never forget it because it was, at first we were really nervous. She got up and just laughed it off and kept trying to compete. We're like, wow, she's got it. She has the will to win. We had to take a moment to see if she was all right. It was so wild. But Gabby Bryan kicked out with plenty of time, and she was able to get a 5-1-0. She did improve her lead out front. Sophie McCulloch hanging on to second, and Caroline Marks, though, still has one more score to come in. Not needing much, 2-0-6. We'll probably see that change once again.
For sure. I'm really interested to see where this second score goes. I don't think I have a good read on this heat.
I think you're doing great, Freddie.
I don't know. No, I always like to be a bit critical of myself. Where am I sitting?
No, yeah, you got to find your scale in the heat and what you're enjoying. And I think your scores are fitting into the 5 on the panel.
Yeah, maybe.
They drop the high and the low.
They do.
That's what's great. Lily Pereira, the head judge of the men and women's tours this year. Also the head judge of the Olympic Games. Paris 2024, heading to Tahiti. Teahupo. Caroline Marks will be representing USA once again, as we're still standing by for her number to come through. Focusing on bells in the region, since we have USA, Hawaii, and Australia represented here. Hawaii having 8 bells in surfing history on the women's side. You think of great performances from Margot Oberg. Megan Abubo had a big win out here back in 2000. The 3 straights for Carissa Moore in that conversation. For the USA, we have 11 bells. And you think like Lisa Anderson, the Courtney Conlog domination years, where Debbie Beecham from way back in the day, Frida Zamba, like we mentioned just earlier. And then you go to Australia, 32 bells.
Wowzers.
Congratulations, mate.
Thanks, mate.
Feel pretty good about that?
Yeah, it's a whopping number, isn't it?
So domination for the Aussies. Sophie McCulloch's trying to channel that energy at the moment as she has priority, chasing an 8.03 to move into the top 2. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
As a part of our global WSL 1 Ocean Initiative, we are partnering with Heartwood Habitat to create nesting boxes to restore the habitat for the local endangered species. A donation from WSL Pure is going to support Heartwood Habitat throughout the year to help create habitats and hollows for local species, install nest boxes to provide canopy access training, and conduct wildlife research. Tell us what you're doing around the world to protect our oceans by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL1Ocean and tagging @WSL and @WSL1Ocean in your posts. And really cool to see the connectivity through the local habitats on land. A lot of species, but a lot of birds as well will have great homes right on the hill. So a cool partnership here at stop number 4 down here in this beautiful state of Victoria, which has just given us a beautiful afternoon. Things got a little bit tricky with the higher tide and conditions changing a touch, but we're still seeing big scores. Caroline Marks took the lead. Her last score came in at a 6-5. As we talked about those habitats for these birds, there's some wildlife right there in front of us.
Yeah, beautiful. I absolutely love this coastline. Every time I come back, I think I said it this morning on the morning show, it's been 10 years and it's just so beautiful and it's just spectacular. The cliffs, the coastline, the trees, the birds, the animals, and yeah, it's really got that untouched feel. It makes it so special, and it's really special to see that this is a reserve as well, and knowing that it won't be touched and it's going to be preserved for future generations.
It's just cool when you talk to some amazing surfers like yourself and what this place means to them, you know, and getting a message from Ace Buchan this morning. He was just talking about Bells Beach. He said, groomed corduroy refracting into the bowl and stacked to the horizon, framed by limestone cliffs, radiating golden morning light. And I just was baffled. I was just sucked into his story of what it was like just coming to Bells. He just painted such a beautiful picture. He said hearing the soundtracks playing and the grandstands buzzing. He said it's just
that was Ace
second
that
to
wrote
none
that.
on tour. Pardon?
That was Ace that wrote that.
Ace, yeah.
How beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, he always was known to have a high IQ and an author himself, an absolute scholar in school, and one of the kindest humans and the most lethal goofy footers that enjoyed longevity on the championship tour.
Yeah, another one of my favorite goofy footers to watch on tour. I absolutely loved watching Ace, and it's consistent and in all different types of conditions and waves too, you know.
It's just like, when you talk about class,
oh, yeah.
you know, as that goofy footer that just represented with longevity on tour through multiple generations. And like you said, like obviously great performances on the rights on tour, but winning at waves like Chopes, making finals day at Pipe, one of the most well-rounded on tour. And he's watching every single heat unfold and really just hooked on pro surfing. Like a lot of the legends of the sport, like you come to Bells and you get to catch up with everybody, like Ock, like Tommy Carroll, you know, Steph Gilmore taking a year off. She's down here to hang.
I can't keep everyone away.
It's like the one spot where you get to meet up with all the Hall of Famers.
No, it's so good. It's a special thing about surfing too. And I think also when you grow up on tour and this becomes your lifestyle and it's all you've ever known, it's a really hard thing to be like, oh yeah, I'm done. I'm not ever going to go to a surfing event. You kind of just get addicted to it and you just want to keep coming back, you know?
Oh, it's the best thing on earth. And they all want to win the Bell. There was a Bell family that moved to this area back in the 1840s, and that's where the name Bells came from. The original name, Jurak, from the Wadawurrung people. There was a Bells family that lived here, and then that became the name of this whole region, but it was really hard to get to. And so back in 1957, a bunch of the Torquay Lifesaving Club crew kind of hiked back in here, and that's kind of documented as maybe the first surfs that were happening. But soon after, a guy named Joe Sweeney got a big bulldozer and made a nice little dirt track and created better access to the area. A year later, they had the Easter Rally and had the first competition, so it was pretty immediate. Once there was access to get to Bells, the tradition began where competition was happening basically every year after.
Wow, I love that little bit of history, Joe. Thank you.
This region's
an education.
But the cool part too, when you talk to people about that generation in the 60s and 70s, they were camping in the bush. Things got a little messy. You talk to that older crew, there's like, it looks better now. Like all the plants and vegetation, the flora and fauna are just thriving. It is protected, and they're saying, you know what? It's not like, hey, it looked better back then. It's actually prime time in 2024. How good is it to hear something like that?
That is really good. That's rare to hear that.
Isn't
you
it?
always hear the same, oh, it was better back then, or it was better, 20 years ago. But that's beautiful to hear, Joe.
Yeah, love that. 2:15 on the clock. Caroline out front, still leading this one. Gabby Bryan chasing a 5.84 for the win. It's all about avoiding third. So you're not in the elimination round. For the women, that won't be today. It's looking just for the men for their ER rounds later on this evening. Now we've already passed the GWM 2-minute warning, so pressure on Sophie McCulloch. Good news for her, she does have priority, but she does need excellence.
She does. 8-point ride, and that's tough right now. I mean, conditions are pretty challenging, and we haven't seen many excellent rides in sort of the last hour. Maybe I think the last one was the last one we saw Gabby in his heat, the 8 and the 9. Oh, sorry, 8 and 9. Yeah, that was a big heat total. But conditions have deteriorated. You can see there's a lot of lump, there's a lot of bump. Wave selection is crucial right now. I mean, what Sophie has got going for her is she's got priority, which is great. It's just whether or not the ocean's going to cooperate. She's going to get another roll of the dice. Yeah, right now, just having a quick little look over my shoulder. Maybe she might get one more go.
Tough start for Sophie McCulloch. Replacement surfer this year for Carissa Moore. Carissa surfed in the first event of the season, so Sophie got the call-up for Sunset, then got knocked out in the elimination round. But it kind of reminded me how she started her rookie debut when she won Haleiwa to put herself on tour and then hurt herself in the off-season. So then she had to miss events back then. So she's just been working, going through adversity and trying to pick herself up to compete. So hopefully she can make it a bit easier on herself and avoid having to deal with the ER.
Ooh, looks like this set's just going to clean them all up. Sort of looks like a bit of a bigger, wider roger when we see Caroline.
Caroline grabbing this wave. Looks like she's just snowboarding on that wall. Fading, there's that neutral stance that Aki was talking about, then an aggressive whip vertically to shut it down. Cool performance from Caroline. She's got a lot more to give. I felt like she just did well manufacturing some sections on her backhand, and her coach, Luke Egan, a longtime world title threat when he was on tour. And talk about longevity. Back when Luke was on tour, it was kind of a common theme, like you wanted to move on your own terms. You didn't want to fall off tour or get sent packing. So he still had some years left in him, but he had a great C, and he's like, okay, I'm going to move on.
He's still here.
And he's still here? Yeah, but still here watching. But yeah, not competing like he used to, helping out Caroline Marks in another world title year, potentially. We'll see how the year goes. Caroline getting the win. Gabby Bryan in second, and Sophie will have to deal with the elimination round. Coming up next, world number 1 hits the lineup. Molly Picklum takes on Isabella Nichols, and a wild card named Ellie Harrison. Be right back.
Today's going to be a bit different. First of all, in a beautiful restaurant. Well, no, wait. Surfing. Yeah, we're surfing.
Things first.
Then after that, we go to a beautiful restaurant. Then we never get time to really do it. So heading to a spa, I'm excited.
Looks fun. Let's go, huh?
Let's do it.
All right. It is amazing to be back in Australia.
Right?
The coffee wins worldwide. I think one of the coolest things about the state of Victoria is that you have the city of Melbourne, which is such a cool city. The coastal part of things and the Great Ocean Road.
Rough edges, cliffs, beautiful waves.
Hiking and seeing waterfalls and cute little towns with great food.
You just feel so far away from the city, yet you are quite close.
Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. It's the longest running surf contest on the calendar.
Our heroes have rung that bell. Easter time, everyone eats chocolates and hopefully rings bells.
That's what we're
my plan.
gonna be
That's my
doing.
plan.
Don't get too comfy. We've got a facial appointment in 15 minutes.
Let's go.
What a day, hey? So good. Such a good way to end it. I'm coming back here for sure.
Well, it looks like Molly Picklum and Lakey Peterson are loving their time here in Victoria, as are we, as we get into the opening round here of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy for the women. And the world #1 is currently out there in the lineup in that yellow jersey. And she has really made it her own and made some huge statements this season. She's going to be up against Isabella Nichols in the blue and Ellie Harrison, the local here from Barwon Heads, Victoria. The Grom will be out there in the white jersey. Let's see what she got done on this opening ride, Rich.
Yeah, what an incredible experience here for Ellie. Her first wave against two, well, the #1 in the world at the moment, and Isabella Nichols, who's been a force for a number of years now. So she gets a pretty decent ride to start things off. 5.67 on this ride. Comes all the way through to the inside and belts it. So a really well-constructed wave there for Ellie, and that'll be a real confidence booster for her as she gets that nice wave in the opening minutes of this heat.
Yeah, super big opportunity for Ellie. She's had a fantastic run of late. Obviously went pretty well on the Challenger Series in her first crack at it last year. Finished 12th, but getting the call up to compete on the Challenger Series again, taking a wild card spot with her place on the Challengers last season. She also just had a huge win in I think the most regarded qualifying series event of any region, Surfest up there at Newcastle. Huge win for her, it meant a lot. So she comes into this contest with a whole lot of confidence.
Yeah, it really has been an incredible event over the years. It's even had sort of CT status, and then you know, now a qualifying series event, and so many greats have won that event up there at Newcastle. You were there, Ronnie, to watch it on hand, and some amazing surfing all week long. Ellie performing incredibly well.
She'll have a huge local fan base down here cheering her on in this event. She's going to have her hands full, though. Isabella Nichols had a good run in this event last year, got herself a third-place finish, and Molly Picklum went all the way to the final and finished runner-up to Tyler Wright. And Molly's just been on this this amazing rise to this position since joining the Championship Tour ranks in 2022. Didn't survive the cut. Got on the Challenger Series, got herself back on the CT, and you know, within a couple of events was sitting on top of the rating. So it's been remarkable. But really the big story for Molly this year, even with the win at Sunset, is her performance at Pipe Ridge.
Yeah, it was one for the record books, and in my opinion, it's probably changed women's surfing at that location forevermore. And
at any location.
Yeah, Caitlin Simmers was another one that had a hand in that, as we see Molly up and riding now.
Can't leave Betty Lou out either. The three of them, it felt like were just pushing one another to just, you know, put rides and performances we haven't seen at that venue before. But Molly, she's got to perform at all the venues on the CT this season to get herself another shot at a world title at the WSL finals. And that wave probably not going to cut it in this heat. There's been a couple of low-scoring heats, but we're expecting a lot from these three competitors.
Yeah, you know, we certainly are. And I'm just sort of flabbergasted, really, at how the improvement in her trajectory over the last just 2 years, really, just in the way she surfs and her performance. And the level has just been incredible with Molly. Let's listen in here with Luke and the reigning world champion.
It just had a little bit of open face. It was nice.
Yeah.
You had priority.
Yeah.
Other than that, you did really well.
Cool.
It looked so tricky to get your timing out of the lip.
So bumpy. It's crazy.
Really tricky. So
The
job well
one
done.
turn on the second 6 felt nice because it was like so. I just went for it and I like timed it and it kind of glided, which
Even
was
the
nice.
first float, it kicked you off really fast.
Okay,
It actually looked really sick.
Yeah. I know. I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Started with a 1, but
You
then
started to be able to aim up at it and know where it was going to give you a little back.
Yeah.
Where in the beginning you're a bit, oh my god, where is it?
Yeah.
But then you work through it.
it's like a whole different. Yeah, it feels so good.
Spicy, looks really reactive and fast.
Felt like an entire different day than this morning. Like way different.
How was it at max speed? Did it feel sort of really stable?
Yeah.
Right.
Felt really good. If it was clean like that, it would have been so fun.
Yeah.
It was like like piecing together the waves. It was like super hard to link together.
You did well though. You were patient and you stayed with it.
Yeah.
You stayed close to it. So it came to you. You didn't race off to it.
Yeah.
Which was really important when it's like this.
Yeah, I felt good. I was
good.
stoked.
Good start.
Sweet. Right. Cool.
Good job.
Two of the best goofy footers of all time there. Breaking down that performance from Caroline Marks. Luke Egan really drops it an octave, doesn't he?
He really does, and I reckon that whole conversation is pretty much summed up in the word patience. You know, Luke was just explaining that Caroline wasn't trying to get ahead of the wave, and she just really had to be patient coming off the bottom, pick that moment off the top. She found it, and the world champ goes through.
Yeah, looks solid. Yeah, I liked when Luke said, "You aimed up."
Yeah.
You know, that's the goal for these competitors. You know, get through those calves, find that flow, but when this wave steepens, aim up, attack the section. Caroline did it nicely. Pretty decent heat score total for her. Numbers in on the opening exchange here. Ellie Harrison, solid start for the Grom, you'd have to call her, 18 years of age. Just up the road, and she has dropped to 5.67. Molly Picklum, just a 3 for her. Priorities with Isabella.
Oh, this could be a good-looking wave. That second wave of the set, if anyone can get on it, as we see Molly just trying to get there. In conditions like this, Ronnie, when it is blowing this hard onshore, that second wave of the set, third wave of the set seems to be better. All those bumps smoothened out a little bit more. Just gives you that opportunity to set that rail a little bit easier.
Rich, it's been spoken about so much, but I can't talk about it enough. I mean, the performance from Molly at Pipe in particular was just so unbelievable, wasn't it? That 10-point ride, it's just seared into my memory. As we see now, Isabella getting started here. A couple of nice turns for her, using a priority wisely. This wave stood up nicely on that outside section. She sticks with it now, looking to build some speed. 26-year-old sitting outside the top 10 at the moment, needs a big finish here. Has survived the cut, has fallen victim to the cut, and doesn't want to end up on the wrong side of the cut line at the end of the 5th stop, and getting a big result here could really take the pressure off. Here's the replay.
Well, here's step one in the campaign. Not a bad wave, all things considered. That was a beautiful turn there. Almost a 2-stage carb, but she got the work done. Third one, wraps it back into the foam, and then does all this work through the inside. You can see pumping the board all the way to that last section. Isabella does well. It's a good opener for her. She'll take some confidence out of that. See the slow-mo here. You can see there. Just gets that wrap. The wave steepens up here. This is that second one. Lays it on rail, putting all that pressure. And the face just laid down a little bit. She got right on the back foot, put a bunch more pressure on that tail pad, drove through it, and almost disguised somewhat of a wobble in the wave there, and actually turned it into a functional manoeuvre.
Yeah, just under 18 minutes to go. And we listened in as Luke and Caroline broke down their heat before. Let's see what Vorno can get out of the reigning world champion.
Yep, the Queen is in the house. The world champ, reigning world champ, Caroline Marks, getting a round or an opening round win always feels good. Little bit wobbly at the start, but as we heard you discussing with your coach, Luke Egan, before, right at the end there, just able to square up and clobber a few in sections to get that rhythm happening.
Yeah, for sure. It's definitely a lot different than my free serve this morning. It was like super nice and clean, and then yeah, by the time my heat came around, it got super bumpy out there. So I was just trying to get my timing right. And the first one, I just nose dove, and I was like, oh, it wasn't very great. But I'm stoked I was able to link a few together, and I'm running a new board from Matt. It just felt really nice through the flats and when the section got steep. So yeah, I'm stoked to get a heat win.
Last year, obviously, you know, a life goal that you would have dreamed of since you were just a tiny kid. This year, kind of a mixed bag of results, but pretty good stuff there at Sunset Beach, I think, a semi-final. How hard has it been to sort of just wash off all that energy of reaching such a pinnacle moment and get back into a new campaign?
Yeah, it's definitely, I feel so different coming into this year than I did last year. Actually, even though I did better at Sunset last year, but overall result-wise, I had like a couple throwaways already last year, so this year I'm a bit more consistent, which feels nice, and I haven't been able to make a final yet, but I've been more consistent, which is really good. But I don't know, I just feel really happy and stoked to be here, and I didn't really feel like I had much of an off season. I just kind of kept going out and having fun and celebrating and surfing, and so I don't know, it's crazy we're already back at Bells. It's crazy it's been a year already, but I'm just happy to be back in Australia and just hanging out with friends and family and just enjoying myself and trying to enjoy every moment and hopefully do it all over again this year.
Yeah, that's so cool. When you're having fun, it shines in your surf, and there's no doubt about it. You mentioned a new board. Tell us a little bit more about that.
Yeah, I left for the airport at like 5:30, and Matt got me the board at like 5 p.m. So I just snuck him in my bag. It was my bad too. I ordered them really late, but I had a Magic board in Portugal, and I just really wanted another one, and so I just. Yeah, I don't know. It's just a 5.7 round tail driver 3.0, and pretty straightforward, but just feels really nice. So thanks, Matt and Gian and everyone from Lost. It feels really good.
Well, congratulations. Always good to get an opening round win. I know you are desperate to ring that bell, one of the few trophies not on your cabinet yet.
Yeah, absolutely. I think a lot of my favorite surfers have won here. Aki's been surfing out here the last few days. That's been really cool to see. And my first couple years coming here, I was working with Mike Parsons, and he was always like, I think Bells will be your best event. Like, at some point in your career, I think you're going to win that event. So obviously it's a tall order, but I believe I can do it. And if it happens this year, that'd be amazing. But definitely like a bucket list one to win for sure.
For sure. Yep. The Goofs are on fire, and Caroline keeping up that form.
Thank you.
Yeah, looking sharp. She's got a good track record at this event. Couple of semi-final finishes here, 2018, 2019, a quarter-final finish last year. And she just has everything required to ring the bell here, Rich. Just a really strong approach off the bottom. Great variety on the backhand. She could do it.
She could easily do it. I love the attitude as well. It was just, she's so like bubbly and fresh, and doesn't feel like she's got that pressure of a world title on her shoulders at all. She's surfing freely, so that's awesome.
Well, we had Steph Gilmore in there before, and she was talking about, you know, the challenge of backing up a world title, and you'd have to say Caroline's done a great job so far. A couple of quarters and a semi-final in those first three events, and getting a victory here in the opening round. That was Ellie Harrison. Just Bell's getting the better of her on that last wave, and Molly Picklum got into this one, looking to drop her first decent number of this heat.
Oh, look at this thing down the line. Nice big carving hook from Molly. Driving off the bottom again, and just over accelerates out of the lip and just unable to hold on. I do feel like she's riding a slightly longer board running in this heat, and maybe just trying to adjust to that extra length on the board.
Isabella Nichols goes down. Got to love the commitment, though. Giving it a red-hot dig on the final section there.
Yeah, absolutely. And she's done well in the opening exchange. That 6.5, which I think the judging, it was spot on. She did enough work to drop that score. She'll be looking to build on that now and feeling confident that she has a good score on the board.
Ellie Harrison, let's see if she can clean things up after falling on that last ride. Already has a decent number, mid-range 5. That board almost skipping there. And she glides off the bottom and off the top. Piecing it together, just flowing at this point, banking off the foam. Now she's starting to put it together through the inside. If she can put a finish on this wave, it could be a pretty decent number.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, a little mix-up, a bit of variety here from Ellie. This wave's still going, and she gives it some on the inside. Can't ride out. Didn't have a lot of speed once she reached the oncoming section. But that'll be a much better score for her. It'll shore up her position in that top 2.
Yeah, she definitely seems like she's not overwhelmed or overcome by the situation. Being out here in a championship tour event, must feel comfortable here at Bells. But certainly, you know, sometimes you look at these wildcards and they freeze up. They surf, you know, quite restrictive, and she doesn't look like she's being affected at all.
Another surfer that never really seems too phased is Katie Simmers. She's making her way down the steps here, the iconic stairs. The current world number 4 will be out there next. The current world number 1 is out there at the moment, but all over the comp site like a rash is Vaughan Blakey. Let's see what he's up to.
Well, we know how awesome Yeti are as supporters of pro surfing, with the 10-point rides being awarded with the Tundra. And but mate, down here, the activation is all about these guys, the Ramblers. And Greg from Yeti is here to tell us a little bit about an activation, mate, that not only gets you a personalised Yeti, but can also help contribute to some pretty cool charities.
Thank you. Buy your Yeti tumblers over in the Rip Curl tent behind us, bring them over here, and we will mark them with your name on it for free, and we'll be also giving a donation off to local charities.
That's so cool, mate. And those charities are the Heartwood Habitat, which provides hollows out in the wilderness for all range of diverse wildlife to sort of make homes and basically help continue on the success of their species. And one way of which, of course, is, contributing to positive mental health through getting in the water. So great charities, mate. So it's just get over there to the Rip Curl store, get your Yeti Rambler, tumbler, come on over to base camp, get it engraved, it's personalised. Something to cherish for the rest of your life, mate.
Beautiful. Cheers.
Cheers.
Thank you, boys. Yep, got my Yeti. Personalised. Psyched.
Mine's coming, apparently.
Yeah, it's in the mail, Rich. It'll get here, mate. But it is a beautiful day down here at Bells Beach now. Jurak in just all its glory. We had pumping conditions this morning. The wind has come up. It's been a little trickier the last couple of hours, but there's still opportunity out there, and tapping into that opportunity at the moment is Isabella Nichols with the highest ride of this opening round clash. Heat 3 here at the moment. Isabella needs to back this number up though, because Molly Picklum, she's not far behind, but leading this heat at the moment is the wild card. Ellie Harrison has a 5.67 and a 4.7. Here's a replay of her last wave.
Wow, she got this one from way out the back, rolled in, And streaking down the line here, sets up this first section, tags it. A really turbulent and foamy section there, but she manages to get through it. This is Isabella Nichols, and just trips up. Wow, that was a dangerous fall. Almost looked like she connected with her board.
Back to live action now. Molly Picklum rarely finds herself in third position, but here in this opening round, that's the story, and she needs a 3.18 to get out of trouble here. 7.5 minutes to go. Molly's been down here enjoying everything that's been unfolding around the event. Checking out the F1 as well as she climbs up over that final section, can't make it stick. So she could still find herself in third place as we get down to the 7-minute mark. Pressure's going to be on here for the current world #1 as Isabella looks to finish one off. She's had some big committed efforts and not been able to make them stick just yet, Isabella, but she's still up in that top 2 at the moment.
I like her approach. She's got that 6.5. She's looking to put this one away. And we'll tee up the replay here because I'm very keen to see what she did if there was any opening work done on that wave. And here we go, takes off. Not a bad looking bowl here, running off a little bit. Staying patient, gets the first carve, stays with the power source and again out on the open face. Comes through this foamy section, stays with it, obviously sees something down the line. Coming through the inside, staying nice and low, that weight on the front foot, and then gets that little tag on the foam. And this was Molly Picklum. You can just see all those bumps and ridges on the face, making it very, very difficult for our women to find these little moments of glory on these waves. So at this point, Molly really hasn't collected too many points. Now she starts to open up, gets a little flare with that foam hit. Bringing it all the way through to the inside section. The legs are burning right at this point, and well, she just got bucked off with that backwash, didn't she?
Yeah, a bit of reverb on the shoreline there for Molly. Scores coming in though, might momentarily bump her up in a second spot. But Isabella's got a number on the way as well. 5.5 minutes to go here. Yeah, Molly looks on. You can see it in just the way she's kind of cutting across these waves, but she hasn't really had the face to work with yet to let go of some of those, you know, world-class turns that she possesses. So 4.5 for Molly. She jumped up into first for a second, but Isabella dropped the 3.77, and that was enough to see her hang on to that second spot. Ellie Harrison still leading at the moment. Ellie's a classic. She's super shy, shuns the spotlight somewhat. Was actually, you know, you hear people say I'm speechless, but they can spit that out at least. But after she won up at Surfers, she was properly speechless.
Wow.
Couldn't talk. But it was really cool. She just giggled her way through the acceptance speech when she was getting a trophy. It was great.
Well, you can do no wrong as a winner. So,
yeah.
Well, great to see her out in front. This is huge for her to be, you know, sort of win, lose or draw in this one. It doesn't really matter. But the fact that she's out in front at this stage of the heat on the big stage is just a huge feather in her cap. And, you know, she may go on to win this heat. And then that's a big confidence boost at this level in your career.
Yeah. It's also, you know, prize money is a big factor for someone who's about to fund a Challenger Series campaign. The more heats she gets through, the more she wins. And yeah, it just gains the attention of obviously all her peers, but also really it becomes a worry for those surfers on the Challenger Series. Once someone gets into a CT and gets through some heats, they are certainly marked and feared to come up against. Just over 3.5 minutes remaining now. Set waves approaching. Ellie's got that priority. She's only looking to improve on a 4.7. Seems to be pretty comfortable and know what kind of wave she wants in this lineup. Would have no doubt surfed plenty of heats out here at Bells over the years.
Yeah, great to see that experience and not getting frantic at this point. She's got Isabella and Molly breathing down her neck, trying to take that top position. There's a couple of nice waves moving into the lineup. Looks like Isabella's going to take this one on the inside. Oh, she goes down.
He's kind of fell awkwardly there too.
Bit of a wash through set coming through. And again, we keep mentioning it. It's almost like Bells Beach has a personality disorder. It just doesn't know what it wants to do throughout the day. It can start off being, 6 to 8 foot and perfect groomed walls, and now we're looking at tricky 3 to 4 foot onshore, sort of jumbled up conditions. So, yeah, really testing the adaptability of these surfers throughout the day.
2.5 minutes to go. Ellie Harrison on the outside. She likes the look of this one. It's a tricky takeoff, stays prone for a moment. Right through the whitewater now. Hangs on that rail. This wave might steepen up on the inside at the moment. It's very chattery. It's a tricky ride, but she's doing well, the 18-year-old. As she gets to this final section, climbs the roof. It sort of actually just drops out from underneath her. She does well to hang on there. She's got a good little support crew down here, no doubt full of family and friends cheering her on in this one, trying to get rid of a 4.7. Might be right there.
She looks confident on her feet, doesn't she?
She does. The GWM 2-minute warning coming up, and that's, that is seriously a warning for Molly Picklum here. She's got some work to do. She needs a 5.45 to get herself up in a second place here. Doesn't want to lose any momentum now, but here's the replay of Ellie's ride.
Yeah, so Ellie, this was a foamy monster, as we call it, right from the opening moment here. And Ellie doing very well just to keep that board engaged, keep the fins set. And you can see just that really quick-footed action that she has. And gets to the finish. So, yeah, not a bad wave. I don't know if she's going to eclipse that 5.7. I don't think so. My gut feeling is no, but still.
She just dropped the 5.07, so just pushed the requirement up a little. So Isabella Nichols after a 4.24. But Ellie always, it might be the way she stands on a board, but it always sort of seems to me like she rides probably for her size, a slightly longer board than some of her opponents. It's just her preference. It just looks nice. Looks like she's got quite a bit of board out in front of her, and yeah, it looked great under feet. Now, that was a very bumpy,
tricky to surf.
Yucky road.
Really, really hard to surf. I think most of the surfers today are riding a step up. Medina was one of the ones that rode a shortboard. Yago also on a shortboard. But Medina, interesting fact, put extra large fins in the side of his board today.
Okay.
Yeah, just to get that added stability. He was talking to Kingy about it and just said, yeah, I just want to be able to fit in those turns on my backhand and not have that longer board through that fatter section, but I want the security off the bottom and off the top.
That's the drive. Well, this one's coming to an end, and the world #1 is still in that third position, and Molly Picklum's going to have to fight her way out of the elimination round. But listen to the local crowd for Ellie Harrison. She is on her way to the third round.
That's huge.
With a very strong performance there. And look at the absolute smile splitting across the faces of her family and friends down here on the beach. They are buzzing, and for good reason.
Well, local girl makes good. And the youngster, what a moment in her career. This is just a huge confidence boost for her. She'll have her sights set on being a full-time campaigner on the World Championship Tour. And this will do her wonders.
Impressive stuff for the 18-year-old. As we get set for yet another big clash here. Don't go anywhere. Up next, it's Caitlin Simmers, Brisa Hennessy, and Sawyer Lindblad. The Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. By BioGland, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. And by Mophie, the official portable power bank partner of the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. Mophie, stay powerful. What a moment for Ellie Harrison, 18 years of age, her first CT event. She's just got the jump on the world #1 and one of the semi-finalists from last year's event. And she is absolutely buzzing right now, and why wouldn't she be, Rich?
Oh, what a moment. You know, to be that, to get a little taste of success against some of her heroes who she's probably looking at going, that's who I want to be. I want to emulate these women. I want to be doing exactly what they're doing, and in doing it in front of your home crowd, in front of friends and family. That's like one of those moments you dream about. Seriously composed performance too. It just sort of seemed that she worked out the formula for success in that lineup. She didn't go the low percentage play. She was smart. She chipped away to rides and she got the victory. Out there in the lineup now, we've got the current world #4, Katie Simmers, in the red jersey, representing Oceanside, California. Brisa Hennessy, who's been on a roll this year, she'll be in the blue jersey, surfing for Costa Rica. And then, of course, Sawyer Lindblad, another competitor from California. She's going to be out there in the white jersey as we see Brisa getting things started early on the replay. Rich, she had an amazing start to the year, a couple of semi-final finishes. Let's see if she can get back to the later heats of this event. Oh, she's got good vibes out here. She's got good memories and good feelings. I think she's suited to this wave. This is Caitlin up and riding on her opening wave here. Nice big swooping turn. Let's just watch the progressive lines that this lady takes. Oh, geez, that almost looked like there was a bit of ski wake there, unfortunately. But, well, this is Sawyer Lindblad. So the lone goofy footer in this heat. This one standing up on the inside, comes through, hits that final section. Live action.
Yeah, Brisa looking to back up her first ride. Her first ride was strong, 7.17. So she's looks like she is reconnecting to the form that saw a semi-final in the first two events of the season. Nice finish there on the inside. Solid stuff here.
There was just a pace to Brisa's opening ride that in the previous heat we just didn't quite see. You know, Brisa was just attacking those sections nice and fast through the snaps. As we watch this one here, strong off the bottom. Great wrap. Nice and tight in the pocket, and again, really confident, stable on her feet. Driving all the way through to the inside. Staying patient, knows there's more.
Well, she likes heavy water, Rich. We've seen her obviously achieve great things at Sunset, lay down big carves. She seems to really be able to lean into the power of a steep wall and a wave that's got a bit in it. And that was a great turn there.
Yeah, you saw that back arm go right up vertical, and that allows her to turn a little tighter, almost like, keep referencing it, like a ballerina doing that pirouette as they go tall. Put that back arm down, it's going to elongate that cutback. But Brisa, stay nice and tight in the pocket, which I think is a good formula in these tricky conditions, because you almost have to fit those maneuvers in between the bumps out here. It's a different story to this morning where those where the turns were longer. You were holding that rail line. With this onshore wind and this surface bump, it's all about a shorter, more snapping type of turn.
Let's get a Bonn University athlete health check in here. Brisa Hennessy, of course, ruptured her eardrum in Portugal, forcing her to withdraw from the event. It was a devastating injury for her because, as I mentioned before, just was on an incredible roll through those first couple of events and couldn't surf complete her heat in Portugal. So left there injured. It's only been a couple of weeks. A lot of surfers getting support, messages of support to Brisa, including Mick Fanning, Carissa Moore, Yago Dora. And here she is in Bells just a couple of weeks later. So, you know, really brave to turn up here, ready to compete for one of the most sought-after trophies in the sport.
Yeah, and just a super positive lady on the tour as well. You know, she has been through a number of sort of health adversities, and she's been able to come through it with support of friends and family, obviously, but that positive mental attitude really going a long way in helping her recover quickly and getting back into what she wants to do and fulfilling her dreams here.
Yeah, Dad Mike is a character. Mum Katie, just an absolute ray of sunshine around the events as well. But, you know, they'd be super proud of Brisa and just, you know, how resilient she's been these past couple of seasons, and just this mad run through the first few events of the season have been very impressive. And we'll see if she can continue to build on this impressive heat score total. Kicked off with a 7.17, backed it up with a 5.33. Sawyer Lindblad is in a pretty decent position here too, 6.17 to start for her. Now, she had a heat in Portugal where she lost out early, that she probably would have progressed through any other heat in the round. She just had a really tough draw there and she was devastated. She sort of knew that at that point it was going to be hard to survive the cut. She'd need to do really impressive stuff at these next two venues, which are so difficult. This has been a strong start to the heat for her. She's got Jake Patterson in her corner.
Yeah, and Jake Patterson obviously has years and years of experience down here. Both Jake and I have been coming to Bells for over 30 years now. We've competed here as juniors, and obviously Jake has coached many of the top athletes over the years since his time on the tour. And he's pretty straight and direct with his instructions.
If he had his own scent, if he had his own cologne, it'd be called competitive mongrel. He just sprays it all over the place. He is an animal. And the thing I like about Jake is his succinct game plans that he gives to his athletes.
Yeah.
You know, he gives them the opportunity to pivot on those decisions, but, you know, adapt to what the situation becomes in the heat for sure, but go out there and just attack the end section. He would have said to Sawyer, you got an incredible backhand vert. Hit that end section, you'll score.
Yep.
Do that, I promise you'll get through.
Absolutely, and as direct and succinct as he is with his advice, he's also like that with his feedback as well. So you need to have a bit of a thick skin if you're in Snako's camp. There's the man on screen right now. Obviously did a lot of years coaching with Stephanie Gilmore. And yeah, well, Sawyer looking for a big result here at Bells, and let's see if she can do it.
Just under 20 minutes remaining here. And yeah, it's going to be fun to watch priority play out here in the next few stages. I love watching Katie Simmers surf. We were just singing Molly Picklam's praises through that last heat, the opening stages of the Clash, and her performance at Pipe. But ultimately, it was Caitlin Simmers getting the victory there. And on that first big day, Katie kind of set the pace. Big backdoor nugget came in and Katie just swung without hesitation, got herself completely barreled for an excellent score in the 9-point range. There was like 5 waves in that event, ridden by Katie, Betty Lou, and obviously Molly had other waves, where when they came out of the barrel, I was like, that's a 10-point ride. Like, I just kept saying it. I was like, that.
Yeah.
You just don't see that often. You should stamp it with a 10, but the judges, you know, I think they felt like something special was coming, and I think the approach from Molly on the backhand was worthy of the stamp.
I was going to say there was the 2 waves out of the ones that you're talking about, and it was Molly's wave on the backhand where she did that pig dog and knifed it, and her execution of the pig dog in that barrel situation, it could have been Kelly or one of these people who have surfed pipe, you know, their whole life and perfected surfing pipeline. And then Betty Lou was the other one who surfed it incredibly well on her backhand. The forehand a little bit easier, obviously, because you're facing the wave and you can sort of see what's happening down the line. But to pig dog like that at pipeline is a really, really difficult thing to master.
Yeah,
and they've done it.
And we're just talking up the women's approach, but you can't not make comparisons. There's still men on the CT that don't have that technique and that approach on the backhand.
Yeah.
So it was a game changer. It's never going to be the same. All the young surf fans who tuned in and watched that event see a new standard, and you just know they're all going to be hunting out those slabbing waves the next time the swells roll in, and it'll just continue to evolve. You know, I know we've got a lot of things to do this year, Rich, a few events to get through and world champions to crown, but I can't wait to get back to pipe next year.
I know. Well, that's like you said, it's the new benchmark now, and that's the yardstick, and it's not going to go backwards, it's only going to go forwards. But you look at surfers like Katie Simmers, who was last year in WA, when the box was on, she was on it. She was out there, you know, knifing one of the most difficult, treacherous waves that we have in Australia, and she was comfortable out there.
Sierra Kerr out there as well, giving it a good nudge. Just over 17 minutes to go here. And there she is, Katie Simmers, talking to Stace Galbraith and having a chat to him on Stab Magazine recently, one of their podcasts, and we were talking about Katie and just how fun she is to watch, just based on the fact that, you know, you take the jersey away and the approach doesn't seem to change.
Yeah.
She just naturally has this free surfing flow to her surfing, and it's just so refreshing to see.
I remember sitting at Snapper Rocks, and it was the year Dane Reynolds was up against Parko, and he beat Parko in that heat, and he brought something new. There was a different line. I was sitting with Pat O'Connell at the time. We both looked at each other and went, this is something new that we've never seen before. And this is the feeling I get when I watch Katie surfing, because her lines are different, her approach is a little bit different, it's unpredictable, almost punk in a way, and it's really refreshing to watch.
The best. 16 minutes remaining here, and it is looking like we've got some sets on the way, but while we wait for them to arrive, let's feel the buzz from Ellie Harrison here. She's with Vaughan.
Yeah, Ron, look, there's been some big stories today. Kelly Slater getting his first heat win for a while, the defending champ Ethan Ewing getting it done, the world champ Carolyn Marks getting it done, but by far the biggest story from today's action is the trials winner Ellie Harrison taking out the world #1. Ellie, the crowd was going mad. The energy on the beach was insane. You must be freaking right now.
Yeah, I was very nervous for that heat. Just not even who I had. I knew any heat I was going to draw was going to be hard. Just more, actually being here, being around the comp. I'm normally here just watching, being a grom, like getting everyone's signatures, and now I'm in the event, and everything's so much more like. I don't know, just crazier than like a QS or a Challenger. So, definitely feeling it. Definitely got, big high adrenaline, but.
I'll try to tone it down a bit. I'm so frothing for you. But you are on some kind of roll. You just took out Surfest. You won the regional qualifying series. You had a good stint on the Challenger Series last year, and obviously you're going to be having another crack. But, I mean, this must just be icing on the cake. This momentum, you've really been able to use it and capitalise on it to get a win here at the Rip Curl Pro, you know, your home event.
Yeah, it doesn't really all feel real. It still hasn't really sunk in like that Newcastle win, really. But, surfing at home feels amazing. Having all my friends and family here, it's just like, it couldn't get any better. We got windy waves like onshore, but I don't know, it was still fun, still got opportunity, but hopefully next few rounds we get some good waves cooking, so.
And what was it like to, you know, paddle out there, see that gold jersey sort of sharking around the lineup? You know how scary Molly Picklum can be. She's such a fierce competitor. How did you deal with that?
Just focused on myself, really. Like, I know Molly's incredible. She's an insane surfer. I look up to her a lot. I knew once I won the trials I was going to get, #1 seed. So I kind of known that I had Molly for like a week now. So, not a week. It's been like 4 days. It feels like a week. But I don't know. Just kind of focused on my own performance and stuck to it's still just a heat, still just 2 waves. So yeah.
And what is it like when you finish a turn in that shore? You're so close to the crowd. This amphitheatre really does amplify all that noise. What's it like to hear that?
Just, I don't know, huge adrenaline. Just like on the jet ski after that first wave, I couldn't even like get my breath back. I was just, Todd was on the ski and he was just like, how'd you go? I was like, I don't even know. I can't remember the wave, but I don't know. It's just, a feeling. I love the feeling, but a feeling there's no other like it. So,
Well, Ellie, I'll tell you, you have just lit up this entire place with that performance. Congratulations. We cannot wait to see you in the next round.
Thank you.
Yes, Ellie. Yeah, well, she's found her voice. She's getting used to winning. She finished 12th on the Challenger Series last year. She was, I think, the second highest Australian not to make the grade. Sophie McCulloch was outside qualification, but she ended up getting the call up with Steph taking a year off. So that meant that Ellie automatically got one of those wildcard spots as the top finishers. But as it turned out, it didn't matter. She won Surfest, took out the regional QS, but she's opened up some space on that regional QS for someone else to get the call up.
Well, she sounded like a seasoned pro then.
Yeah, she did.
In that interview. And this is Soy Lindblad taking off on this good-looking wave here. Squares up. Just gets a little caught. Drives around the section again. Comes off the bottom and off the top. Sort of a mid-face turn. And again, doing these nice snaps on the backhand. But
hang on.
Oh, just doesn't quite manage to finish that one off.
She's got a 6.17 though, and that's the backup. Katie Simmons on the outside. She had a wave as well.
Yeah, some nice big open face swoops here from Katie as she comes through to the inside. And you can see just that forehand line. It's totally different to what the goofy footers take. Katie all the way through to the inside here, just taking a big sleepy cut back, staying with the foam, waiting for it to go again. Bang, hits the lip, stays nice and low, projects further down the line and gets the finish.
But there's just little things that she does different.
Yep.
Just that little cutback, as you said, at a moment where everyone's so fixated on what's down the line. Katie, you know, just goes, you know what, I can fit a roundhouse in here. Even though it's not done with like all the speed in the world, it's still just a mix-up. It just adds to the flow, it adds to the variety, and it's fun to watch. And Sawyer did pretty well, 5.23 for her. So Caitlin Simmers after a 5.91. But you can see what we're talking about with Sawyer. She's got that backhand approach. As you said, Rich, there was one turn in there. It was kind of a shame that she kind of got hung up a little bit, took a bit of her speed and flow away.
Yeah, it's there. And if I watch that replay again, and I actually just watched the board, it did stay a little bit flat and horizontal. So there's work to do, but definitely the foundations and fundamentals of her approach is there.
10.5 minutes remaining here. And we have a heat on our hands. It's pretty tight on the leaderboard here at the moment as we get set for yet another big clash. Betty Lou Sakura is out there next. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break.
My go-to is the Bonsoy almond, the magic mix, the best way to start your day. So starting with the morning smoothie, got some great blueberries already in there. Strawberries, they're looking delicious. Banana is nice for the consistency. A little bit of peanut butter, a little bit of honey. The chia Bonsoy almond milk is naturally nutty, just like me. It's on. We gotta get going. Vent's on, and now the ride to Pike.
It's on. The contest is on. Parking's getting tight there. Contest is on. Contest is on. Got my trusty bike. Straight line to Pike line.
Ted, he loves Bonsoy.
Absolutely. Welcome to the Lexus Pipe Pro, stop number 1 on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Bonsai Pipeline is firing right now. Are we going to start with the men? Are we going to start with the women? Thank you. Same time tomorrow.
Yeah, Kipes.
He's
Love
good,
it.
isn't he?
Oh,
He's so good.
He's frothing. He's frothing. Back out into the lineup now with 7.5 minutes to go here in Heat 4, the elimination round. The Women's Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And Brisa Hennessy, just on the back of that really strong start, maintains her position at the top. Katie Simmers, though, during the break, had this wave, Rich.
Yeah, Katie just driving down the line here. Oh, bit of a layback jam, almost under the lip. Wrapping cut back. Looking for more down the line. Katie sets this section up, slams it up and over the foam. Unfortunately, just caught a front edge there. This is Brisa Hennessy on the outside. Great looking wave here. Just racing this one down the line. Always so steady and sure-footed on her feet. Got 2 good scores on the board already. Looking to improve on the 5.33. It's going to be very close right there. But up until this point, sort of textbook competitive surfing from her. She hasn't taken any silly waves. Wave choice has been great. Execution's been great. And that's why she's out in front.
Yeah, all the surfers have, you know, really chosen their waves carefully and executed pretty well on all their rides so far. There's not really those really low throwaway numbers. It's all pretty decent for these 3 competitors. So we've got a close heat on our hands. Katie Simmers, she's still back in 3rd spot at the moment. Sawyer Lindblad has shown some really positive signs. For a surfer who's way behind on the leaderboard, she's performing well at the moment, but she's right there within reach of someone as good as Caitlin Simmers. Katie was on her way to a really big score. She finished that end section turn. You know, it's hard to find that flare in that final section and stay on your feet. She exploded out of the white water.
Yeah, unfortunately not able to stick that last manoeuvre. If she did, I'd have to argue that it could have almost been the score. And I just love it. She keeps delivering stuff that we're not expecting, manoeuvres that we haven't seen before. It's exciting.
Yeah, it sure is. So just touching on it again, you know, we saw a resurgence from some of the veterans on the CT, the Final 4 over in Portugal. All surfers that have clocked up over a decade on the CT, or almost a decade for one. But it was, you know, it was impressive to see. It's made the year very interesting. And this event in particular, an event that, you know, typically requires some experience. You know, are these younger surfers going to be able to figure out the riddle, put the puzzle together here at Bells through different conditions and get themselves a big finish here and maintain their position at the top end of the ranks? Sally Fitzgibbons hopes they don't.
Yeah, well, Sal's still got a little bit of work to do here, and she's been on and off the tour the last couple of years. Here's Sawyer.
Oh, yeah.
Great hit.
Nice start there. Big hit. Fully committed. Sawyer Lindblad, if she can hang on for this and get another similar turn done on the inside, she might just improve on this 5.23. Just linking it together, trying to push it a little harder on that final move. But it was quality, the first crack in the pocket of that wave ridge.
Yeah, the judges will pay that commitment and really attacking that section. Not just looking to nurse it. Nice little lip float down the line. She actually went up and hooked it.
Well, Sawyer, she's got a good sparring partner in her brother Taj too. He's a great surfer. Let's have another look at it here on the replay.
Yeah, you can see there, squares off the bottom. Really critical section. And it was unfortunate that just this crumbly section on the inside didn't offer up a good bit of open face that she could really hook into. Love the slow-mo here. Look at where the eyes are fixated onto the lip. Now on the backhand, she has to turn the head, and then she goes by feel at this point. And you can see the board just dropping off, momentarily disconnected with the wave face. that trailing arm as almost as an extended rudder for stability and balance. She makes her way back onto the Red Bull jet ski. Most of the athletes are opting to get up on the sled, take a moment to actually get up into that seated position, especially in these bumpy conditions. It's the way to go.
Oh, yeah. It'll rattle you if you try and ride out on that sled. But, yeah, Sawyer's, made a habit of dropping some pretty solid numbers in these past 2 events. She has improved her situation just a little, pushed the requirement a little higher for Caitlin Simmers here with 2.5 minutes to go. 5.93 on that final wave. It was Caroline Marks who she lost out to over in Portugal. She had an excellent score. She had an amazing heat score total, 15.84 in a losing round 3 heat. So, no wonder she was in tears after that one. But this has been a good bounce back. She's not safe yet, but with 2 minutes to go, she's showing real promise.
Yeah, she's looking good. The performance in isolation has been very good. It's not like she's taking silly waves. She's not making bad decisions. We referenced Jake Patterson in her corner. So obviously, whatever advice he's given her is paying off. And with 1:30 to go, she just needs to hang on, get back into the lineup, perhaps put a little bit of pressure on Katie Simmers, who is desperate with priority. So she's in the box seat and in a position now with 1.5 minutes to go to find that 6.6 ride and get herself out of the elimination round.
Still plenty more coming your way this afternoon too. A couple of big heats coming up. Betty Lusakura-Johnson, Lakey Peterson, India Robinson up next. And then we're going to see Tyler Wright out in the lineup. Tyler's chasing 3 event wins in a row here at Bells this season. And only 2 other surfers have achieved that, Carissa Moore and Gail Cooper. We'll see how she goes, but you'd like her chances. But she's got a tough draw. Tatiana Weston-Webb, who's finaled here, and Sally Fitzgibbons, who's got a couple of Big Bells trophies as well.
Yeah, a lot of experience in that final heat, and we've seen Tyler around the traps a little bit. Seems very just calm and at ease with everything going on in her life at the moment. The surfing's there, so she's poised. Certainly Tatiana and certainly Sally has some work to do. She needs to get herself out of that danger zone. She's below the cut line at the moment. As this one counts down, looks like it's going to be Brisa Hennessy and Sawyer Lindblad.
Well, what a performance here from Brisa. Really solid, Rich. She almost was afforded the opportunity to just kick back in the later stages of this opening round heat, just based on the fact that she dropped the 7.17 and the 5.33 so early in the exchange. So she has made a great return to the jersey here at Bells Beach once again. We're going to take a quick break. We got more big clashes just around the corner. Stay with us. We're going to bring in Joe and Felicity for the call.
Welcome to the Pulse to keep you posted on all the major highlights from opening day. The GOAT was in fine form today. Bells is such a special location for Kelly Slater, a 4-time Bells champ, his first CT win. He even broke Tom Curran's all-time event-winning record at Bells in 2006. So much history. Kalani loved the performance, the magic board. Took him straight to the round of 32 along with John Florence. But how about Medina turning in some magic at the Bells Bowl? A 9.33, an 8-point ride. Aki is baffled that Gabriel hasn't won this event in the past. He's had a semifinal a couple of years back. He's never made a final here, but this feels like a different type of Medina. His stepdad, Charlie, there to celebrate. His younger sister was in the trials. Medina's in his happy place. And how about a local wild card upset? We enjoy that in pro surfing, don't we?
We do, we do. And this was sort of probably the biggest story of the day so far.
That's
Day's
right.
not done.
Ellie Harrison sending Molly Picklum into the elimination round. Reminder, Molly's in yellow. She'll have to deal with the ER later on in this event window, potentially tomorrow. Thanks for watching The Pulse. Thanks for watching opening day, and thanks for being our friends. Laura Enever, you little legend, joining us in the booth. Felicity Palmatier. Gosh, it's great to have your company. Special wave like this. Let's break this one down. Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson, Lakey Peterson, and India Robinson. Let's just keep that kind of local feeling going with Ellie getting the win, going straight to India. Boy, she's fun to watch. I ran into her brother on the steps. She's got a ton of support right now.
Oh, 100% she does. And it looks like she's, oh no, this is Lakey, up and riding.
Yeah, she's acting like a local out here, isn't she? First wave, just the 317 to get started, Laura.
Yeah, that wave, hopefully not going to be no scoreline, but you never know, crazy things that have happened. But yeah, as you just said, Joey Lakey spends a lot of time here. Her husband, Tom Allen, from this area. So she is like a bit of a second local at Bells.
Adopted local?
Yeah, she is.
Thomas is a contender. Surfed with him and Lakey quite a bit in Portugal. And it was unbelievable. He was pushing Lakey a lot. They were joking around how competitive they are on the ping pong table, in the water as well. I was doing some kind of shadow judging, and I was like, Lakey got the win. He's like, no! And they started cracking up. It was awesome how much fun they were having on the road. Lakey 317 start. Priority now will be with Betty Lou because India just had a look at that one. 0.2 for the effort.
Just a quick up and down, but India probably taking some inspiration. I mean, India's obviously growing up in Victoria. She spent a lot of time here at the bowl, got a lot of experience, a lot of local knowledge, but you've got to be looking at Ellie being like, okay, wow, like it's doable. Yeah. Like that's massive for Ellie as a wild card. Really big upset, but yeah, India, and beautiful surfing from India. She's a power surfer. She loves to put the board on rail. And yeah, great heat here, especially a spicy heat too with Betty in there, just adding that little bit of flair. That is, what's the word I'm looking for? It starts with an A. Uh-oh. What's the time? It's past 4 p.m. and the wheels are falling off for me.
No, let's think about it. What is it?
Aggression.
No, it's not that. It's like a better word for aggression.
I got it.
Assertiveness.
Was that it?
Yeah.
Ah, you got there. Not bad for a giant day.
Sorry
for everyone. Up on the dark.
A for airhead.
Like to order a couple of Red Bulls to the booth immediately.
I don't know if I need any more.
Lakey's out front, 317, just that one-turn moment. But this is a second home for her. It's pretty fun because they spend a lot of the year in San Clemente. I was talking to Lakey's husband. They said it's been a little bit of time before they come back to the Bells region, but they got here nice and early. And Micro's staying up at their house. He's coaching Lakey at this event as well. And they've been really just enjoying the surf together, making little improvements. Because for Lakey, she's such a dedicated competitor. It feels like ages for herself that she's been in the world title race. It really wasn't that long ago. So I feel like this is a great year for Lakey to kind of make a comeback to world title form.
For sure, and she's arrived. I mean, she's had such incredible moments this year. Obviously, getting that win at J-Bay last year was just so epic to see. Yeah, and it's just been amazing to watch, I guess, her evolution and her journey just, and every sort of season and chapters when you get to these veterans. And, you know, she's down in, I think, 10th position right now in the ranking. She's right there, so this is a really, really important event for her, and she's been here before at Bells in this same position before. So I'm sure the pressure is building, but she's a veteran. She knows what to do.
And then we're seeing this paddle battle. We see this a lot with Betty Lou, and we love talking about it. And I'm always interested. I wonder if Betty Lou hears our commentary later and enjoys being that one where she loves being aggressive and taking control of the lineup, because I enjoy this approach, especially for someone who's just 19, really new to the tour, and it doesn't matter if it's a world champ or like a rookie on tour, she's going to really push you competitively.
For sure, and I think there's a certain way to do it. That's why assertiveness comes to mind, because I feel like she does it with the utmost respect. There's other competitors that come to mind. I'm like, oh, I don't know, that was a bit dicey. But I feel like the way Betty approaches it, she comes at it with respect out of her competitors, and her competitors would want to, they want that. They want to bring the best out of each other, and I love it. I personally love watching that passion.
Yeah, you either love the game or you hate it. And there's competitors that hate the game. They're like, they get bummed when someone's, paddle battling and doing this and snaking and all that. But, there's some people, I know Molly Picklam's like, bring it on. I love it. I love the scrappiness of it. And it's so cool to see that some of the women thrive on it and some of them want to avoid it. And they're all different types of competitors. Like, Steph Gilmore, it's so rare to see her in a paddle battle situation.
Lakey now rolling into this one. Fun looking section to lay down that CI, and that almost slid out. Was able to maintain control to recover the first turn. You can see how full it is in front of her. But if she can get a solid finish, it might end up going into a decent range. Tricky conditions, as you can tell, that first section wasn't really reliable for the way she was opening up.
Yeah.
But she recovered well to hang on to that maneuver.
Yeah, she just had to hang on onto that, wasn't anything too special. It looked like she was just a lot of bump there to negotiate, and it was kind of getting the better of her on the wave. She couldn't really plow through it looked like, and, maybe her board just, not being able to slice through that lump. But these waves are so tricky to surf right now. It's India, first proper go. Let's see. Unfortunately, looked like she tried to go a bit of a small wave to make something happen, but that one just shutting down.
Let's get a little insight from the Aussies here in the booth. I mean, I always think when I think of lower trestles or even the U.S. Open, the advantage that those kids have growing up competing in the amateur ranks, because all of a sudden it's a massive event and all the international surfers are trying to work it out when they show up. Before we get there, this is Lakey on her last 3.33 flick.
Yeah, it's just, I've got to echo what Laura said. It just looks really tricky. It was a really, really lumpy, bumpy wave. I mean, she did get a 3.33. I think she's going to be looking for more. She's probably going to be looking for a wave face that's a lot cleaner than that.
Yeah.
She'd know that too, that wasn't feeling really that connected. But get back to what you were saying.
No,
I'm interested in this.
Just the history for Australian up-and-coming surfers like you guys were back in your grommethood. How early are you coming here to Bells to compete, and do you remember those first trips down here? Flick, do you remember that first trip here to compete?
I do. It was, Laura and I were probably on the same trip together. We're similar age, and it would have been for a Rip Curl Grom Search National Final.
Yes.
I know that my dad came over, your mum was here, they were getting on the wines every night together.
Yes,
having a good old time.
Warwick and Sarah. But I think even before the Rip Curl Grom Search National Final, where we got the opportunity to surf here at the Bells Bowl, we had the Rip Curl Grom Search at Jan Juk, so I would come down here every year and surf at Jan Juk, and then obviously if the waves got good, got to get my first taste of Bells Beach, see the iconic stairs, and then, when we got to do that Grom Search final, it was just the best thing ever. Like, they used to just surf us, I think maybe right before the event, and we got to surf with all of our heroes, and it just felt like a stepping stone, and like just you got that little taste of this event,
what it would be like to be on the tour.
Totally.
And be competing here and walking down those stairs, and you really get to sort of embody that and get that feeling, and there's people here and crowds.
And because the setup was, we had a Pro Junior here as well, and we got to come here I think 1 or 2 times a year for a Pro Junior event, but it didn't have the setup that this does, and so when you got to go to the Grom Search final, and then it had the international final. It was the best.
Hearing stories about, Tyler Wright and her whole family being in a big van and camping and taking the drive down the coast, and the whole family competing down here over the years. And you could see how cool that would be to be like, hey, this is a second home. You guys all grew up enjoying what, all of Bells had to offer, freezing conditions, warm weather this afternoon. You get all 4 seasons in one day. And
you do.
Even on the tide change, think how different the waves look from what we had this morning.
Oh, we've had a lot of different seasons of waves today. I mean, when you were reading out the pulse, I mean, we look back to those early morning heats. It was just super glassy, not a breath of wind. And, yeah, looking really dreamy. I think maybe as that tide starts to fill in, it might start to improve a little bit this afternoon.
I think, you know, last heat is heading out at 6:30. So usually the tide, I mean, the wind does calm down in the afternoon. You get the Arvo glass off. And, yeah, so those last couple of heats, I think, will be stoked that they are later into the afternoon.
Lakey asking for an update on time and on her scores. She knows it's really close at the moment. 6.5 combined total. Her first CT win was a long time ago. It was when the U.S. Open actually had the CT status next to it. And she was very progressive, really focused on doing a lot of errors. She's evolved into overall performance over the years and picked up several wins. And her most recent win was quite emotional, Jeffreys Bay last year. And the way she came into the beach was just, you could tell it was a veteran kind of finding her form again. And they put in so much hard work. It almost brings tears to all of our eyes when they have such a cool comeback victory. That was a special one for Lakey last year.
For sure, and I think J-Bay is also one of those iconic events, much like what Bells is, that you dream of winning as a surfer. It's such a beautiful location, and yeah, just an amazing point break. A lot of the surfers and a lot of the event crews say that that's their favourite event on tour. So super special for Lakey to get that win there last year.
Vaughn Blakey hanging out on the glass with Brisa Hennessy.
Thanks, Joe. Yeah, well, it's lumpy, it's bumpy, it's tricky as heck out there, but Brisa Hennessy getting it done. How tricky was it?
Yeah, you definitely feel like you're going to get bucked off the horse. Just got to keep riding. Bend your knees and lean forward for the ride.
Nice one. I mean, we've watched a lot of heats now this afternoon, and it has been so challenging. What were your tactics when you paddled out?
Yeah, I just wanted to keep busy. Obviously, the first wave of the set was pretty lumpy, so I was just looking for the clean ones that kind of like slid underneath. And I was lucky I got that first wave with it was 30 seconds, I think, the start of the heat. And I actually didn't even think, I think I went too early. And I asked the jet ski driver, I was like, was that in the heat? Because I was like, oh my gosh, I went too early. But no, it actually panned out. I just sat a little wide, and that wave came to me.
Fantastic. And last time we saw you, you had a ruptured eardrum. Tell us how you've been recovering from that.
Yeah, I'm doing good. That was definitely such a interesting situation. It's like I came from Pipe and Sunset, and of course I get a ruptured eardrum at 1 Foot Portugal, so it's always interesting, but I'm lucky to be able to surf way earlier than I thought I was going to be able to. So I just have an earplug in, and hopefully it heals while I'm out in the water.
Yeah, well, it's awesome to see you get that opening round win. Anyone you want to give a shout out to in Spanish?
Yeah, gracias a todos en Costa Rica por los mensajes y todo el apoyo. Significa el mundo para mí, y si vamos por la próxima, y sí, estoy muy agradecida para surfear otra vez, y vamos con todo, pura vida.
Congratulations, Brisa.
Thanks so much, Vaughn. Pura vida. That's what you hear all the time when you visit the beautiful country of Costa Rica. That's where her life began until she was about 9 years of age, learned how to surf in some warm water, and then moved to Hawaii, as we have this one still running for Lakey Peterson, trying to get out of the 3 range here. Section wasn't there for her on that last effort. Now she's still trying to mix it up, finding the lip to connect with. Talk about determination. Running out of room and stepping off on the sand, and now the local India Robinson laying down a turn, trying to get a heat win for her brother on her brother's birthday today. Nice connection there as she gets out in front. Nice arc again, nice easy pace from Robinson. Throwing a nice clean arc and belting it. Oh, that would have been a really good finish. Got a lot done, though. One of the better waves we've seen in this heat so far, Flick.
For sure. Straight away, first takeaways, that's the cleanest face wave we've seen. Everything else is so bumpy. So that was really clean.
Yeah, and I think that's the local knowledge she has, you know, being able to identify those cleaner faces. That was obviously Betty Lou. We saw her first wave into Lakey's wave, and India, by the time she got to it, look, it had a bit of foam on the face when she took off, but it had that clean wall, and it stood up and hit the bank at Bells Beach, the reef at Bells Beach, just perfectly. And you know, we've seen a lot of the waves go too bumpy and not really give you anything on the inside, but this just kept giving her sections to keep tagging off. And I feel like if she got a finish here, it would have been one of the highest scores of the heat for sure. I think it will be highest anyway.
Yeah, so well done. And leave it to a local to find some clean water. And then the roll in from Lakey here, Flick.
Yeah, rolling, but you could just see straight away. I mean, there's a clear difference between this wave and India's wave. I mean, this one's got a lot of lump and bump. Lakey's working it. She's trying to place her turns here, but I just loved India's wave. It just was so smooth. It just, wave selection was on point here. I mean, even that last section was hard to hit. Lakey did well to hold on there, but I mean, India's score would have been probably, I mean, maybe even a point more than what she's just dropped. I mean, that India just dropped a 5.67 for that. You got to think if she made that last turn.
Yeah, up in the 7s for sure, I'd say.
Well done. There's so many locals walking down the steps, getting a good spot on the beach to watch India compete. And it was cool to be next to her brother, Cody, just a moment ago, because everyone was coming up to him like, hey, how did you slip past us? You know, he's like back home. He hasn't been home for a while. From Adam Robertson to Xavier Huxtable, they're all ready to celebrate his birthday, but also watch one of their favorites, his sister, compete. And fun to talk about those, you know, brother-sister, you know, they're not just rivalries. They push each other, but it's a loving way. And I always think of you, Laura, you know, with your brother Chris, always with you around the world and giving you so much support still today, even in that strike mission recently to Cloud Break.
Yeah, it's so amazing. Yeah, Chris was awesome. He used to come down here and you know, the only reason I started competing in surfing was because I would tag along when Chris was doing the Grom searches and then the Pro Juniors, and then Mum just entered me, and we just evolved our, you know, it was, you know, competitive when we were grommets, and then it just became a loving support network. And, you know, he obviously became my coach, and it's very emotional when you have your brother as your coach and your sister's just making so many mistakes. I think there's this amazing vision of Chris like just walking up the stairs with like 3 minutes to go in one of my heats.
Stay busy, get patient.
Yeah.
That was one of the favorite quotes we remember from those nervous moments back in the day. A lot of love there and a lot of support. Betty Lou finding some open face to throw the wrap in the pocket. Cool, just relaxed approach, waiting for that section to open up. And she'll step off. Really made her global debut at the Haleiwa Challenger when she was able to own her home court in a final with Carissa Moore. Barely 16. Qualified so young, fell off quickly, but seems like a completely different person now, and just celebrated her 19th birthday a couple days ago. How'd you like this one, Flick?
I think she's surfing really well. She looks super solid on that board. I think is she riding a Pizel? It does look like that. She's been mixing up her boards lately from event to event, and I think that's a Pizel there. I mean, could correct me if I'm wrong. I did see a photo the other day of her at the bowl, and it looked like on socials, it looked like she was on a Pizel. But yeah, she looks really good. She looks really strong. I just think that wave selection's, I mean, India's on the money at the moment with that wave selection. The wave face has just been so smooth, so clean. And I think if Betty would have got those, Betty would have had one of those waves that's super smooth and clean, I feel like the damage is going to be done.
Yeah.
Very cool. 9:50 on the clock. I'll wait for scores of last of Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson. And remember, Tyler Wright is going for 3 in a row this year. She looks at the lineup with Lily. She's coming up next. We'll be right back.
Yeah, we were dying.
Wonderful opening day. Continues here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And when you're down here, you never know who you're going to see. Vaughn Blakey has found a couple of the Matildas watching the action.
One of the great things about the Rip Curl Pro being such a marquee event on the Australian sporting calendar is it attracts legends from all other sports down here to Bells to check out the action. And I've got two big legends from the Matildas. They don't get much more legendary than the Tillies. Elise Kellen-Knight and Chloe Lagazzo. Welcome to Bells Beach. How are you finding the action down here so far?
Oh, it's beautiful. I mean, the weather's great. It's turned up and it's looking great.
It is, and is there any surfers in particular that you're keen on checking in action this afternoon?
Yeah, India. I think her heat's taking off behind us, so keep a keen eye on her. But she's a part of our agency, so we're down here supporting her today.
Unreal. Now, the Matildas last year, of course, the World Cup, we don't even need to discuss it because everyone in the entire world saw that legendary push. It was just phenomenal. I mean, I still get goosebumps thinking about it. And on the back of that, it just felt like women's sport, especially in Australia, went absolutely turbo. And there's no better example of that than what we saw Molly Picklum do at Pipeline and Sunset. What was it like for you guys, being part of that energy of that incredible World Cup run?
Yeah, look, it's incredible. I actually sat down with Molly and had dinner with her after the World Cup, and I think it just goes to show how much can be impacted. And for us as female athletes coming to support other female athletes, it's tremendous, and I can't wait to see where it goes from here.
And you were there calling the action, Elise, far out. I mean, it really does stand up there. You were saying before, the most watched moment in Australian sport, even eclipsing Kathy Freeman's gold medal.
Yeah, set new records. Like, most of Australia tuned into that game, which is unreal to think of. I mean, we've really put women's sport on the map after that tournament. So I think everyone's been inspired by it and it's continued on. And like Chloe said, getting out here and supporting fellow female athletes, it's pretty cool.
Well, guys, thanks so much for coming down. It's a real pleasure to have you here, and go India.
Go India.
Go India, come on!
Yes, up the Tillies.
Cool is that? I almost lost Lauren Flick from the booth just now. I remember last year we were in Tahiti for the event, and the Matildas were playing, and you guys disappeared all night watching the action. That was pretty cool to see you rooting on Australia and the Matildas. That was all time.
It was just the best. I think it was like midnight, and we just got the call that the contest was going to be off the next day, and we stayed up so late and somehow hacked some sort of website to put it on the TV and broadcast. But that was just incredible.
Surprised I had a voice the next day, to be honest. There was a lot of yahooing going on that night.
Oh, I heard it through the end of the road. It was fun, though. I think it was just cool. Just another reminder of how much Australians love their sport and how much you guys back each other, especially as athletes. There's this common bond, where they want to see that success. And you guys deserved a nice little sleep in the next day. And there was a lot to be proud of, And I'm sure you both have had that really cool opportunity to hang out with not just surfers, but elite athletes across Australia throughout your career, Flick.
Oh, for sure. And I think one of the girls was speaking about it before that Vaughn was interviewing, and it's just been so incredible to watch how inspired the nation was, and not just for women's sport, but sporting in general. And it makes me so happy and proud and inspired for the next generation coming up, watching that, if you can't see it, you can't be it. And there's so many different beautiful women on that team that just represent so much in so many different parts of Australia. And yeah, honestly brought tears to my eyes watching that and seeing all the stats eventuate from that, like what we just heard. I mean, one of the biggest sporting moments in Australian history. It's definitely something to be proud of.
Oh, just got shivers. Chicken skin.
Go the Matildas. 4 minutes on the clock. India Robinson has the support from them on the steps right now, and basically all of Torquay and Janjuk and Victoria representing them so well full time on the top 17. She's trying to make some heats. This is a spot to get it done before heading into Margaret River. Try not to add up too many points as far as the cut goes when you get started on tour, but now it's just inevitable as we get this close to Margaret River. India's been through that before. She's already had a rookie season, as her last number comes through to 3.33. Now second, Lakey down to third. So Peterson needs a 4.84 as we look at India's wave again, Laura.
Yeah, this wave didn't have that clean face that I'm sure she was looking at, but she was trying to, just wait and see if it gave her something on the inside. She only needed a 2.9 on this wave. So not leaving it to chance in the last 3 minutes, wanted to just get it done. Just really felt like she kind of was just in front of that wave, just waiting for a section that didn't really eventuate this whole wave. So I think, you know, she got the score 3-3-3, but Lakey on a cleaner one behind.
Lakey Peterson finding the roof. That was a really cool kind of 2-for-1. Did that open face hook into the rooftop hack and now right into a carve, mixing it up quite a bit, really looking to shut it down. Throws one into the white water, creates some space again. So earning every bit of this ride is Lakey. She'll stumble on the exit, but definitely one of her better looks in the matchup. A 4.84 puts her back in the top 2.
Yeah, that had one really nice connection at the start of that. I don't know if we saw the whole wave, so I can't wait to see the replay of this. But yeah, India will be kicking herself, you know, just wanting to get, you know, sort of force and manufacture that 2.9, and then, you know, obviously 2 minutes to go, a lot can happen, and looks like Lakey's going to decide to paddle back out just in case she can sneak something off the end if she needs.
Just past the GWM 2-minute warning. Pressure on all 3 surfers to avoid the elimination round as we have another look from start to finish, Flick.
Yeah, this wave here just had really good promise at the beginning. It just looked really strong. That turn there was really well timed. She came around this section, got another carving maneuver, but you just know she wanted more there at the end. She was sort of looking for that exclamation point, or exclamation mark finish. Sort of didn't really give it to her. I'm going to be interested to see, you know, like where this score is going to go. And I think it's a really smart decision, like you said, Laura, for her not to take the ski out and her to pretend. She thinks, okay, I might not actually get this score. At least I'm giving myself the opportunity to get another swing at it.
Yeah, I feel like that score is going to go there. That was the most well-connected that she's looked in this heat. You know, only needing a 4.84. And when I think of that first opening wrap into that second lip line float, she connected with it really well. So I think it could go, you know, maybe even the you know, mid fives.
Lakey Peterson turning in a 6.0. Mid 5 thrown in there from one of the judges on the panel. So great scoring there. Peterson into second. That'll drop India Robinson down to third. Robinson now needs a 4.51 with only 35 seconds to go. Betty Lou has first priority and the lead. And we'll see if she's going to worry about India with 25 seconds on the clock.
It's looking pretty flat out there right now. I just had a quick little squeeze over my shoulder, and there's not looking like there's much motion in that ocean. It's going to be a little bit tough for India. I mean, she did get that 5, 6, 7, and to me, it was the cleanest wave that had come through.
Yeah,
She's looking really good.
That wave would have been highest of the heat if she had completed that last turn as well. She would have been
exactly
you know, safe into the 7-point range on that. So this is going to sting for India, but you know, she's hopefully, I can't wait to see her in some clean waves the second round, and I know there's some waves coming on the forecast.
That's right. So yeah, big opportunity potentially for tomorrow for the elimination round for the women. Maybe look at Winky Pop. We'll keep you posted there. Shinobu, nice and calm with Betty Lou's win. She's always so proud of her daughter. 10, 6, 7 combined total, as she is still looking so dangerous this year.
She is. She's a title contender. She's in third place, just ready for more.
She's got everything too.
She really does.
Absolutely charges the right amount of confidence in the water and just beautiful style to match. This is going to be a great year for Betty Lou. It already has been, but I could easily see her in the WSL Final 5.
100%. I got to agree with that.
We'll take a quick break. We'll have the defending event champ 2 times in a row. Tyler Wright starts her campaign to get a 3rd bell this year. She takes on Tati, and a former Bells champ is Sally Fitzgibbons. Beautiful day here for the opening round of competition. Things are already starting to move in the draws. So Kaipo's all dry now. And on the Bailey's leader bracket, let's check it out, Kaipo. What are we looking at?
Here we go. Hey guys, here at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard, looking at the elimination round for the men, and wow, we got some tough heats coming up. We got the Hawaiian Seth Moniz, Kayo Bailey up against local boy Tully White. That's going to be a matchup. That's going to be a hard-fought matchup. Then we have an international affair. Heat number 2, Rio Waida, Indonesia, up against Lahaina Maui of the islands of Hawaii against George Pitar. That's heat number 2. Check this out. Heat number 3, Federico Moraes, the pride of Cascais, coming up against 2 very talented Brazilians in the way of Samuel Pupo and David Silva. And then finally, the last clash, former runner-up, Callum Robson up against the San Clemente rookies, Cole Hausman and Cade Madsen. That's all the elimination round. Thank you to Bailey Ladders. I got my trusty P150 model right here. And you know what? When you're at heights, you want to trust yourself to the most dependable ladder you can have. Australia's #1 ladder, punch lock technology, Bailey Ladders.
Love it, Kaipo. It's going to stack up quickly. And it's pretty impressive how fast we're moving through opening day. A lot of heats completed, about to complete the women's opening round, already completed the men's opening round, and the elimination round is coming up next. Like Kaipo mentioned, Tully Wiley representing the local contingent for the 2nd time in the main event. He lost in the elimination round a couple years ago. He's trying to avoid that happening for the 2nd time. Seth Moniz recovering from a little bit of an illness that he had through Portugal. We'll see if he's got the energy. And Kayo, former finalist out here, coming up next. Catching up to the start of this heat, Sally Fitzgibbons getting her first wave during the break flick.
Yeah, that first wave come through at a 4.17, but this is the one I'm interested to see. Tyler dropping an 8-point ride here. Massive first turn, straight up into the lip for the second one. Just looks like it was the 2-turn combo there. So, whoa, judges eating that up.
Majority of the score coming from this right here. Through the roof, throws the tail. This is classic Tyler Wright, back in form just from her finals place finish over in Portugal. And yeah, the judges just loving the commitment, just pushing through the whitewash there, looking so strong and powerful. Welcome back to Bells, Tyler Wright.
God, how about that? 2 times in a row, and she's already setting the pace for a 3rd potential bell, which has only happened a couple of times. You go to Carissa Moore, won 3 in a row. Gail Cooper has 10 bells, won 6 in a row, which is out of control. Gail Cooper always shows up to each and every event here. She passes out Rising Star Awards, which is named in her honor from her dominance back in the day. You know, for Gail, it wasn't just bells that she was good at. She was competing in all those early world championships. Remember that famous one at Manly Beach, not too far from where Laura grew up? That was when Phyllis O'Donnell won in Midget Fairleigh. Well, Gail Cooper made the semifinals that year. So she was competing in Puerto Rico as well in the championships, had a semifinal there as well, went to the world champs in San Diego. She was traveling around the world. I think all of her famous records are right here at Bells, but she was a global sensation and still enjoys watching the event today.
Yeah, I saw Gail down there early today. She's always around, and yeah, what an absolute legend of our sport. Thank you for everything you've done. Like you said earlier, Joey, walking down those stairs, you see someone's name, and then this memory just comes flashing back of, you know, a performance or a final or a wave. You know, there's just so many icons of this sport that have just, over the years, provided such entertainment and yeah, light to the surfing world.
Yeah, so cool. Gail's parents were heavily involved in surfing as well. They served as administrators for a lot of surf events. Her dad was actually a contest director at this event for many years. And her mom would kind of help all the kids from Lorne and Aries Inlet travel around to all the events up and down Australia. One of those groms that she would help out is a man named Wayne Lynch, you know, who everyone knows who he is these days. Obviously kind of almost a Dane Reynolds of the era. So many Victorian state titles, Aussie titles, incredible shaper as well. As we look at Tyler Wright laid down that rail. Beautiful start on that pink board. Whips it in the pocket quickly.
resets on that corner, but fresh off the 8, she is looking so connected. As soon as we talk about how hard it is out there, a legend like Tyler hits the lineup and makes you want to go surf. One more section there. Tyler will shut it down.
Well, what a performance for Tyler Wright. Those pink boards, you know, I feel like, you know, that could be the same board she was riding at Pipe. She loves riding the same board. She rode it at Trestles. She rode it at Pipe. She's probably ridden it all year. As we see Tatiana up on her first attack and wave of the heat. But I just love, yeah, so another amazing veteran.
Yeah, it's kind of, they're all kind of jammed in this heat when you talk about great bells performances.
For sure. I mean, another one right there. Sally, back-to-back bells as well, 2011 and 2012. Incredible performance by Sally. It was a breakdown this one by Tyler. Nice little stall there just to really maximize that steep section of the wave. Beautiful first carving turn straight into the second one. I mean, far out. First 2 waves of this heat, and she's putting down some pretty good scores already. I mean, if there's one way you want to start your heat, I mean, this is the way you want it to go. An excellent score and then straight into this one. Really takes the pressure off for the rest of the heat.
Yeah, just looking so connected to her board. That tail slide, loved that. It just looks like you could just hit her with everything and she wouldn't fall off. She's and this is Taddy's first go. Nice up into the lip there. Looking fast and spicy, coming off at that semi in Portugal as well. So Tatiana would have just been watching all day, and she knows this wave suits her surfing, and yeah, looking really strong out there.
That's a solid backhand approach. Tatiana Weston-Webb, runner-up in this event to Stephanie Gilmore.
Yeah, what a final that was. That was exciting.
Got a mini bell, and she actually got really close.
She did.
To winning.
Was it big that year?
Yeah, it was big, and it was down to the wire, and Steph got the score on the last wave.
That's right.
And it was damn exciting.
Then it was like on the beach, and they're waiting for Tati's last. Steph let Tati go. And I don't think Steph realized how close it was, because I think Steph was actually just loving the moment that it was Mick Fanning's kind of retirement event. It was sort of, they had a dream of maybe both winning it and moving, you know, have Mick move on. And Mick was runner-up to Italo that day. Steph was able to get her 4th bell, but there, I remember the first score I saw come up from a judge had Tati winning. It was that close. The other 4 were in favor of Steph, but it was that close, and Tati got very close to getting one for the Goofies, but also coming close to winning one of the most prestigious events on the calendar as we check out the Melbourne flight cam. A lot to break down on this picture, Laura.
Yeah, beautiful. The beautiful coastline here down Bells Beach. Look at that, just goes on and on and on.
You surf around the corner up there a few times, Laura?
Yeah, you got in the far distance. You got Rincon, obviously. That we've had the event sort of move over there when the tide gets high, and then around you got centre side, south side, and that's as far as I go.
19:20 on the clock. Wow, Betty Lou, Sakura Johnson looked phenomenal, Vaughn.
Yeah, very strong performance there from Betty Lou, the world number 3, and it must be so good to get that opening round win out of the way, especially in such challenging conditions.
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to come out with a win, but happy just to find my groove, really, and just get a couple waves. Yeah, but it was tricky, hard to find a good wave that would line up, and yeah, happy to get it done.
Betty, last year you finished number 10 in the world, and this year something has just shifted. I mean, you've gone from, you know, finding your way on tour and doing your best to get good results to being almost everyone's favourite surfer, particularly after those first couple of events. How has that changed, and what has changed?
Yeah, I mean, last year I got injured, and I'm coming back this year with a new perspective on, you know, just competition, my life really, and everything. Just being more grateful and more present in the things that I've been doing. But yeah, just more of a better motivation, and I feel like I know what I'm doing this year. Like, I've finally figured it out. It took me a couple years to get that sorted, but yeah, just want to keep going, just staying on the right path.
I heard Laura and Felicity both say, you know, you are a genuine world title contender. Do you feel that way this year? Do you think you're going to mount a challenge for that title?
I mean, I'm always up for a challenge, but yeah, definitely just going to take it comp by comp and heat by heat, and the goal is definitely to get there, but don't want to think ahead, and yeah, just want to maybe, you know, just heat by heat, really.
And just finally, you know, since that Hawaiian leg, have you felt a shift in the appreciation for your surfing, even just coming down to the beach from fans?
Yeah, I mean, I feel like back at home, it was just such an unreal like moment. 2 events back to back there. It's so special to me to have comps at home, and yeah, just really, I don't know, just happy that we performed well and we got good waves, and we just want to keep pushing it to the next level.
Well, you're doing that right here at Bells with a really impressive first round win, and we look forward to seeing you in the next round too.
Thank you so much. Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Vano. Thanks, Betty Lou. Sakura Johnson turning in such a great performance. Well, all year in the changing conditions, found the glide. I could tell she was trying to channel a flow state out there, not trying to force too many turns, and just waited for the sections to show up. 10-6-7 combined total as she's reseeded into the next round. And there was almost this feeling, I almost thought she was going to be in yellow heading into Bells. She had a very wild heat against Tatiana Weston Webb in Portugal, where Betty Lou actually got barreled on the sandbank. And that sounds maybe obvious at Super Tubos, but it was a small that wasn't happening that morning, and she threaded one of the craziest little compact tubes and made it. And you're going, I can't believe she's getting back in this heat. And she almost came back. I almost think there was a fair argument where that could have gone her way. It was one of those close heats that you always remember, and gosh, if she wins that, she could have gone all the way and could have been leading the tour. So her surfing's there, and I feel like she doesn't want to like jinx anything. You tell heat by heat, that classic saying.
Oh, yeah.
Is just trying to stay present and not running away with it, but we're allowed to do that. So
Totally, yeah, we're allowed to do that. But yeah, it did feel like Betty Lou was holding back there. She didn't want to say, yeah, but I'm a title contender, even though I'm sure she knows she is.
yeah, as we look at a section popping up for a 2-time Bells champ, one of the heroes of the tour, Sally Fitzgibbons, 4.17 on her opener. Kind of stepping into the wrap, and now has a little wall to work with. It's just forcing her to be light on her feet. All just transition moves, hoping for a lip line to work with here. She's got it. Bottom drops out, squares up off the top. Sally's done that so many times here at Bells. It was a fun first win for her career at Bells Beach. Her father, Martin, had a mustache her entire life. She didn't know her dad without the mustache. The deal was, you win a CT event, I'm going to shave this thing off. And he thanks her for it now because it's never come back.
Never come back.
Yeah, there's a cool little thing going on because Sally was finishing runner-up here and there for a while, and they're like, they wanted to put something on the line, a little extra motivation as we watch this wave again, Laura.
Yeah, this wave, nice first turn there. Sally got to just hook it in the pocket. And then unfortunately, it just went a bit flat here. It just felt like she didn't really get given a section with any oomph, really. And, you know, just sort of cutting back into the pocket, and, yeah, it just went a bit flat here, unfortunately. But she did get this good end section where she got to, you know, the bottom dropped out and she's waiting for it. And this is classic Sally Fitz, just lip line float into the warbly shore break. But I think majority of this wave and the points will come from this nice first carve here.
Got to think that if she would have got another section like that, I think she would have been on her way to a good score, I think. Just the rest of the wave sort of let her down a little bit.
Totally. I feel like the judges are going to be pretty harsh. You know, she got that finish, but just a lot of downtime in between those, the first turn and the last.
Sally Fitzgibbons, 3-time runner-up in the world, 2-time champ here at Bells. One of those surfers that, in my mind, has nothing to prove. You know, she's given us so much heart, so many titles from Bells to Fiji, busting her eardrum, still competing, taping up her head, and just time and time again giving us so many great memories. And even when she fell off tour, she didn't even hesitate her goal to come back, and still fighting for titles. As we look at Tati getting the backhand going, she had a 6 on her start, and nice motion, clean rail work. Now driving hard off the bottom, and finds a nice solid finish with a nice little drift as well. And a 3.34 better puts her in the top 2. I'm seeing that happen.
Oh yeah, that's going to be in the top 2 for sure. That was a huge wave from Tatiana there. That board looks amazing. You know, there was some flat sections on that wave, but it just drove through with so much speed and power and push really. And she got that awesome last end turn throwing it up into the lip and coming down. I think that was one of the only waves we've seen. It was a bigger wave, but it just gave her a lot of sections to work with, and especially that end turn, that last section. The judges will eat that up.
I think there was just a lot less bawbling between each manoeuvre. You know, she was able to transition really well from manoeuvre to manoeuvre here. Just really nice, clean lines. We've seen a lot of downtime on these waves as conditions deteriorate a little bit. Maybe this is a sign of conditions getting a little bit better.
And I feel like that, sorry, cut you off.
Yeah, go.
I feel like the natural footers are struggling. So too much Red Bull. The natural footers are struggling to, you know, hit this end section the way that, say, the goofy footers are. She just was able to hit that and almost slide the tail there and bring it down. That was so committed. So I think this could go up towards the excellent range as well.
There's the finish from Tatiana. Really classic form that she's in right now. Already had the 6 as we stand by for that number. Let's break down some surfboards with Kaipo.
Thank you, Joe. Yeah, I'm here with Sally Fitzgibbon's backup board as well as Tyler Wright's backup boards. Let's start off with Sally's Glen Pang design Town & Country surfboard. It's a 5'8", 24 liters in volume. Interestingly enough, John Pizell, Tyler's board, it's a 5'8" also, and also 24 liters in volume. So very similar dimensions to these two boards, but some different design characteristics. Round pin here for Sally, squash tail for Tyler. Tyler's with the Felipe Toledo. Large fins, these are big fins here. Sally's got her own signature FCS fins. These are medium fins for Sally. Those are the boards. Backup for the women out there. And interestingly enough, Joe, both of these boards, Hawaiian-made boards here at Bell's.
Yes, thank you, Kaipo. Yeah, great to see that equipment. Tyler starting to work with John Pizell for now a few years. They've got a great relationship. I'd run into Tyler Wright on the North Shore in the off season as she started really working on her new equipment, and it's looking solid. And Sally Fitzgibbons has made some changes throughout her career as well, and recently joining forces with Glen Pang, and they had a lot of success over at Sunset Beach as well. A lot of surfers calling up guys like Glen to get the right equipment for the Hawaiian leg of the tour. And always fun breaking down surfboards. When it comes to fins as well, I think this is always a great advice that I received as a kid. If a board doesn't feel right at first, change the fins before you move on from it, because it can be the difference in everything. It could end up being magic if you just find the right fins to go with it. Tyler already skating down the line. How about that roundhouse cutback to kick this one off? Already has an 8 and a 717. As she is in fine form to potentially go 3 in a row here at Bell's. That board is just gliding. Whatever John Pizell put into this magic board, it's just effortless flow.
Yeah,
the pink.
That is a magic
Pink looks
board.
good, doesn't it?
She's had those magic boards, I feel like, now for a couple of years since she started with Pizell, and so interesting to note that she's obviously riding 5'8", but she is riding those large fins. So you can see that there, like when she's surfing these waves, she has so much control and the board is so responsive, but it just holds in so well, and it just has speed through these flat sections. It's looking amazing. Look at this, love that carve.
That just looked so fun. What a cool way to kick things off. And I think there's certain events and performances where an athlete just picks the right equipment on the day or on the event, and that becomes a part of the huge story along with their performance.
For sure, and I feel like out here, I've heard the story where the surf picks up and the surfers are still on that same size board. You know, as long as you can get into them, once you're up, you don't need a bigger board. You know, so I've heard stories where surfers are just on that same board throughout the whole event because it feels so good.
Down to 8:45 on the clock, and Tyler turning in an incredible performance here in heat number 6 of the opening round. World number 8, looking to make it 3 in a row this season. Off to a great start. We'll take a Bonsoy brew break. We'll be right back.
Always fun to get a view like this with the Melbourne flight cam and see how beautiful this place is here at Bells Beach. The longest running surf event on the calendar. There's a road that's famous here. It's called the Great Ocean Road. And it can take you all the way down the coast to look at the 12 Apostles, find some empty waves, go through Apollo Bay, and run into some really cool people as well. It's a wide open space, and gosh, it's always worth the trip down the Great Ocean Road and check out this entire region on the Surf Coast. Everyone's really hooked on this event, though, and it's really fun when you come to town. You'll meet people at restaurants, and you can tell they're taking off work and their responsibilities. They call it their favorite time of the year, and it's fun to be a part of something like that when you show up into a town where they're like, this is what they wait for, to see all their heroes show up to compete on the bowl. Everyone's really welcomed here, and that's definitely my favorite part of this event, seeing all the locals that just count the days for the big event to happen.
Yeah, it's a festival, the old Bells Beach Festival. I remember one year there was there was a snow ramp. Remember that? There was snowboarders. And
no way.
Yeah, it was just, there's been some unbelievable moments over the years. You know, bands, I love it. And we're going to have amazing moments.
I think there's going to be bands here too this week.
This weekend.
So much
action.
And
movie nights as well.
That's right.
Yeah, Mason's movie, Sheldon Through the Doggy Door, hopefully going to play sometime. So
yeah, it's going to be fun. Hopefully join us for all the festivities after the heats are done. But how about this recap? Talk about a highlight reel. I mean, Mofi's looking for the hardest charger of the event, and Tyler's just been laying down just perfection and precision on the Paizel surfboard that's got so much glide. 8.717, Tati in the mix, also with a 7.0.
Yeah, Tyler, just that spicy two-turn combo. I just can't get past that with that 8-point ride. But Tati on her backhand, she's been super impressive. Just finding these waves that she's just had really nice flow to. There's been little downtime between those maneuvers, little bouncing around, just that beautiful connectivity that we've seen from her. She's got her a 6 and a 7, and it's kind of making the job very hard for Sally right now, who's in that third place, and she's chasing that 7.83. Good news for Sal is she does have priority, but 4 minutes on the clock. I mean, good thing for Sal too is she knows that those scores are out there. We've had Tati post a 7, Tyler's got a 7 and an 8, so they are out there.
Yeah, I think if Sally was going to do it right now, she needs to get a bigger set that somehow has a bit of a clean wall, and even if she can get the 1 or 2 turn combo, or just find that end turn that has that, you know, committed, you know, sort of gnarlier, more push to it. You know, she had a good end turn, but by the time she got there, the wave was too small, so I think the judges just, you know, not really rewarding it. But you look at Tatiana's 7-point ride, and that was all in that end turn. So, yeah, it's what she needs to look for right now.
So many amazing chapters for Tyler Wright in her career, and I guess as a pro surfer, you're in the spotlight, and so the fans get an inside look on your growth and through all the titles, all the losses. And you remember Tyler Wright winning at 14, still has the record to be the youngest ever surfer to win a CT event. Then qualified very young, and she kind of just relied on her natural ability to win heats, and almost accidentally was runner-up in the world a couple times to Carissa, but losses weren't really bothering her. Yeah. At the time, she was still just so young and traveling.
She's a kid having fun.
Her post-heat interview, you could tell her, I go, that didn't sting. She's fine, you know. And then all of a sudden it did, and then everything mattered. It was a heat that she lost to Carissa Moore at lowers. The decision was made when they're in the Red Bull athlete zone, well after the heat closed, and she didn't get the score. And she was actually devastated for the first time. And she calls that moment the turning point, where she didn't want to lose anymore. She didn't like that feeling. And next year, she won the world title and then went back to back. It was a crazy turnaround for Tyler Wright. As we look at Tati digging in on the back end. She has a 6 as her low score. This one's staying a little bit full on the face, so we'll see if she can really spice it up on the end section. But gosh, she's looking great on the back end. Passing the GWN 2-minute warning, and she'll belt that vertically. So hanging in there to show some brilliant maneuvers. Another nice vertical re-entry on the Sharp Ice surfboard. And real positive sign for Tati's energy and connection to this wave. I felt like she was trying to force her rhythm at sunset. She actually got a little angry at herself through some early rounds, as I talked to her coach Ross Williams about. He was just calming her down. She just wanted it too bad, and
Portugal, her early performance kind of looked similar until she surfed her way into rhythm, and she's only getting better now.
For sure. I think that was totally evident in Hawaii. And I think when Tati goes to Hawaii, I mean, obviously she's grown up on Kauai. She now represents Brazil. But I think Hawaii's in her wheelhouse. She loves those waves of consequence. So sometimes when she gets in those waves, she just has this, maybe an expectation that, hey, everyone thinks that I'm going to charge here and I've got to charge. Someone else that kind of comes to mind when I think of that is Courtney Conalog as well. Like, they've just got this big expectation, a bit of weight on their shoulders that maybe they're putting there and other people are putting there. And sometimes they almost oversurf. As we look to Sally out the back.
Wow, beautiful slice on the open face from a two-time Bells champion, Sally Fitzgibbons, ripping through that open face hook. That was just so well timed, so precise. That was just classic Sally Fitzgibbons. Remember needing a 7.83 to climb out of that third spot to avoid the elimination round.
Yeah, can't wait to see the replay of that, because I wonder if we got to see that first turn or if we came in on it. Let's have a look at this. Sally taking off. Nice first turn. That was a beautiful hook. Connected. Another slash here. She's waiting to see if this wave gives her a big bolly end section, and she goes into the Larry and she pulls it off. Wow.
That was insane. Well done for Sal, putting everything into it. A seasoned vet that's not slowing down anytime soon. The two-time Bells champ waiting for the number, needs a 7.83 to take Tati down to third. A tall order there with all the great performances we had in this heat. This might be my favorite heat of the opening round. Talked about the veteran takeover at Portugal, and we got a great example of that in one matchup.
Wow, that was great surfing. You got to think this is going to be the second best wave of the heat if she needs this score. Tyler got an 8 for 2 turns. That was 3 really well-timed turns.
Yeah, so this was the last turn, and she had a bigger, nicer section here and went up, pushed the tail out, kicked it. I think the judges are just going to absolutely love the commitment. Look, she's completely laid back. Takes so much core strength and power to get back up and push through that whitewash. Here it is. I think it's going to go there.
Sally Fitzgibbons putting everything into her final wave. As you now look at the numbers on the screen, Sally's not in third anymore. She's just jumped into second, getting the news that she turned in the best single score of the matchup, 8.43 to avoid the elimination round. Tatiana down to third, even with a 7 and a 6. That was an insane heat.
That was the heat of the day.
By far.
Love
Tyler
it.
way out front, but Sally proving experience paying off. Saved the best for last. As an athlete, there's no better feeling. Turning the heat at the buzzer. Remember, we still have more action to come. We're switching back to the men after this. Seth Moniz taking on Kayo Abelli and local legend Tully Wiley. We'll bring in Ron Dog Blakey and Richie Lovett for the call.
We are gathered here at Jarak. Jarak is the traditional name of Bells Beach.
It truly feels like the backbone of surfing. It's been there before any other event on the calendar, and it's still going.
You have an opportunity to go and paint the most amazing picture for the fans on the hill.
There's so much history behind this wave. There's so many great performances, so many, past champions and greats in our sport that have won in this event.
It's the one trophy that's lasted throughout time, that bell. Everyone wants a bell.
Honestly, it's the only trophy I want. It's the only trophy I want to win.
Knowing that every great has come through, it's what everyone fights for, what everyone dreams about. For me, it starts at the stairs. You walk down the stairs and you look at all the names of the people that were lucky enough to ring the bell.
Congratulations, Rip Curl. 50 amazing years in partnership. And congratulations to Tyler Wright. What an opening round performance from her. A finals finish at Portugal. Looking to go 3 in a row here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. She looks good, Rich.
She looks really good, Ron. And, when you think about the opening round for the women, Tyler's just gone, okay, well, here's the standard. Dropping some excellent numbers. She looked just so free and ready to express her performance on these waves out here. She's going to be tough to beat.
She will be. Sally Fitzgibbons also saving herself. Now we move back into the elimination round for the men here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. And it's going to be Kayo Belly getting things started in the earlier rounds here. A surfer sitting well below the cut line at the moment. Can't afford to trip up here. He's had some success here at Bells in the past. He's gone all the way to the final before. Runner-up to Geordie Smith back in 2017. He's also had some pretty decent results at Margaret River, but he wants to take the pressure out of the situation with a big finish in this contest. Tough draw, though. Seth Moniz. He's sitting a little higher on the ratings, just inside the cut line, I believe. And Tully Wiley, the winner of the trials, into the main event for the second time. Seth had this one during the break, Rich.
Yeah, Seth streaking down the line here, looking really energetic on this ride. Now he starts to settle. Beautiful snap for Seth to start things off. Driving around this foamy section here, looking for more. He's got some points on this wave already. Needs to capitalise through this inside section. I love the energy on this wave for Seth. Surfing with some urgency, and I like it. Here goes Tully. The big goofy foot up. Local knowledge here. So on the backhand, point of difference. What's he going to do with it? Comes around this section, sort of pivots off the top there. Drives hard off the bottom. We were commenting earlier, it's almost like he's like a swollen Matty Wilco, a strong swollen Matty Wilco. Very similar in style. And this was Kayo Belly. Nice big wrapping roundhouse cut back. Out onto the slopey face. Staying back with the energy. Puts on the brakes. Just slams all that weight on the tail pad, waiting for this wave to stand up again. Hits that foamy, turbulent section. Really hard to control, but he does it well.
Yeah, Matt Wilkinson's probably watching. Big shout out to Wilco, winning an event in 2016 after a victory at stop number 1 on the Gold Coast.
It was backed it up. Amazing.
A whole event win ahead of the field after the second event. Ended up finishing the year, I think, in 6th place that year. An amazing run. Came back the next year and won in Fiji. But yeah, Matty Wilkinson's approach out here on the backhand was solid. Really leaned into his backhand bottom turn beautifully and unloaded in the pocket of this wave. Tully would do well to mirror that kind of approach here. 5.83 for his first wave. He gets the better of the CT performers in the opening exchange.
Yeah, interesting. If we can, I'd love to get another replay of that wave just to break it down a little bit more. Just try and dissect what the judges actually saw, where all the points came from.
Yeah, he clubs it, doesn't he?
Yeah, he did. He did. And it's, I guess the advantage of that size is that anything you do, when you do actually click with it, so, okay, he tags that first section here, drives around up and over the foam, comes into this inside section. Now he starts to build up. Gets some open face here. Some cleaner water to deal with. Sort of tags it. So, yeah, I'm not too sure. I feel like Maybe Seth's wave was perhaps a little undercooked. Not as many manoeuvres, but they were crisp and cleaner, in my opinion.
Yeah, his second career CT event, had a 33rd here back in 2022. Tully Wiley will be on the Challenger Series this year. Had a strong run, finished 6th position on the regional qualifying series. So this is a young man on the rise. We'll see how he fares here. This is the event that he wants to do well in. He'll have the support of obviously his family and friends, Torquay board riders as well. He's a proud member of that team. He had a magic run on the regional QS. His best result came in Nias. Got second to Rio over there. Solid stuff. We'll see if he can hang on to this lead. But right now, let's check in with Tyler Wright. Chasing 3 wins in a row here at Bells this year, Vorno. That was a strong performance, mate.
Yes, yeah. Well, grew up on the New South Wales South Coast. Did a bit of time on the Goldie. Now lives in Newcastle, but welcome home to Bells, Tyler. Holy smokes. I mean, you are just so comfortable here. And that opening heat, I know we had to wait all day for it, but it did not disappoint. The 3 of you just went completely loony, but you brutalised a couple of sections out there.
Yeah, look, it was, you know, I know Tatiana and Sala are fierce competitors out here, and it's kind of like, even though the average was kind of around 5s and 6s earlier on, I didn't trust that at all. And so I kind of, yeah, honestly, there wasn't too much thought other than just kind of find a wave where you can get opportunity on and then roll the dice.
This year, you're doing extremely well, but I just feel like you're simmering. Do you feel like you know, have been sort of making your way towards the full potential of your capabilities yet, or do you feel like it's all building?
Yeah, look, this year's always gonna be a different process with the kind of changes I've had in my airways and my nervous system through a maxillary expander in my mouth. So honestly, the more I get used to it, the kind of more I'm finding my feet. I wouldn't say that I completely nailed it at the start of the year. I feel like as my nervous system and as I kind of relax more and more and I get more, like my recovery's better, I sleep better. Yeah, it's a new system for me to actually compete with, because I used to be kind of like hyped up and twitched out all the time, and which is, yeah, just my system was always geared up. So, you know, it's a process to learn how to compete calm and what I actually like, and having so much more choice in how I compete now, and not having to be all on adrenaline or fight or flight or in that kind of hyperactive space, which I'm quite used to. So now it's like, hey, you've got more choice. How do you want to kind of show up to your job, and what do you like, and how are you showing up? So it's a different process for sure. It kind of wigged me out a lot at the start, but now I feel like I'm finding my feet a little bit more.
It is honestly that comfort that you're feeling, that maturity is really oozing out of you. You just seem so within yourself. You've been sort of seeing you around at different events at the contest. You just look so relaxed and happy, and I'm sure these changes are really positive changes in your life, and especially with the way you compete. You know, what have you made so far of this year in terms of, you know, your competitors? Because at the start of the year there was just so much talk about the Groms, but you know, it feels like the pendulum's starting to swing to a little bit of experience and that sort of thing coming to the fore.
Honestly, it's so exciting to see them do their thing and start making, you know, kind of the push for that next lift. For us, it's like one of those things, like I love seeing that energy, especially when they all first get on tour, and you know, there's a couple of us that have been on tour for a while, and I feel like it's a nice balance. It's very entertaining. It's kind of cool to be a part of and also actually watch in and of itself. Like Pipe was just incredible. To be an observer of that was just honestly amazing. So I'm really, yeah, and for me personally, I kind of just, yeah, a little bit older. And so I feel like I'm still figuring this out, so let alone the 18-year-olds. And every year's a little bit different. Every year just takes a different tone, and honestly, it's just a part of it, and it's part of competing. But I think coming back home here to Jarrock, to Bells, like on water or on country, it's honestly just so nice.
And it's so calming here for me as well. So it's honestly, it's every time I walk down these stairs now, like I don't know how much longer I'll do it for. So it's always one of those ones like I don't take it for granted. I genuinely enjoy my time here, and I'm very grateful for another opportunity to walk down these stairs and trying to make the most of it.
A two-time winner, back-to-back winner, a three-peat, hopefully on the cards for you, but let's just let you sit with this one for now, and thanks so much for your time and a fantastic result.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, Vorno. Great to have a chat with Tyler and just have a dive into things. And, you know, we talk a lot about the mindset of these athletes. It's, you know, it's what you get from them. It's what you observe from them. And, you know, for me, my observations of Tyler in the past have been like, wow, she's motivated for one event and then seems like she's not really in it for the next. But there's like been a lot of contributing factors for her in these past couple of seasons, which might have actually had an effect on what her motivation level is like at each of the stops on the CT. So, you know, it's good to hear that she's getting back to her best and the changes that she's actually committed to here at the moment having a positive effect on her overall health and her performance as well, clearly, because that was dynamite in that last heat. 15.17, the heat score total, going to be hard to beat. And as Vaughan said, she really just seems comfortable at the moment. And you know the motivation's there with performances like that.
Oh, absolutely. And you've got to respect someone who has just that honesty within themselves to have that inner reflection and understand what they're going through. Replay. Seth Manise here, just got a little stuck on the first turn. That's a better, crisper turn, a lot more speed. Brings it down the line, got a little stuck on the second one again. And driving all the way through to the inside, gets to the finish, so 4-turn combination. 2 were clean, 2 were a little sticky, but the scores come through at that 5.4. And, well, that's a better number. Puts him straight out into the lead, but really, when you look at these 3 competitors, they've all got that mid-range 5 score, and it's going to be the battle of the backup.
Well, I don't know what Seth had for afternoon tea, but he looks super amped up. I think, Rich, you can speak to it. It's always refreshing when the conditions start to deteriorate a little bit, when someone goes out with a super positive attitude and just looks alive and switched on. You know, Seth probably at different stages was a little patient in the opening round. He's trying to clean that up now. 4.83 on his opener, 5.4 on his second wave. You know, it's not job done yet, but I'm just liking the energy that he's bringing to this heat.
Yeah, it's a good vibe, and it's refreshing to see from Seth, because there has been a question mark around the consistency in his performance. We all know how incredible he can surf, not only in the waves of consequence, but in and it is very stop-start, and there's an art form to making it look smooth, and I believe he has it, and we've seen shades of it in this heat already. But certainly on his way in this heat, looking good. He'll be confident knowing that he's out in front at the moment, but certainly job not done yet, as you said.
Job not done, but there is an opportunity here. You know, you don't want to pit surfers who are above the cut line against those who are below it, but the reality of the situation is if Seth can, you know, stay ahead of Kayo here, and Kayo maybe gets knocked out in 3rd position, that's one less person that's hunting him down on the ratings.
Yeah.
Going into the next, you know, the remainder of this event and into stop 5.
Yeah, well, it's all about who's going to, you know, be the point thief, you know, and who's going to steal them. At the end of the day, it could be everyone above that cut line, and then it becomes a bigger task for everyone below it as we come into the last event before the cut at Margaret River. So each one of these heats are super important. Make no mistake, we're sending people home in 13 minutes, or someone's going home. So this is cutthroat.
Hopefully not us.
No, we're good.
Time to step up.
Yeah, no, we're good.
But it is going to be really fun to watch. Of course, WSL has been working frantically to get a live ladder happening, so you can watch the scores update as these surfers progress through the rounds and see who's on track as Kayo Belly finds a nice section here. Got to say, from Kayo's opening round performance, even just, you know, his timing on that hit, it's there, but there's a desperation in his surfing at the moment. that's sort of holding him back a little bit. He's happy just to finish off a couple of decent turns on that wave.
Yeah, there was a lot of downtime through the middle of that wave, and I'm not quite buying it myself. But again, I think back to the conversation we had with Steph Gilmore when it's surfing defensively rather than in full attack mode. And like you said, there's a little bit of an urgency to the way Kayo's just going about his business on the waves here. You know, maybe it's a millisecond behind, but I feel like he's trying to surf into rhythm in this heat.
Yeah, what did it mean, Rich, to return to venues where you'd had success? You know, where did your confidence levels go? Because surely Kayo's looking at this as his best opportunity to save himself here.
Oh, totally. I mean, he's super comfortable out here at Bells. He's made the final. He's had second to Geordie Smith. So, you know, this is a place where he has had some success. And as a competitive surfer, you do feel that level of comfort and confidence whenever you come back to somewhere where you've had a win or you've always made the final series. And of course, he'd be going, you know, I've got the wild card here. That shouldn't be a problem for me. And, you know, he'd be pitting his chances quite well against Seth as well.
He's just got himself up in the second spot. Tully Wiley out there with priority, the local boy. Even in conditions like this, you'd think he'll know what to chase down in this lineup. He's only after a 3.9 to get to second place. The lead's not much more ahead of that as a requirement. But he's on the back of that ski, making his way back to the takeoff zone now. So let's see if Tully Wiley, the Grom, the local boy, in his second effort here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, can save himself with just over 11 minutes to go. As part of our global WSL One Ocean initiative, we are partnering with Heartwood Habitat to create nesting boxes to restore habitat for local endangered species. A donation from WSL Pure will support Heartwood Habitat throughout the year to help create habitats and hollows for local species, install nest boxes, provide canopy access training and conduct wildlife research. Tell us what you're doing to protect the ocean by posting on social media with the hashtag WSL One Ocean and tagging at WSL and at WSL One Ocean in your posts. Getting the lowdown from Kaipo and the work that he was doing with Heartwood Habitat was a lot of fun, helping to, you know, make sure that endangered species and native species are well looked after in this area. It was insightful as we get back to the action here. 8.5 minutes remaining in this first elimination heat, and the pressure is on. Kayo Belly looking to save himself. He's got to make a big jump to get above the cut line, currently sitting in 32nd position after a very shaky start to the year by his standards. Hasn't been past the third round yet this year. Did have a 33rd at Pipe, a venue where he's had some really strong results in the past. And even though he's got himself up into a qualifying position at the moment, Tully Wiley is a real danger man here.
He really is, and I like his strategy too. He's sitting in the box seat with priority. He's not really looking at any of these scraps that Kayo's messing around with on the inside. He knows exactly what sort of wave he needs, and more so on the backhand too. He's wanting one of those ones that's going to stand up, give him that pockety section, and if he unleashes, if he unloads, he's going to drop a big number. And I do like what Seth is doing too, just staying in that backup position, waiting to take first priority. Because he needs to protect his lead as well. We don't want to see a situation where he gets leapfrogged and ends up down in third. So he's got to compete really smart these next 7.5 minutes.
Yeah, I think about Seth and just the magic moments he's had, and certainly being part of that Pipe Pro final with Kelly Slater is right up there at the top of it. What a magic day for him and his family. What an incredible final to be part of. And how some of the waves and the beatings he took on his road to that second place finish. Yeah, incredible stuff. You know, it's he's obviously comfortable out there at Pipeline. He's grown up out there, and the Holmanese family. There's just some you know, special talent through that whole family, and obviously they'll be tuning in, watching intently, hoping that Seth can maintain the lead here. But, you know, like I said, he's been fantastic in those heavy water waves. And he has the ability in this sort of stuff as well. But I feel like we just haven't seen him really crack into it and open up. And he hasn't delivered his best performances in this sort of stuff yet. Yeah, Seth's had 3 runs at Bells in the past. Best result a 9th back in 2019. Yeah, while his family has no doubt tuned in, along with Kayo's, Tully Wiley's entire family might be down on the beach here at Bells Beach. His old man has worked for Rip Curl forever, Nickel Wiley. I worked with him for a number of years in surf publishing. Great guy, good surfer, and obviously Tully's biggest fan. So what a proud moment for him. If you have a look at the Open Men's Trials event and who Tully had to overcome to get the victory and the place in this main event, he's kind of already surfed a number of heats. In the final, he overcame Willis Droomer, Todd Rosewell, and Xavier Huxtable. Oh. Xavier is a gun, and Tully dropped big numbers in that final for a heat score total of 16.46. Yes, the scale might be a little different in those trials to, say, a CT heat, but it still kind of tells you that, you know, he'll have no dramas if he gets the right wave in getting the turns off that he needs in order to bank a score that's going to see him through to the next round here. He's been doing some good surfing over the last couple of months through those qualifying events, and also up at the Board Riders Battle. He was surfing particularly well up there. He got the Bugs Award. Yep. The Wayne Rabbit Bartholomew Award up there at the Australian Board Riders Battle. Best performer in the event. Big shout out to Bugs. Looking forward to seeing you on the Gold Coast when we get the Challenger Series underway, mate. We miss you. 4.5 minutes to go here. Time ticking by. Tully, surely pressure's starting to build now, Rich. What's that like? Yeah, it's tough, but you need to really hold your nerve in these situations. You know, you got to stay firm to that game plan. Wait for that particular wave. It's not panic stations at 4 minutes 20 to go on the clock. You know, he's got an opportunity here to lock this thing out or open it up for the other 2 competitors. It's critical, his next wave choice. Tell me, was Bells one of the first pro events that you surfed in? Did you come down and surf the trials down here one time? Yeah, I won the trials, similar to what George Pitter has done. That got me my first crack at a championship event or a pro event. At the time, it was the Australian Championship Circuit, and the trials was part of that. So yeah, had the win. It was at Rincon at the final in the trials, and yeah, I came up against Shane Herring in the main event, and he dusted me up. Still pretty cool. This was your first Pro Tour event. Yeah, it was a great experience. And you know, did the gravity of the event, the history of the event, sort of weigh heavy on you when you put that jersey on, as we see Kayo taking a fall here? It absolutely did. Yeah, I was not equipped for the situation at all. You know, I felt almost unstoppable, unbeatable on the championship circuit, but all of a sudden I was in this event with every single one of my heroes that I'd looked up to and watched in sort of video parts, and I just felt completely out of my league. Why did pro surfers look so different back then? Did they? They just looked a lot
fierce.
A lot scarier, a lot hairier.
Well, you know, it was the whole era of sort of Damien Hardman and Gary Elkerton, Martin Potter and all those guys, and I was just going, no, I don't belong here. Not yet, anyway.
Yeah, Potts looked like Wolverine back then. Just a force. Of course, won the event, catching up with Potts on the first lay day we get.
Yeah, awesome.
Whether he likes it or not.
Little hit of golf, perhaps.
2.5 minutes to go here, and on screen there you got Kayo Warren. He's helped coach some people to wins here in the past, standing alongside Callum Robson, who is going to be coming up in the elimination rounds. 2 minutes to go. So Kayo looking to keep busy here, push the requirement a little higher, if not get himself up into the lead. Great transition turn there, really projecting off the lip through that re-entry. Now finding the open face, does well to hold that rail clean through the carve, and now gets a little finish on the inside. Kayo might even get extras here as he sticks with this one, trying to get some more speed for a final move, and does extremely well.
Wow.
And you can see how much it means to him. He knows the gravity of the situation as we get to that GWM 2-minute warning. Listen to the crowd, make some noise here for the wild card, the winner of the trials, Tully Wiley, chasing down probably a pretty decent number now. Just shimmies off the top here. You couldn't call those major turns. He's going to have to make his final moves count here on the inside. Moves a bit of water there. Looks at the clock. And even though he's got the 5.83, well, I'm not sure that's going to be enough. I think Kayo's got a pretty decent score on the way.
Yeah, Kayo's going to definitely better his 4.40, no doubt about it. So the strategy of riding a lot of waves has sort of worked for him. He was lucky to pick that one up on the inside. There was a bigger set outside, and we saw Tully and Seth having a look at it. Important number.
Yeah, I think too, you know, that was an exceptional claim, but there's a lot of emotion attached to that claim. It's a surfer who hasn't had it all going their way this year, trying to turn his fate around and, you know, just to connect with a wave. And he had plenty of throwaways in this heat. That's going to provide him one of his best numbers is something that he's, you know, willing to throw his hands up for. But, you know, Tully, what kind of work did he do on the outside, Rich? Did he get enough done?
It's important. We need to really have a look at it again just to see whether he got some open face work done, if there was a big, strong manoeuvre. Felt to me those inside ones, Ron, he was sort of dragging the board through the turns. They weren't crisp, but wasn't completely connected.
Well, let's have a look at Kayo's wave on the replay. So we're still just working out the results of this opening round heat. And it's going to be a scary one, even for Seth Monnes here, Rich, because like you said, there is always a chance that he could be overtaken by both surfers.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, that opening turn, even though it was sort of like a projection floater, he almost turned it into kind of a major manoeuvre here. And it was that last turn there really where a lot of the numbers are coming from.
Okay, so numbers in for Kayo, 5.77. He jumps into the lead. It's Seth now who's in danger here. And Tully Wiley, he needs a 4.4 from this wave. First turn was pretty decent.
The opening turn on the outside was pretty crisp. He nailed it. Came through to the inside. It's these turns there that he was kind of dragging the board through, but then he picks it up again.
Yeah, it's right there. It is going to be very close. I mean, through the mid portion of that wave, it did look like he had seaweed in his leg rope. He was kind of dragging water, but he finished it up. He kind of cleaned it up. The first turn was pretty decent.
I compare it to his first score at the 5.83, and he definitely got it.
I did the right things.
Well, this is a huge moment for him. Kayo,
safe.
He is safe. He is so relieved. You can see it. He almost looks exhausted as he makes his way up the stairs there. Probably just from the anxiety that he's been living with in the lead up to this event. But the numbers are starting to roll through.
There it is.
And they are looking pretty good for Tully Wiley. He needs a 4.4 and he banks a 5.23. And the nightmare situation here for Seth Moniz, Rich, you touched on it. You know, he's in danger of being overtaken by both surfers in the later stages here. But look at Tully Wiley.
Oh my goodness.
So breaking things down there with Kayo Belwarren.
That's his dad, Nickel.
It feels like he's been around for a long time because we've been...
Tully?
Yeah.
No, he was born with school shoes on. He's that big. He's a monster kid.
5, 2, 3.
Yeah, he is on his way to the third round, so he's done better than his first effort in 2022, and the local crowd is eating it up. We got another big elimination round heat just around the corner. There's the results. We knew the pressure was going to be intense heading into the elimination round. Kayo Abeli, desperation in the final stages, chasing a score to just try and keep Tully Wiley at bay, and he actually jumped ahead of Seth Moniz in the final stages, Rich.
Oh, this was just an incredible finish to this heat. The experience of Kayo Abeli, identifying that he needed to put a score on the board. He stayed on his surfboard all the way to the end of this ride. There's the claim. He knew how much that meant to him. Then it was Tully.
Tully Wiley needed a score to get himself back into a position to qualify. He wasn't chasing Kayo anymore. He was after Seth Moniz's spot. And at this stage of the ride, we had a huge question mark on it. Did good work at the start, but he did get a reasonably clean finish here, and it wasn't a huge score. Not the best Tully can do, but certainly enough to get him through to the next round.
Well, this just screams of it's not over till it's over, you know, and unfortunately Seth probably thinking that that second, third wave of the set was going to produce something, and the ocean just laid down from him. Total elation there from the local boy.
Well, he took a gamble kicking out of that wave.
Yeah.
Like, you just assumed that he'd done enough, and obviously heartbroken there. Seth came into this one just inside the cut line, and he's going to really have to save himself now at the Margaret River Pro. Let's throw it down and hear from Tully now. He's with Vorno.
Oh yeah, here we go. And you heard this headland blown up earlier today when Ellie Harrison won her heat. Well, that was the loudest 5.23 I've ever heard here at Bells, mate. You must be absolutely chuffed.
Yeah, I'm so stoked. Didn't know really what to think when I was coming in, and spoke to Kale, and we were a bit on the fence because I didn't really see anyone else's wave, so I didn't really know. And then it was just like such a nervous wait whether I'm going home or just on with it tomorrow. So yeah, I don't even know. I'm so stoked.
And mate, you know, you had the chance to surf in the Rip Curl Pro last year. It was sort of 2 outs, and that was your experience. But now to get the opportunity to surf again, and this time in a seeded round.
Yeah, I'm just stoked to get through a heat and just to get another opportunity. Like, I feel like I haven't even really been able to have a proper crack yet. Like, I've had 2 super grindy heats. So, yeah, I don't know what tomorrow's going to be like, but hopefully try and find some bigger sections and get some better scores.
Mate, I feel like the whole of Victoria is going to start jumping in cars and hooting down here to Bells over the next few days. It's so exciting to have both you and Ellie, the trial winners, going further in this draw.
Yeah, it's epic, and yeah, we're going to keep pushing. We're not going to stop, so frothing.
Yeah, Tal, back to you guys.
Thank you, Vorno. Yeah, Tully Wiley, you know, the dream is to stay alive in the event, but also, you know, a big increase in prize money jumping into that 3rd round. He's going to fill that shoebox under his bed with cash before he hits the Challenger Series this season. We'll see how far he can go in this contest, but that is a massive moment for him, something that he and his family will never forget. A huge performance here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy, as we get set for Heat 2. Rio Waida, the Indonesian, out there in the red. Eli Hanneman, the young Hawaiian from Maui, he's going to be out there in the blue. And George Pitta from Richie Lovett's home beach. He's going to be out there in the white. Yeah, North Stain.
Thank you very much.
South of the pipe. And Rich, tell us a bit more about George. Who is this guy? I mean, we saw him in the Challenger Series last year. He kind of smashed his way through to the Challengers with a good campaign in the last major QS event last year.
Yep.
And he did all right.
Yeah, he's been part of the North Stain club there for a few years now, doing very well. All the boys will be watching this heat back home, but he's been on the rise. He's started to mature into his body, and his surfing is just maturing along with it. He's recently done a bit of a move actually up to the Gold Coast just to get around a bit more competitive atmosphere and a few of the you know, the better waves and the better surfers up there. Just trying to really tap into that. But yeah, he's definitely got a lot of support. He's a good kid. He's got a good head on his shoulders. He knows exactly what he wants. And, mate, I'm gunning for him in this heat.
Well, let's see how he fares. What are the strengths of his surfing, and how does it match up to what Eli Hanneman and Rio can bring?
There's obviously a size difference. So he's quite a tall lad. He's up around that 6'1" mark, I believe. You know, he doesn't have a whole lot of meat on his bones, but he surfs big. And I think if there's anything that George needs to work on is just smoothing out those in-between turns and really focusing on those big exclamation marks, those big major manoeuvres. The time on the Challenger Series last year, I think, taught him a lot in that regard. And certainly as he starts to get more and more chances at a CT level event, he's really going to have to bring those big major manoeuvres. So his strength is that big forehand whipping turn. He's got speed, he's got power, he's certainly got a lot of style. And he's really learning how to compete again too. So, you know, there is a formula to putting a heat together. You do have to pick the right waves. You do have to compete well, using priority and things like that. So it's all stuff that he's learning. He's got a big career ahead of him.
Well, Eli Hanneman will be super familiar with him, having come through the Challenger Series last year. And obviously, you know, there might be a comfort in that for George too, that he's in a heat with someone that he kind of probably rates himself up against. Rio, though, has got to be the favourite in this heat, right? Just based off his power, just how strong his forehand arcs are. If he can connect with some clean wall out here, Rio, I think he gets the job done.
I'm so impressed with Rio and some of the performances he laid down last year. I still do see heavy influences of Danny Wills in his style. This is Eli Hanneman up and riding.
Well, Eli won't mind the onshore. This guy has every trick in the book. The phenom, they called him when he was a Grom.
Well, you know, he is honestly as comfortable above the lip and in the air as he is on the wave face. Bells typically doesn't produce that sort of canvas. You know, it's not a wave that's synonymous with that air approach, although we have seen incredible airs done here. You know, but this sort of these conditions at Bells right now certainly conducive to really throwing that tail and flare.
Yeah, a couple of big finners. Well, let's see what Rio can do with his second ride here. Just a throwaway to get started. This wave Looks like it might be hitting the reef nicely here. Steepening for a moment. Nice hit there from Rio. Unloading plenty of water.
Wow.
And again, bashes through the foam. And importantly, throws up a nice fan of spray. So really accentuating these turns as he gets to the end bowl now. Just a drifting float. Just flowing beautifully along this one. He's going to find something else down the line here. This is basically breaking right on the shoreline as Rio just smashes into it. Really matches the power of that end section with a committed hit, and that should be a really solid score.
Geez, that was smart surfing. He put that wave together so well, connecting with the right moments, exactly where the wave gave him opportunity, tagged it. It looked smooth, it looked composed. It had enough element there to be exciting. I think this is going to be probably one of the better scores we've seen in the past hour.
Let's have another look at it. In particular, that final move. That end section on the lower tide is kind of all rock. Once the higher tide comes in, you're sort of projecting straight out onto the dry sand.
Up and over that first hit, flare, and then the second one, he built on it, throwing a ton of spray. And now you can see there's these moments where Rio's just waiting. Gets on that tail, gets heavy on it, projects down the line here over these foamy sections. Did well to see more down the line. Came all the way through to the inside. There's all these little rock ledges, Ron, right close to shore. And Rio just pounding that final maneuver. Big score.
Yeah, that last turn, you know, that's kind of as solid as it gets on that final section. Really did commit there. He didn't just place the turn. He just pounded the end section. And the scores are still on the way. But Rio, have a look at this. Lines it up and just boomper.
Oh, God, that was great commitment. He didn't, the intensity of the section, he didn't need to overcommit to it either. It was such a big, gnarly section on that little end zone. His timing just needed to be perfect.
Oh, he nailed it. You know, where he had bigger sections in height to work with on the outside, but I think that's the biggest turn on the wave, the most committed turn on the wave. 7-point ride for Rio to get himself the lead here in the opening stages, just on 18 minutes to go. As we check in with the winner of that last heat, and yeah, it was a desperate heat win for Kayo Belly.
Well, Kayo Belly, mate, far out sometimes. You just got to grind it out, and you did a great job there after a frustrating first heat this morning.
Yeah, yeah, it's been a little tough for me like the past few events. Just really hard to have luck and then connect the dots, and a lot of times the waves are really hard and the level is always so high, so if you blink, you lose. But yeah, super stoked that worked out. I was really nervous after the first round. I felt like I was surfing good, I was connecting the dots, I was just in a good space mentally. And when you lose, you're kind of like back in the bottom, and you know, yeah, so stoked. Hopefully tomorrow we got some better waves and cleaner. And yeah, let's go, man. I have so much more to show. Like, I'm so frustrated I wasn't able to show all the work I did on the preseason so far. And yeah, it's just cluttered. I want to just spill it out.
Yeah, no, that's it, man. We are well aware of what you're capable of when you get momentum. We saw that right throughout last year. Do you think that this is the switch that you've been waiting for?
Yeah, I hope so. If this is not the switch, like you get kicked out right out on the next event. So this gotta be the switch. This gotta be the momentum I need. I'm very aware where I am, what I need, and I've done that in the past. So hopefully I can pull it out again.
I think you will, mate. Shout out in Portuguese to everyone at home.
Obrigado a todo mundo pela torcida. Tá, cada bateria é uma batalha e indo com tudo que eu tenho para conseguir os objetivos aí. Obrigado quem tá acordado. Valeu.
Thanks, mate. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Yeah, Kayo.
Yes.
Big fan of Kayo. Just, you know, he always puts in. He never backs down to a big name. He's had some huge victories. He's had big wins over the likes of John Florence here at Bells Beach and at Margaret River. So You know, he's a guy that is just potentially ripe for a few big upsets for those surfers at the top end of the rankings as he moves on through now to the third round.
I feel like he does his best surfing when he's up against those top seeds and those harder competitors. It seems to ignite something within him.
Yeah.
You know, some competitors are better when their back's against the wall, and perhaps they take that pressure off, thinking, oh, you know, I'm not expected to win this, so I'll just let it all hang out. But, you know, he seems like he's in a good place. He knows what he's got to do. And step one, done.
All right, so during the interview, George Pittar got himself in the mix here, 5.17. Happy with that, Rich?
Yeah, it's not a bad start. You know, it keeps him right there, right up with Rio, who's dropped that 7-point ride. And, you know, George will stay in this. He can build from here.
You've done a lot of work with surfers from the northern beaches, but in particular surfers from that Manly area in recent times. And George is someone that's kind of used you as a sounding board. Seems like a real curious George. No, he does. He seems like a sponge, though. He's really keen on learning and refining his approach to competitive surfing.
Well, he does. You know, he wants to do this. This is what his career path is, and he wants to get better. He knows he's got work to do, and he's open to it. You know, you can't come in with an arrogance thinking you know everything. There's so much to learn, especially on a bigger stage like the one he's performing on right now.
This is, for me, I think probably would be one of the more challenging locations for George to try and, you know, fetch a result. What I've seen of his surfing, his compact surfing in tight bowls, is he's super explosive, has unbelievable pocket work, fin throws, and variation on his forehand. So it'll test his frontside calves, which will be fun to see. As we see Eli Hanneman now.
Oh.
And much like Kayo, below the cut line, needs a huge result. Just trying to find some momentum here. And like Kayo said, just join the dots at this point. Loading up for an exciting finish. And you can see the wave kind of didn't have anything in it when he placed that board. One thing Kayo kind of did well in that last heat that he wasn't able to do in the first round was kind of hit the sections with authority and then stand back in between it all and find some moments to really size up where those big turns were going to be placed. As we see George there, drifting the fins. Sticks with it, still has control. Glides through a nice carve, doing well with the foamy sections of this wave as he gets through to the inside. There's some of that fin throw work that I was talking about. Can't finish this one off. And on the outside, let's see what Rio can do. He's looking to back up the 7-point ride from earlier on in a powerful position with his rivals not really serving up huge numbers just yet. Rio with a good section here. Great flare on the tail. Not just placing the turn, not just drifting the fins, but powering through the move.
Yeah, it's a good pickup, Ron. Rio on the sharp eyes, riding the Toledo 77 model. He doesn't stray too far away from that one. And it looks great under his feet. Fair bit of rocker in that model. And
yeah, I miss Felipe at these events, especially here at Bell's. So strong. But in a lot of ways, Rio and Felipe are kind of similar in that, you know, on camera, it doesn't look like there's much of them. You get up close to them and both of them are stocky.
Oh, they're units.
They're built. Like, and both of them have, you know, massive legs, big, strong legs.
This is the replay of Eli Hanneman driving through to this inside. That was that exciting turn where he got the full tail drift. So he kind of made something out of a nothing section there. Wrapping it all the way through and then gets a little bit more work done through the inside. Board staying a little bit flat, but now he starts to open up. He's a fast surfer, a lot of energy, and this was George on the outside. Much taller, you can see that's that open face wrap that he's really starting to put into his wheelhouse as his signature move. And does well to get down this little section. He got a couple of bonus turns through the inside. Wrapping it down the line, gets that speed, gets a nice tail flare here, and I'd love to have seen him just finish that manoeuvre.
Yeah, first time CT campaigners, wild cards, can't make mistakes like that against surfers like Rio and Eli. As we see Rio here just so strong on that end section, sent up that big fan. I think it scores well. I think he's got the second best number of the heat as well as the single best ride. Waiting on those scores to drop. Still 10 minutes remaining here. Plenty of time for a switch up in the order of things. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Back in just a moment. Welcome back. Look at that. The conditions have, well, they've been interesting for the last few hours. The surfers are still doing really well out here at the moment as we dive into the Oakberry surf conditions report. Still plenty of swell out there. Temperatures not too chilly at the moment, but the wind has picked up, and these surfers in these elimination round heats have got to adapt here, Rich, and they're doing a pretty good job of it at the moment. Rio Waida hanging on to the #1 position, you'd think, when his next score drops. Eli Hanneman, he just turned into 6.5. George Pittar, 5.4. Relatively close in the score lines at the moment. But like we said, Rio's got another number on the way.
Yeah, we're just having a replay here. Let's have a look at Eli Hanneman's wave. So up and over that foamy section. Connects with another one again. Two similar turns and a third. This is a better wave for Eli. He's got a lot more open face to work with. Gets a little wrapping cutback as he comes through the inside. It's a little stuck on that finish, but he's done some good work out the back.
Yeah, really clean combination on that outside. So this is going to help Eli's chances a lot. As we see the competitors area there, just watching it all unfold, and people just, you know, are really aware that there's a lot of pressure on these competitors. Even Rio, who's just inside the cut line at the moment and up at the moment. With 6.5 minutes to go, Rio's just looked really strong so far through this heat. Just jumping, trying to get the momentum to hop through this flat section. Looks out the back for a moment. Wants to re-engage with this ride at some point and try and finish off with another strong manoeuvre, but this wave just didn't do it for him. On the outside, George Pittar having a look at one. Nice big bowl here. Great opening turn. Drops out of the sky. As he comes through the trough, swoops into the pocket a couple of times and then hammers the section. Good looking wave for the winner of the Rip Curl Trials here. As he stands back on the tail now and just remains patient, waiting for the wave to steepen again. Nice cutbacks, really transitioning beautifully through to the inside now and finishes off in style. And the Grom has really dropped a good one here. That's going to be an excellent number.
That's going to be a huge score. To me, that's the best wave of the heat so far. George had a bit more composure on that one. There was a bit more space between the manoeuvres. Toned down that little wiggling, got more flow in between the connections, and that is going to be a very decent number. And we may even see a bit of a lead change here.
Yeah, I'm just feeling like with the size of the wave and the fact we've already got a 7 on the board, that...
Oh, God, that was gnarly.
Oh, sketchy situation there. There's a lot of bumps and to deal with. As our water patrol will climb back on the ski here.
Is that ringer?
Not sure who it is, but let's just check in with Georgie Pitta here, make sure he's okay. Ski's heading back to him. Let's try that again. So Eli Hanneman with 4.5 minutes to go. His number just dropped in. He got another 6.5. So he's in the lead at the moment, but we have more numbers rolling through here. Waiting on a score for George Pitta and expecting a strong one. And Rio's got a number on the way as well.
Yeah, we're owed a few numbers here. I just did want to mention Eli's 6.5. Before that one, I feel like his last 6.5 was probably a point better than his previous 6.5. And possibly at least a point under Rio's 7. So I think the judging is a little disjointed in this heat so far, but I'm expecting a big number to come in for George Pitta. In my mind, it's the best score. As I said, of this heat so far, I'd love to see a replay of it again if we can tee that one up and just have a look at the work that he did. But it's certainly an exciting heat. Plenty of waves being ridden. All three of these guys having the opportunity to open up.
Waiting on scores to come in. Let's have a look at it. Bit of foam on the face, but George just powers through it, Rich.
Yeah, this first turn just drives through that opening slice. The second one draws it out again, and it's this third one here where it gets really critical. And for a tall guy, stays nice and composed in the pocket. Lots of power as he drives through those turns. Then he got a few more on the inside. Nice wrapping cutbacks, little check turn. And then gets to the finish, the little tail slide.
Yeah, strong. I mean, in the context of the heat, it's a strong ride. And Rio flared up again. He's trying to improve on a 5.53. Number starting to roll through for him. Looks like he will better his score total
was a great
here.
Turn.
Yeah, they seem to be having a big think about George's ride.
Yeah.
The third turn was the money move on that ride. And the first calves were so clean. He kind of scalpeled his way through those turns, sliced through them. But the third turn, he really pushed it. As we see Rio up again. So Rio's going to look to add to his tally. He's already going to improve his situation with his previous ride, but this one's looking pretty decent too. A bit of foam on the face. He just looks so fit and strong and solid out here at the moment.
Yeah, doesn't he?
As he goes looking for the big finish again, loads up and smashes through the section.
Oh, geez, he's put together a good heat. There hasn't really been a wave where he hasn't just taken every section down. Great flow in what is very disjointed conditions.
All right, well, the numbers are starting to roll through for George Pitta now. And we had a feeling they were going to be pretty decent just based on the fact Rio had a 7. It was always going to be that comparison game. And as a result, George Pitta has dropped a solid score, 8.67. He kicks his feet. He knows that's a really impressive number to serve up to a couple of championship tour campaigners.
As a rookie, as a wild card, to drop a number like that in any WCT heat is a huge achievement. You know, it normally takes a while before you can break into that excellent range. But that wave was the only one in this heat where we've seen 3 major manoeuvres done in the bowl outside with flow between them. And each one of the manoeuvres was quite powerful.
For the most part, so far in the elimination round, the approach from the competitors has been somewhat measured. It's about they're trying to find flow out there. They're not trying to push their moves to, you know, the craziest level that you could imagine. So 8.67, you know, to some people might seem like a pretty big number, but you've got to remember it's just the comparison to Rio's 7 from earlier on. So George Pitta looks like he's going to get the job done here. 25 seconds to go. Eli Hanneman, who was below the cut line coming into this event, is just begging for the opportunity here in the final 15 seconds for an opportunity.
Waves approaching.
To have a shot at Rio Weida, actually. And here we go. He gets swamped on the takeoff, but he's up on his feet now. And this guy is a magician when it comes to big individual turns. Let's see if he can pull the rabbit out of the hat on this final ride here. This wave already starting to flatten out, so he's banking on a ramp here on the inside. And Eli just trying to stand on the tail, bide his time. This wave's filling up big time. It's not even going to make it to the short break.
He knows. Oh, my goodness.
But you've got to tip the cap to George Pitta here, holding his nerve. Had a couple of mid-range 5s before tapping into easily the best wave of the heat, but also delivering on that ride.
Yeah, it's one thing to have that canvas, to be able to, you know, do your best painting on it is another thing. And George is, well, he's found something here, and this is a huge confidence boost for him, moving through into the next round of a CT event and your first crack at it. Good stuff.
Public holiday in Manly tomorrow?
Not yet. Maybe one or two more heats and we might have an extended Easter.
Pretty impressive stuff here from George Pitta, though. A healthy heat score total. Rio on fire. Eli Hanneman heartbreakingly close, but not quite enough to survive the elimination round this afternoon. We are going to take a quick break, and when we return, we've got more elimination round heats coming your way, and we'll bring in Joe Tapel and Felicity Flick Palmatier. Don't go anywhere.
The elimination round continues, and what a performance from George. Winning the trials for the Rip Curl trials and congratulated by Xavier Huxtable on the shoreline. Huxtable's been in this event a couple of times to represent the local region. George, a part of the Rip Curl family, representing Manly Beach and getting that big 8.67 to go the distance and get the win into the round of 32, along with Rio Weida and Eli Hanneman. A couple of 6.5s to his name, unfortunately is eliminated from the event, losing some huge names like Eli, like Seth Moniz, and now we kick off
Heat number 3, one surfer will have to start packing up and heading to the west early. David Silva, Sammy Pupo, Frederico Moraes, all 3 surfers need a huge result and can't afford to lose in this round. Joe Turpel with Felicity Palmatier for the call. Stressful situation in this heat, heat number 3, and also in heat 4 coming up next with all 3 surfers trying to avoid an early round loss. Frederico getting a wave during the break.
Yeah, Frederico opening. Oh, wow, what a floater. That was beautiful to watch. Silky smooth there. Float into a couple of nice carving maneuvers. Looking to bring it through to the inside here. Gets the finish. So, yeah, beautiful little opening wave there from Fred. And that came through at a 5-point ride. So, great way to open up his account. So, look to David Silva, just really funky looking backhand hit there.
And then also Samuel Pupo.
Yeah, getting started here, and this wave looking like it's going to offer a little bit of clean face, which is what we like to see. Beautiful carving maneuver there. Straight up into a second one. And this wave already, I mean, I just like the look of it. Just a little bit less texture on the face of the wave compared to Fred's. So yeah, that wave's come through. 6-point ride. So couple of scores already on the board.
Just crazy looking at these 3 names and all needing a big result here, and how devastating it would be for any of them to lose, and what they would be facing at Margaret River to try to stay on tour. David Silva up, goes through the whitewater on the first turn. This guy can find speed on anything, and how was that little side slipping backhand climb?
Look, it's not going to score much, but it looked cool.
Yeah, just for entertainment purposes. That was like a little backhand board slide.
Yeah, no, that was great. I think we're just got to go back to that point. I mean, this is just crazy. We're getting down to that crunch time. We're in Australia. The cut is looming, and it's just whoever doesn't advance through this heat, it's just going to make that job so much harder at Margaret River. The pressure, the expectation. You know, you got to be thinking, okay, I basically need to win this thing now if I even want to stay in contention and be on tour, which is, it's massive. It's a massive task.
Oh man, so much pressure now at Bells Beach when you talk about just this event and Margaret River as we focus on the cut line. David Silva has had to deal with every elimination round so far this season. He has survived all of them though, up in this stage, but he's been getting knocked in the round of 32. As you can see, Silva in this heat, entering the event deep on the rankings, right next to Cade there, an equal 28th. Remember, Eli just got knocked out, so he'll have all the pressure to really try to aim for a huge win at Margaret River. Sammy Pupo just ahead of Eli in the water now. And you see Frederico Moraes, 22nd. He knows that's a dangerous spot to be. So pretty wild, focusing on the 3 guys in this heat. And, you know, just coming up next, Callum Robson, Cole Hauschman, Cade Madsen, all in the back of the rankings behind the cut line.
It's what can you say? It just doesn't get any. These are 2 really tough heats coming up, and it's going to be interesting to see who's composed and what kind of mindset that the guys are going to be approaching this with. Are we going to see a bit of passion? Are we going to see a bit of emotion? I'm sure we will, because someone's going to be going home.
It's cool when you check out the live rankings on worldsurfleague.com, because after every heat, it adjusts. So Frederico came into this event 1 spot ahead of the cut. And when you look at the live rankings, he's already dropped behind it with the success of people making heats above him. And so he's feeling that pressure situation. So pull up worldsurfleague.com. Have that on during the events. It's really interesting how much you can jump and also fall heat by heat. Let's hear from the wild card. George is with Vaughn.
That's right, Joey. Well, elimination heats, they might suck for the surfers who are in them, mate, but that last one for the fans was an absolute ripper, and all 3 surfers going at it, and winning it was the trials winner, Georgie Pitta. Man, oh man, how good did that last wave feel, getting into that excellent range. We heard Richie Lovett say, you don't see trialists or rookies do that often. How good did it feel when you heard that number drop?
Yeah, it was pretty unbelievable, to be honest. The wave was just so perfect, really. Like, I just saw it coming in and it was hugging the bowl so nice, and honestly, the wave did all the work, but to paddle back out after getting rolled on the ski, actually, into that number was, it was a pretty special feeling, and I don't know, it's just pretty crazy right now.
Mate, it was a topsy-turvy heat. The lead changed between all three of you guys numerous occasions. I was in the Red Bull athlete zone and Kelly Slater got to the end after the hooter and went, that's the best heat I've seen in a while. That was a real fun watch. Was it as fun to surf in?
Not really. I was pretty worried. Like, I only had 5s and they were dropping big scores, and I was like, man, I could be pretty down the gurgler here. But luckily that wave came, and I don't know, just going back and forth with these like caliber of surfers is pretty special, and to be able to get the win is pretty amazing feeling.
Mate, you're on the Changers last year, the Challenger Series, and I got a taste of that, and it's amazing to see just how far your surfing improves and how quickly it improves, and coming down to Bells and getting this opportunity now, it just feels like you're ready for it.
I don't know about that, but yeah, I don't know, last year on the Challenger there was so many lessons learnt, like so many heats all year with like so many amazing surfers, and just competing all year really. Like, it's just the more heats you surf, the better, the sort of more comfortable you become. And I know coming down here I just did not feel comfortable at all. Like that first heat, I don't know what happened on my first wave. I was so nervous, and I don't know, I was talking to my coach Timmy Mack out before we went out, and we were just talking, just let your surfing do the talking and just make the right decisions on the waves. And I don't know, for that wave to sort of come through and me to be able to sort of like put a few turns together was a pretty special feeling.
Mate, you've put an excellent score on the board. You've beat 2 CT campaigners. You are on a massive roll here at the Rip Curl Pro. Can't wait to see you keep it going tomorrow.
Thanks, mate. Really appreciate it.
Good on you, George.
Cheers.
How cool is that? Thank you, Vano. What a great catch-up with George, who's building his profile as we speak, surfing in such a big way. Monster turns, good flow. He could tell he's got humility, really humble as he looks up to everyone on tour, but he's right in the mix. Moving into the round of 32, and I just got to keep remembering his quote from a couple years ago, asked what his dream heat would be, a final at Bells, offshore on the Bull on Easter Sunday, and Kelly in the final. Hey, Kelly's here on tour.
Still possible.
It can happen for George. He had the manifestation a couple years back, and he's on a roll. The wild card story is a great one. We mentioned Adam Robertson a few times because that's probably the most heralded story when you come down here to Bells. People still remember when and where they were watching him go toe-to-toe with the world's best in the final with Joel Parkinson. But you got to see how cool it is for, you know, the board riders clubs here and for everyone to have the attention on Bells in this region. You know, not every corner around Australia gets to kind of live those tales. And, you know, for all these people that grow up in the board riders crews from Torquay and Janjuk and compete at Bells all their life, they could tell, they know they're pretty lucky to be from this part of the world.
Oh, for sure. I think on my last break, I just went stuck down into the little VIP zone down the hill a little bit, and I was in there during Tully's heat and right in those dying moments when he was taking off and he ended up getting the score. That whole VIP area was just erupting. There was screams coming from the hill, and just such a cool environment for the whole community to get around these wild cards. And I mean, it's been the wild card story. I mean, Ellie Harrison with her win over Molly Picklum. And then, yeah, Tully getting through. We always had George in the last heat. So there's been some big upsets.
That's right. As we look at Sammy Pupo, pin throw there to start, climbing into a carve. And now a full wrap with a rebound. So using a lot of the wave here. Sammy Pupo goes over the top of the whitewater again. And just setting his pace on this inside track. Had the 6.0 to start, still out in front. And a solid finishing move. That's going to support his lead. But following him is Kikish, Federico Marias, as he steps off, trying to back up his 5.0.
I liked what I saw from Sammy. I think, you know, a couple of really nice strung together turns. He had a really good pace on that wave, which I really enjoyed watching as well. And yeah, definitely going to support his cause there. This is the replay. This is Fred's. Started off nice here. Went to that trademark hack that we know so well with another well-timed jab in the lip. Followed by another hack there. Goes up into the lip again. This is a really nice wave. Finished off there on the inside. So, I mean, 2 really good surfed waves. This is Sammy's second wave. And this wave, I just feel like he had a good pace to it. And good timing too. It looked like a tricky wave to surf. You could have easily really butchered this wave, but I feel like he just had a really good flow and picked the right turns for the right sections here. It can be really easy to sometimes get really far out on the face and sort of over surf the wave, but yeah, Sammy just surfed this super well. That last turn there, just flaring on the hardware, releasing the fins on there at the end. It was beautiful to watch.
I liked it, yeah, and it was cool to see the comparison to Freddie, just really seamless with his rail work. Really started well, showed a lot of power. That's definitely Marias' secret weapon, just a big frontside power carve. That brought him to a final at J-Bay as a rookie. That's made him dangerous on the big walls at Sunset Beach in his career. And a great opportunity with the Melbourne flight cam to see the Red Bull skis drop the guys off right by the buoy, and they'll paddle into position. There's been some famous drop-offs in the past, like Aki getting dropped off in the heat against Sandy Irons back in 2006, straight into a 9.9. That was the average. Almost got a 10, 9.9 when he got past Andy that day.
Oh, and you got a high heart rate too. I mean, I know they're getting the ski on the way back out, but you've literally just rode a wave. You've exerted all that energy. You're jumping on a ski. You're trying to process what's just gone on. You're jumping off the ski, paddling off. You see a wave coming and straight away, boom, you're into it. That heart rate really hasn't had a chance to calm down. So it's hard work. And I mean, I even think back to when there hasn't been jet ski assist, and there's been some epic paddle battles at Bells over the years too. I think back to one between Courtney Conolog and Carissa Moore. Actually, there's a really cool photo. I was hanging with Courtney at the beginning of the year, and she showed it to me. She said it's one of her favourite photos of her time on tour with her and Carissa, and you could just see the determination in their eyes. They were just both so hungry to get priority. So such a big paddle back out and a lot of energy exerted.
Oh, so much energy, that's for sure. You've got to have your wits about you with your competitive mindset. You've got to be physically fit to cover a lot of ground out here, even with the skis, and have really good equipment. Sammy Pupo on boards from JS Industries, trying to force that whitewater little slice. His last wave was a 4.8, but last of Marias, a bit more connected, really powerful between turns, a 6.5. So took the lead from Sammy, dropped him to second. David Silva still third with priority. The goofy footer needs an 8.13 to move into the top two. With Bells having such a great history, there's a lot of famous shapers in this area, with some creative designers as well, like Button Shaw, 40 Surfboards, Corey Graham, Darren Dixon. Fipsy makes incredible world-class shapes. I think Morris Cole has been one of the most famous over the years as we get back to Sammy's last wave.
Yeah, that board's looking so loose underneath his feet. This was only a two-turn combo here. Really try to force that little foam climb. Don't think that's going to go into that top two. But yeah, it's been the Fred show so far. I mean, judges obviously really liking. I think there was a bit more size to Fred's wave as well. And yeah, just 3 big turns and at that 6.5. So yeah, just going to that trademark big carve that we know. But I'm liking what I'm seeing from Sammy. I feel like if he chooses a bigger, sort of more clean face wave and is able to just put that board on rail and maybe not so many turns, but more quality turns, I feel like he's looking connected. I just feel like all the ingredients are there. We just haven't seen the right wave yet.
Yeah, it's interesting just being on the right wave. Judges have so much time to study your style and your flow. You can be really exposed on a wave like this if you have any stumbles along the way. And I think Frederico deserved that 6.5, and it was great separation in my mind, just seeing just clean rail lines. Didn't have to really force anything. I think Pupo kind of had to get creative with his sections, kind of had to overturn certain parts of it, and his ability, he can create those moments for himself. And now we'll see David Silva from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Messy backhand float. And he's getting a little bit hung up again. So he's kind of had similar waves where the whitewater climbs haven't really been working for him.
You know, it's interesting because, I mean, yesterday we came down here, we're doing a few things around the event site, and I was watching the free surf go down. And for me, he was one of the standouts. Every time I looked up, he was just doing the biggest backhand hangers, throwing so much spray, and I was so impressed with what I was seeing. And we had Oki in the booth earlier today, and you asked Ok, you know, who stood out to you? And he said, you know what, David Silva. And it's just unfortunate because I feel like he's on. It's just something's just not quite clicking in these heats. He just hasn't been able to find those waves that he's been finding in those free surfs.
It's such a wild sport, isn't it?
Oh, you can just be doing everything right. You can be dotting all the I's, crossing all the T's. You can be fit as a fiddle. And sometimes the cookie just doesn't crumble your way, and it can be so frustrating. So frustrating.
Well, you just look how tiny this tour is, you know, and how rare it is to be a surfer that's on tour and to can stay on tour, to be called the best, the top 34 in the world. It's now shrinking down to 22 after Margaret River. That's tiny. There's sports teams that have more members on it that sit on the bench and get paid as pro athletes and live out great careers. You know, when you look at pro surfing, it's the best of the best. It's really tiny when you compare it to all the surfers on this planet. To call yourself a member of the top 34, you can honestly look in the mirror and call yourself one of the best on the planet.
Wow, when you put it like that, that's an incredible perspective. Really framing it up like that, Joe. I just think, and the caliber of surfing is just so good these days. It just makes it so hard.
It's a whole nother level. The best on the planet, crowning an undisputed world champion every year. That's what happens on the World Surf League Championship Tour. Little whitewater crumble is going to hold our competitors back. Still 10:30 as Cole Hauschman, the rookie from San Clemente, looks at the lineup with Luke Egan. He's coming up next in heat number 4.
Thanks to Hydrolite and World Surf League this week, we've given 2,000 Groms a chance to talk about mental health, and then there's 40 people that have showed up in a wild morning in their brightest fluoro outfits today to raise awareness of mental health at Fluoro Friday. So I'm going to get out there and join them, because sometimes one way is all it takes.
What does One Wave do? It makes that invisible issue of mental health visible. We've got some that are standing up, some that are on their knees. They're all supporting, they're all hooting, they're all cheering each other, and that's what it's about.
Often it's the people we least expect that are suffering the most, and being in the ocean, riding waves and chatting to your mates can honestly change your life. Sometimes one wave is all it takes to free the funk.
One Wave is partnering with Hydrolite and WSL to bring Fluoro Friday to Torquay Beach. The event will run at the Torquay Surf Life Saving Club at 7 a.m. on Good Friday, March 29th, to help bring more color and awareness to mental health at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach. So dress up in your brightest surf outfit and take part in a Fluoro Surf or Swim, spreading awareness and making a positive impact together. Hope to see you there on Good Friday. 7:15 to go here in the elimination round as Frederico Moraes is still out in front, representing a really cool part of the world that we just were for stop number 3 over in Peniche, Portugal. He represents such an amazing country. He has so many fans when he competes in Europe. But right now, trying to focus on
avoiding elimination. The surf for complete season. Smoother water and setting up the best turn so far for David Silva in the matchup. Punches out the lip again. Now he's off to the top and hitting the whitewater section well. Out in front, nice wrapping turn for Silva. Now just relaxing a little bit. That's that really high-fi, spring-loaded energy that he's famous for. Getting surfboards from the Goats Surfboard Company. Blasting it one more time, and he will just trip on that inside shelf. But looks like he's picking himself back up, but
changeover.
Might need a board change after getting to the inside. I'm not sure if it's something he felt before, if he just did it right there on the beach.
That was more like it, though. That was some beautiful surfing. Interesting. Looks like, is it a fin? What's going on there?
We'll find out in a moment. Here comes the sprint down the beach. Quick switch there, and David will be back out there. It's probably feels a little bit better doing a board change when you've just turned in your best score of the matchup so far. Really good backside hacks with a lot of speed and flow, finished up right on that inside shelf.
That's the kind of surfing and the precision that I was seeing yesterday. I just unfortunately hadn't seen it come together, but that was beautiful. Have a look at this replay. It was a bit of a smaller wave, but it just had a beautiful bowl to it. And David just surfing this with a really nice tempo. That second turn, throwing so much spray straight up into that third. But yeah, smaller wave, but just timing impeccable here, and really, really, really good surfing. Just the ability to go up into that foam. Got a little bit slow here, a little bit sleepy, but he managed to get a bit more work done on the inside here. And this is where the damage was done, I think, to that fin. Just taking it right on through to the inside. And right on that inside there is a little bit of limestoney sort of rock. Dunk. There we go. That was the moment.
He landed right on top of it.
Oh.
That's what happened. Look at that fin on the bottom part of your screen.
That's got to hurt if that went into any part of your body.
He ran straight into it on that last wave. He knew right away.
Wow.
He needed a switch. Wow, total commitment from Silva. Turns into a 5.7 from the panel. Doesn't get him out of third, but another one of those will. 5.11, he takes second. Might be hard to do, though, without priority.
Definitely hard to do, and I mean, conditions are tricky right now. I mean, we've got, you know, a couple of good scores there, but yeah, it's tricky to go. It's tricky to get a good one right now, and tricky to find, I think, a clean-faced wave, because that consistency kind of isn't there. To try and find a clean-faced wave today, you've got to have a few waves come through to really clean up that wobble, and you want to be going that second, third wave of the set, you know. So 3.5 minutes on the clock, he's not going to have priority, and you've got to be thinking that with do or die in this heat, Fred and Sammy are probably going to do their very, very best to hold on to that priority.
David Silva, an absolute warrior. Grew up on a beach break where he had to hike down a trail, he had to earn it and get down there to typically some uncrowded conditions. Won a lot growing up in Brazil, and then turned into a household name when he qualified for the tour. Turned in some good results here at Bells in the past. An absolute warrior on the qualifying series, a proud father as well. Brings his whole crew around when he can at certain events, but right now he's trying to focus on keeping his spot on the top 34. Getting surfboards from Kelly. It's pretty cool, and you get recognized by the GOAT as someone that you want to put on the surf team. And with Kelly's designs and the way Kelly thinks, he's just non-stop thinking of new types of crafts that you could ride, and all the boards that David gets from him look brilliant.
Beautiful shot there. Look at those crepuscular rays shooting through the tents up the top there. Stunning.
Well, as you predicted, Flick, it'd be evening surf tonight. We got here at 6 a.m. for our meeting. You were right on time. Proud of you.
Thank you, always.
It's 6:45 p.m. local time, and we're still here.
David having to give way to Sammy.
David having to step out. Sammy's got a higher priority and blitzes that section with the slide, picking up speed to cover some ground. I love when Sammy just shows that extra gear that he can have even when the wave is flat. Now trying to force something on the inside, starting to gun for an oncoming section. Could have some options here. He'll hit the lip into a fade on the low road. So start off with a defensive strategy to keep Silva off this wave and turns it into what probably will be a keeper.
Yeah, that was smart. That was smart surfing. He had to go to with that, like pretty much 2 minutes on the clock. I mean, you're mad if you're not using your priority there. So David had to give way to Sammy, and first couple of sections offered, looks like there's lines on the horizon though. So I'm thinking that if the boys aren't out of position, kind of looks like this first one's going to break on their head. See if David gets another opportunity here, because might be a couple of waves.
Down to 1:20 on the clock. Priority with Marias in red. He duck dives along with Silva underneath him. Always interesting here if Frederico's going to decide to play defense on Silva. He might be concerned, wondering what Sammy did on that last wave, so he probably has to keep Silva off anything that comes through. Frederico lunges into the first section. Clean hook to kick things off. Just like Sammy, a JS Industries team rider, as Kika's just starting to run after some white water to work with and punches it out. Finishes off on his feet. And that'll leave Silva with priority in 39 seconds to try to avoid an elimination round loss. 28th in the world on the standings. Really just can't afford a loss at this stage of the game. Sammy Pupo's on the beach. Frederico's out of the lineup.
Whoa.
Now it's up to Silva on this wave. Still some scores to come in from the previous ride, so he's got to surf this wave with everything he's got. He kicks out straight away. And now into the countdown. Frederico Marias and Sammy Pupo take the top 2 spots, and Silva will be eliminated. He's surfed in every ER round at every event so far this season. This is the first one that he didn't survive. A lot on the line for all 3 athletes. Pupo will be reseeded into the round of 32 as he finishes in second, and Marias keeps his lead and closes it out with a heat win. Remember, check the live rankings and to see how high Frederico's gone with that victory, as he keeps the dream alive here at the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach, presented by Bonsoy. More pressure coming up in the lineup in the last heat of the day. Callum Robson, Cole Hauschman, and Kate Madsen, just like this heat, will all be under pressure to perform. All 3 surfers behind the cut line here at stop number 4. Marias, though, looking incredibly clutch. Looking happy, even though he's in a stressful situation here at stop number 4 of the year. 6.5 and a 5.0 for clean rail work from the man from Portugal. Well, can't wait to see him compete potentially tomorrow at Winky Pop or Bells Beach. We'll be right back for the last heat of the day.
You're watching the Rip Curl Pro Bells Beach presented by Bonsoy. The sun is starting to set. We're into the last heat of the day, and there's one man that's always looking for a reason to celebrate. He doesn't have to look too far. It's time to start frothing with Kayo. Where's he at?
Hey, it's time to froth with Bonsoy. And what am I frothing about? I'm frothing about what just happened today. 61 years of competition here at Bells, 50 years of Rip Curl providing the support for competition here. And this year, we got some extra flavor thanks to Bonsoy presenting the Rip Curl Bells Beach Pro, presented by Bonsoy, bringing some extra flavor. I'm here at the Bonsoy booth, and the extra flavor that I'm talking about is sparkling coconut water. It's refreshing, it's light, it has all natural sugars. My favorite, the passion fruit. That's good stuff, and that will get you frothing.
That's right, Kayo. I just had one of those, actually. I feel amazing about myself and my afternoon. Great activation site here. If you live locally in the area, you can meet all these amazing people, these big brands that support this event. Bonsoy, the presenting sponsor of the longest running event on the calendar, going back to the early days on longboards. It saw the shortboard evolution. We saw the thruster introduced in 1981 by Simon Anderson himself. And I love hearing the stories from the old boys. You know, hearing how big that day was. There, Simon introduced the thruster and was untouchable. But then the finals day was 1 foot, and he could still ride the same board and beat everybody. Important heat getting started, though, for a former finalist out here, Callum Robson with a big hook.
Wow, that was one big, massive carve there. And it's kind of what we grew to know from Callum out at Bells. Will this wave give him anything else here on the inside? Is he going to be able to get a finish? Oh, he is going to be spewing that he didn't make that turn.
And then Cade Madsen needing a big result here, really unloaded on his opening wave.
Wow, this was beautiful surfing from Cade. This wave just had that really clean face, and right now with so much lump and bump on the ocean, these ones are hard to find, sort of like a diamond in the rough. That was great surfing, and he could tell too. Little claim, love it.
Cade Madsen fired up, kicks off with a 7.33 under pressure of the midseason cut. Callum Robson, 4.83. And now Cole Hausman will have priority. Cole and Cade going up together in San Clemente. They both really helped each other perform in a big way on the Challenger Series last year. When everyone saw Cole's success going back-to-back with his Challenger Series wins, that helped everybody believe in themselves, including Cade Madsen, to make his rookie debut this year.
For sure. I think one of the most exciting, I did a few Challenger Series events and called them last year, and I think one of the most exciting things for me was just watching the vibe that those San Clemente boys had, and it just grew from every event. I was like, you know what, if I had to pick a bunch of crew that I was going to hang out with during an event, I would definitely, when we were hanging with those guys and girls, they just having the best time. It looked like they were, you know, carefree, but all really supportive of each other too. And I think it's going to be a really tough heat for Cade and Cole, just knowing how much they both need a result here. I mean, Cade, that's going to feel so good for him right now. 7.33 in a heat like this. I mean, when the pressure is on.
Pressure is on, just like it was in the heat before as well. Frederico Moraes picked up the big win as he's hanging out with Laura Enever.
Yes, Freddie, big day one here at the Bells Beach Rip Curl Pro. Everyone in Portugal will be waking up right now to the good news that you've got the job done. Talk us through that heat, solid surfing.
It was really grindy, especially against two really good surfers, David and Sammy. But it just looks like Riberadilhos out there, so I kind of felt at home. Connected myself with the ocean and got 2 okay scores and got the job done.
And you were just saying before that, you know, when the waves come through, there's so much bump on the face that it's quite hard to, you know, just find that right wave. How did you do it out there?
Oh, it's so tricky. You just gotta, it's a bit of a gamble. You just kind of trust yourself, and if you think it's gonna be a good one, just, you know, just go and back up your decision. At the end of the day, it's just, you know, you're feeling good with your decisions. It doesn't matter the outcome.
Amazing. Well, into the next round, a huge day. I'm sure you're going to be get dinner on the way home.
Yeah, well, here in Australia, we eat dinner super early. In Portugal, I still need a couple hours, but yeah, probably grab something to eat. I'm starving, and rest up because there's a big day tomorrow again.
and anything to say to your friends and family back home in Portugal?
Yeah, sure. Muito obrigado a todos. Passamos à próxima ronda com tudo e obrigado Portugal. Até já. Thank you guys.
Have a great dinner.
Thank you.
See you tomorrow.
Making us hungry up here, Laura. Yeah, we got to think about a feed soon. And right into action with Cole Hausman on the back end. Hauschy looking for a nice inside wall to grow. He's got a real cool, powerful backhand. Now a section approaching, hacks his way through, beats the section with that maneuver, right into a hack off the top and a bonus finishing move. He'll stay on his feet. It's cool when you see a guy that's 6'3", 225 that can be so light on his feet when he needs to be on those sections that are going really flat. He carries his speed so incredibly well.
Yeah, he did, and I think time was ticking down there. He kind of needed to get a wave on the board, especially now that Cade sort of locked in that 7-3-3, drifted the fins there on that first turn, carves back into that second. The wave sort of got a little bit slower through this mid part here, and I was almost thinking, is it sort of over? But Cole could see something down the line, floats that section there, blasts the fins out as well, up for a second one, and quickly up for another little finish there. So it's got to feel good to string a few turns together and get a score on the board, knowing that both Callum and Cade already have one locked in, especially that 7-3-3 from Cade.
Cole Hausman grew up in a really cool neighborhood where his family still lives today. It's a neighborhood that you could walk down these steps into super fun beach breaks, and there's some really good surfers that are in that neighborhood. Guys like Tanner Razunko are down there all the time. Just real cool, great surfers to always contend with. It's easy to find a sparring partner in that neighborhood. They really go crazy on Halloween. And if you go by Cole's house, you're going to get drenched. His dad's usually up there with a fire hose, just drenching everybody going past. It's awesome. It's a really festive neighborhood. Cole's so proud of growing up in San Clemente and get really pushed. He kind of seemed like a bit of an underdog growing up, kind of maybe shadowed by the bigger juniors that were coming out of the area. But man, as he grew and just became more and more dedicated, it just emerged as such a rising star. It made a lot of sense that he'd make it on tour, and now he just has to learn all the ropes to compete at the Dream Tour venues.
For sure, I think back to even his run to get onto the Challenger Series was super quick. I think it was something like, look, I could be getting this wrong, but I think it was something within 5 events or something, he was already on tour from the qualifying series through to the Challenger Series, and then, you know, pretty much got the, you know, you're thinking after I've won 2 back-to-back events on the Challenger Series, I'm pretty done. Like, I'm a shoe-in, you know, on the tour. So I'd heard of Cole a little bit before, but yeah, he just blasted onto the scene, and I love how he surfs. I just feel like, yeah, he just hasn't quite had that moment he's probably been searching for yet on the tour. Challenger Series, we saw it, just haven't quite seen it yet here on the tour.
It's just a matter of moments before we really see him explode on this big stage. Cole Hausman's last wave, a 5.17. So now he's second, right behind his good friend Cade. Callum dropping to third. You'd think the whole plan would be for them to go 1-2 in this heat. And sometimes, you know, you have your coach like with Cade with Snake, with Cole with Luke. But he basically has, they all have 10 coaches in the Red Bull Athlete Zone at the moment with Griff and Crosby. Eli Hanneman, even after a tough loss, would be backing these guys to get through, to represent. So a lot of attention on the water right now in the last heat of the day.
For sure, and I mean, obviously when you go out there, surfing is an individual sport, but you've got to be wondering as this heat ticks down, and if these two do remain in that first and second, I mean, it might be a bit hard for Callum to kind of sneak his way back in there. I mean, it's early days. We've still got just under 20 minutes remaining, and so you see a few of the boys on screen there. We've got the Colapinto brothers, got Crosby and Griff.
Eli there representing as well. Good on him. Like after a tough loss, being right there to back the support crew. But yeah, Cole from a classic neighborhood. Ian Crane lives right up the road too. It's just, you kind of walk around this little loop. You'd run into like Jason Miller, such a standout in San Clemente, still rips today. A lot of names that might not be heard globally, but so many rippers. Cade Madsen as well, right in that same neighborhood, throwing down a little climb and getting out in front. Little fading cutback. Now starting to work through the inside. Remember, had the 7-3-3 and throws the fins out. Beautiful connection there for Cade. Callum kicks out.
Interesting, maybe a little bit of an error from Callum there. I think just using that priority and handed it over to Cole. But that last wave of Cade, holy guacamole. That was spicy, I liked it. Lots of flair, lots of flaring on the hardware occurring.
There's something about Cade as well. Even though he hasn't had the results he was hoping for, he's still joking, still happy after each and every event he's performed in. This was the start of Callum's wave.
Yeah, he just got caught up on that foamy section. He knew it straight away, and wave selection maybe just letting him down. A little bit of an error, but this is the one we were talking about. Fins free on that first turn. Straight up into that foamy section there. This little bit here was really hard to read, but he did it so well. Comes through to the inside here, and the damage wasn't done. He throws it up again and releases those fins. Looking very good. They're two waves that I'd be stoked to have if I was in this seat, especially being an elimination round. It's going to be feeling good, Cade.
Yeah, he's got a little extra zap to his turns. He's got great energy. He's got that kind of style where he's just anticipating something real big heading his way. It's hard to look away when Cade's up because he's just always coiling up, always just completely invested in the sport of surfing and trying to learn everything he can in a short period of time. 7-3-3 was his opener, so he'll be in a great position on that second scoring ride, building his total out front. Started off his rookie debut falling out of a sky on a backdoor bomb. It was a pretty radical wipeout. We held our breath. He came up, he went right back to do battle and moved on quickly. Even had a laugh with himself going, well, okay, got that out of the way. Let's move forward.
Oh, yeah, that was a death-defying drop, that one. I was on the edge of my seat like, uh-oh, is he okay?
Scores coming through for Cade, 5-8-3. So that lead's looking solid now. Callum in second and Cole down to third. Hauschman with priority though, and just needs to really catch a wave to move into the top two. So this heat is still very intense as the sun's going down.
Yeah, it's definitely intense. However, I'm starting to feel that Cade is sort of running away with this, and sort of see it even in his body posture as he's paddling there. He's a little bit more upright. He's probably feeling good. And now sort of with, I mean, we're coming down to the halfway point in this heat. It's kind of a battle for second at the moment. Cole basically needs to stand up to get into second. He's got priority, and it looks like there's plenty of sets on the way. I'm wondering if the guys are even going to be in position for this, maybe. The second one out the back looks to be pretty big, and a lot of lump and bump in that first one, so everyone just duck diving that. But I wonder if that will even be in position for this second one, because it's looking pretty gigantor.
Callum Robson with the most experience out of this crew here at Bells Beach, finalist as a rookie to Felipe Toledo. That always makes headline news when you just are on tour, didn't have a whole lot of history with major event wins through his junior series. The whole story for Callum was he was actually taking up an apprenticeship and going to work and even working at the high performance centers and helping training the next generation and the juniors coming up. And next thing you know, he's winning heats, then qualifying for the tour. And all of a sudden it felt like his whole focus just transitioned overnight. Now getting some support from great brands like Bonsoy, getting good boards from Darren Hanley, and he's all of a sudden getting 10-point rides in Europe. But now he finds himself in probably the toughest situation of his career result-wise, as he's drifted down the rankings and he's really starting to run out of time.
Yeah, he is, and this heat is so crucial, just like that last one. I mean, all three surfers here need a result. If you're not advancing here, you're making your job so much harder going into Margaret River. Basically going in there being like, okay, I kind of need a win, or at least a semi-final or a win. You know, you needed something massive. And however, it can be done. We've seen people like Isabella Nichols go into that last cut event of the year needing a big result. She needed to win, and she got the job done. I mean, you could, it's just amazing that she was able to pull, it's basically like pulling a rabbit out of a hat. It was incredible. Really, really good surfing.
That's what makes sports so fun, isn't it? When you know the pressure that they have and they can perform and pull off miracles. And obviously they're miracles that make sense because they put in so much hard work, but with an unpredictable ocean, there's so many variables that can happen. And for people to find consistency on this tour is just incredible, because you paddle out for one heat, the conditions can change. I mean, Felicity, as a longtime competitor of yourself, when you lost the heat, are you really allowed to blame the conditions that day? Because someone's got to win in every heat.
Oh, look, it's the same for everyone. Everyone's out there with the same conditions, and somehow if you weren't the person that was winning, the other person did, and they obviously did something that you didn't. You know, there's obviously mistakes there that you need to clean up. Of course, we're playing with Mother Nature. There's going to be that little bit of variable there, but at the end of the day, you know, there's always room for improvement. I think even back to what we were talking about before, you know, it's so hard to get on that roll. We go back to Isabella Nichols, who got that win there 2 years ago and saved her career, but for the next following year, it was absolute heartbreak for her, where she actually fell off tour, then had to get back on the Challenger Series to try and fight for her spot on tour again. So, I mean, it's just amazing how one event can just bring so much joy and so much sadness.
Cole Hausman on his second scoring wave of the matchup, being very selective. A couple of wrapping cutbacks, but that'll be enough to move into the top two. Probably hoping for a bit more there, as we see the San Clemente crew just kind of holding their breath. The Colapinto brothers there to support both Cade and Cole with 11 minutes on the clock. I think Griff and Kranz are going to take a Bonsoy brew break with us. I'll be right back to close out the day. Check out this view. The other day I was driving down to Bells and I had to completely stop because I had a kangaroo on the street and it just was staring at me. And it's something to look out for. Definitely a word of caution. Be very careful around these parts of Australia, because a kangaroo can run across the street at any time. You always want to be driving safely, defensively. But for a guy that's not from Australia, it's still a really big deal when I see a kangaroo.
You know,
it's magic.
On my way to the airport, driving from Margaret River to Perth, I had two very close calls. With a roo.
Oh,
yeah,
scary.
two. Yeah, so scary. Just got to take extra precaution, you know.
Oh, for sure.
Slow
yeah.
it right down in those dawn and dusk hours.
It's definitely the serious part. It's no joke. You got to be careful on the roads, but gosh, they're magic to watch as animals. And when you get a nice, safe position on them where you can enjoy them in the wild, it's really cool. As Cade is still out in front of this one, enjoying our time here in Victoria, who loves their sport. A lot of big sporting events happening in this state, like the F1, which a lot of the surfers get to enjoy in the lead up to this event. The Australian Open of tennis is a big Grand Slam that happens in Melbourne. Obviously, the AFL, Aussie rules, football. I think there's about 10 teams from the state of Victoria. I like the Geelong Cats. I'd like to
Just
support
down the
them.
road?
Yeah, you could go to great venues like the MCG and watch them perform about an hour drive or so from where we are right now at Bells. But yeah, they love their sport. They're amazing fans, really respectful to the surfers. With now 7:24 remaining, I was mentioning Morris Cole earlier. He was probably one of the more famous shapers from this area, and famous for the reverse V, which I think he explained in the past is kind of a mistake in manufacturing at the time, but turned into a game-changing moment. It was basically the opposite of what was happening at the time, where the V was actually under the front foot and nothing, you know, between the fins, which is totally opposite. And there are some famous moments like Tom Curran riding that design, the famous shot from Tom Survey at backdoor where he's doing that cutback on that model from Morris Cole. More kind of recently in the event, I remember Trent Monroe when he won going left when the whole event moved to Phillip Island. It was about 2 foot.
Yes, I remember that year.
He had that 5'10". That was another magic moment for the team. He was kind of untouchable, Trent was, that finals day, getting through everybody in the draw, lightning fast backhand whips. And it was kind of rare, you know, you're going left for a bell because it used to go mobile a lot back in the day, up to Johanna.
Yeah.
We would go over to Phillip Island in the past. You know, Winky's just around the corner, but you can tell how dedicated it was for contest officials, the tour, Rip Curl to find the best waves they could on the coastline.
Wow, that ocean right now, I just had a look over my shoulder and just look out to the horizon. It almost looks like that wind's picked up a notch or two. It just looks pretty tricky. It's going to be really hard to find those clean face waves right now. Obviously got Callum sitting down in that third position. He's got priority, only needing at 2.85 with time ticking down. You've got to be thinking that that's just standing up in one turn, basically. So Cole knows that he's definitely not safe sitting there in that number 2 spot. Holding it to that 2.5 as a backup, he's definitely going to want to improve on that too.
Callum is so dangerous in this position. Priority only chasing a 2.85. He's shown his depth in different conditions. Love him in hollow waves. Absolutely charges and incredibly dedicated to his workout program, dialing in his craft. Great head on his shoulders. Still really young. Right now, you just be thinking, Matt, that pressure would be creeping in with 5 minutes on the clock. You know, your spot on tour is on the line. He doesn't want to leave it all to Margaret River for the final stop before the cut. And it could be tough, you know. I mean, it's individual, but there's 3 guys out there, and there's 2 good friends in the top 2 spots.
I know.
It could be a little overwhelming at this stage.
For sure. I sort of softly touched on that at about the 18-minute mark of this heat. And now it's actually coming to fruition. However, Cole and Callum, their backup score is quite low. So you've got to be thinking if a set rolls through, they're coming through in 2s and 3s today. Both of those surfers probably get, well, all 3 surfers, I hope, are going to get another opportunity to have a roll of the dice. So you see, it kind of looks actually a little bit flat on that horizon. Looks very small. When you watch it from this angle here, you can just see how much texture is on the face of these waves. That's why it's so important to try and pick off that second wave of the set, just to allow yourself to get that really smooth face that is conducive to those arcing turns. As Cole sort of has a look there.
Yeah, Cole in the position where he can kind of look at waves having no consequence, already being in the back of the line for priority. Cole went that wave where he got a couple wraps in and only was able to get a 2.5. It's not what he was hoping for number-wise. There's enough to get in the top 2, but it's left the door wide open for Callum with priority and not needing much. Intense situation. Remember, we lost Seth Moniz in the first elimination round matchup. That was a big name going down. Another guy that's going to be really under pressure at Margaret River to perform.
There's a lot of looking around going on. A lot of back and forth, scanning. I mean, Cole can kind of afford to do that. He is in third priority, so he can have a little bit of a sniff. He can have a little bit of a look. But definitely nervous times right now. He knows he's in that second